After the handcuffs were removed from the Qin brothers, it truly felt like a release for the women, as the children had previously been difficult to carry. First, third brother Qin Zhao held his little daughter and tied her to his chest with a piece of coarse cloth. Then, Qin Heng found a bamboo stick to tie up their family's luggage and carried it on his shoulder. They borrowed 2 baskets from Xie Zhan, and brothers Qin Zhao and Qin Sheng were able to carry all the children. They also found a stick for Qin mother to lean on, while Lu Songli helped support Xie Zhan. Without having to hold the children, both Qin mother and Lu Songli felt much lighter. Their pace and speed quickly picked up. Xie Zhan and the others were very pleased. At this rate, covering 50 miles a day would not be a problem. However, Lu Songli gradually found it hard to walk. An unusual feeling in her lower abdomen made her think something was wrong. She felt a heaviness and slight pain, a familiar sign that her period was about to arrive. Lu Songli knew she was in trouble. Her body had already been weakened by cold, and although she had improved somewhat with care, spending a few days in the damp prison had taken a toll on her. She feared this time her period would be worse than usual. Sure enough, not long after, she felt pain that made her face pale, even accompanied by sharp cramps. "What's wrong?" Qin Sheng immediately noticed something was off with her. Lu Songli held her abdomen and smiled at him, but she was walking slower and slower. Qin Sheng nearly stopped in his tracks. "Stop smiling. It makes me worried. What's bothering you?" Lu Songli whispered to him, "My period has come." Their unusual behavior caught the attention of everyone, and the Qin family turned to look back. Qin Heng glanced at Qin mother. "Mother, you should ask her." Qin Zhao also looked at Xie Zhan. Since Lu Songli was their sister-in-law, they felt uncomfortable directly asking her. Both Qin mother and Xie Zhan, being women, likely understood her situation. They approached her and quietly inquired, and sure enough, Lu Songli confirmed that her period had arrived. Holding her stomach with one hand, her face was as pale as paper, showing clear signs that she was not feeling well. Xie Zhan looked at the sky and said, "Hang on a bit longer. There's an abandoned house a couple of miles ahead where we can stay tonight." The abandoned house was better than sleeping outside. At least it could shield them from the wind and rain. Qin's mother and Xie Zhan bravely approached Xie Zhan to negotiate. After getting his agreement, they took Lu Songli to find a hidden spot to take care of their needs. Fortunately, Zhang's mother had often sent some clean clothes to Xie Zhan, which came in handy now for Lu Songli. While they were busy, the Qin family reorganized. Qin Heng and Qin Zhao each took a basket, unpacked their belongings, and divided them so the children could carry some. Qin Sheng freed his hands and waited for Lu Songli and the others to return. He squatted down in front of Lu Songli and said, "Climb on, I'll carry you." Lu Songli felt a bit shy about being carried in front of everyone. The others noticed and politely moved ahead. Once they were out of sight, Lu Songli climbed onto his back, wrapping her long legs around his slim waist and her arms around his neck, resting her face against his shoulder and sighing contentedly, "Thank you, Sheng." Qin Sheng stiffened slightly, then blushed as he steadied her and stood up, quickly moving forward. Lu Songli thought to herself how strong his waist and legs were. He didn't wobble at all, even with her weight of over 90 pounds. She noticed he bent slightly to make her more comfortable and walked steadily, each step perfectly even, ensuring she wouldn't be jostled. Unable to resist, she kissed his cheek. This made Qin Sheng's ears turn red, and he tried to stay calm. The warmth from his back comforted her, easing her discomfort. Surrounded by his warm and reassuring presence, Lu Songli unknowingly fell asleep. Once he felt her asleep on his back, Qin Sheng walked even more steadily. After a short nap, Lu Songli woke up to find they had arrived at the abandoned house Xie Zhan mentioned. She got off his back and noticed that despite carrying her for a couple of miles, Qin Sheng still looked fresh and unbothered, which was great. Lu Songli began to examine the abandoned house. It had mud walls and several rooms, but it was old and in disrepair, with cracked walls and missing roof tiles, causing significant leaks. The only part of the house that is usable is the hall, and the floor is relatively dry. The servants brought the cart into the yard, and the Qin family waited for them to choose the best corner of the hall before picking the second driest one. Qin's mother found a slightly damaged pottery jar. After Qin Hang took it outside to clean with snow, he filled it with some clean snow to take back and melt for drinking water. Qingzhou had already gathered stones and mud to build a simple stove. This wild cabin seemed to be a common resting place, with some dry firewood and branches piled in a corner, which they used directly. If they had the chance, it would be best to replenish some firewood before they left. The three Qin brothers were very capable and didn't need help from Lu Songli and Ye Yunyang. Qin Sheng found some straw in another room and spread it in their chosen corner, then laid down the coarse cloth they had brought from the prison, followed by a mattress. Once it was set up, he let the women and children sit down. Seeing Lu Songli looking sluggish, Qin's mother knew she was still unwell. Looking at the pot of water that had boiled, she scooped a bowl for her to drink slowly. It would be nice to have a bowl of chicken soup for her right now. Qin's mother couldn't help but murmur. Qin Sheng, who had sharp ears, heard her and immediately stood up. "Where are you going?" Qin's mother asked. "I'm going to see if I can find any wild chickens." Qin Zhao couldn't help but say, "Are you silly? At this time, with all the snow, where would wild chickens come from? They're probably not even around." Qin's mother pondered. Actually, fish soup would work too. Seeing Qin Sheng deep in thought, clearly considering fishing, Qin Zhao quickly said, "Mom, don't say that. There are no rivers or lakes around here. Where would the fish come from? It's better to hope for a wild goose or pigeon to fall from the sky to make soup for our little brother and sister." As Qin Sheng walked outside, he thought that a goose or pigeon wasn't impossible. Qin Zhao, seeing this, couldn't help but lightly slap himself. What was he thinking about geese and pigeons? That would only make little Six's heart race. Once outside, Qin Sheng stood in the yard of the wild cabin and looked up at the sky.
"What are you looking at?"
Qin Zhao shouted at him. At this time, where would there be geese or pigeons? Even if there were, you don't have a bow to catch them. Before Qin Zhao could finish, he heard a sad honking sound followed by a heavy thud. Qin Zhao was stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes or ears. Thinking quickly, he rushed outside in a hurry. Others also heard their conversation and rushed out. They saw a large goose fall in front of Qin Sheng, and he looked a bit confused. He examined Qin Sheng from head to toe and said, "Xiao Lu, you're lucky. You wanted a goose, and one just showed up. I hope it's not a female goose." This was surprising. Others found it hard to believe, too. Slowly making her way out, Lu Songli also looked Qin Sheng over. "Lucky charm?" She thought, "I'll have to see more." Qin Sheng ignored them, picked up the goose calmly, and took it to prepare. In the end, the goose was divided in half, and one part was given to Xie Zhan and the others. Xie Zhan and his group returned the favor by lending their iron pot to the Qin family. Qin's mother used half the goose to make a pot of soup. The soup was first served to Lu Songli and Ye Yunyang, then to Qin's mother, and finally to the children. Everyone enjoyed a hearty meal with some bread. Qin Hang and Qin Sheng planned to gather some firewood before it got too dark, while Qin Zhao stayed behind to look after the women and children. At this time, the firewood was not completely dry, as most of it was buried in the snow, with only part of it sticking out. However, they managed to collect all of it, breaking it into 2 pieces. They kept the dry parts for themselves and set the wet ones aside to dry for later use. A worker followed them to supervise. Seizing a moment, Qin Hang asked Qin Sheng, "Ah Sheng, I wanted to ask you, when did you get so lucky to find things when you go out?" Someone noticed that the goose had a small injury, which is why it didn't attract much attention. Xiao Lu had always been lucky. When he was younger, he often found things whenever he went out. Birds and fish seemed to be drawn to him. Can you imagine him bringing home a big snake in the middle of winter? His luck amazed both him and his father. Later, they both helped cover it up. It seemed that after he turned 5 or 6 and became more aware, he found fewer things. After he got engaged at 10, he gradually became like everyone else. Well, it wasn't as exaggerated, but Ah Sheng was still luckier than most. However, it had been a while since he found something just by going out. Inside the cabin, After finding a broken clay pot, Qin's mother discovered a damaged wooden bucket. Taking advantage of the ability to heat water and the shelter of a broken house, Lu Songli first greeted Xie Zhan, then took a piece of coarse cloth with Nie Yunyang and the 3 Qin brothers to the neighboring broken house, creating a small space in the corner. The 3 helped each other with a quick cleaning. The children were also taken one by one for a wash. Xie Zhan said nothing. Zhao Long glanced over and muttered about being overly particular. Su Yasi, shouldn't we put them in handcuffs? Zhao Long asked after having a good meal. Xie Zhan shot him a look. Sure, you can go ahead and cuff them. This guy had just eaten the most from the goose soup they were given, and now wanted to trouble others. He had nothing to say to someone who eats and then complains. The 3 Qin brothers didn't say much about the handcuffs. That night, they made 2 fires. Their shoes were somewhat wet, so they took them off and placed them nearby to dry. The workers took bedding from the cart, and Xie Zhan arranged for someone to keep watch while he lay down. Some even crawled into the cart to sleep. Qin Zhao and Nie Yunyang protected the baby, sleeping in the middle of the corner, while Qin Yu and Qin Zhen slept close to them. Qin Sheng and Qin Heng slept on the outer edges, with Lu Songli next to Qin Sheng on one side. Qin Mother and Qin Heng protected Qin Jia and Qin Han on the other side. The next morning, the weather was nice and there was no snow. Xie Zhan gave them 15 minutes to eat and take care of personal needs before they had to set off. Last night, after a secret discussion, the 3 Qin brothers decided to take turns keeping watch. Qin Zhao and Qin Sheng would each guard half the night. The person on watch didn't sleep too deeply and needed to occasionally add firewood to the fire. They also had to check the simple stove, which had some water in a broken clay pot. They just needed to ensure there was enough firewood to keep the water warm. At this point, they directly put the hard bread into the clay pot to cook until it softened, so they could share it. Otherwise, the children wouldn't be able to chew the hard bread, and Lu Songli's jaw was already hurting from it. When they set off, Lu Songli felt much better and refused to let Qin Sheng carry her again. Seeing their aunt walking on her own, Qin Han and Qin Zhao wanted to walk too, thinking they would sit in the basket when they got tired. The younger Qin Yu and Qin Jin saw their siblings walking and wanted to do the same. The children were understanding. Despite the changes in their situation, they were well-behaved and didn't cry much. The 3 Qin brothers let the children go, knowing they wouldn't walk far and could rest when they got tired. That day, they walked over 40 miles. By the end, Lu Songli felt her legs were stiff and numb. Qin Sheng offered to carry her, and she accepted. For the latter part of the journey, the children were almost carried along. Along the way, Xie Zhan mentioned that they would spend the night at a broken temple. When they arrived, the temple was already occupied by a group of people. Mo Bing stood on a high spot, looking towards Chang'an City, and asked, "Brother Lu, do you think our young lady and the young master will reach this temple today?" Lu Erxi replied, "No problem. At their pace, they should arrive before nightfall." This broken temple was not far from the main road and had always been a resting place for officials escorting prisoners to the northeast. With no villages or inns nearby, they had no choice but to stop here. At that moment, Lu Mingji walked out of the temple. Mo Bing greeted him, "Second young master." Lu Mingji nodded and asked, "Have you seen anyone?" Brother Lu said they probably won't arrive until after sunset. "All right, I'll come out later." Lu Mingji had been sent away by his father. Once the news of the Qin family's exile to Pingzhou came out, his father decided to have him secretly his sister to Pingzhou with the Yangwei agency. A few months ago, he had wanted to gain experience by traveling with a tutor, and now he couldn't waste this good opportunity. There was nothing Lu Mingji could say but to obediently follow. They had all disguised themselves with thicker eyebrows, slightly darker faces, and different hairstyles. Mo Bing wore a woman's hairpiece and, along with Lu Erxi, pretended to be a newlywed couple heading to Yelong County to sell goods. At that moment, a young man from the Yangwei agency came out and asked Miss Mo Bing, "What are we having for dinner?" "Make some bone porridge. Cook 2 pots. "Sure. Add more slices and wine. It would help keep them warm." The young man nodded and thought about steaming some buns and curing some meat to complete the meal. Their food was going to be excellent on this trip. After he went inside and spoke to Yang Wei, the head of the Yang Wei glanced at him and waved him off to prepare. This young man was not being honest. The bone porridge was definitely requested by Miss Mo Bing, and steaming buns was necessary. In such cold weather, a man could only drink porridge and it wouldn't last long. However, this cured meat must have been craved by that guy, who insisted on steaming it. But that's not a big deal. This time they went to Pingzhou, and he brought 16 brothers with him. He almost took all the best hands from their agency, leaving only a few to guard the place. They prepared 10 carts. They were filled with supplies like rice, flour, cooking oil, and warm clothing. Well, 8 of those carts were prepared by the Liu family, and only 2 belonged to their agency, which was a bit unfortunate. But the Liu family didn't mind the food. They never skimped on it. They had fine rice, noodles, and meat, and they could eat as much as they wanted as long as they didn't waste it. After 2 or 3 days, his men grew fond of the Qin and Liu families. But at this moment, when Yang Wei thought about meeting the famous second young lady of the Liu family soon, he felt a bit nervous. The sky was getting darker, and Liu Songli and the others were finally nearing the dilapidated temple mentioned by Xie Zhan. Is there someone at the temple? Xie Zhan stopped. The officer beside him stood on tiptoe to take a look. Yes, there are people. Look at that cart tied under the porch. There must be quite a few. Hearing this, Liu Songli's eyes lit up. Suga, should we go over now? Let's go. If they didn't go, they would have to sleep in the wilderness. Besides, the temple was abandoned, so why not go? At that moment, someone came out of the temple. As soon as Yang Wei stepped out, he cheerfully said, "Brother, you must be Xie Zhan from Baoding, right? People who travel a lot have good memories." Moreover, Chang'an and Baoding are not far apart, and he had indeed dealt with Xie Zhan once or twice. Xie Zhan also found the person familiar. "You are Yang Wei, the head of the agency?" "Yes, that's me."
"Xudaji, come on in."
Yang Wei warmly invited him. "Yang Zong Biao too. What brings you here?" "Oh, I'm escorting a shipment to Luling County, and will be staying at this temple for the night." "Sudiga, if you don't mind, can we all squeeze in together?" Xie Zhan glanced at Liu Songli. Escorting a shipment to Luling County and passing through Pingzhou, what a coincidence. "Of course, I don't mind. After all, the temple was abandoned. This temple is quite large. I have many people and supplies, so we'll just use the main hall. The side halls are still empty." "Su de Ge, feel free to choose." "All right, we'll pick a spot ourselves." "Yang Zong Biao too, you've worked hard. It's tough to be out escorting at this hour." Yang Wei continued to smile cheerfully. "There's no choice. The client wanted to leave at this time, so we have to comply. It's all to make a living." "Su Yasi, aren't you also going far away during the New Year?" Xie Zhan looked helpless and replied, "There's nothing we can do. We have orders from above, and we must obey." Then, Xie Zhan and the others chose to settle for the night in a side hall on the right. Just then, Yang Wei entered through a side door and said, "Brother Su, our dinner is ready over here. If you don't mind, why not join us for a meal? Is that appropriate?" Xie Zhan hesitated slightly. "What's the big deal? We travel around, so there's no need to be too polite. Come on, everyone, let's eat together." Yang Wei called over the other workers. Xie Zhan and the others sat down, half-heartedly accepting. After they started eating, Yang Wei discussed with Xie Zhan, "Brother Su, we have extra rice porridge that we can't finish. Can we send some to them?" Yang Wei nodded towards the Qin family. At this point, Xie Zhan had an idea. The head of the shot a glare at the young cook and pretended to complain. "In the end, it's all my kid's fault. He has big eyes and a small appetite, so he keeps putting more food in the pot. We can't finish this much, and tomorrow the guests will want something new, which is just wasteful." The young cook just smiled foolishly. Xie Zhan said, "It doesn't matter. They are prisoners. If you want to send them some food, that's fine." So, each person from the Qin family received a large bowl of hot, fragrant bone porridge, which was also very thick. After thanking them, Liu Songli began to eat, saying, "Go ahead, it's fine. I've heard of Yang Wei. He's a warm-hearted and just person. As she started eating, the three Qin brothers realized she was on their side. The Qin brothers followed suit, and Qin's mother and the children knew the bone porridge was safe to eat, so they began eating as well. This was the most comfortable meal they had in the past 2 days. However, upon hearing Lu Songli's last comment, Yang Wei felt he didn't really want such praise. Early the next morning, Yang Wei steamed many mixed grain buns and dumplings and enthusiastically sent some to them. The Qin family also benefited, with each person receiving a large bun or dumpling. Seeing this, Zhao Long's eyes were darting around. At the start, everyone was together, but Yang Wei's group had horse-drawn carriages, while the guests were also in carriages, making it difficult to be too obvious, so they hurried ahead. The distance between the two groups widened. Zhao Long was puzzled. Lu Songli remained calm. However, by noon, when Lu Songli and her group arrived at the expected resting place, they found that Yang Wei and the others had already parked their carriages and were cooking here. Upon seeing them, Yang Wei quickly greeted, "Brother Su, what a coincidence. We're just about to eat. If you don't mind, would you like to join us?" Su Zheng silently looked at him, thinking, "Come on, little brother, it's obvious you know what you're doing. Come, come. Everyone sit down. Xiao Wu, set up the table and bring the food for our guests." Yang Wei shouted loudly, "Every day, no one has any awareness." He had the staff bring a big bowl of preserved meat with cabbage and a dozen steamed buns, more than enough for everyone. After everything was served, he pretended to hesitate and said, "Brother Su, look, we still have a lot of food left. Could you ask them to help us finish some? Those nobles have small appetites. They only take a bite or two, and then stop eating. Isn't that a waste? Unfortunately, my friends and I are already full and can't eat anymore." Su Zheng waved his hand weakly. "Do as you wish." Yang Wei sighed in relief. He had managed another meal. He quickly sent someone to bring food to the Qin family. Zhao Long peeked over and saw a young man carrying 2 large bowls, separating the dry and wet food, looking quite mixed up, just as Yang Wei had described. LV Mingji, Mo Bing, Lu Erxi, and others were in the carriage, hardly interacting with Su Zheng and the others. The Qin family ate quietly. Su Zheng called Yang Wei over and said while eating, "You have a carriage, so you could definitely travel faster. At this pace, when will you reach Lelong County?" Su Zheng was hinting strongly. "With a carriage, you should be able to cover more distance, not just 20 miles in half a day." Yang Wei understood and chuckled awkwardly. "There's nothing we can do. The nobles can't handle the bumps, so we have to take breaks. Maybe after a while, they'll get used to it, and we can cover more ground in a day." Inside, he felt like crying. He didn't want to struggle with feeding them every meal. Was it easy for him? After everyone was satisfied, both groups set off again. Yang Wei's convoy moved ahead of them once more. However, when LV Songli and the others arrived at the expected lodging point, a rundown house, they happened to run into Yang Wei and his group again. Su Zheng looked at Yang Wei with a speechless expression. Yang Wei rubbed his nose and awkwardly said, "Officer Su, one of our horses seems to have an upset stomach, so we had to stop to rest. You see that horse? It's so weak it can barely stand, let alone pull a cart. We can't just leave it like this," Yang Wei said, pointing at the horse tied under the eaves, its front legs already on the ground, feeling sorry for it. Su Zheng glanced at it and quietly looked away, thinking that this excuse was good enough if it made him happy. That evening, they had another hearty dinner, and the Qin family enjoyed delicious food once again. Zhao Long seemed to have made a decision, a cold smile appearing on his face. The other workers exchanged glances, sensing something was off, but since Su Yasi said nothing, they pretended to know nothing. After dinner, the 3 Qin brothers took the opportunity to meet with Lu Songli when the workers weren't paying attention. Qin Heng whispered to Lu Songli, while Qin Zhao and Qin Sheng kept watch. "Sister-in-law, it's too obvious. Can you send a message to your people?" Qin Heng said quietly. Lu Songli's interest was piqued. "What do you mean?" "The other workers are fine, but that Zhao Long needs to be dealt with." Qin Heng made a cutting gesture. Lu Songli looked at him in surprise. His expression was cold and ruthless, quite different from his usual refined demeanor. Qinglong smiled, understanding her unspoken thoughts. As the saying goes, kindness doesn't lead to victory in battle. He was not someone to show mercy. With their fourth brother gone and their father lost, the Qin family could not afford to lose anyone else. If Zhao Long had ill intentions, he had to be eliminated. On the road of exile, whether it was a prisoner or a worker, losing someone was not unusual. Who said only the exiles could die? Lu Songli was also thinking of a way to remove him discreetly, knowing he had support behind him. The people from Yang Wei's agency were being so obvious. He wouldn't dare act out unless someone was backing him. The Qin and Lu families had no personal grievances with him, and there was no reason to act for money. All the workers had been settled before departure, and the Qin family had nothing of value. If he was still thinking of targeting them, he must have received an offer he couldn't refuse. Brother, how do you plan to deal with him? Qinglong suggested finding an opportunity to knock him out when he was alone and leave him to freeze outside. Lu Songli thought this plan was risky and could involve Xie Zhan. Moreover, as the deputy officer, if Zhao Long was gone too long, Xie Zhan would definitely send others to look for him. It would be better if he quietly passed away in his sleep. Lu Songli shared her plan. This method is good, but can it really work? This idea was unheard of. Could it truly cause Zhao Long to die in his sleep? Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can use your method.
Okay.
At this moment, Lu Songli looked a bit hesitant. What's wrong? Lu Songli glanced at the three Qin brothers, finally focusing on Qingxi. Eldest brother, do you think I'm ruthless? She coughed. Although she was indeed ruthless, she still wanted to know their thoughts. Qingxi looked confused. Qingzhou said, "Sixth sister-in-law, you've always been like this. Our whole family knows." Even those who didn't know before realized it when they saw the outcomes of the Xie and Zhao families after leaving prison. Isn't it a bit late to worry about this now? Qinglong chuckled. Whether a person is ruthless or not isn't about the methods they use, but their goals. I also want to eliminate Zhao Long and have thought of a specific way to do it. Isn't that just as ruthless? I've been guarding the northern border for many years, and my hands are also stained with blood and lives. Well, all of us in the Qin family are like that. Even Sheng has taken many lives of outsiders. How do we explain that? The next morning, after Yang Wei's agency provided breakfast for everyone, both sides set off again. Xie Zhan and the others were left behind again. Just when everyone thought today would repeat yesterday's events, at noon, the people from Yang Wei's agency did not wait to encounter them again. After several good meals, suddenly having to eat their own rations was fine for the Qin family, but the porters found it hard to adjust. By evening, when they arrived at the inn they were supposed to stay at, they discovered that the entire inn had been booked by Yang Wei's agency. Today was the 24th day of the 12th month, the eve of the Little New Year, and in the icy weather, there were not many guests at the inn. Yang Wei warmly welcomed them to eat and drink, and even prepared 6 rooms for Xie Zhan and the other porters, 2 of which were the best rooms in the inn, the warmest ones, located in the center of the inn, nearly airtight when the doors and windows were closed. Zhao Long was very pleased. After sleeping outdoors for several days, staying in a warm room at the inn was truly wonderful. At night, Zhao Long fell into a deep sleep in the room he chose. There was originally a charcoal stove in the room, and at some point, another one appeared. Meanwhile, the doors and windows of his room were tightly shut. The next day, when he had not gotten up for a long time, the other porters had no choice but to knock on his door, but there was no response. Later, after forcefully breaking down the door, they discovered that someone had already died. Zhao Long was dead, quietly and without a sound. When Xie Zhan and a few other officers entered, they found him lying on the bed, with blood at the corner of his mouth and his limbs stiff. It could be inferred that he had died the night before. They checked his room. The door was locked from the inside, and the windows had not been tampered with. Everyone had eaten and drunk the same things, and there had been no noise during the night. There were no signs of anything unusual, making his death a mystery. The innkeeper's cousin was the station master from a nearby post. When he heard about the incident at his uncle's inn, he came over. After inspecting the scene, he and Xie Zhan discussed it and ultimately decided to classify Zhao Long's death as accidental. They both signed and stamped their fingerprints, and the other officers also acted as witnesses. In the end, Xie Zhan took charge and bought a new straw mat to wrap Zhao Long in, then carried him to the foot of a nearby mountain, dug a hole, and buried him. Next, Yang Wei's agency provided food and drink for Xie Zhan and his group, just like before. Yang Wei also gave Qin's family an old, swaddling cloth to easily carry the child on their chest, which looked warm. Everyone received 2 pieces of candy, said to be for when they got hungry on the road. The candy was reportedly made from milk and sugar, looked delicious, and smelled very fragrant. Those who received the candy put it in their pockets. Not only did they not hold back, but they also became more generous. Xie Zhan felt too exhausted to complain and decided to let them be. The officers touched the candy in their pockets. They dared not say anything or take action. Zhao Long just didn't know how to enjoy his good fortune. If Yang Wei's agency continued to take care of them like this, their journey would be easier. After all, their task was to the prisoner to Pingzhou, and as for the prisoner's condition on the way, it was not their concern. They just needed to deliver the prisoner on time, right? The remaining 4 officers were quite relaxed, thinking that even if trouble arose, Xie Zhan, the tall officer, would handle it, so why should they stick their necks out? Just thinking about it, Zhao Long's body had just been buried, and the soil on the grave was still fresh. The next evening after leaving the inn, they arrived at their planned stop, the old house in the mountains. As expected, Yang Wei's agency was already waiting for them and had prepared a meal. However, Yang Wei's expression when he came out to greet them was a bit off. "What's wrong?" Xie Zhan asked. "When we arrived here, there was already a group of people staying." "What kind of people are they?" Yang Wei thought about what the other party had said. They are a group of wealthy merchants returning home, and they brought quite a few bodyguards and servants with them. How many is quite a few? At least 30 people. The key point is that every one of them seems to be skilled. What's going on? To a body, they arranged so many bodyguards and servants. Xie Zhan asked, "Did you find out where the wealthy merchant is from?" The other party is tight-lipped and didn't say. Xie Zhan frowned, and the other workers exchanged glances. This situation felt familiar, just like when they first encountered Yang Wei's agency. What a surprise, it's almost the new year, and there are still so many people wandering around. While they were talking, a burly man with a beard walked out from the main room. Xie Zhan and Yang Wei were on guard. The man had a strong aura and clearly had seen blood. Qinglong suddenly spoke. "Zhou, is that you?" Zhou looked puzzled at first, then quickly recognized him and said excitedly, "General Qin, it's me." Lu Songli asked, "Big brother, do you know him?" Qinglong nodded slightly. "Zhou used to serve under our father, but later returned home for some reasons. I didn't expect to meet him here." Xie Zhan and Yang Wei had just exchanged glances, and now they were both twitching their lips. How many backup plans did this family prepare for an exile? It was like layers of onions, never-ending. "Haha, since we know each other, it's fate that we meet. It's cold outside, so let's not stand out here. Come inside." Yang Wei decided to play the role of the mediator. After a hearty dinner, Qinglong, Qinzhou, Qinsheng, and Lu Songli gathered again. "Third brother, sixth brother, sister-in-law, I'm sure you've guessed that Zhou is one of my people." The 3 nodded in agreement. Yes, they had guessed it. Qinglong looked at them and smiled. "At first, I didn't expect sister-in-law to be so well prepared. Now, thanks to sister-in-law's thoughtful arrangements, we made it safely to Pingzhou without much trouble. However, I want to say that with Zhou following us, his usefulness may not be fully realized. Also, in the northern border, second aunt, second brother, and fourth sister-in-law are being exiled to Pingzhou without any preparations, and they have 5 small children with them. I'm very worried." He had divided the personnel he could mobilize into 2 groups, sending half to the northern border to protect them. Even with this arrangement, he's still worried about the unknowns in the north. "My current idea is to send half of Zhou's people north to secretly protect them. The other half will join Yang Wei's agency. This way, they would have over 30 strong men to them to Pingzhou, and with the strength of the 3 brothers, they would be able to handle any unexpected dangers. Lu Songli and the others had no objections to his plan. That night, Lu Songli also had Yang Wei's agency prepare a basket of candy and rice cakes for them, along with herbs and other emergency supplies. Zhou De, being a big man, did not prepare such detailed items. Besides, the north was very cold and needed high-calorie food more than they did. They had plenty of food now, enough to last until Pingzhou. So the next day, Zhou De left half of his men behind, while the rest followed him, carrying the coffin north. Xie Zhan and Yang Wei watched as the coffin passed by, shaking their heads at the shallow marks it left. That evening, after dinner, Qin Zhao patted his full belly. To be honest, their journey of exile had gone much smoother than he had imagined. It was far better than he expected. At that time, his youngest daughter had just been born, and his wife had just given birth. He had no confidence in being able to protect them through such a major upheaval. Although he vaguely knew his older brother had made some preparations, he still felt uncertain. Unexpectedly, aside from some hardship on the first 2 days, they had been able to eat well and sleep soundly afterward. On the road of exile, they did not encounter cruel guards who liked to torment people. Being able to eat enough and stay warm without facing constant beatings or food shortages made him very content. All of this was thanks to the planning of his older brother and younger sister-in-law. Especially the younger sister-in-law, whose arrangements were so appropriate and detailed. This made Qin Zhao think of the Xie and Zhao families, who were also exiled. Younger sister-in-law, how did you bring down the Xie and Zhao families? Qin Zhao asked curiously. Qin Heng and Qin Sheng looked over as well. They had only seen the downfall of the Xie and Zhao families and did not know the details. Seeing their curiosity, Lu Songli thought it was normal for them not to know due to the lack of information in prison. She had not gone into detail about her plans to prevent any eavesdropping. However, she felt it was a good time to share with them. Next, Lu Songli explained the situation of the fourth prince and the reality of the empty national treasury, detailing how her family was strategizing. First, they spread rumors about Xie Zhan to create a rift between him and the fourth prince, pushing Xie Zhan into opposition. As soon as the fourth prince took action, Xie Zhan would become a stumbling block. Then, she mentioned negotiating with the fourth prince using the imperial edict held by her father, during which she revealed the true wealth of the Xie and Zhao families and presented evidence of their core members' wrongdoings. By exposing their wealth and then striking, it was a win-win situation that the fourth prince would find hard to refuse. Qinhang. Could he say that he only wanted his younger sister-in-law to see if the Qin family could quickly go to the place of exile and not remain stuck in prison? Who knew she not only solved the Qin family's issues, but also took care of the Xie and Zhao families in the process. He couldn't blame himself for that. Qin Zhao also realized that the negotiation was less about helping the Qin family and more about her solving problems for the fourth prince, with the Qin family merely being a side note. Both Qin Heng and Qin Zhao couldn't help but praise impressive. Qin Sheng looked at her with bright eyes. Lu Songli smiled and said, "It's not much different from military strategy. When the enemy is strong and we are weak, we need to use everything at our disposal, terrain, weather, and other external factors. What I used was simply human nature. Human emotions can be dark. Even within the same camp, the commander and the deputy may have different goals." Hearing about military strategy, Qin Sheng's eyes lit up. Her words made the 3 Qin brothers nod in agreement. It was indeed true. Even within the same army, the commander and the deputy might not always be on the same page. They learned that these dynamics could be used to their advantage. With a clear goal in mind, I unite all available forces that can help me achieve it. I borrowed the fourth prince's influence, understood his pain points and core needs, and provided him with the best solution. After all I've done for him, would he really hesitate to make a mutually beneficial deal with me? After hearing her words, the Qin brothers felt that the Lu father and daughter resembled the strategists of the spring and autumn period. Qin Zhao nodded. Indeed, as soon as my younger sister-in-law took action, she solved several problems for the fourth prince. She had thrown the Xie and Zhao families into the spotlight and handed them the means to act. The fourth prince's attention was diverted, so he naturally looked down on the now thin Qin family, which was just a skeleton of its former self. He was willing to let them go in exchange for the imperial edict in Lu Dixing's hands. Qin Hang was deep in thought, reflecting on her earlier words, especially the part about uniting all possible forces. Suddenly, he felt his perspective broaden. Qin Zhao sighed, "Sixth sister-in-law, I finally understand why Xie Zhan was defeated by you." Heaven knows how shocked he was when he saw the Xie family fall at the prison gate. Is Xie Zhan really that impressive? Isn't it normal for me to defeat him? With a workable plan and proper execution to achieve her goals, isn't that just how it should be? She always knew what her primary goal was. Once she set her target, she executed her plan without being swayed by outside influences or emotions. Speaking of which, the fourth prince was the mastermind behind the crown prince's death and could be said to have indirectly caused the deaths of Qin Yu and Qin Ming. The Qin family surely held no good feelings toward him. Did Lu Songli like the fourth prince? The answer was no. For various reasons, including resentment, she did not like him. However, that did not stop her from trading with him to achieve her own goals, using him to solve her problems. The reason she insisted on negotiating herself was that she feared the Qin family might lose their composure and reveal their emotions to the fourth prince, which would be troublesome. She was able to be ruthless with herself, cutting off her own feelings and remaining undisturbed by emotions. Sixth sister-in-law, don't be fooled by the current state of the Xie family. Xie Zhan is quite capable. The Xie family has developed rapidly in recent years, and you should be aware that Xie Zhan was involved in the family's affairs by the age of 14, helping his father lead the family to success after turning 15. He is not someone to be underestimated, Qin Zhao said seriously, wanting to remind Lu Songli not to underestimate Xie Zhan and the Xie family, especially since they had not been wiped out. Lu Songli replied earnestly, no matter how capable he is still just a person. As long as he is human, he will have weaknesses, and with weaknesses, we can overcome him. They were warriors, and she did not want them to be timid out of fear. She wanted them to be fearless and relentless. While speaking, she noticed that the second button of Qingxing's coat next to her was caught in her hair. She couldn't help but reach out to pull it free. Qingxi quickly grabbed her hand, giving her a quiet glare. He wanted to listen carefully, and put in effort too. Her earlier words had sparked several ideas in his mind. Qin Zhao said, "If that's the case, others can solve our problems too. We are human, and we have our own issues." Where did Xie Zhan go wrong this time? He aimed too high. He jumped in and boarded the fourth prince's ship, taking out Xue Huaimin, who was originally in the lead position. He landed in a tough spot, surrounded by enemies. His allies hadn't arrived yet. LV's Songli briefly explained this idea to them and concluded, "So, we need to have more friends and fewer enemies. We should support each other." LV Songli didn't realize that her words would inspire some strategic thinkers and military leaders, but in future battles, they certainly caused trouble for their enemies. At that moment in Chang'an, in the prison, Xie Zhan, who had been tortured, lay unconscious on a clean straw bed. Beside him were clan elders like Xie Qian and Xie Yuan, along with younger core members like Xie Nan and Xie Bai, all looking at him with concern. Zhao Yuten was next door, silently shedding tears. The other members of the Xie clan huddled nearby, afraid to speak. They had just been scolded by the elders for being foolish and believing outsiders' divisive words. After entering the prison, they faced severe torture from Wu Chunyu, while the clan head, Xie Zhan, took on everything. He didn't back down despite the punishments. Of course, other clan members were also being tortured. The relatives of the tortured watched their children being beaten and begged the clan head to give in to Wu Chunyu to save them. The clan head, enduring the pain, apologized and explained that the Xie family's wealth had been seized and there were no hidden assets. No matter how many clan members pleaded with him, or how many times he was tortured, feeling the whip on his body and even having salt water poured on him, he insisted that the Xie family had no hidden treasures. This was the third time he was tortured, and he couldn't take it anymore. He fainted. Most clan members believed that their clan head truly had nothing left. The elders collected money from the clan members and spent it to bring hot water, porridge, and medicinal soup. With their careful care, Xie Zhan woke up in the middle of the night. He drank the now-cold medicinal soup and quietly asked a few questions. After learning that his plans were proceeding smoothly, he finally relaxed. The new emperor must be troubled by the 4 regents overseeing him, and he had given them an idea to help change the current situation. Adding to his clever plan, before his death, this former loyal servant still thought of his master, working hard to find a way to soften the new emperor's heart, which should allow the Zhao family to be released from prison and sent into exile. After leaving Chang'an for 600 miles, Yang Wei told Su Zheng that they had eaten all the food from one cart, and now they had an empty cart where the elderly and children could sit. This would help them travel faster. Su Zheng asked the remaining 4 guards, "What do you think?" The guards exchanged glances, surprised. The exiles even got to ride in a cart. "Boss, you decide. Whatever you say goes. We have no objections." They didn't dare to disagree. "All right, then I'll take charge." With a wave of his hand, the women and children of the Qin family got onto the cart. Next, without the burden of the children and women, Su Zheng and the guards, along with the 3 Qin brothers, traveled 100 miles a day. One day at noon, they had lunch outside. Soft steamed buns with a bowl of hot meat soup were truly satisfying. After eating and resting for a while, everyone prepared to continue their journey. Songli felt a bit full and didn't want to ride in the cart, fearing it would upset her stomach, so she walked with them. They walked in small groups along the official road. Qingzhou looked at someone's back and remarked, "Ah Sheng, I heard pigeon soup is very nourishing." Qingxi kept his head down, uninterested in responding. A few days ago, he had said that fish soup was very nourishing, especially for the elderly and women. He took it to heart, and when they passed a frozen river, he broke a hole in the ice, and fish started jumping out. Soon, he gathered a basket full. The group of over 50 people enjoyed delicious fish soup, which also had some frozen tofu in it, making it taste amazing. His mother and wife said nothing, but his 3rd brother praised the fish soup, calling it delicious. If he believed him again, he would be. Before Qin Sheng could finish his thought, his wife spoke up. "Pigeon soup is indeed quite nourishing," Songli agreed, nodding. Qin Sheng turned to her, surprised. "Is it really that good?" Songli nodded. "Yes, it nourishes the kidneys and blood, and is especially good for new mothers and those with weak constitutions.
It can speed up healing." "Got it."
Qin Sheng looked up at the sky. Songda looked up and saw 2 white doves flapping their wings and flying in the sky. Qin Zhao quickly followed and widened his eyes in surprise. He wondered if the 2 doves would fall. While he was in shock, Qin Sheng had already grabbed a bow and arrow borrowed from Zhou Da's companion and started chasing the doves in the sky. Everyone thought he wouldn't be able to catch them. After all, running on the ground couldn't compare to flying in the sky. But soon, Qin Sheng returned with 2 white doves that had been shot through the heart with an arrow. "Qin Zhao. Wait, it looks like there's something tied to the dove's leg." Songli pointed at the message. Qin Heng took it off, looked it over, and handed it to Songli, 6th sister-in-law. "Take a look." As Songli read the note, Qin Sheng leaned in close to her shoulder. Songli glanced at him and moved the note between them, so he could see too. After she finished reading, she passed it to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao read it and handed it to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng didn't take it and turned his head away. "I've seen it already." He had already looked at it with his wife, so he didn't need to see it again. The note in Qin Zhao's hand moved with him. Qin Sheng frowned. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhao made a swallowing gesture. "Go ahead.
"You eat it."
Qin Sheng gave him a disdainful look and walked away. Qin Zhao shouted after him, "Little Six, you can't do that. When you were in Dali prison, you ate without changing your expression." Qin Sheng only showed him the back of his head, thinking who would want to eat that dry thing? Did he think he was her? How could he expect the same treatment? In the end, Qin Zhao had to eat it himself to dispose of the evidence. Nie Yunyang looked at the dead doves. "Are these carrier pigeons? Is it okay to eat them?" she asked with some concern. "What's the problem?" Ah Sheng shot them down. Qingzhou said as he picked up the doves. Qinheng added, "Yes, don't worry about eating them." These 2 carrier pigeons were headed to the Northern Territory, and the message wasn't urgent, so losing them would have some impact. Besides, this was the Song family's territory, not the Qin family's, so it wasn't their concern. In the end, the 2 doves were stewed with wine, goji berries, angelica, and red dates. They boiled on high heat and then simmered slowly, resulting in only 3 bowls of soup, one for Qin's mother, Nie Yunyang, and Lu Songli each. While the Qin family happily headed to their exile, the Xie and Zhao families in Chang'an were not doing well. Zhao Bin died. He was unable to move, and on the 7th night after being imprisoned, someone covered his mouth and nose and killed him. He did not resist, and is said to have died with a smile, looking quite peaceful. All his valuable belongings were taken away, including his warm clothes, leaving him with only a thin garment. Zhao Bin was carried out by the guards. The Zhao family looked on coldly. Since no one arranged for his care, the guards had no choice but to wrap him in a tattered mat and throw him into a mass grave. The guards complained as they worked, grumbling about having to carry a dead body during the new year, feeling it was bad luck, especially since they received no bonus for the extra work. Then, with Xie Zhan's maneuvering, both the Xie and Zhao families were eventually exiled to Lingnan. On New Year's Eve, as lights lit up homes everywhere, the guards and officers occasionally whipped the prisoners, forcing the Xie and Zhao families to slowly leave Chang'an City, dragging their feet. During their time in prison, many from both families had perished due to torture, cold, and poor food. Almost every day, bodies were carried out, mostly the elderly or children, while younger people fared slightly better. Now, their group had few elderly or children left. Due to the large number of exiles, 4 officers and 20 guards were assigned. To avoid trouble, all adult men from the Zhao and Xie families had to wear shackles. It was New Year's, and the officers and guards were in a bad mood about escorting prisoners to Lingnan. This group of guards was not very good. Unlike those who escorted the Qin family, who had been carefully selected, many of these guards were forced into this task and had not expected to be on duty. They were made to work overtime, without extra pay. Clearly, seeing the state of the Xie and Zhao families, they knew there was little profit to be made, which only added to their bad mood. "Master, why do we choose to go south instead of north?" Coughing, Xie Zhan had lost quite a bit of weight recently. He tightened his worn-out coat and quietly answered his cousin's question. Dunhuang, Shimei, and Liangzhou belong to the northern region. The Qin family has been stationed there for many years. If we are exiled there, it won't end well. It would be difficult to win over those forces for their own use. Xie Zhan paused and added, Pingzhou and Lelong have already been taken by the Qin family. During his time in prison, he had been reflecting on his failure. He had been too arrogant, thinking no one could see through his plans, but he was caught off guard by Lu Songli, unable to fight back at all. After falling heavily, he realized that she had been waiting for the right moment to act, which is why her timing was so perfect. He had underestimated the heroes of the world. During his time in prison, he reflected deeply and decided to maintain his previous attitude towards Lu Songli and the Qin family, avoiding any provocation regarding their development strategies. The vastness of Dali allowed them to each occupy the north and south and develop independently. Thus, the Xie family would not go to Pingzhou or even the Luolang district. If they ventured there, it would be like having 2 tigers on one mountain. The land there is limited, and both sides would inevitably compete fiercely for resources. Those with abilities are assertive. The Qin family has been sent to Pingzhou, and Lu Songli likely already considers that area her territory. Any newcomers would be seen as intruders and would face severe opposition. He realized he didn't understand Lu Songli well, and confronting her could be very risky. The most important thing for the Xie family now was to survive. Therefore, he chose to avoid confrontation, using time and space to grow stronger. This would also give him time to understand his opponent's strategies before they clashed again. The Southwest has many ethnic minorities and mountains, which is not good for future development. The Southeast is better for both economic growth and geography. Although there are many clan influences there, he was confident he could handle those issues. Moreover, we are underfed and poorly clothed. If we head north, we don't know how many people will die before reaching the exile area. The south is relatively warmer and can help more of our people survive. After saying this, Xie Zhan looked up at the distance, his gaze thoughtful. There's a village ahead. Let's ask the village chief if there's a vacant house where we can stay for the night. Having traveled over 3,500 miles on their exile journey, they had completed a third of the way. Now in the Yenzhou area, it was strangely sparsely populated. They had been camping in the wilderness for 3 days, and finding a village was a relief they didn't want to miss. Unfortunately, things did not go as smoothly as they hoped. Since entering the village, they noticed that the villagers started closing their doors. They knocked on several doors, but no one responded. The whole village felt very unfriendly, as if they were seen as outcasts. Let's head north. I saw someone shoveling snow earlier. Let's ask them. Su Zheng chose a bold-looking house and knocked on the door. Why did he say that? Because when they appeared around the corner, someone had quickly slipped inside. Is anyone home? Su Zheng called out. Old man inside, I see you. But don't worry, we are not bad people. I am an officer of the court, and these are my subordinates. We are responsible for escorting prisoners. This man beside me is the head of the Yangwei agency, and the others are strong escorts who protect wealthy merchants and their goods. We mean no harm. We have no other intention in the village. We just want to ask if there are any empty houses we could borrow to rest for a while. The gate wasn't opened, but through the low mud wall, they could see in the door. A trembling voice came from inside. You need to ask the village chief about that. His house is just ahead. You'll reach it if you walk a bit further. Su Zheng didn't press the matter. All right. Thank you. They hadn't walked far when a short old man approached with 7 or 8 strong men. They met directly. Su Zheng stepped forward to explain their purpose and showed his badge. The old man examined it closely. Once he confirmed Su Zheng and his group's identities, he sighed in relief. Please don't take offense. Our village is cautious with strangers because we've had our share of troubles. Su Zheng first asked for the old man's surname, then quickly inquired about the situation he mentioned. The old man introduced himself as Chen, and they could call him Village Chief Chen. Oh, it's a tragic situation. 200 miles from our Qingxi village is a place called Qinglong Zhai, which often raids nearby villages. We were just attacked by them half a month ago, and when we saw your large group, we thought the bandits were back. Are the bandits from Qinglong Zhai so bold? Indeed. Has the government done anything? Are you talking about eradicating the bandits? Village Chief Chen said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. They have, but it hasn't helped. Qinglong Zhai is located on a steep hillside, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. The government has sent troops before, but they never managed to completely eliminate them. Village Chief Chen explained that often after the government sent people, Qinglong Zhai would increase their raids on nearby villages, and over time, they simply gave up resisting. Lu Songli and the others listened quietly from the carriage, realizing the endless troubles they faced. The people from Qinglong village believe that as long as we obediently give them enough food, they won't kill anyone or harm women and children. If we don't have enough food, we'll just tighten our belts and drink more water. We won't starve to death. Lu Songli listened quietly, realizing that Qinglong village treats this area as their own fishing pond, understanding the importance of sustainable development. But doesn't this mean that Qinglong village is like a second government? After paying taxes to the government, the people still have to be exploited by Qinglong village. Moreover, as ordinary citizens, shouldn't it be expected that they are not subjected to violence and theft? Lu Songli noticed that the people's demands were really low. Perhaps this reflects their helplessness. Oh, why am I talking about these troubling matters? Gentlemen, I wanted to ask if there are any empty houses in our village for you to stay in? Yes, Chen village head, we have quite a few people. Can you arrange something? We do have empty houses, but we might not be able to accommodate everyone at once. That's fine. We can sleep on the floor and squeeze in. Chen village head, please lead the way. Later, Chen village head took them to an empty farmhouse with nearly 10 large rooms. Surprisingly, the house looked quite new, yet no one lived there. However, they were too lazy to question it further. Yang Wei handed him a bag of coins, about 500 or 600 coins, saying, "Qin village head, take this as payment for using the house." As they walked, it was clear that Qingxi village was not wealthy. The villagers were all thin and gaunt, with no one being plump. No, I can't accept this. Please just take it. Yang Wei insisted, saying they didn't need the money, but Qingxi village was too poor and likely had little income. Since they were borrowing the house, they should pay what was fair. Seeing his determination, Qin village had finally said, "Brother Yang, I don't want the money. If possible, could you give me some food instead?" He then explained, "To be honest, this house belongs to my nephew. He built it 2 years ago but sadly passed away from a sudden illness last year. His wife remarried soon after, leaving only my poor nephew behind. Since last year, he has been relying on the kindness of others to get by. In truth, this child had always lived with him, but his family was large and not well off. Several daughters-in-law had strong opinions about him raising that child. If you give me this money, I will go to town to buy food for him. If it's convenient for you, it would be better to exchange it directly for food." Okay. Yang Wei helped him exchange the money for food based on the grain prices. This year's grain was indeed expensive. By the end of the year, fine grain had risen to 200 coins per dough, and coarse grain was 100 coins per dough. In the end, Yang Wei gave him 5 dough of coarse grain and half a dough of fine grain. Village Chief Chen and his group carried the grain away. The villagers he had brought out earlier said enviously, "Village Chief, these outsiders are really wealthy." Others nodded in agreement. With so many carts, just look at the depth of the tracks to know they are fully loaded. They meant no harm. They were simply envious. The group had nearly 30 strong men, each looking like they could match 3 of them, so they didn't dare to think ill of them. After Village Chief Chen and the others left, Yang Wei and his team closed the courtyard gate. Following their usual routine, they began to assign sleeping arrangements for the night, organize people to start the fire for cooking, boil water for washing, and take care of the horses, all in an orderly manner. A worker from Yang Wei's agency climbed into a cart and took out a large piece of pork weighing 20 pounds from a barrel to thaw. He also took some dried mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and a few heads of cabbage, as well as 7 or 8 large radishes to prepare the filling. Everyone else was busy, and the central room in the courtyard was cleaned up the fastest. Lu Songli, Yang Wei, Xie Zhan, and the 3 Qin brothers were all present. Xie Zhan frowned and said, "The Qinglong stronghold is indeed a problem." Yes, they had known about the Qinglong stronghold before entering the village. After Zhou De took half the group north to support Qin Yan, the remaining half was led by Deputy Captain Hu Guangzong. They were all cavalry and skilled riders, and it would be a waste to use them just as bodyguards like Yang Wei's agency. So after discussing with Lu Songli and the 3 Qin brothers, they decided to use them as scouts to enhance their awareness of danger. The effect was immediate. They had gathered quite a bit of information about the Qinglong stronghold 2 days prior. Qin Heng pointed out, "Songshan is too large. No matter which route we take, we can't avoid the Qinglong stronghold. Since we can't avoid it, we must face it head-on." Lu Songli set the tone and attitude towards the Qinglong stronghold. She felt that as soon as they entered Qingxi village, they had already been exposed. While other villages might not notice, Qingxi village and He Valley village were at the ends of the hunting ground for Qinglong Zhai, so they must have their spies. With so many carts loaded with supplies, they looked like a big target to Qinglong Zhai. Yang Wei sighed, knowing this would happen. However, carrying such abundant supplies allowed them to travel comfortably. Since they enjoyed the benefits of these resources, they couldn't complain about the drawbacks. Lu Songli always focused on solving problems as they arose, without much to say otherwise. The opposing band had over 200 strong men. Even if they seemed tough, the tempting resources would make them want to take a bite. With a little planning, they could push through, but there would definitely be casualties, which was not her intention. While they were busy, a young man from the agency came to report that someone was knocking at the door. They exchanged glances and decided to discuss it after dinner, as their absence could raise suspicion. The village chief's wife, Chen Pozi, brought a 7- or 8-year-old boy to thank them. The boy had a stubborn expression and seemed a bit unruly, staring intently at the Qin brothers and the soldiers.
You are good people.
The heavy snow makes the roads hard to travel. You should take a detour. Lu Songli understood she was hinting at something. After Yang Wei thanked her for her kindness, he gave the boy 2 steamed buns. At that moment, Lu Mingji quietly approached her and said, "Second sister, there will be heavy snow in the next 2 days. Let's stay in Qingxi village for a bit longer." Lu Songli nodded. "Okay, I understand. I will make arrangements." Traveling in heavy snow outdoors was not only difficult, but also dangerous. During this time, whenever rain or snow was expected, Lu Mingji would inform them in advance, helping them avoid many troubles and save time. Qin Heng had privately praised him more than once for his good studies and useful knowledge. Lu Songli shared this with everyone, and then Yang Wei arranged for a few people to bring ladders to clear the snow from the roof. Those who were free helped make dumplings. While Yang Wei and the others were shoveling snow, they saw village chief Chun leading people to clear the snow from their own roof and greeted him from a distance. "Village Chief Chun, are you clearing snow?" Village Chief Chun nodded. "Yes, if we don't clear the snow, it could damage the roof." They were already cleaning up just now, but when these outsiders came in, it startled the villagers and everyone stopped their work. Yang Wei noticed that after they finished sweeping the village chief's house, they moved on to the next one, still with the same group. He quickly understood that they planned to clear the snow house by house. "Village Chief Chun, it's getting dark. Why don't you arrange for more people?" Village Chief Chun smiled wryly. These nobles from Chang'an didn't understand how hard life was for the common people. It wasn't that he didn't want to arrange more help. However, warm clothing was expensive and hard to come by. In Qingxi village, it was already good if each household could gather 2 complete sets of winter clothes. Usually, the only or one of the 2 sets of winter clothes was worn by the person who had to go out, while the other stayed in bed to stay warm. Recently, with heavy snow, they had to clear it every day, or they worried the roofs would collapse. So he required each household to send one person, preferably a young and agile person, to take turns clearing the snow. After understanding the situation, Yang Wei went to help village chief Chun. After all, dinner wasn't ready yet. While helping, he inquired about the situation in Qinglong Zhai. Village chief Chun didn't hide. Recently, with heavy snow, they had to clear it every day, or they worried the roofs would collapse. So he required each household to send one person, preferably a young and agile person, to take turns clearing the snow. During dinner, the Lu siblings somehow ended up sitting close together. "Second sister, this is good," Lu Mingji exclaimed, then quickly covered his mouth. He had let something slip. The workers paused with their dumplings. One even dropped the dumpling he was holding after hearing that. They wished they could cover their ears. How could they hear this? Faced with the subtle gazes around them, the workers didn't dare to move, unsure whether to eat the dumplings or not. They had already noticed the siblings looked alike and had tried to ignore it, wishing they could pretend to be blind. But every day their understanding was being challenged. Today he had actually shouted it out loud. What should they do now? This job was too difficult. It was really putting them in a tough spot, they thought. Lu Songli was speechless at her foolish brother. She put down her chopsticks, and everyone turned to look at her. The workers were extremely nervous. Lu Songli smiled reassuringly at them. "Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. I believe you all have noticed something over the past few days. We won't hide anything today. You heard correctly. This is my brother, Lu Mingji, next to me. Those 2 are Lu Erxi and Mo Bing. They were hired by the Yang Wei agency to go to Pingzhou for business. Since they are passing by, they are kindly looking after us." Lu Songli felt that stability within the group was very important at this moment. Honesty is always the best policy. Now that there has been a little incident, if they are unwilling to share the truth, how can they gain the trust of these escorts? I want to be honest with everyone. First, we are not enemies. We have a common goal, to safely reach Pingzhou. We have no conflicts or interests with you, right? So, I believe there is no need for us to be suspicious or to act against each other. Furthermore, with a strong enemy, Qinglong Zhai, nearby, We should unite and be friendly, facing the outside together. What do you think? The escorts looked at each other and nodded, agreeing with her words. Her message was clear. If you don't cause trouble, everything will be fine, because harming you would bring us no benefit. With a strong enemy nearby, if you don't listen and create discord, don't blame us for being unfriendly. Qin, Madam Lu, we understand. After dinner, Lu Songli, Xie Zhan, Yang Wei, Lu Mingzhi, and the Qin brothers, Qin Heng and Qin Zhao, gathered again in the main room. Qin Sheng was not present. He was skilled in reconnaissance. After the revelation, he went with Hu Guangxong's team to scout Qinglong Zhai, as suggested by Qin Heng. It was now completely dark. There were no candles or oil lamps. In the center of the room, a fire was lit, and everyone sat around it. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory. The importance of information is clear. After learning about Qinglong Zhai's existence, Lu Songli suggested that Hu Guangxong gather information related to it. Along with the news she heard from the villagers of Qingxi village today, Lu Songli compiled a summary. Qinglong Zhai has about 400 people, with just over 200 young and strong. There is usually one leader and 4 heads. Additionally, the main leader, Qiu Hai, has a trusted aide. These 6 manage the large Qinglong Zhai. Qinglong Zhai is often besieged. Whenever the leaders suffer losses, new ones are promoted to take their place. Each time they are attacked, the leader always manages to escape. Hence, there is a saying in this area about Qinglong Zhai, a solid leader with ever-changing heads. Yang Wei summarized the news he had gathered today along with the previous information. Qin Zhao hissed, with over 200 strong men, we really can't confront them directly. It seems that Qiu Hai has some luck on his side. Xie Zhan, a government official, focused on Qiu Hai, who had slipped through their grasp. Lu Songli's attention was on Qiu Hai's unremarkable confidant. She didn't believe that Qiu Hai's escapes were purely due to luck. Some luck is actually the result of careful planning. Do you think that since Qinglong village knows we are staying in Qingxi village, they might come to surround us tonight? They probably won't. In the past 2 or 3 years, they have never failed in their raids. With heavy snow coming in the next 2 days, they are likely confident that we can't escape. Why would they attack in such harsh conditions? This heavy snowfall bought them 2 days of time. However, we need to strengthen our vigilance tonight. Most importantly, they needed to come up with a good plan in the next 2 days as time was tight. Everyone can share their ideas. Let's brainstorm together. Lu Songli asked the thoughtful Qin Heng, elder brother, do you have any thoughts? I am considering what you said before, to unite all possible forces for our goal. Since we can't confront Qinglong village directly, can we unite with the villages that have been harmed? Qin Heng replied. In the past, when he was in the northern region, he had soldiers and could easily deal with the bandits causing trouble. This was the first time he faced a situation with so few troops against a powerful bandit group. That's a good idea, Lu Songli said, pleased he thought of this. But the villagers around here won't work. Not to mention, if there are spies among them, we don't have enough time to mobilize them. Qin Heng replied, yes, I thought of that too. At this point, Qin Zhao said, actually, the best option would be to cooperate with the government. They follow orders well, making it easier to coordinate. The villagers could make some noise to boost morale or charge in briefly to help clean up the battlefield. Yang Wei added, yes, yes. If we can convince the government to send troops to eliminate the bandits while they are busy, we can sneak away. Lu Mingzhi looked at him strangely, wondering if he was really that sly. Yang Wei looked back at him confidently and said, if a child dies, it doesn't affect me, do you understand? Everyone agreed with Qin Zhao's opinion, but they had no connection with the local government in Yanzhou. Lu Songli looked at the thin documents in her hand, frowning slightly. The time was too short, and the information they gathered was superficial and incomplete. However, they did have some gains. Mingzhi, do you remember Zhang Xian? Lu Mingzhi was suddenly called out. After thinking seriously about his sister's question, he finally recalled where he had heard that name. Isn't he the one Dad mentioned at Hongxing restaurant when he criticized Inspector Manhwa? Lu Songli nodded. That's him. The area they were in was governed by Tunghua County in Yanzhou. The current county magistrate of Tunghua County was none other than Zhang Xian. However, Zhang Xian could only be referred to as a former student of Yan Hua. Years ago, after Yan Hua took Zhang Xian under his wing, he pressured him to marry his daughter. But Zhang Xian already had someone he loved and, being very talented and somewhat arrogant, he refused his mentor's request. Later, Zhang Xian was assigned to a remote and impoverished county at the edge of the Great Li. No matter what achievements he made, Yan Hua used his influence to keep him in check. It could be said that they had become enemies by this point. As a result, Zhang Xian spent several years in that border county until 2 or 3 years ago when he finally achieved something significant. Yan Hua could no longer suppress him, so he was transferred elsewhere, but it was just a lateral move. Lu Songli was surprised to find out that Zhang Xian was assigned to Tunghua County in Yanzhou. Tunghua County could be considered the heart of the Great Li, and being an official there would make it easier to achieve results compared to a poor border county. However, Zhang Xian might not have realized that Tunghua County harbored the troublesome Qinglong village. Lu Songli thought that Zhang Xian could be worth reaching out to. Surely, the presence of Qinglong village would be a headache for him as well. Now that both sides were connected, if there was a feasible plan, he should not refuse to cooperate. Moreover, if they could completely eliminate Qinglong village, it would also be a significant achievement for him as the county magistrate. Lu Songli first introduced what she knew about Zhang Xian's background and then shared her plans. Zhang Xian's background made Yang Wei shake his head, saying, "Tsk, you officials really have dark hearts." Everyone present pretended not to hear him. Qinheng said, "Let's write him a letter first and see how he responds." Lu Songli also had similar thoughts. Although they had never met, Yan Hua was on the burial list of Emperor Kongcheng. Lu Songli guessed that if Zhang Xian knew this news, he would likely have a good impression of their Lu family. The key question was how to deliver the letter to him. Zhang Xian was now a county leader, not someone an ordinary person could meet easily. Moreover, if a regular person delivered the letter, how could they gain his trust? Lu Songli felt a bit worried. "After you finish the letter, give it to me, and I will have someone deliver it to him," said Qinheng. The Qin family had been influential for many years and had some connections. Also, many soldiers returning from the northern border had taken up local jobs. "Okay, big brother, I'll leave the rest to you." "This letter cannot be written by the sixth sister-in-law," Qin Zhao quickly said. "That's right," Lu Songli smiled. "Mingji, you do it." Lu Songli knew that such a letter would reveal their identities. At this moment, she was just a fugitive and wouldn't be concerned or capable of ensuring their safe passage across Songshan. Qin Zhao nodded. "Mingji can write this letter. It makes sense for him to do so." Thus, the letter, dictated by Lu Songli and written by Lu Mingji, was completed in about 15 minutes. After finishing, Lu Mingji nervously said, "Second sister, you must send a letter to our father later to explain that the promise to Zhang Xian was your idea. I was just writing it down. It has nothing to do with me." No wonder Lu Mingji was anxious, mainly because Lu Songli had casually made a promise in the letter, which also created a problem for their father far away in Chang'an. Lu Songli patted his arm. "Don't worry, Dad won't blame you. After all, isn't it the role of a parent to clean up after their children?" In Chang'an City, Lu family Achu Lu Disheng, who was reading, sneezed twice. Jiangshi paused her sewing and looked at him suspiciously. "Are you catching a cold?" Lu Disheng waved his hand. "I'm not cold. I usually dress warmly. Our room isn't cold either." He thought to himself that some old fool or mischievous kid must be thinking about him, trying to figure out who was most likely to be concerned about Grandpa Lu. Jiangshi touched the back of his hand and found it warm. Once she confirmed he wasn't cold, her thoughts shifted to something else. "I wonder where our daughter and son-in-law are now." Upon hearing this, Lu Disheng lost interest in reading. "Let me take a look," he said. Lu Disheng brought out a map and calculated a bit, pointing to Luoyang on the map. "At this pace, we should have reached Luoyang by now." Jiangshi leaned in to look at the map. The route from Chang'an to Pingzhou was marked with a crooked red line by her husband. Her gaze fell on the spot he was pointing to. "Have we covered about a third of the distance?" About that, Lu Disheng replied. This year, during the new year, it was just the two of them and their eldest son's family. It was the least crowded year for the Lu family and the quietest in many years. Although their eldest daughter, Lu Songyun, returned with her husband and 3 grandchildren on the second day of the new year and stayed for a night, they still worried about their younger son and daughter, who were away. Be discreet for a while, Jiang Shi advised him. The new emperor had promoted a capable official who is now competing with the 4 regents, making the court quite lively. Their Lu family could not afford to get involved. Lu Disheng felt wronged. Hadn't he been discreet enough? He avoided showing up unless absolutely necessary, and even when he did attend court, he kept silent, becoming like a mute. Just be careful. We shouldn't draw attention, Jiang Shi said. With their daughter away, if he accidentally stood out, he could be targeted. It was better to lay low for now and wait until they could leave Chang'an. If you're feeling restless, help our eldest son. He's been looking worn out lately, Jiang Shi suggested. They had already started selling off some family properties when they planned to move northeast, mainly land, shops, and farms around Chang'an, and had entrusted their eldest son to handle these matters. Recently, their daughter-in-law had been quite silent about their decision to move the whole family away from Chang'an. Jiang Shi understood that she was reluctant to leave her family behind. Once they left, it would be far away, as Pingzhou was over 3,000 miles from Chang'an. She encouraged her husband to assist their son, hoping he could find time to comfort his wife. People have different thoughts and feelings. When their eldest daughter visited on the second day of the new year, she secretly told her that her in-laws were also considering leaving Chang'an but wanted to wait for her uncle Xie Zhan to return to assess the situation in Pingzhou before making a decision. They had already started quietly gathering their assets. Chang'an had become very unstable lately, so it was no surprise they were having such thoughts. Don't help. And don't worry too much about him. It's normal for men to face challenges and get tired outside. Isn't he tired in the court? Walking on thin ice. Not only is his body tired, but his heart is too. Lu Disheng is now using his eldest son without any mercy. After he kicked his younger son out, all his attention turned to his eldest son, Lu Ziyuan. At first glance, the eldest son seems fine, just with a few small flaws. He's not very smart, stubborn, and easily influenced. Thinking back to when the eldest and eldest daughter were born, the family was not well off. He probably didn't get good nutrition while his wife was pregnant, which might be why these 2 children were not very bright. With this background, the small flaws in the eldest son seem more understandable. If the eldest daughter-in-law had good ideas and the eldest son listened to her, that would be fine. But the problem is, the eldest daughter-in-law is not someone who can make decisions either. Once Lu Disheng realized this, he started thinking about some things. He will eventually grow old and pass away. The thought of not having taught his eldest son well before he dies worries him. After he's gone, with no elders around, if his eldest son becomes the oldest elder, what if he causes trouble for his grandson Lu Xiao or brings problems to his daughter and younger son? Just thinking about this makes him restless as a father. So, he decided things couldn't continue like this. Since he has time now, he will focus on training his eldest son. In fact, both he as a father and Lu Xiao as a son are willing to rely on each other, as long as they understand their own strengths and weaknesses and don't cause too much trouble. Therefore, he has recently been sending his eldest son out to gain experience. He doesn't expect much from him, just hopes he understands that life is tough and that he has average abilities. Lu Ziyuan. Dad, you really are a good father. Yenzhou, Tunghua County, County Office. Zhang Xian looked in the mirror, noticing the gray hairs at his temples, feeling a sense of sadness. He's only in his early 30s, yet he already has gray hairs. Unfortunately, he has been in office for over 10 years and is still just a county official with a salary of 500 stones. His career is not going well. He remembers when he first started, a blind man passed through their village. His parents, feeling sorry for him, gave him a bowl of plain rice. After eating, the blind man looked at him and said he was talented and would succeed in his career through his writing. He smiled modestly at that time. The blind man then added that it was a pity he was destined to face difficulties and would struggle for many years before finding a turning point after reaching 30. On the year of the Jiazi, he encountered a noble person. If he received their help, his career would begin to go smoothly. The person claimed to be Wu Daozi and left after speaking. At the time, he did not take their words seriously and just smiled, not expecting that his career would indeed unfold as they said. When he later tried to find the person again, he had no way to do so. He reached up and pulled out a white hair from his temple. Just then, his wife, Zhang, entered with a bowl in her hands, gently saying, "You've been coughing a bit these past few days. I made some pear water for you. Would you like to drink a bowl?" He stepped forward to take it, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." His wife was gentle and kind. Over the years, while he served in the farthest border of Dali, she had always been by his side, never complaining about hardship. He cherished her deeply. At that moment, his trusted aide, Yan Liang, knocked on the door. He looked up at the darkening sky, knowing that his aide's visit meant there was important business to discuss. This was not the right place for such a conversation, so he planned to move to the study with Yan Liang. His wife handed him the pear water, and he drank it all in one go. Before leaving, he told her to rest early and not to wait for him. On the way, Zhang learned that Yan Liang had brought a letter for him. It was from Lu Mingji, the son of the censor Lu Dishing, who had sent someone to deliver it. Zhang was surprised and inquired further, discovering that Lu Mingji had arrived in Yanzhou, currently staying in Qingxi village. This meant he was in Zhang's territory, and Zhang wondered what the matter could be. If it was not difficult, he would help him. Lu Songli was right. Zhang had a good impression of the Lu family. Over the years, Zhang had kept an eye on the happenings in Chang'an and knew that Lu Dishing was favored, being a close minister to the emperor and holding power over Yan Hua in the censorate. Hearing about Yan Hua's setbacks in front of Lu Dishing was one of the few comforts he had while serving in the border counties. The night he learned that Yan Hua had been ordered to be buried alongside the emperor, he got drunk. He also knew the angry words Yan Hua had shouted and suspected that Yan Hua had become a scapegoat for Lu Dishing. In fact, among the ministers buried with the emperor, 2 were likely Lu Dishing's scapegoats. Zhang greatly admired Lu Dishing. He was a self-made man, without family support or help from his wife's family, yet he thrived in the court. Everyone thought he would meet a bad end, and Zhang had believed that too in the past. The treacherous minister is doomed now that Emperor Kongcheng is gone. I never expected that after Emperor Kongcheng's death, with a special pardon in hand, he would still leave behind a will. Despite many ministers being taken away by Emperor Kongcheng, he is still living well, though not as comfortably as before. Zhang Xian brought Yan Liang to the study, where Yan Liang presented a letter with both hands. Zhang Xian quickly focused on the envelope, which read to Uncle Zhang Xian in bold letters, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He opened the letter and skimmed through it, understanding its purpose. Then he read it carefully a second time. After finishing the second read, Zhang Xian sighed and smiled gently. As expected from Lord Lu's son, the letter was well written, balancing formality and emotion. It flowed smoothly, making it easy for the recipient to feel comfortable, whether it was about building a relationship or asking for help. Yan Liang was puzzled by Zhang Xian's reaction. "Take a look," Zhang Xian said, handing him the letter. He pointed to the first paragraph. "Uncle Zhang, my dear nephew sends his regards. I have often heard my father mention your name." He highlighted the compliments that referenced his early characteristics, which served to establish his identity and gain trust. "My father often reminisces about your charm during the fragrant osmanthus season. I wonder if you still possess that grace?" This was pure flattery, and Zhang Xian smiled at it. Lu Songli established their relationship as elder and younger right from the start. She referenced her father's praise of Zhang Xian to strengthen their bond. Given her father's close ties to the emperor and his long-standing honor, his acknowledgement would not offend Zhang Xian. Instead, it would affirm him. Everyone desires recognition and praise. Next, she expressed regret about Zhang Xian's talents being overlooked, mentioning the unfortunate fate of his former mentor, Yan Hua, who was also taken away after Emperor Zong's passing. Each word made it clear that this nephew fully supported Uncle Zhang. Zhang Xian felt pleased when he read this. He had left Chang'an at the age of 20, and if Lu Disheng wasn't genuinely concerned about him, a child of Lu Mingji's age wouldn't know his strengths and background so well. For example, his eldest son, Lu Disheng, was much more famous than him, yet his son didn't know much about him either. Moreover, he had always been reluctant to talk about his experiences in the border counties. Apart from his trusted elder, not many in the county office knew the details. This part served as proof of his identity. Look at this part. My father often said that one day, Uncle Zhang will be able to return to Chang'an, the center of political power, through his own abilities. Uncle Zhang might as well write to him. My father would be very happy to receive your letter. I will also tell my father about our chance meeting in Yanzhou. This strongly suggests that as long as he connects with Lu Disheng, the other party will surely help him. However, it is subtly implied, leaving it to the smart ones to understand. Then the tone shifted as he described the difficulties he was currently facing and immediately mentioned what he planned to do next, asking if the other party could send troops to assist him. Look at how he phrased it. If my uncle thinks I am still useful, please send a reply. I will send a detailed plan shortly. If Uncle Zhang finds my childish antics unworthy, could you provide us with a little help, such as any information the government has gathered about Qinglong Zhai? I would be very grateful and look forward to your reply. Hearing this explanation, Yan Liang nodded. This letter is indeed well written. It was substantial. Although they had never met, this letter could gain the trust of Lord Zhang, which was impressive. What if I told you that the writer of this letter is only 14 or 15 years old? Zhang Xian added. Yan Liang was surprised. This letter was written by a teenager? He couldn't help but say, are children raised in Chang'an this capable? Zhang Xian thought to himself, yes, are children from Chang'an really that impressive? He considered that his eldest son was also 14, and while he was somewhat sensible, he was still quite inexperienced when it came to handling matters. His gaze returned to the letter. Overall, the warmth and compliments expressed were sincere and genuine. The requests made at the end, as if from a younger relative, were not at all off-putting. Not to mention what the other party wanted to do was also what he desired. If the other party could indeed come up with a plan to completely eliminate Qinglong Zhai, it would be worth a try. What do you think? Zhang Xian asked his trusted advisor. How about I go meet them first, see their plans, and then we can discuss? Yan Liang suggested. At that moment, Zhang Xian suddenly remembered the words of the blind fortune-teller who called himself Wu Daozi when he first started his career. After establishing himself, he would encounter a noble person who would help him succeed. Zhang Xian felt a spark of inspiration. The Lu family seemed to resemble the noble person the fortune-teller had mentioned. Not to mention that completely eliminating the Qinglong stronghold would be a significant achievement. Even if he couldn't rise immediately, without the Qinglong stronghold as a threat, he believed that Tonghua County would soon flourish under his governance, creating a stable and harmonious environment. With impressive results, if someone in the court helped him, promotion would be just around the corner. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and decided to take this seriously. No, it's better to be prepared. We need to get our forces ready. This must be kept secret, and we should carefully select those who will carry out the task. For uncertain personnel, it's better to be cautious than to be reckless. We must prevent any leaks. If they really presented a concrete plan, he would cooperate. He had already faced failures in previous bandit suppression efforts, so one more attempt wouldn't hurt. What if it succeeded? Songshan, Qinglong's stronghold on the 5th day of the new year, the bandits were joyfully holding a feast to welcome the god of wealth. Snow was falling from the sky, but it didn't dampen their spirits. After receiving toasts from the leaders and brothers, Qiu Hai raised a cup to Xuesu, saying, "Thanks to your wisdom, our Qinglong stronghold has grown over the years. In the new year, may we continue to thrive." The old man, Xuesu, smiled and drank. At that moment, someone brought good news. Chief, the informant from Qingxi village reported that a fat sheep has arrived in their village. A convoy with over a dozen carts filled with goods is coming. Upon hearing this, Everyone's attention turned to the messenger with keen interest. What kind of people are in this convoy? Mainly wealthy merchants and their hired bodyguards. The bandits' eyes lit up at the mention of wealthy merchants. The 4 leaders under the chief were eager to act. Besides that, there's also a guard and 4 officials responsible for escorting some prisoners to Pingzhou. Xie Zhan sensed something was off. Why were there officials and prisoners involved? This wasn't the season for transporting prisoners. Do you know how many prisoners there are and what their identities are? He asked, sensing that these exiles must have a special identity. The time is too short to find out. All I know is that 3 young men are in shackles. Xie felt something was off. Why would 4 guards be needed to just 3 young men? They weren't told that these 3 young men seemed quite lively, unlike the usual exiles who were thin and worn out. Moreover, it was clear that these exiles hadn't taken good care of their hair and beards, but if one looked closely, they appeared relatively clean. Unfortunately, their guard was just a villager and didn't notice these details. Xie and Qiu Hai suggested, "Boss, our camp is quite wealthy right now and we have enough food and supplies. Why not let them go?" Before Qiu Hai could respond, some of the other leaders couldn't help but speak up. The second in command said first, "Mr. Xue, you are mistaken. Our Qinglong camp is well fed, but good opportunities are rare. The lean months of March and April are coming. We need to prepare." Xue replied, "I just think these people are a bit special. It's better to be cautious." The third in command chimed in, "What are you afraid of? As they say, fortune favors the bold. We are bandits, after all. We deal with dangerous work, so why be scared?" The fourth in command said casually, "Exactly, they're just a few guards and officers. Why should Mr. Xue be afraid? Mr. Xue is just too timid. He often advises against us taking risks," joked the fifth in command, though his dissatisfaction was still evident. Besides, these exiles are indeed quite unusual, particularly because they lack strength. Think about it, those with ability would choose to be exiled in warmer weather. Being sent away now means they had no choice or were likely disliked by their superiors, possibly even meant to perish on the way. Should we really be afraid of such people? The camp leader, Qiu Hai, said, "Everyone be quiet. Do not speak disrespectfully to Mr. Xue." After saying this, he turned to Xue and added, "Mr. Xue, please don't take offense. I know that both you and the brothers are thinking of the Qinglong camp." Xue smiled. "I understand, boss. As for this group,"
Gu Hai ponder.
At that moment, some of the brothers below began to cheer at the leader's signal. "Boss, let's do it. This is our first job of the year. If we succeed, it will mean a prosperous year for Qinglong camp. Right? No risk, no gain. Let's go for it. Well, if there's a fat sheep passing by, why not catch it? We are the strongest bandits in the Songshan area. Not just fat sheep. Even a fly that tries to pass over our mountain will lose a leg. Our Qinglong village only robs for money, not levs. If they encounter such good bandits like us, they must be blessed by their ancestors, hurrah." Xue chose to remain silent. "These young ones are really arrogant. Be careful, if you don't catch the fat sheep, someone might bite back." He thought to himself that he couldn't stay in Qinglong village any longer. Overconfidence leads to failure. Even if they got lucky this time, their work was dangerous, and being so reckless could cost them dearly. Faced with so many brothers eager to fight, Qiu Hai felt stuck. He had doubts because of Xue's words. But if he refused now, it would hurt morale, and if he agreed with Xue, it would damage his authority as the leader, making it hard to lead the group. He raised his hand to calm the restless brothers, saying, "No rush, it's snowing heavily outside. Let's keep drinking and eating meat." In the past, they avoided dealing with officials and prisoners for 2 main reasons. One was the identity of the officials, and the second was that robbing them wouldn't yield much profit. Now that there was a need to act, it didn't matter. They didn't want to take lives anyway, so it should be fine. His words seemed to boost morale, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Yes, let's drink and eat meat. This will make them lower their guard. Once the snow stops or lightens, we will strike immediately and catch them off guard."
Ha ha ha.
Late at night, Liang, wrapped in thick winter clothes, with a white cloth draped over him, walked through the vast, snowy wilderness. When he was finally led by Qinsheng to avoid the patrols of Qinglong village and brought to the courtyard in Qingxi village where they were staying, he suddenly felt confident about their plan to attack Qinglong village. When Liang first met Lu Mingji, he praised him repeatedly. What could Lu Mingji do? He could only show an awkward yet polite smile. Liang brought all the information the officials had collected about Qinglong village. He told them that Qinglong village was quite cunning. They had tried to lure them out with tricks but had failed each time. The village leader, Qiu Hai, was very cautious and sly. As soon as he sensed something was off, he would retreat into the village and send others out to carry out tasks, like a turtle hiding in its shell. This meant that every time they tried to eliminate the bandits, they couldn't finish the job, and over time, the bandits grew stronger again. After the siege of Qinglong village, the follow-up battle plan was discussed by the three Qin brothers, Xie Zhan, Yang Wei, and Liang, without Lu Songli's involvement. Qinglong village relied mainly on internal support and geographical advantages. She had already brought in help. Qin Hang and Qin Zhao were experienced generals. She believed they could handle the rest without any issues. Additionally, Qin's mother was ill and needed her care. They needed to be cautious of an old man named Xue Su, who had appeared beside Qiu Hai 3 years ago. Qiu Hai, the leader of Qinglong village, was quite bold and willing to take risks, often saying that wealth comes from danger. The change in Qinglong village's style began 3 years ago, but Lu Songli felt that while circumstances can change, a person's nature is hard to alter. Qiu Hai was fundamentally a gambler, and after 3 years of success, his suppressed nature might become even more pronounced. Lu Songli was certain he would take action this time. On the first day, after Chen Pozi brought her grandson to thank them, she returned the next day with 2 bundles of dried vegetables. She subtly urged them to turn back and take another route, suggesting that it was better to make some effort than to lose everything. What a kind person. Lu Songli just smiled and changed the subject, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Later, when Chen Pozi learned that Qin's mother was ill, she asked about her condition and offered to send half a bowl of medicinal wine from her family's collection, claiming it would surely help Qin's mother recover. Lu Songli quickly declined the kind offer, saying that her mother-in-law had already taken medicine and would recover soon. Qin's mother had indeed taken medicine. When she fell ill, Lu Songli checked her pulse and confirmed it was an old ailment. She then took off a chicken wing wood bracelet, broke it open, and retrieved nearly 30 concentrated pills she had prepared for Qin's mother earlier. Fortunately, her mother-in-law had taken medicine for a while before. Otherwise, she might have fallen ill much earlier. However, Lu Songli said nothing about it. Qin Hang and Qin Zhao gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Sixth sister-in-law, you are really thoughtful." They understood that Qin's mother's health had deteriorated after being imprisoned and exiled over 1,000 miles. It was surprising that she had managed to hold on until now. They felt very grateful to Lu Songli. Her arrangements benefited them the most. Without her initial planning, they couldn't imagine what might have happened during the exile. In such conditions of scarcity, their mother might have also fallen ill. Children can get sick, right? And what happens when they do? If there's no money and no medicine to treat them. In such a harsh environment, if they fall ill, it seems that death is the only thing waiting for them. Unlike now, when everyone is safe, they know very well who to thank for this. Qinsheng looked at the beads on his left hand and curiously asked Lu Songli, "What's inside this?" Qinsheng could feel that the bracelet he was wearing was heavier than hers. It shouldn't be filled with pills, right? Your bracelet is full of gold beads. When she prepared it, she didn't know what would be useful later, so she just brought some gold beads and pills with her. Qinsheng touched it. No wonder it felt a bit heavy. Lu Songli had just thanked Granny Chen for her kindness when she noticed her great-grandson Chen Chong'an was staring at her. Lu Songli smiled at the child, acknowledging his gaze. Just then, the door was pushed open. Lu Songli looked up and saw Qinsheng returning, wearing a white fur vest with long pants and boots, looking very tall and elegant. With broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs, if he were holding a gun instead of a spore leg, he would look even more impressive. She still had a smile on her face, and her eyes showed clear admiration. Qingxi's gaze couldn't help but falter. He nodded to Granny Chen and set the spore leg aside. Is Mother feeling better? Yes, a bit better. Let's use this spore leg to make soup. I heard it's very nourishing.
Sure.
Mo Bing and the others brought a lot of supplies, but there was no fresh meat, only cured or frozen meats. Ever since Qin Sheng led Hu Guangzong's team for reconnaissance at Qinglong village, he always managed to bring back some fresh game. Today, it seems he caught a foolish spore bringing back a leg. Suddenly, Chen Chang'an spoke up. I know who's been informing Qinglong village about us. I can tell you. Lu Songli and Qin Sheng looked at him at the same time. Granny Chen quickly covered his mouth. What are you talking about, child? But Chen Chang'an didn't try to pull her hand away. Instead, he looked steadily at Lu Songli and the others, his eyes showing determination. This child is quite clever. Lu Songli bent down to meet his gaze. Child, why do you want to tell us? I know you want to deal with Qinglong village. I can help you. This child is only 8 years old, or he looks around 7 or 8.
How old are you?
Have you been to school? What do you want? The child used both hands to push away Grandma Chen's hand, looking straight into her eyes, and said firmly, I am 10 years old. I have read a little and I want to go with you. Why are you so determined, child? Grandma Chen lightly tapped his arm twice, but the child stubbornly did not flinch or cry out in pain. Lu Songli and Qin Sheng remained silent. After tapping the child, Grandma Chen, feeling a bit helpless, said to Lu Songli and Qin Sheng, this child has never been sensible. We don't know when he came up with this idea. Then she turned back to the child and said, you with no parents left, how can you not be more sensible? Even relatives may not accept you. No matter what Grandma Chen said, Chen Chang'an just kept looking at them. Lu Songli watched the scene and could see the fierce flame in the child's eyes and the light in his gaze. Although Grandma Chen and the village chief were the child's relatives, they never understood what he truly wanted. They just wanted him to survive, regardless of how he lived or if he faced hardships. They might even encourage him to endure silently during conflicts. Lu Songli could foresee that once the light in the child's eyes faded, he would become just another indifferent person, numb to everything. Lu Songli decided to give him and herself a chance. She spoke to him seriously. Child, you are 10 now. If you stay in Qingxi village for a few more years, you will grow up. You have family here, and your father left you 2 acres of land and a house. When you grow up, you can make your own decisions, and life will get better. This is a simple but stable path. Grandma Chen nodded in agreement, saying that this is how everyone has come through life. But if you come with us, you will take a different, unstable path. It will be hard and challenging, and there is even a chance of danger. Do you still want to come with us? I am not afraid. Chen Chang'an looked at her with determination. A 10-year-old child knows what he wants and is willing to work hard for it. He understands that effort leads to rewards rather than making demands without consideration. That's quite impressive. Lu Songli asked Qin Sheng, what do you think of this child's strength? Qin Sheng examined him and nodded, not bad. Lu Songli knew his standards were always high, so not bad meant he was really good. All right, is Grandma Chen and the village chief at home?
Can we talk to you?
She likes Chen Chang'an because he has a strong spirit. Even after facing many hardships in life, he has not lost his edge. As she read in a passage before, we live in this world not to let others dull our edges and make us fit in, but to continuously improve ourselves, strengthen ourselves, and create enough space for our uniqueness to thrive. At the foot of Songshan Mountain as night fell, Xuesu emerged from a small path with a small bundle on his back. He brushed off the snowflakes on his clothes, adjusted his hat, covered his face with a cloth, and walked forward calmly. He planned to leave quietly tonight, and by the time the people from Qinglong village noticed he was gone in the morning, he would be far away. Good evening, Mr. Xue. A clear voice rang out in the quiet, snowy night. Xuesu was startled. Was he ambushed? Who's there? His mind raced. Was this a chance encounter or a planned meeting? The fact that the person knew his surname suggested they were waiting for him on purpose. His heart sank. Who could have anticipated his plan and set a trap for him here? Following the voice, he saw a woman with her hair styled in a traditional way, wearing a white fox fur cloak, smiling at him. Beside her stood a handsome young man holding an umbrella for her. Around them, more than 10 cavalrymen with bows and arrows were positioned in a fan shape, aimed at him. Xie Zhan thought that if he made any wrong move, they could easily shoot him. Let's talk it out. There's no need for violence, he quickly said. Songli said, as the saying goes, the early duck knows the warmth of the spring river. Mr. Xie, you truly are the strategist of Qinglong village, with remarkable foresight. Indeed, the village leader Qiu Heining had escaped danger multiple times, thanks to skilled individuals behind him. Xie Zhan thought, no matter how skilled, you've still trapped him. I can't accept such praise. Are you two currently staying in Qingxi village? Songli praised, Mr. Xie is truly a clever person. Xie Zhan realized his initial instinct was correct. This group was indeed not simple. Are you two waiting here specifically for the old man? Xie Zhan asked cautiously. Yes, we're waiting for you. Please come with us to stay in Qingxi village for a couple of days. Xie Zhan's expression turned ugly, even worse than crying. Okay, he said. The way you hire people is quite unique. Actually, I'm just a minor character in Qinglong village, living off others. Could you two kind folks please let me go? Xie Zhan tried to plead. Songli laughed. Mr. Xie is too modest. Really, I'm just an old man, and I don't think I've done anything terrible. Songli replied, I believe you, Mr. Xie. Ever since you came to Tsongshan, there have been very few killings in Qinglong village over the past few years. The villagers nearby have had a tough time, but at least they haven't lost their lives. You're too kind, Xie Zhan said awkwardly, realizing that his plan to raise pigs had been seen through. We all know your contributions, but I'm afraid we can't let you go just yet. All right, if you don't mind keeping this old man for a couple of days, then I'll go back with you. He was quite sensible, knowing that Qinglong village had really gotten into trouble this time. Mr. Xie, I apologize, Hu Guangxong stepped forward and tied him up securely. Just then, a young deer suddenly jumped out from the side. Before anyone could react, Qingxi drew his bow and shot it. The deer fell slowly to the ground. Xie Zhan's eyes widened. He had lived on Tsongshan for 3 years, and although the leaders of Qinglong village often went hunting in the fall, they had never caught a deer. And now, in the middle of winter, there was a deer? Unbelievable. Xie Zhan kept glancing between Songli and Qingxi. His old friend often said he had a bit of luck, but he always thought his success was due to his carefulness. Yet, deep down, he sometimes felt proud of his fortune. But now, facing these two, he suddenly felt uncertain. Quick, who brought the water jug? While the deer is still warm, let's drain the blood. Deer blood is very nourishing. With the task done, and a big catch, several brothers couldn't help but gather around the deer to get busy. Songli smiled and said something to Qingxi. Qingxi walked over to them. Does anyone have rice? If you do, soak it in the deer blood, then dry it out later. When you want to eat, you can cook some porridge with the deer blood rice, so we won't waste any of it. When his wife suggested this method, he thought it wouldn't work. They were out for reconnaissance and patrol, not for fun. So, who would carry rice with them? Then he was proven wrong. Someone timidly raised their hand. 6th Master. I brought some, about 3 or 4 pounds. Before Qingxi could respond, his companions looked at him differently. I can understand if you brought some bread or snacks, but why bring rice? You can't eat it raw. That's not your concern. It's useful now, isn't it? All right, you're impressive. The brothers laughed and got busy. Soon, the deer blood was completely used, not a drop wasted. 6th Master, should I save this deer antler for you? Hu Guangxong whispered mischievously. Get lost. Who doesn't know this stuff is a big boost? I don't need it. Qingxi felt embarrassed to look at Songli. Songli heard this too. She held back her urge to tease her precious one. With so many people around, She was afraid he might get upset if she joked with him. Let's go back. Not long after Lu Songli and Qin Sheng returned, Qin Heng and Qin Zhao also came back with their people. Previously, Lu Songli had suspected that Xue Su might try to escape. After their analysis, they identified 3 possible routes he could take to wait for him. The 2 returned empty-handed and learned that Xue Su had indeed gone to the 6th brother and 6th sister-in-law's side, where he was successfully captured. At first, the 6th sister-in-law suggested he was most likely to take one specific route for them to focus on, but they didn't believe her, thinking all 3 routes were equally likely. They didn't expect her prediction to be right. Additionally, they heard they had hunted a deer. Recently, Qin Zhao had become numb to Qin Sheng's good luck. Whenever he went out, it was like visiting his mother-in-law's house. Something always seemed to come his way, whether he wanted it or not. Later, they roasted the deer meat to eat, with Xue Su and Shen Chong'an joining them. After they had eaten and drank enough, Lu Songli spoke up, "Mr. Xue, could you do us a favor?" Time was tight. The people from Qinglong village would discover Xue Su was missing early the next morning, so they needed to act fast. What kind of favor? Xue Su paused while drinking water. You probably guessed it. We want to completely eliminate Qinglong village, so we need to gather some information from you. Your help would be greatly appreciated. As for what information, it was obviously about the internal secrets of Qinglong village. Aren't you afraid I might give you false information? Lu Songli smiled and thought to herself, if you're not afraid of dying, you can certainly try. However, she said, isn't it unnecessary for you? Qinglong village is a place that has done many bad things. Even when you were there, it wasn't much better. Besides, you decided to leave Qinglong village, which means there must be something wrong with it. Lu Songli felt that since he had abandoned that place, he had no need to hide anything, right? Also, I see that Mr. Xue values his own life and is smart, so he wouldn't joke about his safety. The others thought, she really knows how to speak. What does she mean by valuing life? Clearly, Xue Su is just afraid of dying. We've learned something today. But Xue Su felt comfortable hearing that and immediately agreed. All right, since you all want to know, I'll share some stories as a way to thank you for this wonderful meal. The Qin brothers, Su Zheng, Yang Wei, and Zhang Xian were preparing to surround Qinglong village. Xue Su, who was invited to Qingxi village, asked Lu Songli, aren't you worried about them surrounding Qinglong village? Xue Su had good observation skills, and after one night, he had some guesses about these people's identities. Even though it was just one night, he noticed that Lu Songli had a significant voice among the men with decision-making power, almost like a strategist. This discovery amazed him. A woman could possess such wisdom? However, the respect those men had for her proved her capability and excellence. He knew that men were very practical. If she didn't have absolute strength and her decisions didn't benefit the group, they would never respect or trust her. I'm not worried. We've already made a detailed plan, and even if something unexpected happens, I believe in their ability to adapt. Young and willing to take risks, Lu Songli decided to let them grow. Mr. Xue, I'm quite curious about you. Why don't you tell us about your background? Lu Songli asked with a smile. While Lu Songli didn't focus on the attack on the village, she was busy leading people to help with the Qin village chief's home. For Xue Su, they assigned 2 young guards from the agency to watch him, but didn't restrict his freedom. However, Xue Su didn't go anywhere and just followed Lu Songli. During the journey of exile, Lu Songli truly experienced what it means to be in a sparsely populated area. After living in a land that once supported over 1 billion people, the current few million really felt sparse. In the past, winter deaths were rare in the new society, but in this era, they are quite common. It's possible that someone could freeze to death in their home overnight, or a homeless person could die in a corner of the street. Therefore, upon discovering that the Yanzhou area lacked the heated Kong beds for winter, Lu Songli decided to teach them how to make one. The only thought was to help them survive the winter as best as possible. When they were building the Kong at village chief Chen's home, many people from Qingxi village came to join in. With many hands, they worked together for almost the whole morning, and finally, the Kong was completed. Now, the Qin family was lighting a fire to dry it out. Taking this opportunity, Lu Songli helped check if the smoke was escaping properly through the pipes. At that moment, someone touched it and said, "Hey, this Kong is getting warm. It feels nice. Will it really work? Won't it be cold at night? I don't think it will work. People die in winter, right? What's the point of these outsiders messing around?" Some stubborn elders thought this way. Someone disagreed. "I believe as long as there's a fire, it will definitely work. It's warm now, isn't it?" Exactly. They're teaching us for free. Why not give it a try? Even if it's free, won't it waste food if it doesn't work? The elder scoffed. "Granny, are you really counting every penny like this? Let's just try it. If it doesn't work, we can take it apart. Even if we do, the bricks can still be used."
Right.
"We'll know after sleeping on it tonight." After checking, Lu Songli didn't say much in response to their doubts. They would find out after night. After saying goodbye to Old Lady Chen and Village Chief Chen, Lu Songli went back, with Chen Chang'an and Xue Su naturally following. After Lu Songli spoke with them, the Chen family had decided to let Chen Chang'an go with him. The Chen family was not hard to persuade. Among them, the ones who cared most for Chen Chang'an were probably Old Granny Chen and Village Chief Chen. They were reluctant to part with him, but the family had enough children. In 4 or 5 years, Chen Chang'an would need to marry and have children, which would all require money. With Lu Songli willing to provide 10 taels of silver for Chen Chang'an's upbringing, the Chen family quickly reached an agreement among themselves. It seems that Chen Chang'an has found a good path, and the Chen family wants her to take another child with her, but Lu Songli refused. First, this opportunity was earned by Chen Chang'an himself. He did well and deserves recognition. If she casually agrees to take another child, it would be unfair to him. Furthermore, she is not someone who helps others take care of children. When Lu Songli returned, Old Lady Chen followed her, wanting to spend more time with the child before they left. After returning, Old Lady Chen worriedly urged them to turn back and not take the road through Tonghua County. Xue Su also stayed behind, roasting peanuts by the fire. Hearing this, he glanced at Lu Songli with a hint of schadenfreude. Lu Songli replied, "Grandma, you don't need to worry about this. Before long, Qinglong Village will no longer exist. They definitely need to eliminate Qinglong Village. In a while, her parents and others will also take this road to Pingzhou. If they don't get rid of Qinglong Village and something happens to her family, she won't have anywhere to cry." Qin Sheng and the others are already taking action. Even if she reveals this information now, it won't hinder them. Old Lady Chen didn't believe it, saying, "Girl, how is that possible? Our Qinglong village in Songshan is very powerful. Even the officials can't do anything about them. Look, Qinglong village has existed in Songshan for over 10 years, which is proof." Nie Yunyang, holding her daughter, curiously asked, "Qinglong village has been around for so many years? Don't the county officials and higher authorities do anything about it?" "They do, but the bandits in Qinglong village are too strong. Throughout history, there have always been bandits and outlaws. Even the government struggles against them. They are like weeds. If you remove them this year, next year during a bad season, more people will turn to banditry and harm the village. Some common folks, unable to survive, have also gone to Songshan due to illness or poverty, and some farmers under the bandits' control live better than honest, hard-working villagers. Isn't it like wildfires that can't be completely extinguished, only to grow back with the spring breeze? From childhood to adulthood, from birth to death, the presence of bandits and outlaws has become a part of the common people's lives." Old Lady Chen's thoughts reflect those of most villagers in the area. Lu Songli knows that throughout history, banditry has always been a stubborn social issue. In some places, local officials even collude with bandits to exploit the common people. The situation is a bit mild. They will accept their respect, but this respect comes from the people's hard work. Even if the county officials or even the emperor changes, the bandit problem may ease but will never be completely resolved. Lu Songli said, "Have you never thought about living in a place without bandits?" Everyone turned to look at her, including Old Lady Chen, Chen Chang'an, Xue Su, and Nie Yunyang. "Is there really such a place?" Are you joking, madam? Faced with the expressions of disbelief from the crowd, Lu Songli fell silent. Great leaders in later years, before the establishment of the nation after the War of Resistance, sent troops to vigorously eliminate banditry. From the start of the revolution, these leaders showed zero tolerance for social issues like banditry, using strong measures to eradicate it. Therefore, Lu Songli believes there are no unsolvable problems, only people who do not want to solve them. If one wants to solve a problem, they will give their all from the beginning. If they do not want to solve it, even 100 years will be in vain. Qinglong Stronghold, we caught them. We caught the leader of Qinglong Stronghold. Drop your weapons. Why are you running? At this moment, Zhou Hai was already breathing heavily, and it wasn't long before he lost consciousness. In the end, all the bandits from Qinglong Stronghold were captured, tightly bound, using up a whole cart of rope to tie them up. The officials also arrived and were counting the numbers. The leaders felt like they had lost everything, with only one thought in their minds, regretting not listening to Mr. Xue. The three Qin brothers each took on their roles. Qin Heng assisted the officials in counting the numbers in the hall, Qin Zhao helped check the storerooms, and Qin Sheng led a team to patrol the entire stronghold to ensure no one escaped and to prevent any surprises. We struck gold. I didn't expect Qinglong Stronghold to be so wealthy. The brother in charge of counting was wide-eyed at the sight of the full storerooms. Others echoed, "Indeed, no one gets rich without unexpected gains." They had all earned merit in this battle, and after the incident, they would share in the rewards. The bandits. "Brothers, you took our words." The leaders. That phrase was exactly what they had said last night. No wonder it sounded familiar. Looking at their current situation as prisoners and recalling their arrogance from last night, they couldn't help but wish they could go back and give themselves a slap. Haha. The leader Qiu is right. Fortune indeed comes from taking risks. Upon hearing that the Qinglong Stronghold had been captured, Zhang Xian felt very pleased and immediately went up the mountain. When he met Qin Hang, Su Zhang, and others, he nodded at them friendly. He quickly noticed that all the bandits listed in the records were present, with not a single one missing. "My lord, you really made the right move this time," Yan Liang praised. The leaders thought. They were not convinced. Everyone took a gamble. Why did someone big while they ended up with nothing? The bandit said, "Please stop talking about fortune coming from risks. The person who said that is already gone." While patrolling a certain area of the back mountain, Qin Sheng tripped over a vine and stopped. The other brothers also paused and looked around, discovering something interesting. "Sixth Master, it seems there's a cave ahead?" Qin Sheng nodded. He noticed that under the vine was a small cave entrance, just big enough for one person to pass through at a time. "Let's go take a look." "Sixth Master, there are so many treasures inside." Once inside, Qin Sheng saw 2 rows of neatly arranged boxes. Upon opening them, he found gold, silver, and jewels, many of which were rare items. He waved, "Akun, come here. Go quietly tell my older brother and third brother about this and see how they want to handle it." Qin Hang and Qin Zhao were both experienced in military affairs and quickly organized the follow-up work. Zhang Xian was very satisfied. He noticed that the Qin brothers were not ordinary. They were handsome and carried themselves with grace. He had his suspicions but chose to remain unaware. Qin Zhao asked, "Lord Zhang, shall we take these with us?" "Yes, take them." Zhang Xian waved his hand in approval. This was previously agreed upon. If they could indeed eliminate the Qinglong Stronghold, he promised to share half of the loot with them, as they had put in effort to surround the bandit camp and incurred costs. He couldn't let them pay out of their own pockets. Moreover, his main goal was to eliminate the Qinglong Stronghold, so he wasn't too concerned about the accumulated wealth. Therefore, Zhang Xian allowed them to take a batch of goods directly from the stronghold storeroom. They struck it rich. Qin Zhao tried to suppress his smile. With a wave of his hand, the others began to take action. Zhang Xianju noticed that the batch of stolen goods taken by the other party was worth 1/3 of the total value of all the warehouse supplies, instead of the half they had previously agreed upon. Additionally, The items taken were of medium value, with the most valuable items, like gold and jewelry, mostly left behind. It was clear who those were meant for, and Zhang Xianju secretly admired the other party's thoroughness. Zhang Xianju instructed his trusted aide to take half of the goods, keeping most of the top-quality items for himself, leaving only a few lesser items to maintain appearances. Soon, Qinheng entered and said, "Sir Zhang, how about I have my men help you transport the goods down the mountain? After they leave, there wouldn't be much to do." "That sounds good." They needed to bring the prisoners down and transport the confiscated goods back to the county office, which was quite a task. When Xiao Kun found Qingzhou, he was in a good mood, but after hearing the report, he couldn't help but glance up at the sky several times. At the foot of the Tsongshan mountain, Lu Songli received the news and prepared to go up the mountain to take a look. Xue Su followed her. Lu Songli didn't mind them coming along. She would do what she needed to do. She openly considered bringing them under her wing. However, she understood that for a strategist like Xue Su, coercion and temptation would only work temporarily. If things went wrong, he might even turn against you. What truly encouraged him to assist willingly were like-minded partners. But as they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw Zhang Xianju escorting the bandits and goods down. They stepped aside to a spot where their remaining personnel were, just in time to see the officials carrying the head of Qiu Hai in front. Xue Su suddenly spoke. "Do you know what Qiu Hai often said?" Lu Songli replied, "Please tell us, Mr. Xue." He slowly uttered 5 words. "Fortune lies in risk." Both were clever individuals, and Lu Songli quickly understood. Mr. Xue does not agree with this saying. Xue Su remained silent, which confirmed it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run away when he sensed trouble. Mr. Xue is right, Lu Songli agreed with his approach. Fortune lies in risk, but it can also be lost in danger. When seeking, you may gain 1 in 10, but when losing, it's 9 in 10. A true man should avoid relying on luck. Xue Su repeated her words and nodded. It was indeed true. Just like Qiu Hai, he had gambled many times and always won, accumulating a vast fortune for Qinglong Zhai. But this time, he lost everything, including his life. In fact, seeking fortune through risk does not promote a gambler's mindset but advocates for a spirit of adventure. The gambler's mentality is knowing that risks exist but betting that they won't happen, or being aware that the chances of something occurring are very low yet still betting that it will happen. The spirit of adventure, on the other hand, involves preparing for unknown risks after eliminating all known or foreseeable dangers and being willing to take those unknown risks. In this situation, Qiu Hai and Zhang Xian were both taking risks. One clearly displayed a gambler's mentality, while the other showed a spirit of adventure. After Xiao Kun secretly reported the news to Qinheng quickly arranged for people to the officials down the mountain. Qingzhou sent people to follow Xiao Kun to the small cave, and when he saw the neatly arranged valuable items, he was speechless. He organized people to transport these boxes and, stepping outside, looked up at the sky, thinking he no longer wanted to express his envy and jealousy. He just wanted to ask heaven, "Do you need a son? How about me?" When Lu Songli and Xue Su arrived at the stronghold, Xue Su said he wanted to go back to his room to get something. Lu Songli had 2 brothers accompany him while she went directly to the main hall. At that moment, Qingzhou had just finished arranging all the valuables. There were also several boxes of books she had specifically requested, all retrieved from Qinglong's stronghold, which had been deemed useless and piled in a corner of the warehouse. Lu Songli looked over the spoils and couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, black on black makes money the fastest." This remark was accidentally overheard by Qin Sheng, who stared at the seized goods, lost in thought. At that moment, Qin Sheng discovered a new opportunity, a quick path to wealth. Later, whenever his wife faced funding shortages in her business ventures, he would lead troops to raid 1 or 2 strongholds, plundering their warehouses to bring back supplies. From then on, Qin Sheng excelled in the world of dark dealings. His name, General Qin Sheng, struck fear into various bandits and strongholds, making them tremble. At that time, the little old man Xue Su strolled over and said, I didn't expect you really took down Qinglong's stronghold. The leader Qiu Hai has a private treasury with many good items. Mr. Xue, is this what you mean? Qin Zhao stepped aside, allowing him to see the neatly arranged boxes. Xue Su looked at the familiar appearance of the boxes, his voice faltering. After a moment, he found his voice. How did you find that place? He remembered that Qiu Hai's private treasury was quite secretive. After he learned that the secret warehouse was accidentally discovered by Qin Sheng, he couldn't help but circle around him, thinking to himself, this kid has some luck. Originally, he wanted to use this secret to gain his freedom and maybe get some money. But now, that seemed impossible. So, he decided to follow them all the way to Pingzhou. Xue Su never owes anyone. Anyway, once he was out, he could easily find a place to stay. It was better to stick with them. Lu Disheng's daughter said she would deal with the mountain bandits, and he wanted to see how far they could go. Plus, he was very curious about their next steps. As dawn broke and the heavy snow finally stopped after 2 full days, news spread quickly that the officials had taken down Qinglong's stronghold, and Zhang Xian began interrogating the prisoners today. Villagers from Qingxi village and nearby areas rushed to the county town to witness the punishment of the bandits who had oppressed them for years. Lu Songli and her group were also preparing to set off. Early in the morning, Lu Songli asked Lu Mingji to write a letter to Zhang Xian at the county office. Lu Songli remembered her promise to introduce him to their father. With this letter, they should be able to connect smoothly. What Lu Songli didn't know was that just a few days after Zhang Xian received her letter, he wrote one to Songli. Songli was where he had previously been assigned and had managed for several years. The region of Dali was divided into 4 counties: Liaoxi, Liaodong, Xuantu, and Lelong, with Pingzhou as the main administrative center. The exiles were actually transferred in Xiangping, which was very close to Songli. When Lu Songli and her group set off from Qingxi village, countless villagers came out of their homes to send them off. They had already tested it, and the new heated Kong at Qin village really helped them get through the winter. A large Kong could accommodate many people, and as long as it was heated, even families with fewer members could stay warm through the night. They no longer had to wake up freezing like before. So, under Qin village chief's guidance, they prepared to build a Kong bed in every household. They remembered that Lu Songli had taught them this technique. That's why families with some extra food brought gifts to send them off. Additionally, Old Lady Qin suspected that the removal of Qinglong's stronghold was likely related to them, but she kept quiet about it. It was only much later that she mentioned it to the other women in the village. Lu Songli and the others knew that due to the presence of Qinglong Zhai, Qingxi village had never been wealthy. However, at that moment, the villagers were very eager to offer their help. They kept insisting that they didn't need any food and asked the visitors to take their supplies back home. But the villagers wouldn't listen. When the visitors refused, they simply placed the items on the cart. With no other choice, they accepted everything the villagers offered. Then, Lu Songli instructed someone to take 2 sacks of grain from the cart to give to village chief Chen, asking him to share it with the villagers who came to see them off. In this era, grain was always valuable, second only to gold. They had consumed a lot of food on their journey of over 1,000 miles. Fortunately, after capturing Qinglong Zhai, they had replenished their supplies, and now their entire group had enough food. Giving away 2 sacks of grain was no big deal. Lu Songli and her group left Qingxi village and Tunghua County. It could be said that they made a lasting impression on the people of Qingxi village. Later, when Lu Disheng and his group passed through Qingxi village, they learned that they were Lu Songli's parents, and they received excellent hospitality. That year, no one in Qingxi village died during the winter. Both the elderly and the children spent a safe and warm winter at home, thanks to the heated Kong beds. When the villagers realized this, they suddenly remembered what old Lady Chan had relayed about Lu Songli, saying that one day, the common people could live in a place free from banditry. Perhaps, one day, the world could truly be as she described. A seed of hope was planted in the hearts of the villagers. In truth, Lu Songli's original words were not like that at all, but in rural areas, stories often change as they are passed along. Later, When Qin led his troops to attack Yanzhou, he received a lot of covert support from the common people, allowing the campaign to advance much faster than expected. In Chang'an City, the Lu family one day, Lu Disheng received 2 letters delivered by the courier station. One letter was clearly written by his youngest son, which he set aside for later. The other letter, however, was from Zhang Xian, the magistrate of Tonghua County in Yanzhou. Lu Disheng thought for a moment and remembered Zhang Xian, a disciple of Yanhua who had caused him a lot of trouble. But why would he be writing to him? Also, the younger son is with the little girl. He sent a letter from Yanzhou, which means they have already arrived in Yanzhou, right? But if he's writing to him now, could it be that something serious has happened? Thinking about this possibility, Lu Disheng quickly opened Zhang Xian's letter. At the beginning of the letter, Zhang Xian praised Lu Mingji, saying he was a chip off the old block, showing his father's qualities at such a young age. Lu Disheng raised an eyebrow while holding the letter. Is this really about his younger son? It sounds a bit more like something his little girl would say. As he continued reading, he reached the part where Zhang Xian subtly mentioned needing his help with something. Lu Disheng. What does he need help with? His little son wouldn't have brought back trouble for his father, would he? When he opened his younger son's letter, everything became clear. As for the promise his daughter made to Zhang Xian, no problem, he would handle it. But there was one thing he couldn't tolerate. He quickly wrote a page scolding his younger son. What's wrong with taking the blame for his second sister? Why is he making such a fuss? If he's so afraid of responsibility, he can't be relied upon. A man, whether in school or work, should be ready to take the blame for his superiors. Otherwise, he won't achieve anything. Who does he think he is, trying to protect his own reputation? He had taken the blame for Emperor Kong Cheng many times before. The second half of the letter was in the tone of his little girl. He understood. It was inconvenient for her, so it was fine for the siblings to share a piece of paper. She first inquired about their health, then briefly explained the situation, and finally mentioned that she had taken on a troublesome matter and asked her father for help. Of course, he could help. He was just feeling idle at the moment. Putting down the letter, Lu Disheng thought for a moment. Zhang Xian's matter was not difficult to handle. He had dealt with the Qinglong stronghold and smartly held a public trial of the thieves in front of all the townspeople, greatly enhancing his reputation. His return could be seen as a triumphant one. Lu Disheng wrote a suggestion for him. When he returned to Chang'an, he should not meet anyone first but go directly to pay respects to Yanhua and then visit the officials who had helped him. Now, the 4 regents were starting to form alliances, realizing that if they continued to act alone, it would be too easy for the new emperor to defeat them one by one, and they could also be attacked by the other 3. The court is forming 3 factions, and this situation is likely to last for a while. The new emperor is in need of capable people, and Zhang Xian, an official who has been away for about 10 years, has no connections with the 4 trusted ministers in Chang'an. In the new emperor's eyes, he is seen as a person of integrity and demonstrates high ability, making it very likely he will be called upon. Moreover, after returning to the capital and directly paying respects to Yanhua, his desire for revenge as a loyal minister will increase his chances of being favored. His clear sense of loyalty and grudges shows that he knows how to distinguish between kindness and resentment. The new emperor's promotion and support for him would be seen as a favor. After all, which emperor doesn't appreciate loyal subjects? Next, he needs to find a subtle way to make the new emperor aware of his existence. This is quite a task. Later, Lu Disheng told his wife about the letters from their little daughter and son, saying, "I need to get busy. These 2 kids still need their father's support." He said this with a pleased expression. Mrs. Jiang simply waved him off, telling him not to disturb her while she was counting the accounts. Lu Disheng touched his nose and went to the side. In reality, Lu Disheng was not as free as he claimed. With Lu Disheng as a shining example, everyone realized how high the standards for capable censors could be, making the censorate a battleground for many. Everyone remembers how Lu Disheng rose to power and became a close advisor to the emperor. As long as someone who stands out is not from their own faction, they will be attacked. Some ministers even secretly approached him, asking for private guidance, with favorable conditions. But he declined, leading many ministers to look at him with disdain. But did Lu Dixing care? When Songli and his group left Tunghua County, the Xie and Zhao families had just arrived in Xiangyang. Their families had suffered heavy losses, with almost no children under 5 or elderly over 45 left. The atmosphere in the group was both gloomy and tense. The guards and attendants split into 2 factions, and 4 or 5 attendants had already died, including 1 guard. The current situation was the result of a power struggle between the 2 sides. At first, the guards and attendants were very unfriendly, and within about half a month of departure, many from the Xie and Zhao families had died. At that time, Xie Zhan felt that things could not continue like this, so he used a clever strategy to divide and conquer the group of guards and attendants, particularly targeting those who enjoyed making things difficult for others, leading to their demise. The beauty scheme involved sending away some ordinary-looking girls from the Xie and Zhao families. He kept the exceptionally beautiful ones safe for future use. Xie Zhan's plan was undoubtedly successful, but he had been feeling unhappy. In the past, he wouldn't have even glanced at the guards and officials he now had to deal with. Ignoring them made him feel frustrated, and even small victories brought him no satisfaction. Xie Zhan held on to the belief that he would return to power. Even though he suffered in prison, he was in decent shape thanks to his family's care, his energy contained like a quiet, powerful sword. On the other hand, Zhao Yuten was in a much worse state, even though she hadn't faced any harsh torture in Dali prison. Now, she looked at Xie Zhan as if he were a stranger. During her exile, she had a prophetic dream that nearly drove her mad. She dreamed that the Qin family rebelled, with Qin Sheng becoming a respected young general and Qin Heng leading an army westward, ultimately reaching Chang'an. In her dream, it was her current husband, Xie Zhan, who first opened the city gates as a model for the officials. The dream abruptly ended, and she woke up, nearly losing her mind. The Qin family took the Song family's throne and became the biggest winners, rather than what she had hoped for, a royal pardon that would clear the Qin family's name and allow them to return to Chang'an. After that dream, she couldn't eat anything and stopped caring for Xie Zhan because she was tormented by her own regrets. She understood all too well what the dream meant. She had given up the gifts of fate and the chance for wealth and glory. She could have simply waited for events to unfold instead of struggling. If the dream were true, what was the point of all her efforts? After all this time, she still faced exile. What she couldn't accept was that even if she had the chance to eat, it would be meaningless. Was fate playing tricks on her? Why make her go through all of this? It would have been better if she had never had that prophetic dream in the first place. Moreover, on this journey, there was no longer that young man to protect her. At the beginning, she had fallen behind because she was too tired from walking, and the guards had whipped her harshly twice. The pain on her arms was real, but no one cared for her or shielded her from the blows. Her heart was truly heavy. In Liangzhou and in Pingzhou County, after walking all day, everyone in the Qin family's second branch was too tired to move. Dad, Dad. The sound of a child moaning in discomfort filled the rundown straw house. Kai touched her daughter Qin Yan's hot forehead and said to her husband, Lang, please hold the child. The little one was in pain and kept calling for her father. Qin Yan wiped his face, then went to the broken window to grab some snow, rubbed his hands together, and warmed them before reaching out to take his daughter in his arms. He gently patted her back and comforted her. Yuna, be good. Dad is here. He knew he hadn't been attentive to his daughter lately, but there was nothing he could do. Holding his daughter's small body close, he buried his face in her hair. His father had just passed away a couple of days ago, and they had received an order for punishment, forcing the whole family to be sent into exile in Pingzhou. They couldn't even bring his father Qin Yu's remains back to Chang'an. They had to bury him in a scenic spot in the northern border, hoping that one day the Qin family could return to retrieve his bones. Now he, his wife, his mother, and his 4th sister-in-law were traveling with 5 children, the oldest being only 7. In the freezing cold, He was the only adult man responsible for the safety of 3 women and 5 children, which made him feel tense and anxious. Additionally, his 4th sister-in-law was alone with 2 children, so he had to pay extra attention to them. They were not only his nephews, but also the last descendants of his 2 brothers, and he couldn't let anything happen to them. His own 3 children were left to his wife and mother to take care of. This sudden change had come too quickly, and they had no time to prepare. Fortunately, his older brother had made some preparations and arrangements, and now Ma Jin had brought 20 to 30 brothers to protect them, both openly and secretly. However, the help from Ma Jin and his men was limited. They could only provide some assistance in secret, like sneaking them food or warm clothing and ensuring their safety. But the main dangers they faced were the harsh weather and the environment, which they couldn't help with much. Every day, the adults not only had to carry their own luggage but also had to hang or drag a child through the snow, which was truly exhausting. The journey from the northern border to Pingzhou was over 4,000 miles, and he genuinely didn't know if they, especially the children, would reach Pingzhou safely. The pressure on him was immense, and he felt tormented inside. At the beginning of their journey, they made some arrangements and gave benefits to the guards, so they ended up with the convenience of not being shackled. However, this convenience was almost useless. With so many children, women, and elderly people in their group, the guards were not worried about anyone escaping. He wouldn't run away anyway. Wu, the guard, was somewhat aware of the secret protection from Ma Jin and the others. He respected the Qin family for their years of defending the northern border and their contributions. Since Ma Jin and his group were not being too unreasonable, he chose to turn a blind eye. Now that the child was sick and there were no medicines, Qin Yan asked Wu for help. He knew it was impossible to find a doctor, so he could only ask them for some herbs to try. Ma Jin and the others couldn't help either. In the northwest region, doctors were already scarce, and being in a remote area, they might not find one within a radius of 100 or 200 miles. Kai broke the herbs Wu gave her and put them into a broken clay pot to boil. While adding firewood, she asked her husband, "Are we really going to give this medicine to Yinner?" She wasn't sure if the herbs were suitable. Qin Yan didn't respond. If possible, he truly wished to find a doctor to prescribe medicine for his daughter instead of using random herbs. Ma Jin was also very frustrated. He knew that the young lady from the second master's family was in critical condition, but he had already sent people out to search for a doctor, and there were really none within 30 to 40 miles. At that moment, 2 people quietly approached him. Noticing the movement, Ma Jin quickly turned around and was surprised to see Zhou Da and one of his companions. "Why are you 2 here? Where are the others?" "It's just us. The others are elsewhere." "How is the situation with the second master?" Zhou Da replied. "The situation is average. Now the second master's daughter has a fever. By the way, why are you here? What about the young master?" Zhou Da responded, "The young master has made other arrangements. We are not of much use there, so he sent us north to assist you." It seems the young master's concerns were justified. "You really can't take care of the situation." "What do you mean by that, Zhou Da?" They were just as anxious about the sick child.
Just what I said.
"Let's quietly deliver the medicine to the second master first." Saying this, Zhou Da took off a wooden hairpin from his head. Before leaving, the sixth master had secretly given it to him, telling him that it contained medicine for treating a child's cold and fever, which could be used if necessary. After removing the hairpin, Zhou Da examined the scratches on it and used a dagger to cut along the marks, revealing a pill the size of a peanut inside. "Sure, that's how you hide the medicine." "Zhou Da, when did you become so smart?" Zhou Da replied proudly, "I've always been smarter than you." "Stop joking." Ma Jin scoffed, then said, "Wait for me a moment. I need to deliver the medicine to the second master first." After Ma Jin left, Zhou Da called over his assistant. "Can you tell me how you usually take care of the second master and the others?" Qin Yan received the medicine that Ma Jin secretly sent, and was surprised to learn that Zhou Da had gone north and that the medicine was prepared by his sister-in-law, whom he had never met. After Ma Jin left, he quietly scraped some powder from the medicine and put it in his mouth. A quarter of an hour later, with no signs of poison, he fed the pill to his daughter. The couple took care of their daughter for half the night, and she finally broke her fever. They both sighed in relief, feeling grateful and curious about their sister-in-law. Meanwhile, when Zhou waited for Ma Jin to return with the medicine, he received a disdainful look from him. Ma Jin was confused and noticed his assistant was looking down in shame. Zhou asked, "Is this how you take care of people?" What else could they do? They knew they weren't doing a good job and were anxious about it. The problem was that the second master and the others were under the watch of the guards, so they couldn't overstep their bounds. Ma Jin explained the difficulties. Among the guards, most are manageable, but there's one troublemaker named Lin, who used to serve under the fourth master. He was punished for breaking military rules and has held a grudge ever since. He loves to nitpick and is hard to deal with. If we help too much, he might deliberately make things difficult for the second master and the others. The young master has even been whipped by him before. This was one reason they felt so restricted.
Zolda a nitpicker?
Loves to cause trouble? He must not value his life. Zhou's assistant understood what his boss was sneering about. They had heard that before the young masters met up with them, a guy named Zhao Long, who was also a deputy guard, was very difficult to deal with. Before they even encountered him, he had died quietly and no one could figure out the cause of death. So, are the guards allowed to let the prisoners die on their way to exile but not themselves? Are you all just going to stand there and watch the young master get whipped? Ma Jin widened his eyes. Who are you talking to? If you think you can do better, go ahead. Fine, I will. Just wait and see, Zhou declared boldly. What are you going to do? Ma Jin asked. You'll find out later, Zhou teased. Ma Jin was still thinking about how Zhou could practically help the second master's family when, unexpectedly, he witnessed something eye-opening the next evening. When they arrived at their planned stop, Officer Wu discovered that there were already people inside, and a delicious smell of food wafted out. This surprised everyone. At this time of year, few people were still traveling, especially since this was the northernmost part of Dali, where few ventured. On their journey, they had hardly encountered anyone. Today was like a bride arriving in a sedan chair, something new. As Officer Wu hesitated about whether to go in, the other party came out and warmly engaged him in conversation. Ma Jin looked at Zhou's familiar face, still in shock, as he watched the other person start to spin a tale, claiming that their group was hired as bodyguards by a wealthy merchant. The husband had died suddenly, and they were hired to the coffin back home. Conveniently, their hometown was none other than Songli. Then, the person praised Officer Wu, saying they had long admired him and respected his strong character.
Ugh.
At this point, Zhou had already welcomed Officer Wu and a few others inside, and the rest quietly followed. During this, Zhou subtly gave Ma Jin a look, as if to say, "Watch and learn." After inviting everyone in, Zhou claimed he had cooked too much rice and wanted to treat them all to a good meal. His warm hospitality made it hard for Officer Wu to refuse. So even the exiles enjoyed a delicious meal of meat porridge. Ma Jin thought, is it really possible to do this? The next day, Zhou used the excuse that the coffin was too heavy and the road was difficult, and since the officers had strong integrity, they could ward off any evil spirits to travel together with them. What could Officer Wu do? Their reasoning was too valid to refuse. Besides, this road wasn't theirs. Ma Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. This could actually work? After successfully reaching their destination, Zhou secretly winked at him, asking, "What do you think? Am I impressive?" Ma Jin replied, "Where did he learn this? How did he become so cunning?" Zhou's brothers chuckled. They were simply following the prince's lead. From then on, Zhou had clever tricks every day. By the end of their journey, his group had practically taken over their meals and also solved the problem of the children struggling to walk. Also, the official named Lin died on the third night of their journey. It is said he had an upset stomach and, while trying to relieve himself, accidentally stepped into a hole, fell, and froze to death in the wild. Qin Yan did not expect that Zhou would be so adaptable. Ever since they met him, The children had not gone hungry or cold. Their journey into exile was becoming smoother. He later learned in Pingzhou that these tricks were used by his younger sister-in-law, whom he had never met. Zhou was simply learning and applying them. His wife, Kai, was very curious and had a good impression of her. They both knew that without the timely medicine from Zhou, their little daughter Qingyun would not have recovered, and her passing would have been inevitable. They were really curious about what kind of person their sister-in-law was to come up with so many clever ideas. Ma Jin, while eating nougat, asked Zhou, "Isn't the young master already living this kind of life?" Zhou replied, "Well, the young master's life is much better than ours. The sixth young lady is well prepared, and their expenses on the journey are not worse than those of wealthy families." Ma Jin and his companions were skeptical. "Why would I lie to you?" The sixth young lady arranged for the Yangwei agency, and they brought along more than 10 fully loaded carts with all kinds of supplies. The nougat you're eating and the rice cakes in your hands were all provided by her. Young Master Lu even occasionally catches some game to change things up. You can imagine how good their life is. As Ma Jin and his men listened, they even forgot to eat their cakes, amazed by the news. Is this really exile? Old Zhou, did you learn that trick against Officer Wu from the sixth young lady? You've become so cunning and clever. Ma Jin was very curious. Call me Ge. Why say old Zhou? Zhou said proudly, "This trick I did learn from the sixth young lady. She once said that to succeed, we must have many friends and few enemies." In fact, the young master had given him some advice, and after observing the Yangwei agency's actions before their meeting, he had been pondering it. Ma Jin nodded, realizing it was true. More friends mean more opportunities, while more enemies mean more obstacles. It doesn't matter if the other party isn't our friend at first, we should take the initiative. As long as we wield our tools well, there's no corner we can't dig into. This is his first time applying what he learned. Look, they managed to bring Wu over, right? The results are impressive. Ma Jin, that makes sense. What if the other party doesn't like you? Or if there are past conflicts? As long as there are no deep-seated grudges, we can still try to win them over. What if there are deep-seated grudges? Zhou firmly replied, then we should go all out against them. If they are already enemies, what else is there to think about? Just look at how the sixth young lady treated the Xie and Zhao families without holding back. Lu Songli and her group, just as Zhou said, had a very smooth journey ahead. After leaving Yanzhou and entering Jizhou, spring had arrived. In early spring, wild vegetables began to sprout in the fields. The first to appear were shepherd's purse, followed by white flower vegetables, gray vegetables, locust flowers, wild celery, horsehead vegetables, and tune shoots. Since they had plenty of time, they weren't in a hurry. Their convoy moved slowly, stopping along the way to dig up some wild vegetables. In the evening, after finding a suitable place to rest, they would check in early. During this time, their dinners mostly featured seasonal wild vegetables, like dumplings filled with shepherd's purse and pork, which tasted delicious. White flour vegetables made into soup, with a few eggs and a bit of salt added, were fragrant and sweet. Under Lu Songli's guidance, each dish turned out to be very unique. The children were also well taken care of. The weight they lost in the first few days was long regained, and now they were lively and rosy-cheeked. One day, as the sun was setting, everyone finished dinner and scattered to enjoy some free time. A few workers, full and content, sat by the river watching the sunset and chatting. "Dinge, you've gained weight." Dinge rolled his eyes at him, Xiao Lu, as if you haven't gained any. In fact, they had privately remarked more than once that this trip was the easiest and most enjoyable of their escorting careers, almost like a free vacation. They had good food and drinks and spent most of the time riding in the carriage, with occasional walking seen as exercise. Xiao Lu said, "Dinge, just ahead is Yuzhou. After Yuzhou comes Pingzhou." Dinge couldn't help but touch his belly, yeah. He felt quite gloomy, wondering how much of his belly would remain by the time they returned home. Xiao Lu sadly remarked, "The return trip won't be this good. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back." They hadn't even started their return journey yet, and they were already worried. Dingo looked at him disdainfully. Of course. You think you can still ride in a carriage on the way back?
Dream on.
They have a horse, the only one they own, and it's more valuable than a person. However, thinking about the journey back, they will have to walk over 3,000 miles, which is quite sad. Human emotions don't connect easily. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Songli was directing Lu Mingji to dig for wild vegetables. Qin Jia, Qin Han, and a few other children gathered around her, peeking in to ask, "Aunt, can we eat this vegetable?" Lu Songli nodded. Yes, this wild vegetable is called horse thorn root. It is covered in sharp thorns, and most animals avoid it. You should not touch it with your hands. Qin Jia asked again. How do we eat horse thorn root? It doesn't look tasty. Lu Songli replied. We can use its root to make soup with chicken. Those who have tried it always remember its flavor. The roots are indeed thick, about the size of an adult's finger, and somewhat similar to ginseng. The youngest, Xie Zhan, chimed in. But Aunt, we don't have any chickens in the cart. Lu Songli recalled that they had eaten the last 3 chickens a couple of days ago. Mo Bing had mentioned it, and the little ones had overheard and remembered. 5-year-old Qin Yu waved his small hand and confidently said, Uncle can catch some. In the children's eyes, both Uncle and Aunt are impressive. Aunt knows many things, and Uncle can always catch plenty of delicious food, whether it flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water. All right, let's have your uncle go catch some, Lu Songli said with a smile, accepting the task. Qin Sheng, who had just walked over, was caught off guard. Qin Jin spotted him and pointed at the horse thorn root, calling out, Uncle, go catch wild chickens to make soup. Qin Sheng sighed. How many wild chickens do we need? 2. Qin Yu shouted. Qin Han pulled him aside and whispered, 4th brother, that's not enough to eat. Then 4? Qin Yu held up 5 fingers. That's 5, silly. This is 4. Qin Han pressed down his thumb. Lu Songli laughed at their banter and, meeting Qin Sheng's gaze, said, we should aim for 7 or 8 wild chickens, considering we have about 40 to 50 people. Mother, sister-in-law, is really patient with these kids, Nia Yunyang, who was putting the children to sleep, remarked. Children are adorable when they're sweet, but when they throw tantrums, it can be quite frustrating. Qin Mu, who was sewing, looked up and smiled. Ali is indeed very patient. Lu Songli took them to dig for wild vegetables, allowing the children to learn about many edible plants along the way. Many adults were surprised to find so much food growing in the mountains. With Lu Songli's guidance, the skilled cooks from the agency prepared the dishes and discovered that they actually tasted quite good. Realizing Lu Songli's knowledge, the 3 Qin brothers began to learn from her how to identify edible wild plants. Having spent years leading troops, they understood the difficulties that arise when supplies are low or delayed. Learning more now could potentially save lives in the future. Usually, after teaching Qin Hang and Qin Zhao, Lu Songli would take Qin Sheng aside for individual lessons. During these moments, Qin Zhao couldn't help but tease sister-in-law, you don't need to give him special treatment. If he gets lost or trapped while leading troops, he won't go hungry. Heaven takes care of him. Food will always find its way to him. There are no wild vegetables he can't find, only wild vegetables that can't find him. Just as Lu Songli was about to respond with a smile, Qin Sheng pulled her away. At that moment, Qin Zhao pretended to be envious, saying, Little Six is just lucky. Qin Hang nodded. Little Six does have good fortune. Qin Zhao thought to himself, this kid's luck is more than just good. Being the youngest in the family, he is cherished by the elders and his brothers. He has been favored by fate and now has a loving wife. By the riverside under the willow trees, Lu Songli and Qin Sheng sat side by side. Qin Sheng pulled out a handful of raspberries from somewhere and handed them to her. Here, eat these. Lu Songli smiled and asked, am I the only one who gets them? The raspberries were large and plump. Lu Songli recognized them as the best-tasting variety, known for their sweetness. If there was one thing Lu Songli was unhappy about during this exile, it was the lack of fruit. Even without the exile, in this era, there isn't much fruit available in winter. Go ahead and eat, Qin Sheng said, refusing to answer her question, and directly fed her one. Lu Songli took it from his hand and asked, "Shouldn't we save some for the kids? These raspberries would be very appealing to them." Qingxi replied seriously, "These are too sour for kids. It wouldn't be good for their teeth." So he decided not to save any. "Are you not worried about my teeth?" Qingxi looked at her with a hint of sadness. She was clever enough to catch on. He searched for a long time on the mountain and finally found a small handful. If they shared, each person would get less than 2. The bad person just loved to tease him. This was clearly sweet and sour, and Lu Songli leaned against his shoulder, laughing nonstop. Qingxi wrapped his arm around her shoulder, feeling his ears turn red. Lu Songli ate one herself, and then insisted on feeding him one. Qingxi only wanted to eat one. He shook his head when she offered him more. He had searched for a long time to find this small handful, and didn't want to eat too much. Lu Songli ignored his refusal, eating 2 for herself, and insisting on feeding him one, not allowing him to say no. In the end, they both finished the handful of raspberries. As it was getting dark, Lu Songli pulled him up, and they walked back hand in hand to avoid worrying Qin's mother, who might send someone to look for them. When they returned to the shabby house, Qin's mother was standing in the yard, smiling at the 2 of them holding hands. "You're back?" Qingxi tried to pull away, but Lu Songli didn't let go. He stayed still, afraid that if he pulled too hard, he might hurt her. Lu Songli casually replied, "Yes, Mom." Qingxi's face turned red as he tried to stay calm. "Mom, let's go inside," Lu Songli said, pulling him away to avoid any embarrassment. Once inside, she finally let go of his hand. That night, they both slept well. In the morning, it was still dark. Qingxi vaguely felt pressure on his right shoulder and warm breath near his neck, with his right hand resting on a soft waist. Qingxi was already used to this situation. Since their wedding night, he had experienced her poor sleeping posture firsthand. During their time together, as long as they fell asleep close to each other, she would inevitably roll into his arms by morning. The room was quiet, and Qingxi felt drowsy and didn't want to move. But soon, something unexpected disturbed his sleep. In the morning, his brother was always full of energy. He probably nudged her, and she, still lost in sleep, swatted his hand away. Startled, Qingxi opened his eyes wide. Lu Songli frowned slightly. Qingxi was awakened by her, unsure of what to do. The culprit, annoyed, gave him another nudge. He stared at the person in his arms, who had also been restless, but now lay quietly for a moment before slowly opening her eyes. Their gazes met, and Lu Songli was still in his embrace. In that moment, they both relaxed their breathing. Fortunately, the 2 were covered with a blanket, and since the old temple was spacious enough, their sleeping areas were far apart. Otherwise, anyone who saw their behavior would surely guess what had happened. "Good morning," Lu Songli slowly let go of her hand. Qingxi felt it and sighed with relief, but also felt a bit disappointed. Unexpectedly, after she released her hand, she came back for more. Caught off guard, Qingxi's eyes widened, and his handsome face turned bright red.
You.
"What about me?" Lu Songli looked at him confidently, thinking that her precious treasure was quite impressive.
How can you do that?
Qingxi's face was so red it looked like it could bleed. "What did I do?" Lu Songli teased him. That was her thing, she was just getting to know it. Was that wrong? Or should you touch it back?
Huh.
Qingxi gave up. After all, he didn't have her thick skin. Just as Qingxi wanted to say something, he noticed Qingjia rubbing her eyes and waking up. "She's up." Qingxi signaled for her to get up. "I'm not getting up." Lu Songli pouted. Qingxi pointed towards Qingjia. When Lu Songli looked over, she met Qingjia's curious gaze from afar. Finally, Lu Songli stopped teasing, and they both got up smoothly. For breakfast that morning, they had vegetable and lean meat porridge, steamed buns, pickled vegetables, and salted duck eggs. With a good mix of dry and wet dishes, everyone was very satisfied. The pickled vegetables were bought by Lu Erxi from his cousin's home in the nearby village. There was a family there known for their delicious pickles, famous far and wide. He bought all the pickles they had made this year because he was generous, and they sold him everything without holding back. The nougat and rice cakes were also made with the help of skilled women from the village, thanks to his cousin. He taught her the method, and once she learned, she got the women to work on it. Knowing he needed them quickly, they worked overtime to finish. Of course, his generous payment helped. He not only paid them but also left 20 pounds of nougat and 20 pounds of rice cakes for them to share. 20 pounds wasn't too much, so each person got about half a pound. He also gave his cousin a generous thank you gift. As a result, when he was about to leave, many families came out to see him off, feeling very reluctant to part with such a generous person. Finally, the village chief of Yuqianzhuang told him that if there were any more jobs like this in the future, he should come directly to them, and they would take care of it for him. Lu Erxi did not expect this at all. Unlike the peaceful life of Lu Songli and her group, the Xie and Zhao families were struggling greatly. Xianan handed a small basin of hot water to Zhao Yuten, saying, "Sister-in-law, could you help brother wipe down?" This small basin of hot water was made from a clay pot they had heated. Xianan knew that her brother, Xie Zhan, had always been a clean person, but since they came out of prison, they had not bathed at all during their journey. At first, her brother had been tortured, and his health was poor. Moreover, the guards and officials had a tense relationship with the Xie and Zhao families, making it impossible for them to take a hot bath. Once her brother's health improved, she noticed he would use a cloth soaked in snow melt to wipe himself down. Now that the weather was warming up, Xianan knew her brother was uncomfortable, so she decided to prepare some hot water for him. In truth, she could have personally brought the water to her brother or even waited on him, but she deliberately made Zhao Yuten do it because she disliked her. Besides, her brother was her husband, and it was her duty to care for him, wasn't it? Xianan felt dissatisfied with Zhao Yuten, believing she was not worthy of her brother. Since the Xie family fell into hardship, Zhao had been aimless and lacked resilience. When their clan was brought down, she was also affected. As a wife, her care for her brother after all he suffered was quite lacking. In short, she seemed incapable of doing anything right. Most importantly, Xianan thought that if Zhao Yuten had not been there, and if Lu Songli had remained as her brother's wife, their family might have avoided this disaster altogether, or even advanced further. It was Lu Songli who had dragged the Xie family down from their high position into the mud. If the other party had been the main lady of the Xie clan, would she have acted this way? Zhao Yuten slowly took the wooden basin. She knew she was not accepted by the Xie family, and Xianan's dissatisfaction was mild compared to others who showed it more openly. She understood that the Xie clan looked down on her. Firstly, she had been imprisoned right after marrying, leaving her no chance to show her abilities. Secondly, they were ungrateful. They knew Lu Songli was responsible for their plight, yet they still valued her. But why didn't they consider that if Lu Songli was so capable, how did the Qin family still end up exiled? Perhaps because he was young and in good health, Xie Zhan's injuries had mostly healed after about a month. He was thinking about the current situation. Soon, they would arrive in Lingnan. Questions about how the Xie and Zhao families would establish themselves there were urgent. These challenges gave Xie Zhan a headache. Lingnan was too far south, and the Xie family had rarely ventured into this area before, making it difficult to strategize. Now, he found it hard to rely on past connections. He heard someone approaching and looked up to see his wife, Zhao Yuten, bringing him a basin of water. "Shall I wash it for you?" "Thank you, but I can do it myself. You must be tired too." While this sounded caring, both knew that Xie Zhan's words felt distant. Honestly, Xie Zhan couldn't quite understand his feelings for Zhao Yuten. All the troubles they faced stemmed from the changes in their marriage, which she had initiated. Without that, he might not have ended his engagement with Lu Songli. Xie Zhan was aware that his relatives were unhappy with her, but he didn't have the energy to deal with it. He wouldn't take his frustration out on her, but he also didn't feel any deep affection for her. Zhao Yuten looked at him, wondering if the mature, considerate, and affectionate man from her dreams truly existed. Out of curiosity, she asked, "Do you regret our marriage?" Xie Zhan frowned.
Why do you ask that?
He tried to keep his voice gentle, but inside, he felt confused and impatient. Why dwell on regret for something that couldn't be changed? Regret was pointless. It meant you had made a mistake. Moreover, Xie Zhan didn't understand why she seemed unaware of their current situation. The difficulties faced by the Xie and Zhao families were obvious. Shouldn't they be focused on finding solutions instead of worrying about their feelings for each other? In reality, who could afford to think about emotions? I just want to know. Zhao Yuten insisted. What kind of answer do you want to hear? Regret or no regret? Xie Zhan asked softly. Before this question arose, he didn't want to express regret.
But now, he truly felt a headache.
Lu Songli was still in prison, trying to find ways to undermine the Xie and Zhao families. He didn't expect her to be as capable as Lu Songli, but at least she shouldn't act so foolishly, making him feel like he was blind to his own mistakes. Now, he couldn't help but wonder if she might be the daughter of their family's enemies. Zhao Yuten was at a loss. She wasn't sure what kind of answer she was hoping for. This conversation ended without resolution. At another spot where they were camping, two children from the Xie family were playing and chasing each other. They were quite young and didn't understand much. The kids were the kind that were a bit mischievous and loud. As they ran past a certain spot, they tripped over a foot extended by Zhao Sengongzi, Zhao Liang. The two children were startled and began to cry loudly, one even losing a baby tooth and bleeding. Their cries quickly attracted the attention of the adults. Luo Shi was the first to notice, exclaiming, "What are you doing, San?" Before anyone else could react, she rushed over and pulled him away. "What did those kids do to you? Do you realize that your actions could stir up conflict between the Xie and Zhao families? It will make things difficult for your sister and brother-in-law too." Both families were exiled together, and there was a lot of tension between them, given their limited resources. In such a situation, any talk of unity was meaningless. Along the way, many elderly and children from the Xie family had died, and now their children were precious. If the Xie family found out about Zhao Liang's actions, it would definitely cause trouble. Zhao Liang coldly replied, "Those kids were too noisy." He had already told them 3 times not to run. He couldn't be blamed for being rude after that. As for my sister and brother-in-law, if they have a hard time, so be it. I'm the one who suffers. Luo Shi, frustrated, slapped him lightly twice. "If you're found out, just say it was an accident, got it?" As dusk approached, Zhao Yuten unconsciously wandered into the Zhao family's territory. The Zhao family was having dinner, eating hard steamed buns that were tough enough to break teeth, requiring a long time to chew and lacking flavor. Zhao Erling, Zhao Biao, suddenly lost his temper and threw his bun away, exclaiming, "How long do we have to live like this?" Zhao Dalong, Zhao Ming, quietly picked up the bun and handed it back to him. "Just eat it. Things will be better when we get to Lingnan." This time, Zhao Biao didn't throw it away again, knowing he would go hungry if he didn't eat. When the Zhao family saw Zhao Yuten, their attitude was quite cold. Roche pulled her over and asked, "Have you eaten?" Zhao Yuten hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The food at the Xie family was a bit better than at the Zhao family, and she had eaten whole grain buns for dinner. "Tan, why are you here?" Zhao Minglu asked, noticing that his sister seemed off, lost in thought. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but he remembered what happened to the fourth brother and couldn't ignore her. Family knows each other well. A betrayal can be very harmful. Zhao Yuten hesitated. She hadn't told anyone about the prophetic dream she had recently, not even her family. She wasn't that foolish. Just thinking about that dream made her regretful. If her family heard that the Qin family was about to invade Chang'an, they would likely go crazy. Saying it would bring her no benefit, only blame, so it was better to keep quiet. Zhao Wenkuan looked at her and thought her expression seemed familiar, so he asked, "Did you have that prophetic dream again?" Zhao Wenkuan thought his daughter's dreams were half true, half false, unreliable. They had jumped from one pit to another and still ended up facing exile. But he still asked, "What did you dream about this time?" Zhao Minglu's brothers already knew that their sister had designed a plan to break off the engagement with the Qin family and marry Xie Zhan because of a prophetic dream, where the Qin family faced exile for their crimes while the Xie family stood strong through 2 dynasties. However, It seemed that the dream wasn't entirely accurate. Zhao Yuten bit her lip and remained silent. The Zhao family noticed she was struggling and wondered if her hesitation meant it was a bad dream. "Come on, tell us," Zhao Minglu urged first. "If you share, at least we can be prepared." Although they didn't know what had gone wrong that led to both the Xie and Zhao families being exiled, her prophetic dream still held some value. "With our family in this situation, do you still want to hide it? If you don't speak up, we can't prepare at all, and our whole family will be at a disadvantage. If what you dreamt happens, the Zhao family will definitely suffer. Just tell us. It can't be worse than your dream." Seeing her family pressuring her, Zhao Yuten finally said, "I dreamt that the Qin family rebelled. Qin Sheng became a respected young general, and Qin Heng led troops westward, ultimately reaching Chang'an."
What?
Zhao Yuten had not finished speaking when she was interrupted by the angry voices of several Zhao family members. "It's impossible, absolutely impossible." Zhao Wenquan reacted most strongly. As the one who quickly responded to his daughter's prophetic dream and insisted on breaking off the engagement with the Qin family, he was overwhelmed by this shocking news. He felt dizzy and thought he might not be able to handle it. Originally, he believed his daughter's prophetic ability was a gift from heaven. Now, it seemed more like a cruel joke from the heavens. He even sensed a deep malice from fate towards his daughter and their Zhao family. What does it mean when fate plays tricks on people? This is what it means. Zhao Wenquan genuinely thought that if he had known this would happen, it would have been better to let his daughter marry into the Qin family without any fuss. Even if the Qin family faced exile in her dream, so what? Their Zhao family was not exiled, only his daughter was. If the Qin family was exiled, the Zhao family as relatives would be affected a little, but it would still be better than the current situation. Most importantly, the Qin family eventually fought back and returned to Chang'an. It was like a gamble. He had clearly bet on a big win, but then learned from a reliable source that this round would be a small win, so he switched everything to bet small, only to be told that this round would be big. He was going crazy. How could this happen? Zhao Minglu said in disbelief. The Qin army was at the gates of Chang'an. What did that mean? Even if the Qin family were rebels, they must have carved out a significant territory. The fact that the Qin family could march north and gather troops at Chang'an indicated that the Song dynasty had no soldiers left to use and no generals to send. If Chang'an fell, wouldn't it just be a matter of time? "Dad, older brother, second brother, third brother, I haven't finished speaking," Zhao Yuten said softly. She anticipated her family would react strongly to this prophetic dream, but she didn't expect their reaction to be this intense. The Zhao family members all looked at her with sharp eyes. What else is there to say? Zhao Minglu thought to himself that if what she was about to say was an even worse situation, then there was no need to continue. That they had received today was already too great. He truly hoped his sister could show some judgment. "I also dreamed that my husband, as a model for all officials, was the first to open the city gates to welcome the Qin army into the city." The Zhao family gasped. In her prophetic dream, Chang'an was actually occupied by the Qin family? Was this the prelude to the Qin family claiming power? Wait, my brother-in-law personally opened the gates of Chang'an? And he became a model for all officials? Zhao Minglu quickly caught onto this information. If this prophetic dream is true, does it mean that the Xie family will eventually return to Chang'an and that the son-in-law or brother-in-law will stand at the top of power? What about the Zhao family? Zhao Minglu thought for a moment and shook his head. No. Do you know what your identity is in the dream? Is it the wife of Qin Lu or Mrs. Xie? This is the key. If she is Mrs. Xie, then such a prophetic dream is terrifying. Even if the brother-in-law can return to power, he would only be a subject. Moreover, having offended the Qin family, they are destined to not be valued in the new dynasty. If her identity is the wife of Qin Lu, it means this prophetic dream is a continuation of a previous dream. In other words, the situation has changed and her predictions may no longer be accurate. Zhao Minglu slowly analyzed this. Wife of Qin Lu, Zhao Yuten replied after a moment of silence. Zhao Minglu. So, in the prophetic dream, his sister is marrying Xie Zhan, a subject, as the widow of a young prince and general? That's quite something. He had to admit that the Qin family was generous. Initially, his sister wanted to break off the engagement with the Qin family because of a prophetic dream that foresaw her ultimately remarrying Xie Zhan. Everything matched up. With such a high status in the dream, it was entirely possible for her to remarry a subject like Xie Zhan. The Zhao family fell silent, their faces showing distress, clearly feeling very uneasy. Regardless, Zhao Yutin's prophetic dream was not a good sign for the Zhao family. They had thought that knowing about the bad situation in advance would allow them to prepare, but clearly, they had overestimated themselves. Everyone, don't be discouraged. After all, that dream is just a dream. It doesn't mean the future will definitely happen. The current situation is already different from what Tan dreamed, so the outcome will surely be different too, Zhao Minglu comforted. The Zhao family members exchanged glances, reluctantly accepting this explanation. In truth, Zhao Minglu knew otherwise. His sister's continuous prophetic dreams about the future were strange and surely had significance, but these speculations were not suitable to voice at this moment. The Zhao family's morale was already low. Adding more negativity would likely bring them to rock bottom. After the Zhao family dispersed, a tall figure emerged from the shadows. After the conversation between Xie Zhan and Zhao Yutin ended without resolution, he intended to connect with the Zhao family but unexpectedly overheard such astonishing dialogue among them. Prophetic dreams, so that's how it is. He was quite puzzled about why the Zhao family was willing to pay such a high price just to have Zhao Yutin marry him. He knew he was talented, had great ambitions, and a lot of potential, but he also recognized that he had not fully grown into that potential yet. He had confidence, but he was also self-aware. Qingxi was the youngest son of the Qin family, with good character, and he was not unworthy of Zhao Yutin, who would not easily discard him or wish to sever ties immediately. Hearing these words today was enough to clear up the doubts he had in his heart. From the conversation among the Zhao family members, it was clear that Zhao Yutin's prophetic dreams were not just a one-time occurrence. Suddenly, he remembered that a few months ago, Zhao Yutin, who had already become his fiancée, mentioned that the emperor's life was nearing its end. Could this be related to her prophetic dreams? In his youth, he had heard of some extraordinary events, and Zhao Yutin's behavior made him very interested in the prophetic dreams mentioned by the Zhao family. He had a feeling that if he knew everything, he could gather a lot of useful information. For certain reasons, he did not plan to ask his wife directly. After returning home, he called for Xie Bai. Xie Bai was an outstanding member of the Xie family and a key figure among the younger generation, skilled at gathering information. The Zhao family had just heard about Zhao Yutin's prophetic dreams and were in a highly emotional state, so Xie Bai should be able to extract some information from them. After giving Xie Bai his instructions, Xie Bai left, while Xie Zhan continued to ponder the conversation he had just heard. The Zhao family's focus was on the outcome of the Qin family approaching Chang'an to seize the throne, while his focus was on the fact that the loyal Qin family had seemingly turned against the Song dynasty. He had always thought that the Qin family's fate would likely follow the same cycle as previous generations. He never expected this twist. This was a good opportunity to deal with the Qin family and Lu Songli. If the timing was right, it could yield surprising results. Xie Zhan decided to keep an eye on the Qin family's movements in Pingzhou after the Xie family had established a solid position in Lingnan. Interestingly, Xie Zhan did not even realize that in his plan to deal with the Qin family, he had included Lu Songli as an opponent. Given the significant losses the Zhao and Xie families had suffered, he unconsciously did not consider the possibility of Lu Songli dying during her exile. After all, someone as clever as her would likely survive when others had perished. While the Zhao family was still immersed in the negative emotions brought about by Zhao Yutin's prophetic dreams, Xie Zhan was thinking about how to turn the results of those dreams to his advantage to achieve his own goals. On the other side, life for Lu Songli was peaceful and harmonious. Lu Songli taught through fun, and the children learned a lot along the way. After her demonstration, Qin Hang and Qin Zhao also joined in, teaching their own sons and daughters. Since there wasn't much to do during the journey, they figured it was a good use of time. The sixth sister-in-law mentioned that forming a habit takes 21 days. They didn't know why it was 21 days instead of 2 weeks or a month. But the sixth sister-in-law said that once a good habit is formed, it will benefit the children for life. So, they started learning characters, reciting, and practicing martial arts. The children, Qin Han, Qin Jia, and others, suddenly found themselves very busy. They weren't waking up earlier than roosters or sleeping later than cows, but it was clear their playtime had decreased. One day, little Qin Yu came crying to Lu Songli, complaining that his uncle Qin Sheng made him memorize too long a text, and he couldn't do it. As a result, he lost his daily snacks. Although Qin Yu was small, he knew it was useless to complain to his mother. He needed his aunt to handle his uncle. Aunt Lu Songli didn't disappoint him. After giving him a piece of candy, she promised to teach his uncle a lesson. Holding the candy, Qin Yu nodded happily. After Qin Yu arrived, Qin Han, Qin Jia, and Qin Zhan also came one after another. Lu Songli gave each of them a small snack. As they ate, the little ones asked her with worried faces, "Aunt, why did you bring so many books?" The children knew that all the carts and their contents were prepared by Aunt Lu, so they thought she was responsible for the books too. They disliked memorizing texts but didn't want to complain about their beloved aunt. "Anne is sad because you misunderstood her." "Misunderstood?" the two youngest asked, tilting their heads in confusion. "Yes, these books were not brought by Aunt. They were spoils of war taken by your fathers and uncles when they attacked Qinglong Fort."
"So you understand."
Lu Songli smoothly shifted the blame. Qin Sheng, who had just arrived, thought to himself, if he remembered correctly, those books were the ones she specifically wanted to keep.
Dad is a bad guy.
Uncle third, Uncle sixth uncle is a bad guy. Seeing the children puffed up with anger, Lu Songli comforted them. "Don't be upset. If you study hard, in a couple of days, I'll have your Uncle Wu make you some delicious food, okay?" She wants to be a beloved aunt by the little ones and doesn't want to be seen as a bad person. For now, her job is just to take care of the kids, making sure they eat, play, and learn to read, recite, and practice martial arts. What does that have to do with her? Following closely behind were Qin Hang and Qin Zhao, feeling uneasy as they watched the children trustingly look at their aunt. The two fathers worried that their aunt might lead the kids astray in the future. After entering the Jizhou area, Lu Songli and her convoy slowly headed northeast, where the villages became more frequent. They chose not to enter the villages since there were over 50 of them. It would be too overwhelming and might cause panic. They had previously entered Qingxi village because the heavy winter snow made it dangerous to camp outside. Now, they generally looked for places to stay near the villages to avoid disturbing the villagers. Staying close to the village made it easier for them to exchange goods. Somehow, their convoy began trading supplies for unique local items. Although they had enough food, it was nice to change up their meals. Their supplies came from Chang'an, and the locals were eager to trade. In addition to local delicacies, Lu Songli and her group also intentionally collected high-quality local seeds. The opportunity arose during one of the exchanges, when an old man brought half a sack of herbs he had gathered and dried, hoping to trade for some fabric from Chang'an. The young man in charge of the exchange, Xiao Wu, was unsure how to proceed. Lu Songli happened to see this and approached, saying, "Wait, let me take a look." She not only examined the herbs but also broke off a small piece and chewed it. She recognized the herbs as Buplurum, specifically from Xi County, known for its thick roots, dark brown or light brown surface, and its hard, tough texture. It had a faint aroma and a slightly bitter taste. The Buplurum and Forsythia from Xi County are recognized as authentic medicinal materials in later times. The old man spoke confidently, "Madam, don't judge my sack of herbs by its appearance. It can really be worth money." Lu Songli smiled and replied, "Sir, I believe you. This sack contains a herb called Buplurum, which you can sell at a pharmacy in the city." The old man gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Yes, every year, people come to our village to collect this herb. Once the villagers learned it could be sold, they would go out to gather it each year to sell to the merchants who came to buy." Besides Chaihu, are those herbal merchants also buying another type of herb in your village? Lu Songli was referring to Forsythia. The old man gave a thumbs up again. Madam, you really know your stuff. Uncle, we want all this chai hu. You can tell him what you want in exchange, Lu Songli said, pointing to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu quickly stepped forward. Uncle, what kind of fabric do you want? We brought a lot from Chang'an City. Come take a look. The old man smiled and approached. Lu Songli returned to their temporary camp with half a sack of chaihu, lost in thought as she looked at it. They had not yet divided the treasures they seized from Qinglong Zhai, nor had they rewarded anyone. However, the plan for rewards had already been decided. The main idea was that everyone in the team would receive a share since they all took risks together. There were differences in contributions, so the rewards would vary. They planned to divide the members into 5 tiers based on their contributions. Everyone was very happy with this plan. Naturally, the Qin family would receive the most rewards. The first tier, which contributed the most, had 4 members from the Qin family, along with Xu Zhang and Yang Wei. Hu Guangxong and Yang Wei's deputy, Yang Zifa, along with 4 other workers, made up the second tier. The third tier was led by Qin Sheng, who was in charge of reconnaissance. They also contributed a lot. The fourth tier consisted of the bodyguards from Yang Wei's agency, who handled the outer perimeter. The women and children of the Qin family were in the fifth tier. They participated but received the least, mainly just a small fee. Additionally, because Qiu Hai's private treasury was discovered by Qin Sheng and his patrolling soldiers, they received an extra reward. These treasures should have been distributed immediately, putting gold and silver into everyone's pockets. But Xu Zhang and Yang Wei thought about the long journey ahead. If they carried it and lost it, what would they do? It was better to keep it all in 1 or 2 carts for easier guarding and less chance of loss. They decided to distribute it to individuals after arriving in Pingzhou. Their concerns were valid, so the treasures were temporarily not divided, but the amount each person would receive was recorded. Lu Songli thought about this, mainly because she couldn't bear to see so much wealth sitting idle. Her best friend in her past life often said, "If you don't manage your money, money won't manage you." Well, she admitted that she was eager to play the money game. As the saying goes, if you have the chance to make money, you should take it. With so many local herbs in Jizhou and her expertise in this area, why not give it a try? After thinking it over, she felt her plan was feasible. If they were willing, she decided to take them along, everyone contributing what they could, so they could make money together and achieve shared prosperity. As for how many people would join in, it didn't matter. She was confident that the Qin family would support her. When Qin Sheng returned with a few fish from the river, he saw his wife lost in thought.
"What are you thinking about?"
Lu Songli asked Qin Sheng to invite Qin Hang and Qin Zhao over, then laid out her plan. "Qin Hang, that's a good idea. Let's give it a try." "Qin Zhao, you're going to stir things up again, aren't you?" "Qin Sheng, if it's about money, just use it. Don't ask me." The 3 brothers of the Qin family supported her idea. They agreed to let her manage their share of silver. They were open-minded about it. After all, the funds she would use were unexpected gains, and she had worked hard to obtain them. If she made a profit, great. If not, it was as if it never happened. Once the Qin family reached a consensus, they gathered everyone to discuss the matter. So, this is the plan. You have half an hour to think about it. If you want to invest, you can contribute any amount. When we make money, we will share the profits based on your investment. If you don't want to invest, that's fine too, but any gains or losses from this venture won't affect you. Your share of the funds will remain untouched, so don't worry. After saying this, Lu Songli dismissed the group. This matter affected all members of the team, and they began to gather in small groups to discuss it. Xiao Lu and the 4 workers approached Xu Zhan. "Su, what do you think? Should we invest or not?" "I've decided to invest." "How much?" "All of it." "Su, that's bold." After hearing Xu Zhang's decision, the 4 workers huddled together to discuss further. The bodyguards from Yang Wei surrounded him, asking for his opinion. I'm investing everything." The soldiers under Hu Guangxong were more in sync, rallying together. "Let's go all in." Following 6th master means there's food to share. The most conflicted were the brothers at Yang Wei's agency. Some of them, who were a bit timid, planned to invest only half of their money, since Mrs. Qin Lu said that was acceptable. They thought that even if they lost, they would still have half left. However, after secretly making their decision, they hesitated when they saw their friends who were having fun investing everything. For example, Lu Yi saw Xiao Wu invest all his money and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Wu, why did you invest everything? What if they lost? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort?" Xiao Wu noticed Lu Yi's hesitation. Since they were good friends, he felt compelled to give him some advice. Yi, how do you feel about your own judgment?" Xiao Wu pointed to his temple and asked, "Do you think you're smart?" Lu Yi used to think he was quite clever, at least among the many brothers at Yang Wei's agency. But this experience made him question if he really was smart. "Alright, you don't need to answer that. What I want to say is, it doesn't matter if we're not smart. We just need to follow the smart ones." This time, both Supervisor Su and Head Yang are investing everything. "Do you think they're foolish?" Lu Yi thought. "No, they are definitely not foolish." Xiao Wu felt he had said enough. You can't force someone to drink if they don't want to. Listening to advice can lead to good outcomes. In the end, Lu Yi decided to follow the crowd and invest everything. If they won, they would be in charge. If they lost, they would just consider it as if that wealth never existed. Once one person took the plunge, others followed. The herd mentality is real. In the end, everyone invested everything, and no one was left behind. As a result, the wealth they gained from defeating the bandits was well utilized by Lu Songli. Later, when everyone was waiting to divide the money, those who were initially hesitant felt incredibly relieved that they had followed the group. Otherwise, they would have fallen far behind their peers, and if that had happened, they would have regretted it deeply. While everyone was discussing, Lu Songli was busy making plans on paper. She had already confirmed that she could access the wealth obtained by the Qin family. She estimated that at least a small portion of people would support her, and while there would be some who hesitated and didn't join in, it wasn't a big issue. Xie Zhan peeked out and asked, "Do you understand business principles?" Lu Songli didn't look up and replied, What's so difficult about it?" Since joining them, Xie Zhan had become like an invisible person, rarely speaking. He spent his days either hiding in the carriage reading or in some corner with a book, and even during meals, he remained quiet. In short, it means not working hard, but Chun Chang'an is clearly much more active than him. He wouldn't think that by showing such a lazy attitude, they would kick him out, would he? Lu Songli is not in a hurry. Since they are already on the same boat, it won't be easy to get off. There will always be chances to pull him in. And look, isn't the opportunity here? Bold, very bold. It's quite surprising to hear such words from a woman. Many men might struggle with this task, but she says it's not difficult at all. Yet he, Xie Zhan, believes her. Although you say business isn't hard, isn't it not so good for scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants to do this? Does the order of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants really matter? Overall, they are all part of society, each doing their own job. Why look down on merchants? Lu Songli had once been a successor of socialism, even if she never fully took on that role. In later times, scholars, those who read and served as officials, became public servants. So she thinks this hierarchy of disdain isn't that important. Xie Zhan thought her words would surely please his friends. Lu Songli continued, "The existence of merchants can stimulate the economy, promote prosperity, and improve the quality of life and happiness of the people. For example, that old man from Li family village wants some fabric from Chang'an. Should he really travel all that way just to buy it? See, isn't the presence of merchants necessary? Besides, who would want to be against money? Earning a living and making money through skill is nothing to be ashamed of." She spoke of many terms that Xie Zhan had never heard before, but he seemed to understand their meanings. At that moment, Xu Zheng, Yang Wei, Hu Guangxong, and the three Qin brothers arrived to inform her that the discussion results were in. They all participated, and the 2 carts of seized goods were all handed over to Lu Songli for her use. Moreover, they could directly follow any task she assigned. Lu Songli was surprised by how much everyone trusted her. She immediately expressed, "Thank you all for your trust. I will do my best to handle this and not let you down, at least not let anyone lose money." After saying this, She dismissed everyone to go about their own business, stating that she would announce specific tasks after dinner. Everyone agreed with her words, as none of them had experience in business. Once everyone left, Xie Zhan remarked, "You really have a way of bringing people together. It's rare to find people willing to listen to a woman's plans." "Thank you all for your kindness," Lu Songli smiled and invited, "Everyone who sees this can share." "Mr. Xue, would you like to join in?" "I have no money," Xie Zhan replied bluntly. "Mr. Xue can invest with his skills." "Skills? It means you can take a share based on your talent and abilities, equal to mine."
How about that?
Lu Songli's offer was tempting, but Xie Zhan remained cautious. "I don't have much talent. Can you manage accounts?" Lu Songli asked with a smile, thinking to herself that talent, like a secret, eventually reveals itself. Xie Zhan was silent. Although he had no money, he had never lacked for spending. When he needed money, he would find a small power player, brainstorm ideas, and get what he needed. Lu Songli could guess his views on money. Although Xie Zhan didn't have steady wealth, he had the pride of a strategist and the confidence that he could regain wealth if lost. "Mr. Xue, without long-term planning, there will be immediate worries. People need to think ahead for themselves. You're not young anymore. You should consider retirement. A bird in hand is worth two in the bush. A person's wealth isn't the only measure of success, but, Mr. Xue, if you grow old with nothing, it won't look good. People care about their reputation." Lu Songli's words made Xie Zhan's expression change, and the scene felt a bit unsettling. "And don't you get bored doing nothing every day?" Xie Zhan argued, "I'm reading. How can you say I'm doing nothing? Don't you want to see how much we can earn this time?" Lu Songli directly challenged him, believing that encouragement would work better. Xie Zhan thought to himself that the earnings wouldn't be much. "Mr. Xue, just help us with the accounts. With your skills, it won't take much time, and it will give you a chance to stretch your legs." So, Xie Zhan was persuaded by Lu Songli and reluctantly started managing the accounts. She was right. He was indeed bored. He had already read most of the books in the village over the past few years, and now he was just revisiting them. After dinner, Lu Songli began assigning tasks. "Let's not waste time talking. Let's get started. Our first step is to test our skills by collecting the Buplurum and Forsythia from Li family village. Big brother, you and Sue should check all the supplies in our convoy, summarize them, register, and confirm how much money we currently have available. Third brother, you and Captain Yang should pick some people first. It's best if they are friendly, good at talking, or have a talent for languages and can learn dialects quickly. From the selected brothers, arrange for two to go to the nearby village to ask about last year's prices from small vendors." When she was in Chang'an, she had a slight understanding of the prices of commonly used herbs. Based on that, she could estimate the original purchase prices, but since they were already at the source, asking directly would be more accurate. Finally, Lu Songli looked at Qinsheng and Hu Guangxong, noticing her little husband, Qinsheng, looking at her eagerly, as if asking, "What about me? What do you need me to do?" Sixth master and brother, who will continue their work to ensure the safety of our convoy. Additionally, they need to gather information about local herb vendors and well-known medical clinics along the way. This time is different from the future. Going alone to a strange village to buy local products isn't easy. Those small vendors must have some connections with the villagers. What Lu Songli and her team were doing was essentially taking business away from those small herb vendors, which would surely upset some people. No matter what she did, the safety of the convoy was always the top priority. Without people, there would be nothing. Next, Lu Songli showcased her expertise and began her journey of identifying the quality of herbs. For example, she verified the quality of local herbs like Forsythia from Xi County, Buplurum, sour jujube seeds from Xingtai, honeysuckle from Jilu, Scutularia from Qingda, Atractylodes from Longhua, and Anamarina from Yu County. All the herbs she certified were accepted. Importantly, she kept busy on the way and even took on 2 apprentices. Whenever their convoy stopped near a village, they would trade with the villagers, either using supplies brought from Chang'an, money, or other items. As long as the villagers wanted it, and they had something to offer that could be exchanged for herbs, they would trade. Their operation was so impressive that outsiders might think they were a well-established trading group, not realizing they were a makeshift team. However, their loud activities attracted trouble, just as Lu Songli had anticipated. The trouble came from small herb vendors who had connections with the villages. After the new year, spring has just begun, and it's not yet the time when food is scarce. So, they haven't gone to the village to collect herbs, waiting a bit longer to lower the prices. Unexpectedly, their homes were robbed, and they couldn't help but feel anxious. Some reasonable people approached them first, saying their actions were a bit unfair, like Guamao from Jilu. Others, who were less reasonable, immediately wanted to resort to violence, like Feng Kuei. For Lu Songli, these visitors were just what she needed. They were her targets. Collecting herbs from villagers was just a small part of her plan. She aimed for bigger gains. She was willing to settle for smaller profits, but her true goal was always larger ones. For those who approached reasonably, Lu Songli set up tables and chairs in a beautiful outdoor spot, laid out delicious snacks from Chang'an, and brewed a pot of good tea. Then, she politely invited them over for a nice gathering. As for those who wanted to fight, she let them be. First, Qinglong and his men dealt with them, then brought them over. In any case, the next step was Lu Songli's turn to persuade them with reason. Guamao was relatively easy to convince. Whether they were the reasonable or unreasonable type, as long as they came, they would be intimidated by the soldiers led by Qinglong. When Guamao was brought over, he started to have second thoughts. He no longer wanted to argue about the herb collection on his territory. He just wanted to leave safely. However, unexpectedly, they aimed for the herbs he had stockpiled. Guamao felt that the offer was fair and not a for sale. If he sold his stockpiled herbs to them, he could make a small profit. If he waited until mid-year to sell, he would need to arrange transportation, and the market was uncertain. If things went well, he could make a profit of 30 to 40%, but if not, he could end up losing money. Brother Gua, in business, making a little profit is enough. Don't always think about making the most money. The prices of herbs are too unstable. If you wait until mid-year, not only will you tie up your funds, but can you be sure you'll make a profit? Not necessarily, right? You might as well sell to us, make a profit now, and secure your earnings. Then you'll have some working capital. With your sharp eye, you can seize good opportunities when they arise and not miss out on chances to make money. Xie Zhan watched Guamao, who had fallen into deep thought, and realized that he was being tricked. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the other party gave in. Seizing the moment, Lu Songli immediately called for someone to bring the money to settle the herbal medicine deal. Sitting nearby, Xie Zhan thought to himself, a woman's words can be deceiving. You have quite a way with words, clearly taking after your father, he remarked. No, that wasn't right. It should be that she surpassed him. Lu Dishing only knew how to criticize harshly, while his daughter could persuade even a coffin to open. Lu Songli dismissed his comment, saying, "Did I say anything wrong?" She had simply explained the unstable market trends for herbal medicine and how to wisely use available resources and funds. The other party understood her. So what was the issue? Yes, you are right. Mr. Xue, do you know my father? Lu Songli casually asked. Xie Zhan replied nonchalantly, your father is so famous in the court. Who doesn't know him? They chatted for a bit. Of course, there were also stubborn herbal merchants like Feng Kuei who wouldn't fall for their tactics. Lu Songli didn't mind. For those who refused to cooperate, she simply collected their appearance fee and let them go. Feng Kuei, feeling frustrated, reluctantly paid before leaving. As they traveled through Pingzhou, they conducted trade primarily with local herbal medicine merchants, dealing in high-quality herbs. While others faced dwindling supplies during their travels, their cart was never empty. Any food consumed was quickly replaced with herbs. Notably, after Lu Songli's tea gatherings, some small herbal merchants were inspired to sell whenever they made a profit, rather than waiting for the highest price. This approach helped them grow stronger in business. Some even returned the favor by introducing them to larger clients, including major herbal merchants and big medical clinics. Because Lu Songli understood the products and ensured quality, they received only the best herbs. Initially, They accepted some lower-quality items to fill the cart, but as space became limited, they focused solely on the highest quality. The phrase they repeated most during their journey was, "Squeeze in, make room for as much as possible, and don't miss any gaps." Later, they gradually added more wagons. Basically, the strong young men in the team had to take turns driving the wagons. When they got to the 13th wagon, Yang Wei approached Lu Songli and complained, "Sixth young lady, we can't add more wagons. No one knows how to drive them." They already had 25 wagons. Lu Songli coldly replied, "Don't know how to drive? Then learn. As long as you don't give up, learn as hard as you can." Yang Wei thought, are we really going to have even 10-year-old Qingchongan involved? When they collected too many herbs, Lu Songli would sell some at the right time, targeting the large medical clinics introduced by small herb merchants. After a whole winter, these clinics had used up a lot of their herbs and needed to restock. Since the herbs collected by Lu Songli and her team were of good quality, the price was slightly higher than what they could find elsewhere, but it was still within an acceptable range. They were happy to trade. The clinics also delivered the goods, saving them a lot of effort. It was quite good. Moreover, Lu Songli and her team accepted cash payments or herbs as trade. The herbs they requested were all local varieties, and the clinics had plenty in stock. The prices offered allowed the clinics to make a small profit. It was clear to the clinic managers that Lu Songli and her team were knowledgeable. After calculating the amount they needed, the clinics exchanged any excess herbs with them. Xue Su managed the accounts and noticed that while it seemed like nothing much had changed, their team's assets were steadily increasing. They were now close to Yuzhou. They were temporarily stationed at a small town near Yuzhou, about 40 miles away. They had been busy in Jizhou for half a month, entering from Handan and passing through Xingtai, Jilu, Xiueqing, and Wuqing before directly entering Yuzhou. Now, Lu Songli planned to gradually sell most of the herbs. She had already spoken to Qin Heng, asking him to send someone to Yuzhou's main city to find buyers who could take their batch of goods. They took samples of the herbs with them, and not long after, the person sent to gather information returned, bringing back not only the approximate prices for their herbs, but also a list of interested buyers. When they heard the price they were being offered was 3 times what they paid, everyone was shocked. If that's the case, they made a profit of 2 times their investment on this trip. Some people were secretly counting their fingers, figuring out how much money they would get from this. Their initial investment came from the goods they seized at Qinglong village, which amounted to about 30,000 taels of silver. This was already a significant amount, considering Qinglong village had over 400 people and they consumed a lot every day, with bandits who spent everything without saving. Out of the 30,000 taels, 20,000 belonged to the village leader, Qiu Hai, and 10,000 came from the village's main treasury. The county magistrate, Zhang Xian, took items worth 20,000 taels. From the 10,000 taels, 1,000 was various grains added to the caravan. Qiu Hai's private treasury was found by Qin Sheng, and they directly rewarded them with 8,000 taels. Qin Sheng received 4,000 taels, and the rest was shared among all members of the scouting team. The total amount of silver they could share among the 50-plus members was 22,000 taels. This meant that if they sold this batch of herbs smoothly, they could return with 66,000 taels? That's a lot of money. Is trading this profitable? Does money come this quickly? Someone murmured. Is it a lot? Lu Songli didn't think so. She quickly calculated that she would get about 5,000 taels, and she felt that was still slow. Back when she sold pain relief medicine to Zhao Bin, she earned 15,000 taels in just half a month. But there was no choice. Opportunities like this were rare. For now, any profit was better than nothing. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Lu Songli said, "Don't think this is too much profit." Almost everyone looked at her, including the Qin brothers and Su Zhengyang. Doubling their money in half a month didn't seem like too much profit? Lu Songli sighed inwardly at their naivety. Think about it, trading has its risks. When we are out, we might face various disasters, whether natural or man-made, like bandits. If we're not careful, we could lose everything or even our lives. So, we need to factor these risks into our costs. Just considering the risk, it's reasonable for costs to go up by 50%, right? Everyone's eyes widened even more. Wait, nothing happened on this journey, and you still want to factor in the risk? Most people just think about it in their hearts, but Lu Mingji said out loud, "No, second sister, isn't this a bit too much?" They had been talking peacefully, all the way. Everyone turned to look at Lu Mingji, their eyes full of admiration. When it comes to bravery, it's definitely you, little brother Lu. Next to him, Qingxi quietly tugged at Lu Mingji. Lu Mingji turned to his brother-in-law. Qingxi lowered his head slightly and whispered, "Don't speak. Let your sister talk." Lu Mingji. "Little brother, do you think I added too much cost?" Lu Songli smiled lovingly at her silly brother. "Our safe journey is thanks to everyone's efforts, especially your brother-in-law's." What's going on with his sister and brother-in-law? Lu Mingji suddenly felt very full. Earlier, his brother-in-law told him to be quiet and let his sister speak. Now, his sister was specifically praising his brother-in-law. It was too much. Qin stood up straight, his back instinctively straightening. Qin took over. "Sister-in-law is right. There are many bandits in the Jizhou area. Our group of 40 to 50 people, with 30 or so strong men, looks quite intimidating, which helped us avoid a lot of trouble." Lu Songli added, "Most importantly, everyone worked together to take down the Qinglong stronghold." The news spread throughout Yanzhou and reached Jizhou, so the bandits in Jizhou must have heard about it. You see, those who deal with bandits have their own circles, and it's essential to share information, especially since Yanzhou and Jizhou are close together, making communication easier. Without this background, even if Yuzhou and Jizhou were neighboring, it wouldn't be easy for other herbal merchants to safely bring their goods out of Jizhou. They used their strength to intimidate the bandits, making them too afraid to act. Lu Songli was right. When the news of the Qinglong stronghold being taken down spread, their team became well known, and the bandits in Jizhou truly avoided them like poison. In this cold winter, they were the only ones traveling for business, making them easy to recognize. So, when their convoy made such a big commotion in Jizhou, the bandit leaders were all quiet as chickens. Even though it was obvious they were a big target, the bandit leaders could only secretly drool and tell themselves that this must be a trap to lure them in. They thought it was too cunning. They couldn't act impulsively. Acting rashly would lead to trouble. Invisible, everyone is self-hypnotizing, pretending they can't see Lu Songli and her group bouncing around like a fat sheep in their territory. Qinglong village is a warning. Over 200 young men there were wiped out just like that. At first, the people from Yongwei didn't realize it. Later, they noticed that the journey seemed a bit too quiet. There wasn't a single place in Jizhou for them to show off their skills. So, our safe journey is due to our abilities, but that doesn't mean there aren't risks. It's reasonable to raise costs by 50%, someone said. The others agreed. All right, we'll go along with what you say. You make a good point. Lu Songli continued. We also need to account for the losses along the way, so let's increase costs by another 50%. The group reacted, that's unfair. Even if they don't buy herbs along the way, they still have to travel to Pingzhou. Are there no losses at all? And now you're adding those losses to the herb costs? Considering all this, do you still think we're making a lot of profit? Lu Songli asked. Everyone shook their heads. With her calculations, no one could claim they were making too much. Lu Songli nodded in satisfaction. Making double the profit is what we deserve, and everyone should accept it with a clear conscience. Regarding this price, Lu Songli truly felt that the other party wasn't offering too much. They had eliminated many middlemen, and while one might not earn much, what about 2, 3, or 4? Layer upon layer, the price would rise. Their low purchasing price was also due to their skills. Master, I think our herb quality is good, and we can raise the price, Xiao Wu said. His words caused a few gasps. A greedy merchant wanting to double their profit wasn't enough? Were they too kind-hearted? Others looked at him sideways. Lu Songli smiled and encouraged him. How much do you think we can raise it? Xiao Wu was one of her recent apprentices, and she found him clever and quick to learn. She was eager to give him opportunities to grow. I think we can raise the purchasing price by 50%, but I suggest a 30 or 20% increase instead, as it would help us sell better. Wu Ren has a good point. Let's do it his way. Lu Songli declared. The price is set. Now everyone get back to work. Let's aim to sell all these herbs in the next 2 days. Everyone dispersed, but Qingxi stayed behind, unwilling to leave. Qingxi threw a straight ball. You seem a bit different when it comes to Wu Ren. Really? Wu Ren always smiled when she heard that name. Qingxi looked at her, puzzled by why she seemed so happy at the mention of Wu Ren. Wu Ren wasn't as tall as him, didn't have a better face, and her legs weren't as long. Plus, he was sure she wasn't as nice to touch. Lu Songli rubbed her forehead, realizing her dear one was unhappy. Little did she know, she was just thinking about the mooncakes from the future. She found a chance to pull him aside into a small grove to comfort him properly. In a small grove, Lu Songli wrapped her arms around Qingxi's slim waist, leaning against him to catch her breath. She thought to herself that his learning ability was too strong, and he had great lung capacity. After learning to breathe, he could easily make someone dizzy with a kiss. On the other hand, Qingxi's eyes sparkled. So this is what kissing feels like. He leaned down, wanting to kiss her again, but Lu Songli firmly rejected him, pushing his face away. No more tempting her. Qingxi took her small hand and placed it on his six-pack abs, staring at her with a suggestive look. Lu Songli thought, who can resist this? 15 minutes later, as they left the grove, Lu Songli covered her mouth, feeling frustrated. Men can be so silly, and even a little puppy can be quite fierce when kissing. But those abs felt really nice. Just as they were about to return to their camp, Lu Songli stopped and looked at the boy who was grinning like a fool. He looked like a goofy dog. Unable to help herself, she playfully pinched his waist. Pinching him again? Qingxi held back the ticklish sensation and looked at her in confusion. What was wrong? Stop smiling like that. With such a silly grin, anyone could guess what they had been up to. What's wrong with my smile? Lu Songli motioned for him to lower his head. Though Qingxi complied, he thought that if she wanted to look him in the eye, he could just pick her up like before. Lu Songli stretched out her hands to pinch his cheeks. Just as she was having fun, she heard Qingxi call out behind her, "Mom." Lu Songli froze, quickly withdrawing her hands and turning around to call out, "Mom." Qing's mother smiled warmly. "Ali Ashung, you're back?" Hee, we just had a bit too much for dinner, so we went out for a walk to digest," Lu Songli said, quickly finding an excuse to slip away. Outside, only Qing's mother and son were left. Qing's mother sighed, thinking that her younger son and daughter-in-law had a great relationship. She then turned to her son and advised, "Ashung, be a little more accommodating to your wife." Qingxi was confused. Wasn't he already being accommodating? He never argued back or fought. When she left him, he didn't say anything. He thought, well, one was his mother and the other was his wife. He couldn't upset either of them. What could he do? Next, the sale of the herbs went very smoothly. First, the herbs that Lu Songli and the others had collected were of excellent quality. Second, the buyer, Li Ju, had a decent background but was very skilled in business, and most importantly, he was smart. Li Ju was indeed clever. He noticed that there were experts in Lu Songli's group, making it hard to deceive them. He also realized that they had strong capabilities, so there was no chance of any underhanded dealings. Li Ju genuinely wanted the herbs, so he had to proceed with an honest transaction. One day, the buyer, Li Ju, came personally to their camp for the deal. Lu Songli welcomed him, accompanied by Qin Hang and Qin Zhao. Yang Wei had a strong presence from the streets, while Su Zheng, being an officer, couldn't leave any obvious evidence. In the business world, Wu Ren was still growing and couldn't handle everything alone yet. Most importantly, the Qin family still had the status of exiles, so this couldn't be exposed. Therefore, when facing a savvy buyer like Li Ju, it had to be Lu Songli who took the lead. Li Ju was indeed filled with doubts. He had come with questions, mainly because Lu Songli's merchant group had appeared so suddenly in Jizhou. He needed to investigate this new force. However, upon arrival, he was surprised to find that the main host was a lady who claimed to be from the Qin family, supported by two young men. Then Li Ju noticed that their accents sounded like they were from Chang'an. After several attempts to probe them verbally, he found that this Qin lady skillfully deflected his questions, leaving him unsure of their intentions. He understood that they just wanted to quietly complete the deal without getting involved in anything else. Li Ju then knew what to do. The herbs were definitely fine, and in the end, both sides exchanged money for goods, completing the transaction. 70,000 taels of silver were all converted directly into gold by Lu Songli, and Li Ju readily agreed. Otherwise, transporting that much silver would require 10 carts, which seemed unnecessary. In fact, if they didn't need to hurry, they could have piled up the 70,000 taels into a mountain of silver and shared it, which would have been quite exciting. Just like some companies in later years distributing bonuses at the end of the year, it was quite lively. Lu Songli thought to herself that there would be opportunities. When Li Ju had people bring in the gold, they took away dozens of carts of medicinal herbs, leaving without a trace. Only Lu Songli and her group remained at the camp. 7,000 taels of gold, weighing around 800 or 900 pounds, was stacked in boxes in the open space, shining brightly. Was all this gold earned during this time? Everyone present couldn't help but breathe a little lighter. Xue Su exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't know business could be so profitable. No wonder my friend always says that if I have nowhere to go when I'm old, I can stay at his place. Wait, he must be hiding something from me. He definitely earns more than just the obvious money. I'll write him a letter and give him a piece of my mind. I used to think the money I earned was hard-earned and didn't want to burden him, but now I feel justified in thinking that with all this wealth, what's wrong with supporting him too? Although I'm wealthy now, I must find a chance to spend the money I saved for my friend." Humph. At that moment, Lu Songli clapped her hands 3 times, drawing everyone's attention. She said, "Everyone, you've worked hard during this time. This gold is what we've earned over the past half-month. Now, let's not waste time and start dividing the money." After working hard for over half a month, Lu Songli believed that nothing could be more pleasing or motivating than this statement. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a moment of silence as everyone processed the news. Dividing the money? Was it really happening? Then, cheers erupted, filling the camp with excitement.
Great.
Madame Lu is generous. Madame Lu is impressive. Seeing the enthusiastic crowd, Qin Cheng quietly instructed Hu Guangxong, nodding as he listened. He took a few brothers and rode off to Yuzhou. Lu Songli noticed, but didn't know what he had asked Hu Guangxong to do. Trusting him, she handed the stage over to Qin Heng, Qin Zhao, and Xue Su after her speech. The 3 of them sat down, calculating with paper and pen. In fact, the method of distribution had already been established, following the 5 tiers they had said earlier. Each member in a tier would receive the same amount of gold and silver, but they still needed to discuss how much each tier would get in total. This was similar to a military merit system. Lu Songli did not get involved in these matters. After all, the gold was just sitting there. How to divide it and how much each person would get could be figured out slowly. It was nice to enjoy happy moments for a little longer. If she were in charge, she could come up with a fair distribution plan in no time. Lu Songli firmly believed she wasn't lazy. She just thought things were moving too quickly. They weren't able to enjoy the process enough, which wasn't good. Others thought she wasn't good at math since she never showed it. So while the 3 men were busy calculating, Lu Songli relaxed and enjoyed the attentive service from the little ones. Currently, there were 54 people in total. With the addition of Xue Su and Lu Songli's promise, the first team grew from 6 to 7 members. If she were in charge, she would allocate 35,000 taels of silver to the first team, giving each person 5,000 taels. It's normal for the leaders to take a larger share when distributing profits and benefits. The remaining half would be divided among the 4 subordinate teams. The second team consisted of deputies, like Hu Guangxong and Yang Wei's deputy Yang Zifa, along with 4 other assistants, totaling 7 people. They would take around 10,000 taels, with each getting 1,500 taels, which was reasonable. This would leave about 25,000 taels. The third team was made up of 14 soldiers responsible for reconnaissance. They contributed a lot, so they would take over 10,000 taels, with each getting 800 taels, which was fair. The fourth team included 18 members from Yang Wei's group and 4 from Lu Erxi, totaling 22 people. They would take around 10,000 taels, with each receiving 500 taels, which was reasonable. The fifth team consisted of the Qin family's women and children, plus Qinglong, totaling 8 people. They would share the remaining 2,400 taels, with each getting 300 taels. This way, the 70,000 taels of silver would be perfectly divided. In the end, Qin Heng and the others spent about half an hour discussing the distribution method, which matched her expectations. Once the distribution plan was confirmed, the 3 of them decided to handle the remaining tasks together. One called out names while the other 2 distributed the gold to each brother. Just then, Hu Guangzong and the others returned with over 100 young chickens and 60 locked boxes, one for each person to store their gold. Their effort received praise from everyone. Great job, brothers. You're really thoughtful. After distributing the first 4 groups, when it was time for the 5th group, Qin Zhao felt a bit embarrassed. He wanted to wrap up the remaining gold and take it all for himself without calling out names, thinking it would be easier to divide it privately among his own people. Anyway, the remaining 2,000 taels of gold, except for Qinglong's share, were all for the women and children of the Qin family. Seeing the children disappointed because they couldn't go on stage to receive their gold, Songli disagreed. Qin Zhao was making decisions for the children based on his own feelings rather than considering their perspective. Adults in this era are often too modest and reserved. They tend to use critical education with children. What's wrong with praising their kids in formal settings? Songli believed that if the children did something wrong, they should be corrected and shown the right way to do things, helping them understand how to improve. Good behavior should be praised and rewarded to encourage them to continue in the right direction. This also helps build a sense of collective honor among the children. With Songli's insistence, the children proudly went up to receive their 30 taels of gold. Nie Yunong held her child, and Qin's mother followed behind, both feeling a bit shy. The children were not shy at all. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they held out their small hands to receive their 30 taels of gold. After about 15 minutes, everyone received their gold, with amounts ranging from 30 to 500 taels and 150 taels. Many of the brothers present had never held so much gold in their lives. Those with sensitive emotions were already overwhelmed with excitement. 30 taels of gold is about 3.5 pounds, which was manageable for the 8-year-old Qin Jia and Qin Han. However, for the 2 or 3-year-old Qin Yu and Qin Zhen, it was a bit heavy, and they struggled to hold it. Qin Zhao wanted to help them, but the 2 little ones turned away from him, refusing his assistance. Then the 2 little ones called their older siblings for help, saying, "Big brother, big sister, please help us carry this." Qin Zhao, their father, was almost amused by their reaction. Were they upset about not being allowed on stage earlier, or did they not trust him, fearing he would take their gold? Please, he was the one who received 500 taels. Why would he care about their 30? Soon, the 5 children, including Qinglong, worked together to carry all the gold off the stage. The 5 little ones approached their 6th aunt and placed the gold they had in front of her. Nearby, Qin Sheng suddenly felt a bad premonition. Qin Zhao exchanged glances with his older brother, thinking these mischievous kids might not be trustworthy. Songli raised an eyebrow and calmly looked at the children. "What are you all doing?" "To the best 6th aunt. Here's some gold for you. Can you keep it safe for us?" "To the most skilled 6th aunt. Here's some gold. Can you help us earn more in the future?" "To the most capable 6th aunt." The children sweet-talked her, showering compliments. Qin Sheng thought, as expected, his premonition was right. He hadn't even handed over his gold yet, and these little ones were already ahead of him. Mingji, seeing the 150 taels of gold he had just received, fell into deep thought, imagining a bright path to wealth. The others thought the Qin family kids are so clever. They also wanted to keep benefiting from her help. Songli chuckled, and after regaining her composure, she said with a sigh, "But I don't have any good ideas for making money right now." This wasn't just for the kids. Qin Jia quickly replied, "That's okay, 6th aunt. We can store the gold with you, and when you need it, you can use it. You just need to pay us a little interest each month." She made a gesture with her fingers, indicating they only wanted a tiny bit of interest. Lu Songli laughed. Whose idea was this? Do you think I'm a bank? A few days ago, she had given them a lesson on financial awareness using their monthly allowances as examples, aiming to teach them about money management. She didn't expect them to apply it so quickly. The others were amazed. How did the Qin family raise such smart kids? At such a young age, they already understood how to make money. They wondered if their sixth aunt would let them earn this money. It was my sister's idea, Qin said eagerly, promoting his sister without hesitation. Qin Jia smiled shyly. Lu Songli gave her a thumbs up. Jia is really impressive. All right, you all tell your sixth aunt how much interest you want each month. She didn't mind teaching them, since they showed such potential. She realized that the children of this era are not less intelligent. In fact, they are born in an environment with less pollution and have better physical conditions than children in later generations. What they lack is the easy access to knowledge that comes with the information explosion of the future. As long as they are given enough exposure, they can also be excellent. In the end, Lu Songli offered the children a 7% annual interest rate. Aunt Lu, isn't 7% a bit low? The children were surprised. Previously, when she was teaching, she used examples with an 8% rate. Why was Aunt Lu only giving them 7%? They understood annual interest rates. Aunt Lu had explained it to them before. They remembered that 1 point equals 1%. The adults felt confused, while the children seemed to understand. It was embarrassing. The Qin family had no idea that Lu Songli had been teaching the children so much while playing with them. The children were unhappy. The other members of the Qin family hesitated, wanting to tell Lu Songli to give the children a higher interest rate. The children were so smart that they could handle it themselves. Lu Songli glanced at them. Qingxi shook his head at his family. Lu Mingji felt nervous. His sister often said that when parents are teaching their children, it's best for others in the family to stay quiet to avoid contradicting them. Otherwise, the children wouldn't know whom to listen to, making the teaching ineffective. His father had agreed with his sister, so when he was teaching his nephew Lu Xiao, his older brother and sister-in-law had to remain silent. Of course, they could share their opinions later, but they couldn't undermine the teaching at that moment. Facing the little ones, Lu Songli smiled, but her words were quite harsh. Actually, I initially wanted to give you only 6%. I gave you an extra point because I think you did well as a reward. Upon hearing the first part, the children's faces fell. Was 7% really a high offer? Think about it. You want to store your gold with Aunt Lu to make money, right? But Aunt Lu doesn't need money right now, and I don't have any better ideas for making money. All the funds I have are idle. Given this situation, if I still have to pay you interest, isn't that a loss for me? Lu Songli explained to them. The 3 older children, Qin Jia, Qin Han, and Qin Chang'an, worked hard to understand her words, as if what Aunt Lu said was indeed true. The other 2, Qin Yu and Qin Zhan, were still too young and looked confused. Under these circumstances, Aunt Lu naturally wants to lose as little as possible, right? The children looked up at her. They understood, so Aunt Lu didn't want to give them 8% interest. They felt sad. Lu Songli suggested, otherwise, you can keep the gold with your father or your grandmother. They should be willing to pay you higher interest. Hearing this, the Qin family looked at the children. Qin Heng found it quite interesting and smiled at the children, saying, if you keep the gold with me, I'll give you 8%. Qin's mother quickly added, I'll give you 9%. Qin Zhao, not wanting to be outdone, said, I'll give you 10%. The children looked at Qin Sheng. What about you, Uncle Lu? Don't you want to give us high interest? Lu Songli pulled Qin Sheng over and smiled. Your Uncle Lu's gold belongs to Aunt Lu. He doesn't have money to pay you interest. The children sighed in disappointment. Have you decided where to keep it? Qin Zhao felt an inexplicable competitive spirit and loudly declared, keep it with me. I offer the highest interest. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Zhan and Qin Yu shook their heads vigorously, clearly refusing. They were afraid that if they kept it somewhere, the gold would disappear. Qin Zhao. His son and daughter were really undermining him. Qin Han looked to his sister, Qingjia for guidance. Qingjia hesitated. She thought her father was trustworthy and wouldn't take her and Qinhan's gold, but she wasn't so sure about their third uncle and aunt. This was also the reason why the four siblings had previously decided to keep the gold with Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, can we discuss this? Lu Songli made a gesture inviting them to speak. The children huddled together, whispering and discussing for a while. Lu Songli noticed that Qingchongan was able to play well with them. The other adults were also curious about what the children would decide. Before long, they reached a conclusion and told Lu Songli, "Aunt Lu, we've decided to keep the gold with you." Lu Songli raised an eyebrow. Why? My interest is the lowest. We'll keep it with you, Aunt Lu, because although the interest is only 7%, it's safe. Keeping it elsewhere isn't safe. You mentioned that high interest usually comes with high risk. If we invest elsewhere, we might end up losing even our principal amount. Lu Songli rubbed her forehead. This was something she had taught in her class on preventing financial scams. She told stories, but how did they remember them so well? Qin Heng. Qin Zhao. Feeling a bit hurt, the two brothers couldn't help but doubt themselves. Were they really such poor fathers? What happened to the trust between parents and children? Were these little kids not worth raising? The children told their father, "Aunt Lu is the most trustworthy. She keeps her promises and doesn't treat us like kids." "All right then, since you trust Aunt Lu so much, how about you let her keep your gold? We can sign a contract."
Yes.
The kids nodded in agreement. The Qin family finally understood what the children meant. After all, which adult would seriously sign a contract with 8 or 9-year-olds? Kids, your dear Aunt Lu kindly reminds you not to save it all. Keep some gold for yourself, as spending money. Some children listened and saved a little, like Qingjia, while others, like Qinyu, saved everything. When asked why, he simply said that when he needed money, he would just ask his parents, and they would give it to him. Qin Zhao and Ye Yundang exchanged glances. Could they really keep this son? In the end, Lu Songli happily put away the signed contract. Little ones, you have much more to learn.
Take your time.
That night at the campsite was destined to be a night of celebration. Everyone was excited and had a lot of energy to burn. They decided to prepare a feast together, so they all got busy cooking, roasting lamb, butchering chickens, and catching fish. While everyone was busy, they noticed Lu Songli, the wife of the 6th young master of the Qin family, talking with the 3 young masters. They also saw that the relaxed smile on Qin Sanxiao's face briefly faded but quickly returned, as if they had imagined it. Before long, the Qin family announced some good news. Qin Heng, as the representative of the Qin family, announced, "Brothers, after our discussion, we have decided to allocate 3,000 taels as a reward for those who have performed exceptionally well during this time. There are only 6 individuals, each receiving 500 taels. I will call out the names, and those mentioned should come forward."
Surprise.
This was definitely a big surprise. During this time, those who performed exceptionally well never expected to receive rewards from the Qin family. It felt like a sudden windfall. These individuals can be said to have primarily served the Qin family. The Qin family's actions truly covered all bases. They used this method to show everyone present. Those who work hard and perform well will be recognized. The 6 spots were chosen from the 3rd and 4th tiers, and those whose names were called were very excited. Those who were not called silently resolved to work harder in the future. There is nothing more touching for these hard-working individuals than knowing their efforts are seen and appreciated by those in charge. The Qin family added fuel to the already enthusiastic atmosphere. That night, many men drank too much and ended up crying together. They never realized how easy it could be to earn money. Without a doubt, the Qin family emerged as the biggest winner this time. They distributed over 20,000 taels in cash, and even after rewarding those who performed well with 3,000 taels, they still had 17,000 taels in profit. Not to mention, there were 3 carts of medicinal herbs in the convoy, all belonging to the Qin family. The initial investment for these herbs came from the 4,000 taels allocated to Qinsheng, as Lu Songli had stated from the beginning that the herbs purchased with this money were intended for their own use in Pingzhou, not for sale. In the border areas frequently disturbed by foreign tribes, medicinal herbs are a scarce resource, and everyone understood that. They had no objections to the Qin family taking so much money. This income of over 70,000 taels, created from nothing, was all planned by the Qin family. They only contributed their labor. Without the Qin family's planning, they wouldn't have received a single tael. If others earned more, it was due to their capabilities. They had worked hard for half a month, the work was not dangerous, and their needs were well met. The big shots enjoyed meat while they had soup. It was perfectly normal. Now, these brothers received at least 50 taels of gold, equivalent to 500 taels of silver, with some even getting 800 to 1,500 taels. In such a short time, they became wealthy. This is not an exaggeration. Good land on the outskirts of Chang'an costs 10 taels per mu, so 500 taels could buy 50 mu. Just from the rent, they could cover a year's expenses for their families. Brother, you have no idea how tough it is for us bodyguards. If we stay in the agency, we only earn about 2 taels a month. Going out on jobs can earn a bit more, but it's risky, and we only make a few extra taels of small silver. Brother, aren't we also doing hard work? We might earn a little more money than you. Delivering prisoners twice a year could bring in 50 or 60 taels of silver. But being a guard for prisoners is tough too. Throughout the year, I don't know how many pairs of shoes I've worn out. Who understands this hardship? Don't you have any extra income from your work? Are you suggesting we exploit the prisoners? We wouldn't dare, unless their relatives help us out. We can take a little, but not too much. We can't mistreat the prisoners. If we anger those who might regain their status, it would bring trouble to us and our families. We're not that short-sighted. You're right, brother. Smart thinking. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come, let's drink. Xie Zhan and Yang Wei were also enjoying roasted meat and drinks. Both were quite restrained and didn't drink too much. They looked at the people below who were drinking heavily and felt helpless. This time, they each received 5,000 taels of silver. After spending some time together, they had become familiar and inevitably asked about each other's future plans. Yang Wei was considering retiring, thinking about safely delivering the Qin family to Pingzhou, and then seriously considering retirement. With 5,000 taels, his family could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Xie Zhan disagreed with his retirement idea. Without the protection of Yang Wei's agency, their small family would be like a 3-year-old child carrying gold bricks through a crowd. How could that be safe? He should use this money to strengthen and expand Yang Wei's agency. After hearing this, Yang Wei thought it made sense and couldn't help but ask about Xie Zhang's plans. Xie Zhan didn't hide it and told him that after delivering the Qin family safely to Pingzhou, they would move their whole family there after returning to Chang'an.
What? Yang Wei exclaimed excitedly. Sure.
Xie Zhan signaled him to calm down. Yang Wei took a few deep breaths to settle his excitement.
He was truly surprised.
Wait, after this trip, your whole family is moving to Pingzhou? Was it really that dramatic? Yes, before I left, my family already had this idea. But ideas are one thing. They don't always become reality, right? You don't know my family. Once they decide on something, they usually work hard to make it happen. Besides, I personally support this decision. Isn't Chang'an better than this small border town of Pingzhou? Chang'an is great, but to enjoy its benefits, you need to have the right qualifications like attending a school or having a good teacher. When Xie Zhan mentioned this, Yang Wei felt disheartened because his son could not enjoy those advantages either. Are you willing to part with your clothes? Xie Zhan smiled and asked him, You saw how the children from the Qin family performed earlier. Didn't it spark any thoughts? Yang Wei recalled the performance of the Qin family's children, including Chen Chang'an. He could understand a bit of their conversation and thought those kids were quite impressive and clever. Xie Zhan was determined to move from Chang'an to Pingzhou after witnessing that scene. His mother's decision was indeed correct. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Good company leads to better qualities, while bad company leads to negative influences. The wife of the 6th young master of the Qin family is his nephew's aunt. She wouldn't ignore her own nephew, right? Their children are quite united, so they should benefit from that connection. If they are lucky enough to receive her guidance, they will surely have a brighter future than those who don't. All the hard work of adults is for the sake of their children, isn't it? In Chang'an, he was just a minor official, not a big shot, so he had nothing to hold on to. Moreover, since he came from Chang'an, finding a job in the government office in Pingzhou shouldn't be difficult. Besides that, Chang'an has other advantages. Other advantages? Convenience in life? I won't consider that. But Pingzhou is on the border and often faces threats from outsiders. You have to think about that, right? Xie Zhan countered. Do you think the Qin family would allow themselves and their loved ones to be exposed to danger? Meanwhile, 1 kilometer away from Lu Songli's camp, a group of people lay in ambush. A figure rushed through the night. As soon as he returned to the ambush site, someone eagerly asked, "Did you find out what's happening ahead?" "Yes, Master Duan, I found out. The other side seems to have divided their money, and a group of people is caught up in a celebration." Duan Kaishan immediately replied, "That's excellent." This meant the other side was completely unprepared. These people had appeared in the last couple of days, bringing medicinal materials to Yuzhou to find buyers. He had seen those materials, and their quality was quite good. He had also discreetly inquired about the quantity they had. After getting the answer, he was quite surprised. When they asked for a price, he offered what he thought was a very good deal, and he was confident they would agree to trade with him. In Yuzhou, there are not many merchants who can buy this batch of herbs all at once. He is one of them, and Li Ju is another. After he made an offer, the other parties said they needed to think about it. He had someone keep an eye on their movements, but unexpectedly, they turned around and made a deal with Li Ju. Since they disrespected him, he couldn't be blamed for taking action against them. Duan Kaishan said, "Brothers, this is a big opportunity." The other side brought over a dozen carts of high-quality herbs from Jizhou. Li Ju would need to spend at least 40,000 to 50,000 taels to buy them. If we pull this off, we will have at least 40,000 to 50,000 taels in hand. As soon as Duan Kaishan finished speaking, the people around him breathed heavily. "Duan, let's go." Duan Kaishan raised his hand to calm them down. "Wait another 15 minutes, let them drink a bit more, and we can do this with less effort." Looking at the 100 brothers ready to go, Duan Kaishan nodded in satisfaction. Li Ju was foolish to trade with this group of unknown merchants. Even if they were powerful, once they reached Yuzhou, they had to follow his rules. They refused to cooperate in a good deal and chose to disrespect him, so now he was angry. This time, he brought over 100 brothers, and he was sure they could take everything from the other side. This batch of herbs was still his. It was just a matter of going through an extra step. After a quarter of an hour, when they quietly approached the other party's camp, they found that many people were indeed drunk. Before they could launch their surprise attack, suddenly, sharp whistles rang out. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone is trying to steal our gold! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone is trying to steal our gold!" This was shouted 3 times, and not only were Duan Kaishan's men stunned, but they were also discovered before they even began. On the convoy's side, the brothers who had been a bit tipsy suddenly sobered up. "What? Someone wants to steal my gold?" Whether they were from the agency or the scouting team, they quickly grabbed their weapons. Once they opened their eyes, they saw Duan Kaishan's men and shouted, "Are you the ones trying to steal our gold? I'll make sure you regret it. I finally got lucky and earned some gold to survive, and now you want to take it from me? With you lot, you think you can rob me? You must not know what happened to Qinglong Zhai." Then chaos broke out. These fighting men did notice that the tents on the Qin family's side were unusually quiet. Xue Su emerged from a small path, carrying his familiar little bundle. He took one last look at the camp of the caravan. People often forget themselves in moments of success, which can lead to trouble. The danger for the caravan was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to leave. The others were likely after the gold they had just earned. If they were sensible and handed over the gold, their lives should be safe. But if they resisted and caused harm, things could turn dire. He knew he was tough, but in this world, life was already hard. Being too soft-hearted could lead to suffering, or even losing his life, Xue Su thought blankly. He adjusted his little bundle, feeling its weight make his mood heavier. Speaking of which, he actually liked this caravan. They had provided him with food and drink and helped him earn money. Once he reached Yuzhou, he would find some help for them. Which way should he go next? The north seemed a bit dangerous lately, so he would head south to visit a friend. Just as he was about to step forward, a familiar voice called out, "Mr. Xue, where are you planning to go?" Lu Songli teased. Xue Su slowly turned his head and saw that it was Lu Songli. Caught again, Xue Su thought, "Are you a mind reader? Every time I try to escape, you know exactly where I'm going." "The moonlight tonight is quite nice, so I thought I'd take a walk," Xue Su replied awkwardly. He missed his friend. Was that wrong? He was being honest, really. Lu Songli's companions couldn't help but look up. It was the third day of the month. What moonlight was there? The sky was completely dark. What moonlight? Your words are as silly as jumping into a dry pond. Truly, a scholar's words can be deceiving. Lu Songli glanced at the sky, nodded, and said seriously, "The moonlight tonight is indeed quite nice." Xue Su's face twitched. Suddenly, he felt his skin wasn't thick enough. The others couldn't help but look up again. Where was the moonlight? It was pitch black. Did smart people see a different sky than ordinary folks? While Lu Songli and Xue Su discussed the moonlight, on the other side, flames were rising high, and the sounds of battle were deafening. Lu Songli and her companions looked in that direction, but didn't move. "Lady Qin, aren't you going to take anyone back to help?" Xue Su couldn't help but ask. Judging by the noise, there must be many people involved. "No need. Everything has already been arranged." And, professionally, Lu Songli had not finished speaking when Xue Su interrupted. "I know. Leave the professional matters to the experts." Lu Songli smiled and said nothing more. "Mrs. Qin Lu, did you know someone was planning a robbery?" Xue Su asked. "Didn't you suspect it early on, Mr. Xue?" Lu Songli glanced at him. Xue Su felt awkward. He had suspected it but hadn't shared that with them, which now seemed a bit unfair. He had intended to mention it, but then the Qin family decided to offer 3,000 taels as rewards for 6 outstanding members, which intensified the already lively atmosphere. This act only extinguished his desire to give a warning. He had seen too many powerful figures suddenly gain great success or benefits, and at such times, they often become overly proud. In moments of greed or excitement, they usually ignore others' advice. Even the most wise individuals can lose their clarity of thought. He never expected that she remained so clear-headed. This woman was frightening, truly frightening. "When did you suspect this would happen?" Xue Su couldn't help but ask. Lu Songli replied, "What do you think?" After some thought, Xue Su said, "When your Qin family decided to offer 3,000 taels as rewards for 6 outstanding members." Xue Su realized this was their only chance to meet and discuss today. At that time, Qingzhou had frowned, but then they announced the good news. Many must have misunderstood his reluctance to part with the money, not knowing he was concerned about other matters. So, knowing there was a hidden danger, you still insisted on distributing the silver on purpose? Xue Su pondered and guessed her intention behind pushing for the distribution. Usually, when someone suspects a hidden threat, they would hold back on sharing wealth and focus on dealing with the external enemy first. Lu Songli simply said, "Distributing the silver is what the brothers hoped for. I just didn't want to disappoint them. If they were putting on a show, they had to do it fully. The bigger the commotion, the better. The more lively, the better. That way, the fish would bite." Xue Su looked at the woman before him, filled with admiration. Was she a monster? To earn so much money and be praised by everyone, who wouldn't feel elated? Yet she remained calm and rational, carefully laying out her plans. She even thought the fire wasn't burning hot enough and added more fuel. If only men could be as composed as she was, unbothered by praise or criticism, they would surely achieve great things. As the sounds of fighting faded into the distance, Lu Songli said to Xue Su, "It's time to act. Mr. Xue, since you come from Qinglong village, could you guide our brothers on how to do this well?" Xue Su understood. They wanted to pin this on Qinglong village. Of course, that's no problem. Work is work. He knew that if he took from others, he had to be careful. Xue made a living with his skills, and no matter which side he supported, he had always offered advice, so he never felt guilty about accepting food or money. However, after being with the Qin family for so long, he had eaten and taken quite a bit, and now he felt a bit guilty. Well, he thought, maybe he wasn't ruthless enough. Besides, he didn't want to run away again. If he did and got caught, it would be the third time, and he couldn't afford to lose face. Also, some things could happen once or twice, but not 3 times. An hour later, Duan Kaishan fled in a panic with just over 10 remaining men. He was shaken. Who knew what they had gone through in that hour? They had barely found the enemy's camp when they were discovered, and both sides immediately engaged in battle. Their ambush failed, and they gained nothing. Then, they were picked off. The enemy had archers hidden in high places, skilled shooters who fired arrows while they fought, forcing them to dodge attacks from all directions. At that moment, he realized he had been tricked. By the time he managed to break through the encirclement, most of the 100 or so brothers he had brought were lost. He no longer blamed Li Ju for being foolish. It was he, Duan Kaishan, who was the real fool. "Duan, this is the tactic of a military general," his trusted aide said. Duan Kaishan was startled. Who was this formidable opponent? Knowing he couldn't win, he took a deep breath and shouted, "The powerful person behind me is Duan Kaishan, and my uncle is Duan Qian, the chief scribe of Yuzhou. I apologize for my ignorance and for offending you all. Please have mercy, and let me go. I swear I won't pursue this matter. Let's keep our distance from now on." After saying this, Duan Kaishan held his breath, waiting to see if he would live or die. Qingxi drew his bow and aimed, unfazed by Duan Kaishan's plea for mercy. He had come with over 100 men and clearly did not intend to leave any survivors. In response, an arrow flew through the night, and his aide pushed him away just in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit. Duan Kaishan's face changed immediately, and he shouted, "Are you sure you want to leave no survivors? If I die, my uncle won't let you get away with this." He could only pray that the other party would think twice, while his eyes constantly scanned for an opportunity to escape. No one spoke, but the sound of an arrow slicing through the air was very clear in the night. Duan Kaishan felt something and looked in the direction of the sound, his pupils widening in shock as he saw 3 arrows shooting toward him. He couldn't understand why, even in the dark, the other side had such good aim. What is this? 3 arrows at once. He couldn't react in time. The 3 arrows pierced through him. Duan Kaishan looked down at the arrows that had entered his chest, the pain in his heart reminding him that he had sustained a fatal injury. He didn't understand. He just wanted to scare someone and catch some wild food. How did he end up losing his life? He didn't realize that those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Sometimes, walking too much at night, one will encounter ghosts. He hadn't even figured out the details of the Qin family's group before attempting to rob them. It was only natural that he would run into trouble. Thinking about it, he couldn't really blame himself. No matter how famous Qinglong village was, it was only well known in Yanzhou. Nearby Jizhou might hear some rumors, but in distant Yuzhou, hardly anyone knew anything. In short, he died without injustice. 6th General, you are truly amazing. The soldiers admired Qingxi so much that they called out his previous military title. In the dead of night, 3 arrows fired at once, all hitting the heart. How impressive. Deputy, who I notice my vision has improved at night. The night battle had been thrilling. Many soldiers agreed. Yes, I noticed that too. Exactly, I couldn't see clearly from a distance before. Before, they could barely see within 10 paces. Anything farther was blurry. Now looking into the distance was crystal clear. What had improved their vision? At that moment, the soldiers were suffering from night blindness. Recently, Lu Songli had the chef prepare various dishes using animal liver for everyone. Previously, animal organs were only given to the servants, and many people avoided them due to their strong smell. But with Lu Songli's recipes, the chef made the animal liver quite tasty. Eggs were also a daily necessity. As they ate more, their night blindness naturally improved. While they enthusiastically discussed their improved vision, There was a noise coming from a mountain a kilometer away. Qingxi frowned and glanced in that direction. Li Yi, there might be trouble over at Duanya's place. Should we go take a look? No, Li Ju shook his head. He planned to quietly leave with his people. He didn't want to cause any trouble. He and Duan Kaishan were not allies. They had only followed him to observe his unusual movements from a distance. Now it was clear that Duan Kaishan's group was in trouble.
Who were these people?
When Qin Sheng and his group returned to their base carrying the bodies of Duan Kaishan and his trusted aide, they found that the battlefield was being set up. The clothes of these men had been stripped off. Under Xue Su's guidance, they examined the deaths of those brought by Duan Kaishan and the subtle traces left behind, which all pointed to bandits as the culprits. The Qin brothers began checking on the injured. They had been prepared, so the entire convoy had not been successfully ambushed. There were injuries, but no deaths. They sorted the severely injured, lightly injured, and uninjured. Then Qin Heng and Qin Zhao started calling names to select those who would go out for night work. The brothers present, both lightly injured and uninjured, stood tall and tried to appear lively to be chosen. Qin Heng and Qin Zhao selected 20 people. The outer clothing of the aide they brought back was also removed, and Qin Heng took it, as his build resembled that of the aide. Those whose names were called, put this on, and get ready to leave. The others who were not selected felt a bit disappointed, but at that moment, Lu Songli smiled and said, "Everyone has work tonight. Those chosen for night duty have a heavy task, and those remaining also have important jobs. So let's all stay focused." Her words helped lift the spirits of those not chosen. With the information they had just extracted from the enemy, Qin Heng and Qin Zhao took the 20 selected individuals and drove away with 8 carts, each carrying 3 or 4 boxes filled with stones. After they left, the others took some time to finish setting up the scene. Qin Sheng found an opportunity to tell Lu Songli that when he shot Duan Kaishan, there seemed to be movement on the hill a mile away. Lu Songli nodded, indicating she understood. Lu Songli gathered everyone and mentioned the need to travel through the night, saying, "It's not safe to stay here long. Let's work hard tonight and head straight to Yubiping County at full speed." Xue Su understood that Lu Songli planned to take a different route, bypassing Yuzhou and heading directly to Yubiping County without entering the Yuzhou city. She liked this decision of his, as a gentleman does not stand by a dangerous wall. He just heard that the person ambushing them was none other than the nephew of the official from Yuzhou. Before leaving, Lu Songli checked the camp one last time to ensure there was nothing that could reveal their identities before getting into the carriage. Killing a minor enemy in the wild is not a big deal, but the key is to loot the body. Otherwise, after all that effort to take someone down, if they find nothing, that's not her style. Actually, she preferred to let Qin Sheng, the skilled one, handle the looting. However, if they lost Qin Sheng after taking away half of their fighting strength, the rest of them, old, weak, women, and children, would be in real danger. So, Lu Songli decisively asked Qin Sheng to stay behind to protect them. After all, looting was just a bonus. Their safety was the top priority. In a certain villa under Duan Kaishan's name, the steward had been guarding the gate all night. As time passed, his expression changed from calm to worried. Just as he stood up to send more people to check if the master was in trouble, he heard a noise outside, the sound of hooves and the heavy wheels of a cart dragging something. Before long, someone knocked on the gate. After exchanging passwords with the person outside, he opened the door decisively. "You're back? Oh, it seems you've taken the enemy's cart too." But as soon as the door opened, he was pushed aside. The steward cursed inwardly, thinking that the people under Master Duan were too rough. Luckily, someone quickly caught him, preventing him from losing his composure. "Be careful, Steward Su." The steward glanced at the person who helped him. The familiar clothing and the mud and blood on his face made it hard to tell who it was. But his master had many subordinates, so it was not surprising to see unfamiliar faces. "Hey, young man, what's your name?" Wu Ren smiled, showing a bright smile. "You can call me Xiao Wu." Next to him, Qin Zhao shouted, "Where's the storeroom?" "What a racket!" Steward Su shot him an annoyed glance. This guy was so rude and reckless. The storeroom is inside. Quick, lead the way. Wait, isn't Master Duan here? Steward Su squinted outside, not seeing Duan Kaishan himself, but spotting his trusted aide, Akuan. Butler Su noticed that Akuan was originally walking towards him, but was stopped by a brother. They were talking, and Akuan was partially blocked from view, making it hard to hear what they were saying. The question was answered by Wu Ren, who said, "Stop talking." This time, the plan was a bit tough. We lost 7 or 8 people, and some got injured. They all went back to the city with Master Duan to see a doctor. Master Duan didn't come, but Akuan did. Has it been 2 hours already? That matches up. Butler Su nodded to himself. Akuan just said that the cart won't go in. We'll unload the boxes and move them directly to the storage room. That works, the butler replied, impressed. Those heavy boxes must contain a lot of treasures. Qin Zhao urged from the side, "Stop talking nonsense, Butler Su. Hurry up and open the storage room. The brothers have been busy all night and are exhausted. Once we put the gold inside, we can finally rest." All right, stop rushing me. Just follow me, I'll open it now. Butler Su said as he walked toward the storage room, thinking that although the master didn't come in person, he was a bit skeptical. However, these people seemed to have the demeanor of those who had just been in a fierce battle, and their accents mixed a bit of the local dialect with that of outsiders. The master had many outsiders under him, so mixed accents were common. Most importantly, their behaviors seemed very natural. Outside the storage room, 2 strong servants were on guard. Just as the storage room was opened, several figures sprang out and quickly subdued Butler Chen and the 2 guards. A young servant who had gotten up during the night witnessed this scene. He covered his mouth tightly and quickly crouched down, trembling in fear. Wu Run ordered to move the 3 out of the way to avoid blocking the path. At that moment, Qin Zhao gave him a look and glanced at the hiding place of the young servant. Wu Ren immediately understood and shouted, "This Duan guy dares to rob us at Qingfeng's stronghold. He must not know the power of Lord Ma." Smack! Qin Zhao hit him on the head. "What Qingfeng's stronghold? We are clearly from Qinglong stronghold. Remember that. If you make the same mistake again, you'll lose money." While speaking, Qin Zhao subtly glanced toward the young servant's hiding spot. Qingfeng stronghold. What a mess. After saying this, Qin Zhao pushed open the storage room door. "Quickly, everyone be quick." Then, the newcomers dumped the stones from the boxes and rushed into the storage room with the empty boxes. Not long after, loud voices came from inside. "Hey, can you even work? Pick up the valuable stuff. Leave the junk. You can't even steal properly, silly. Remember, you need to grab the good things first. Don't you see what time it is? Learn from this." The speaker was someone who had been with General Qin Lu in the north before and was quite familiar with the order of collecting spoils. In the end, they managed to fill 10 boxes. Before they left, they had guessed that this courtyard was probably just one of Duan Kaishan's hideouts, and there shouldn't be too much wealth inside. What a pity. As they were leaving, the small servant who had been curled up finally relaxed, thinking that the bandits of Qingfeng's were too terrifying. Why did the master provoke them? A figure appeared behind him, and before he knew it, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and lost consciousness. Just before dawn, Lu Songli and his group successfully entered the territory of Yubiping County and easily found a broken house to rest in. Along the way, they left markers during the last third of their journey. After Qin Heng and Qin Zhao left the city, they headed straight for Yubiping County, and they could find them by following the markers. Once settled, they quickly prepared breakfast. After eating, some rested while others kept watch. Everyone took turns resting, except for Qin Sheng, who couldn't rest yet. After a long night, Qin Sheng showed no signs of fatigue. His stamina was impressive. Lu Songli said nothing but served him 2 full bowls of meat porridge and gave him 2 large buns. If he couldn't rest, he should eat more. After about an hour, Qin Heng and Qin Zhao caught up, and everyone successfully regrouped. They arranged for someone to count the valuables they had looted from Duan Kaishan's storeroom, which amounted to about 30,000 taels in total. One brother remarked, Indeed, a horse doesn't grow fat without night grass, and a person doesn't get rich without unexpected wealth. Upon hearing about this windfall, everyone went about their business. Now, all the brothers were remarkably calm. It was just over 30,000 taels. Did they expect that to excite them?
Who do they look down on?
They had once received over 7,000 taels of gold. After a discussion among Lu Songli, the three Qin brothers, and Su Jingyang, they agreed that this silver should also be divided, and they would complete this task in the next 2 days. However, they needed to establish a specific plan for the distribution, so everyone should wait a bit longer. No one had any objections to this. Everyone had just gone through such a thrilling and intense experience, so it was natural for them to talk about it. Then the incident of Xie Zhan sneaking away was brought up. As more people learned about it, some men who despised such behavior couldn't help but show their feelings. They thought that everyone in their group should stick together, and Xie Zhan's actions were too unfair. Therefore, during dinner, many big men gave him unfriendly looks. Bah, a coward who ran away at the last moment. A person who fears for their life. When danger struck, you ran away. Why didn't you warn us? Do you think you deserve all that gold? Xie Zhan remained calm. He admitted he was afraid for his life, so what? He had a strong heart and didn't care about their insults. They weren't him and didn't know his thoughts, so let them say what they wanted. He had already thought about what to do. The Qin family was clever, especially the sixth lady. They wouldn't all die right away. As long as they survived the initial danger, he had ways to save them later. As for the lives of others, what did it matter to him? Who were they to expect him to share their fate? If he didn't tell them, it was because he planned to use them as shields, so what? He was ruthless and selfish. What of it? Yang Wei, valuing brotherhood, certainly looked down on his actions. Su Zheng said nothing, but the three Qin brothers, being soldiers, felt uneasy about Xie Zhan's behavior. After noticing this, Lu Songli realized that this situation couldn't continue. A strategist has their pride and wouldn't easily submit to others. This was a two-way selection process. They were observing Xie Zhan, and he was also testing and assessing them. To win over such a smart person and strategist, they needed to have a certain level of openness. As previously mentioned, to unite all possible forces, Lu Songli believed they needed to seek common ground while respecting differences, rather than excluding others. After dinner, she had several bonfires lit outside and arranged for food to be roasted. Except for a few on patrol, everyone gathered around the fire, chatting and laughing. Only Xie Zhan left a space beside him. At that moment, Lu Songli spoke up. I know everyone has strong opinions about Mr. Xue leaving without warning when we were ambushed. Our Qin family naturally understands your loyalty, which is why we sympathize with you and can understand your anger. But what I want to say is, has everyone forgotten that Mr. Xue was initially a captive? He never made any agreements, nor did he clearly express his intention to join us. A brother protested, but he shared in the profits. Doesn't that mean he implicitly joined us? Lu Songli replied, that was just the payment I offered Mr. Xue for managing the accounts. Xie Zhan scoffed inwardly. It was true that he received 500 taels of gold, and while she called it a technical investment, he contributed his skills and abilities. Even though the payment was generous, he felt a bit guilty about it. Lu Songli continued, the most important thing is that this was just our idea, not Mr. Xue's. Without a defined camp or an oath of loyalty, under these circumstances, Mr. Xue has simply not contributed and has remained a bystander. He hasn't harmed us, so that can't be considered a serious crime, right? Of course, we could say he lacks warmth. It could only be said that Xie Zhan was hard to deal with, and she had failed to win him over. Of course, I think we can understand that Mr. Xue has never clearly stated he would join us. If anyone here acted like Mr. Xue, it would be a serious moral issue. If someone did that, they would be kicked out of our group. They would lose all the benefits. She needed to make this clear. Before joining, personal actions should not harm the group's interests and are not bound by rules. But once someone joins the group and enjoys its benefits, they must prioritize the group. Lu Songli's words left everyone in deep thought. Mr. Xue, could you share your thoughts? Lu Songli asked Xue Su. Trust between people develops gradually. It takes time. Everyone has their limitations and flaws, including Xue Su, who is quite cautious and not the first to trust. Only when someone trusts him first will he reciprocate. One reason Lu Songli was relatively forgiving towards Xue Su was that she had not shared her plans with him. Xue Su replied coolly, "What thoughts?" Lu Songli straightforwardly clarified, "Mr. Xue, while we value your talents and sincerely hope you will join us as we move forward together, if you really want to leave, please do. We won't force you. Parting on good terms would be fine too." Her words surprised everyone. She was letting him go just like that? Efforts are made by people, but outcomes are determined by fate. As long as we try, we shouldn't be too demanding about the results. If he really looks down on them and wants to leave, she won't force him, to avoid any hard feelings between them. Everyone was waiting for Xue Su's answer. In the firelight, Xue Su stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply to Lu Songli, saying, "I am Xue Guangxian. I hope the young lady will guide me in the future." Everyone was speechless. Seriously, he even gave a fake name. To be so afraid of death to this extent is impressive. Xue Su is a name I often use. It is not fake, Xue Guangxian said. Qin Heng and Qin Zhao exchanged glances. The name Xue Guangxian sounded familiar. Yang Wei and Su Zheng also fell into thought, feeling like they should have heard that name before. Brother, is he from the southern region? With Qin Zhao's hint, Qin Heng remembered. 3 years ago, the old man who left gracefully after embarrassing the head of the Qin family, the largest clan in the south. He never expected he would come to the north and be hiding in a stronghold as a strategist. Lu Songli and Qin Sheng had no reaction to the name. Lu Songli had traveled here and had no memory of this person, while Qin Sheng was young and didn't pay attention to such matters when Xue Guangxian was doing big things, especially since it was so far away. Once they learned his identity, Qin Heng dismissed everyone, telling them to get back to their own tasks. "Mr. Xue, we know you," Qin Heng said to him. Xue Guangxian was not surprised. He had prepared himself for this moment when he revealed his name. He smiled and said, "It's just a small reputation, not worth mentioning." "No, Mr. Xue is too modest." Qin Heng didn't expect that the old man they captured at Qinglong's stronghold was such a significant figure. Although he had suspected he was not ordinary, he didn't realize just how extraordinary he was. Xue Guangxian was from the Li ethnic group who lived in the southernmost part of Dali, a place filled with smoke and mist. In the south, clans were numerous, and the power of families was complex. The Qin family was once a prominent clan, but had fallen to a second-tier family due to the disdain of its descendants, with many resources taken by larger families above them. This was the situation of the Qin family 10 years ago. Later, their young clan leader, Qin Jia, took over and spent 10 years restoring the Qin family to a first-class clan. It is said that the Qin family rose again to become the largest clan in the south within 10 years, thanks in no small part to the support of the capable Xue Guangxian. However, something later happened that caused a rift between Qin Jia and Xue Guangxian. Xue Guangxian openly betrayed and joined forces with several other families to attack the Qin family. That incident directly weakened the Qin family's strength by about 30 to 40%, nearly causing them to fall from the ranks of prestigious families. Now, the Qin family is at the bottom of the first-tier noble families. 3 years have passed, and the Qin family still seems to be struggling to recover. It is said that after that incident, Xue Guangxian left the southern region, while Qin Jia frantically searched for him, even offering a reward of 10,000 taels. The current situation is clear. The Qin family still hasn't found him. Under Qin Heng's explanation, Lu Songli and Qin Sheng learned that Xue Guangxian was once very prominent. Everyone looked at Xue Guangxian, curious about what had happened between him and Qin Jia, the head of the Qin family, that led to such a drastic action. Lu Songli was not surprised to learn that Xue was from the south. She had many colleagues from the south in her past life. Even though Xue had a mustache, it was still evident that he had some characteristics of the Baiyu people. The Li people originated during the Western Han Dynasty and lived in areas such as Western Guangdong, Eastern Guangxi, southern Guangxi, and northern Vietnam, historically referred to as the Baiwa barbarians. Lu Songli knew about them from visiting their preserved ancestral halls. The Baiwa people are an interesting ethnic group. Even in later times, they loved to worship gods. In regions rich in their cultural atmosphere, if you ask young people to wake up at 5 for work, they might be late and even quit. However, if you ask them to wake up at 5 to worship the gods, they might already be there by 3. Shui Guangxian observed Lu Songli's expression and noticed that when she learned he was from the Li people, her expression did not change at all, showing no sign of disdain.
He felt satisfied with this.
In his 20s, he made a wrong choice once. This time, he would not allow himself to be wrong again. Since Mr. Shui plans to stay, we will be in this together from now on. Let's not forget, in the future, we must share blessings and hardships and cannot abandon our companions. Meanwhile, the scattered brothers went back to their work in small groups. When they dispersed earlier, the deputy team leader comforted everyone, telling them that the higher-ups would consider Shui's situation and they should focus on their own tasks. They agreed with this. Hu Guangxong called his subordinate, Zhu Dazhuang, "Come here." Zhu Dazhuang jogged over. "What is it, deputy team leader?" Hu Guangxong lowered his voice and asked, "Last night, are you sure that kid wasn't killed by your knife?" Last night, before leaving, they knocked out that young man to buy their team some extra time. Later, the young master ordered someone to stab him in the chest, close to the heart, but he must not die. This made sense to him. Then he remembered Zhu Dazhuang and decided to let him handle the stabbing. After a busy night, he finally had time to check on the situation. "Don't worry, deputy team leader. I used to be a pig butcher and have 30 years of experience. I've lost count of how many pigs I've handled. I guarantee that young man won't die for my stab. Trust my skills, deputy team leader. I missed his heart by half a finger's width. You can relax. I didn't even break the skin of his heart." Smack. Hu Guangxong couldn't hold back and hit him. Zhu Dazhuang covered his head. "Why did you hit me, deputy team leader?" Hu Guangxong shouted, "Aren't you only 32 this year? You've been butchering pigs for 30 years? You could barely lift a butcher's knife at 2 years old? Why don't you say you could butcher pigs in the..." Zhu Dazhuang considered this possibility. "Well, that's not impossible. It wouldn't be surprising if it was a family skill, right? Enough. As long as you didn't kill him, that's all that matters." Hu Guangxong dismissed him. If they continued, he would be driven crazy by this guy. During the following reward discussions, Shui Guangxian voluntarily stepped back to avoid putting Lu Songli in a difficult position. The soldiers from the reconnaissance team appreciated his understanding, while the brothers from Yang Wei's agency were less confident since many of them had drunk too much last night. Although they fought hard and took down many enemies, they also got carried away. Shui Guangxian didn't care about their attitude. He was never after money or anything like that. After discussions with Lu Songli, the 3 Qin brothers, and Yang Wei and Su Zheng, they decided to distribute the rewards strictly according to military rules. Those who didn't contribute wouldn't share in the spoils. After all, this time, the women and children of the Qin family needed protection from others. It wouldn't be fair to share the rewards otherwise. Lu Songli, anticipating the situation, received the largest share of gold and silver, taking away 10,000 taels directly. Everyone agreed. Her contributions were clear. Additionally, she got the location and code from a few close associates of Duan Kaishan. The second most involved was Qin Sheng, who not only shot Duan Kaishan but also led the reconnaissance team to eliminate enemies effectively, saving many brothers in the process. Next were Qin Heng, Qin Zhao, Yang Wei, and Su Zheng, in decreasing order of involvement. The members of the reconnaissance team and Yang Wei's agency were rewarded based on their military achievements. In less than half an hour, over 30,000 taels of loot were divided up. Next, they needed to discuss their travel plans. The Qin family would have to work a bit harder now. This meant the disguise game was over, as they were close to Pingzhou and needed to return to their identities as exiles. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Su Zheng and the others. Changing back would also help them avoid being tracked from Yuzhou. Lu Songli asked the children if they were scared. The children shook their heads. Lu Songli nodded. She calculated that they had 20 days to reach Pingzhou, which was enough time. They could afford to travel a bit less each day. Sixth young mistress, should I leave the convoy and wait for you in Pingzhou? Xie Zhan asked. He had been in Qinglong Zhai before, and if his identity was investigated, it could be problematic for them. Many people in the room looked at him suspiciously, wondering if he planned to run away. The old man simply smiled at their doubts. He saw things differently and chose not to engage with their concerns. After some discussion, Lu Songli decided to split into 3 groups. The Qin family and the officials would take the main road, while Yang Wei's agency and the reconnaissance team would take smaller paths on either side for safety and quick support in case of emergencies. Xie Zhan would follow Yang Wei's group. Once the plan was set, that night, Lu Songli's convoy broke into smaller units and headed toward Pingzhou. 40 miles outside Yuzhou City, in a town where Lu Songli's group had previously stayed, a middle-aged man in official attire stood on high ground, deep in thought. At that moment, a coroner approached him. Deputy Duan, after investigation, it is clear that your nephew's death was undoubtedly caused by bandits. Witnesses, evidence, and subtle details all pointed to the bandits, and their blackmailing style matched the bandits' typical behavior. Duan Qian remained silent. Duan Zhubo, I think that even though the murderer is likely from a bandit group, we cannot rule out the possibility that they're trying to frame Qingfeng village, the coroner thought. The bandits from Qingfeng village are clever, disguising themselves as members of the Qinglong village. If it weren't for a servant overhearing them, they would have gone in circles. That servant almost lost his life. After being knocked out, he was stabbed in the chest. Fortunately, the attacker was not skilled, and the stab missed, providing them with some important information. However, with Qinglong village completely wiped out, these bandits are not concerned about their bad luck. Following the case, the coroner formed his own judgment. He leaned towards the idea that the bandits were from the neighboring Jizhou, trying to fish for easy targets. He had evidence. First, Qingfeng village is in Yenzhou, and bandits usually commit crimes near their own territory, rarely crossing into other areas. Second, it was said that the attackers had brought out several carts of medicinal herbs. If they weren't bandits fishing for easy targets, how could such a fat sheep pass through Jizhou without being robbed? Would the many bandits in Jizhou just watch them leave safely? But so, what if he figured out who the criminal group was? Although Duan Zhubo had some influence in Yuzhou, he couldn't reach Jizhou and wouldn't be able to deal with all the bandits there. Moreover, bandits come and go like the wind. What could Duan Kaishan do about this situation except consider himself unlucky? Check if there have been any large military forces or merchant caravans passing through Yuzhou recently, Duan Qian instructed. Large? How many people should we investigate? 40 to 50. Last night, his nephew took out over 100 strong men, all of whom were wiped out, indicating that the attackers had considerable strength. Although the men his nephew had were not top-notch fighters, they were not useless either. To completely annihilate his nephew's group, the attackers would need at least 40 to 50 capable young men. Such a large group could not move silently. His nephew left with his men after the first watch, and the surviving servant said the attackers arrived at the other courtyard around the fourth watch, meaning the two groups fought for about an hour. None of his nephew's men escaped, suggesting that the attackers had skilled archers among them. He would have people keep an eye out for any bandits in Jizhou known for their exceptional archery skills. Duan Qian and his team were perfectly misled, with their investigation going in the wrong direction. If Li Ju had been honest with Duan Qian when he asked about the situation, Duan Qian wouldn't have been misled like that. Li Ju, wanting to avoid trouble, insisted he didn't know the other person's identity. When the person sold medicine, he saw the quality of the herbs was good and just bought them. That was all. Li Ju didn't want to cause any issues. If he told the truth and Duan Qian couldn't find the real culprit, he might end up being blamed for Duan Kaishan's death. Where would he go to defend himself? Besides, the group he was dealing with was clearly not easy to handle. Furthermore, with Duan Kaishan dead, there was a large opportunity in the herbal business in Yuzhou, and he was busy trying to take advantage of it, leaving him no time to deal with other matters. Zhang Xian achieved great success. After being transferred to Tunghua County in Yanzhou for 2 years, he eliminated the biggest and most difficult bandit stronghold, Qinglong Zhai, which had plagued the area for nearly a decade, something previous county magistrates had failed to do. When the new emperor learned of this, he issued an imperial decree to transfer Zhang Xian back to the capital. One day, under the respectful gaze of his attendants, Zhang Xian exited the palace after spending an hour in the imperial study, enjoying a pleasant conversation with the new emperor. He glanced at the sky, got into his carriage, and instructed the driver, "Let's go home first." At that moment, Zhang Xian was certain that Lu Dixing and his son were his benefactors. Since meeting Lu Mingji in Tunghua County, and with his help connecting with Lord Lu Dixing, his career had progressed remarkably well. After returning home, he had the driver wait and changed into casual clothes before coming back out. Once in the carriage, he simply said to the Lu residents. The night had fallen, and the lights were just starting to shine. At the Lu family home, Lu Ziyuan stood there helplessly, being scolded by his father. Recently, he had been managing the family's land and businesses, and most of the assets were nearly sorted out, except for the hot spring resort. The family had invested a lot of money in renovating the resort, making it hard to set a price. When he set the price too high, he was scolded. His father yelled at him, "If you set such a high price, who will buy it? Others aren't fools. Don't let it end up unsold and delay my plans." Ugh, I misspoke. I meant not delay my journey. Lu Ziyuan thought to himself. His father was already dreaming of going to Pingzhou, while he wished he could sprout wings and fly there. So, he decided to set a low price, only to be scolded again. "You wasteful son. I let you handle some property, and you sell it so cheaply? Is it easy for me to save some money?" Lu Ziyuan. "It's very difficult, really difficult." His father waved his hand at him. "All right, hurry, and change your clothes. A distinguished guest is coming, and you will help me entertain them." "Dad, who is visiting at this time?" Lu Ziyuan asked quietly. Lu Dixing glanced at him. "Lord Zhang Xian is coming to visit me. Do you have a problem with that?" "No, I don't dare." Lu Ziyuan shook his head. He knew Zhang Xian was a county magistrate from a small place, but after returning to Chang'an, he quickly established himself in the court. Lu Ziyuan was puzzled. When did his father become so close with this new official? Seeing his confusion, Lu Dixing explained, "There have been some letters exchanged recently." After saying this, he looked at his eldest son. "Aren't you going to change your clothes?" Hearing this, Lu Ziyuan quickly ran back to the courtyard to change. Lu Dixing personally went to the front gate to welcome Zhang Xian. When Zhang Xian saw Lu Dixing waiting for him, he quickly got off his carriage, repeatedly saying that Lu Darren was too polite. As they met, Lu Dixing led him inside, and during small talk, Zhang Xian praised Lu Ziyuan several times. Lu Dixing instinctively wanted to refute, but he remembered his daughter's advice and swallowed his words. His daughter had said not to always criticize the eldest son, to balance praise and discipline. If the eldest son only received criticism, he might be swayed by flattery from others in the future. So, Lu Dixing decided to go along with Zhang Xian's compliments and praised his son a bit. Zhang Xian nodded repeatedly. "Your son has a good appearance and seems honest and trustworthy." Lu Dixing thought, "Isn't that implying he lacks flexibility?" But he replied, "That's true. He is honest and treats his family well." Hearing his father's praise in front of others, Lu Ziyuan felt a bit touched. After politely praising Lu Ziyuan, Zhang Xian couldn't help but compliment Lu Mingji as well. Lu Ziyuan, standing behind them, was surprised that his brother caught the attention of Lord Zhang. But the more he listened, the more it sounded like praise for his younger sister. Lu Dixing smiled, knowing Zhang Xian had misunderstood. All those flattering words were meant for his daughter. This was good. He could still be proud of his 2 younger children, even if he didn't focus on the eldest. Every time he sees his eldest son doing something foolish, he can't help but wonder if these social skills are not something people should naturally know. Looking at his daughter, she was slow at first, but eventually she understood. Intelligence is something that comes from within. "My youngest son, daughter, is indeed very impressive," Lu Dixing said proudly. Lord Elvi, your two sons are truly remarkable. The eldest is honest, and the youngest, despite being so young, is insightful and clever. Together, they balance each other well and work in harmony, which is commendable. Elvi Dishing thought that if they could be like that, it would indeed be great. He had been teaching his eldest son in this direction. When they reached the main hall, the servants finished serving tea and left. Zhang Xian stood up and bowed deeply to Elvi Dishing, saying, "Thank you, Lord Elvi, for your guidance and support." A month ago, he took a gamble and decided to cooperate with Elvi Mingji's plan to see if he could eliminate the Qinglong stronghold, never expecting he would actually succeed. Later, he felt a bit troubled. He knew that the new emperor had just ascended the throne and was in need of capable people. If he could take this opportunity to return to the central court, it would be easier than delaying 2 more years in Tunghua County before going back to Chang'an. But how to return, and through what means, was a problem. Coming from a humble background and having been away for 12 years, he had no support in court and couldn't even find someone to speak well of him to the emperor. He wrote all these doubts and questions in a letter. Although he sent the letter to Lord Elvi through Elvi Mingji, he still felt uncertain. Later, Lord Elvi replied, strongly supporting his idea of turning his achievements into immediate results. He mentioned that if Zhang Xian continued to manage Tunghua County, by the time he returned to Chang'an in 2 years, it would be too late. However, how to return to the central court required his own effort. When Zhang Xian read this, he felt a bit disheartened but patiently finished the letter. Then, Lord Elvi explained in the letter that if he helped him, the outcome might not be favorable. Next, Lord Elvi advised him to use the elimination of the Qinglong stronghold to earn a reputation for himself. It seemed Lord Elvi was concerned that Zhang Xian might hesitate due to self-doubt. He also encouraged him in the letter, saying that if he earned merits but did not seek recognition, it would be foolish. After reading the letter, he discussed it with his trusted aide and, with determination, decided to follow through. Not long after, he was awarded a People's Umbrella by the citizens of Tunghua County. Then, he presented this People's Umbrella to the new emperor in Chang'an. While waiting for the results, he and Lord Lu kept in touch. He learned that he was worried about the effectiveness of the People's Umbrella. To ease his mind, Lord Lu taught him a strategy in his letters. He suggested that he write a monthly report to the new emperor, flattering him while also updating him on his governance in Tunghua County. Lord Lu reassured him that it was okay if results didn't come immediately, but he needed to regularly present reports to the emperor. This way, the emperor would see his efforts and the progress he was making in Tunghua County. Later, Lord Lu continued to comfort and guide him in his letters, advising him not to be overly modest. He explained that the new emperor, being very busy, wouldn't know about his talents or strengths unless he wrote these reports. If no one praises him, he must praise himself. He had achievements to back it up, so self-promotion was justified. During that time, it was more accurate to say that Lord Lu was guiding him rather than just exchanging letters. Lord Lu's guidance was enlightening for him. He had been influenced by Confucian ideals, which made his thinking somewhat rigid. Lord Lu's advice pointed him in a new direction, helping him break free from certain self-imposed limitations. Lord Lu's help was sincere and powerful. Although they had no formal teacher-student relationship, their bond was like one. The wisdom of governance he shared was truly valuable, something he would typically pass on to his own sons or disciples, not easily given to outsiders. Thus, he willingly bowed in respect. Lord Lu reached out to help him up, saying, "There's no need for that. You already understand this. It's just a thin layer separating you from breakthrough. Once you push through, everything will be fine." Realizing how to turn his achievements into tangible results meant he was on the right path. Zhang Xian genuinely admired him. He thought about how difficult things had been for him, and yet Lord Lu made it seem easy. When the topic of the People's Umbrella came up, Zhang Xian couldn't help but express his concerns. He had showcased his achievements with the People's Umbrella to the new emperor. Otherwise, how would the emperor know who he was? However, he felt a bit uneasy about the legitimacy of this achievement.
You really don't need to worry about that.
The new emperor won't personally inspect Tunghua County. Is it false that you eradicated the bandits from Qinglong village? Is it untrue that the people of Tunghua County no longer suffer from bandit attacks? Is the gratitude of the common people not real? With each of Lord Lu's rhetorical questions, Zhang Xian shook his head. Lu Disheng lifted his teacup and took a small sip. So, what do you still have to worry about? He was just boasting a little. Is that a crime? He continued, however, your worries and doubts show that you haven't fully established your position in front of the new emperor. When I say establish your position, I mean being as solid as a rock, so that no one can shake your place in the new emperor's heart. Zhang Xian pondered. Was it like how Lu Disheng used to be in the heart of Emperor Kongqing? Lu Disheng spoke directly. You can't be like me and remain a lonely minister. Now that you are in the court and have shown your face to the new emperor, you must take this opportunity to build your own support and influence. Otherwise, you won't end well. The new emperor is not like Emperor Kongqing. He won't protect you. Thinking about it, the new emperor had promoted and demoted more officials in less than 2 months than Emperor Kongqing did in a whole year, actually, more than what his father did in 2 years. In short, after the new emperor took the throne, some ministers faced serious issues. Zhang Xian's expression changed at these words. He stood up again and bowed deeply. I thank you once more, Lord Lu, for your guidance. After Lu Disheng helped him up, he calmly said, I won't hide it from you. The reason I am helping you is that I dislike Yan Hua, and I admire you, Zhang Xian. You truly had exceptional talent back in the day, but that old rascal Yan Hua wasted your potential, which is quite regrettable. When Lu Disheng mentioned Yan Hua, a look of disdain crossed Zhang Xian's face. Additionally, the current Minister of Personnel, Lord Zhuo Anmin, was recommended by the former secretary, Xie Zhan. You have been back in Chang'an for a while now, so you should have heard about the past conflicts between the Lu and Qin families and the Xie and Zhao families. Therefore, I worry that he might speak ill of me to the emperor and harm my daughter. Zhang Xian thought, surely not? Lu Er has been exiled to Pingzhou with the Qin family. Would Zhuo Anmin still cause trouble for her? Besides, why does Lord Lu care so much about this daughter? Recently, he had heard that Lord Lu had requested an external position, specifically in a place near Pingzhou. Actually, our connection is largely thanks to my daughter. Lu Disheng decided to be straightforward, so he would know who his benefactor truly was. Zhang Xian was confused. The person who wrote to you, calling you uncle, was not my son Lu Mingzhi, but my daughter Lu Songli. Zhang Xian's eyes widened. The letter was written by the young lady? No wonder, no wonder. Zhang Xian suddenly understood. After he returned to Chang'an, he thought that a clever and insightful young man like Lu Mingzhi would surely become famous in the city. However, he was puzzled that Lu Mingzhi's reputation was not as great as that of his second sister, Lu Songli. Among the younger generation, when her name was mentioned, admiration and respect were evident in their eyes, but when asked why, they would not elaborate, leaving a sense of mystery. Zhang Xian had not been back in Chang'an long and did not understand many things yet. However, for those seasoned officials who had been in the court for years, it had been nearly 2 months since the late emperor passed away. During this time, they had analyzed the power struggle that occurred during the transition of authority and had begun to see some patterns. For example, it was clear that there was someone powerful backing the Lu family. Otherwise, how could Lu Disheng, with his lack of capability, have escaped unscathed among the officials chosen by the late emperor? Lu Disheng might be talkative, but he was not particularly clever. When these old officials discovered that the powerful figure behind the Lu family was Lu Disheng's youngest daughter, Lu Songli, they were quite surprised. Yet, no matter how shocking it was the truth. Firstly, there was a conversation among the Qin, Lu, Xie, and Zhao families in front of the Dali prison. Lu Songli herself admitted that she had brought down the Xie and Zhao families while being a prisoner. Moreover, it was known that before the fall of the Xie and Zhao families, Lu Songli had met the new emperor, who was then the 4th prince, which further confirmed her influence. Secondly, after the downfall of the Xie families, some officials from the Xie faction, wanting to save themselves, sold secrets about the Xie family. However, With the Xie family's collapse, the information they held lost its value, except for the analysis that Xie Zhan had made about Lu Songli. The family selling the information initially thought it was just a minor detail, but the old officials considered it the most valuable piece of information. Through reverse analysis, these seasoned officials could vaguely trace her involvement. For instance, she used a straightforward strategy against the fourth prince. Thus, even though the new emperor knew that this was revenge and a way to use him, he found it hard to refuse, as it was not in his interest to do so. The more these old officials analyzed Lu Songli, the more they envied Lu Dixing, feeling that even their own promising younger relatives could not compare to her. For a while, the young nobles of Chang'an felt the critical gaze of their elders. They were both confused and dissatisfied until their elders explained the reason, leaving them stunned. At this moment, Zhang Xian could only sigh, thinking how fortunate Lord Lu was to have such smart children. Lord Lu, you and your daughter have been very kind to me. Lu Dixing interrupted him. Stop right there. What I said earlier was just to prepare you. I'm not trying to ask for favors in return. You don't need to feel awkward. But I believe you will soon understand that you and Zhao Onmin are not meant to be allies. Zhao Onmin is not someone who can tolerate others. If you want to rise in position, he will not allow it. Lu Dixing's intention was clear, to help Zhang Xian rise and compete with Zhao Onmin. He understood the influence of close advisors to the emperor very well. He also believed that Zhao Onmin had deep connections with the Xie family. Since he had placed someone by the emperor's side, they could not fall behind. The young lady, while in exile, was unaware of the situation in Chang'an, but Lu Dixing believed that sending Zhang Xian to him was also a way to utilize his talents. Zhang Xian visited the Lu family for half an hour before leaving. As he departed, Lu Dixing gifted him a brocade box. When Zhang Xian returned home and opened it, he found a small booklet inside. This thin booklet contained Lu Dixing's insights from years of service. When Zhang Xian saw the booklet, his eyes immediately turned red. He had faced many hardships in his youth. Just when he was enjoying success, he encountered Yan Hua, a mentor who was anything but kind, which led to his career being blocked. He was sent to a remote area, working tirelessly, turning his black hair white. In those 12 years, he received very little help or kindness from his colleagues in the officialdom. He never expected that the Lu father and daughter, whom he met by chance, would not only support him significantly in his career but also provide such great assistance afterward. At that moment, he had already regarded Lu Dixing as a mentor who could guide him. His wife, Zhang Shi, quietly accompanied him, as she alone understood his struggles. After gathering his emotions, Zhang Xian told his wife to rest while he needed to think carefully about the path ahead. That night, the study in the Zhang household was lit all night long. Zhang Xian contemplated for the entire night and felt that Lord Lu was right. His advice was the most suitable for him. He realized that he was indeed not suited to be a solitary minister. Furthermore, the court was filled with various factions. Overall, there are 3 factions. 4 trusted ministers split into 2 groups, and Zhao Onmin supports the new emperor, forming his own faction. To establish himself in the court, he must either join Zhao Onmin's camp or confront him directly. There is no third option. If he joins Zhao Onmin, Zhao will be both a support and a limitation for him. Joining the 2 trusted ministers would be similar to aligning with Zhao Onmin. However, Zhang Xian has experience and is not naive. He understands the difficulties of working under others. Since he is determined to take a risk, he prefers to be a leader rather than a follower. Being a leader means he can directly influence his fate through the emperor. Being a follower means he would have to answer to someone else, adding another person who can control him. With this decision, and recalling Lu Dixing's words, he realizes he has experienced Lu's methods firsthand. Lu uses open strategies, yet he has willingly followed Lu's plan. Lu Dixing is not surprised by Zhang's choice. He understands Zhang well. His personality and experiences make it hard for him to be a solitary minister. Everyone needs a sense of security. A solitary minister is like a knife in the emperor's hand, willingly giving up defense to only attack, which means relying entirely on the emperor. Zhang Xian's struggles in his career will likely make him instinctively seek more power to protect himself once he gains authority. Moreover, the current political environment does not allow for solitary ministers. The new emperor is not strong enough to protect his own power. If he becomes the emperor's tool, and that tool becomes dull or damaged, he risks being discarded, as the new emperor will quickly find another. Lu Disheng feels uneasy about the new emperor's tendency to discard ministers so quickly. This behavior seems to have been influenced by a young lady during a past incident, where she told the new emperor that he had many talents willing to serve him and not to worry about a few minor officials. Clearly, the new emperor took that to heart. However, this attitude also reveals his cold nature to the ministers. In the following days, Zhang Xian diligently studies small booklets at home. After the new emperor's ascension, morning meetings resemble a bustling market, lively and chaotic. Many matters that previously did not require discussion now need to be debated to determine the next steps. Yet, many discussions end without any clear resolution. Now the court is as lively as a market, with one person finishing their act while another takes the stage. You challenge me, and I challenge you. You try to trip me up, and I add a little spice to the mix. One day at court, Lu Disheng, who rarely comes due to illness, showed up. Coincidentally, Zhuan Min was out of town on business and had taken leave. With the spring floods approaching, the new emperor wanted to send an envoy to the south for inspection. He intended to assign this task to someone from his side, but the minister he planned to appoint was criticized by the loyal ministers. The new emperor was very displeased. At that moment, Zhang Xian stepped forward. He harshly criticized the candidates prepared by the loyal ministers, pointing out their lack of ability and moral flaws. In comparison, the person the new emperor had in mind only had minor moral shortcomings, but was quite capable. The other ministers felt a jolt. This style of harsh criticism seemed oddly familiar. The more they listened, the more uneasy they became. This frustratingly familiar style of advice sounded just like Lu Disheng. The ministers glanced back and forth between Lu Disheng and Zhang Xian. First, they looked at Zhang Xian suspiciously, wondering when he and Lu Disheng had teamed up. Then they looked at Lu Disheng, thinking, "You liar! Didn't you say you wouldn't take any disciples? You even refused to give guidance. What's going on with Zhang Xian? Don't tell us he learned everything on his own." On the dragon throne, the new emperor happily issued the appointment. This was the first time since his ascension that he felt so pleased. It was refreshing to have someone in court challenge the ministers he disliked and make them suffer. He suddenly understood why the late emperor had trusted Lu Disheng so much. After the court session, before the ministers could leave the Golden Lawn Hall, the chief approached to take Zhang Xian away. Following the chief to the study, Zhang Xian knelt down and humbly asked for the emperor's forgiveness. The new emperor was just about to praise him for his performance in the Golden Lawn Hall when he saw this and curiously asked, "Zhang Aiqing, what crime have you committed?" "Actually, during the last audience, I wanted to say that I am not worthy of such high praise from your majesty," Zhang Xian replied. The new emperor said, "But I see great talent in you today." "Your majesty, I have only learned a little from Lord Lu," Zhang Xian replied shyly. Since the new emperor was young and had not been valued by the late emperor, he rarely attended court and did not know Lu Disheng's style of advice. If he didn't mention it, other ministers would report it to the new emperor anyway. It was better for him to say it himself. "Oh," the new emperor curiously said, "who in the court doesn't know that Lu Disheng is a person who values his own things?" How did Zhang Xian catch his attention? "Your Majesty, I actually visited Lord Lu a few days ago. Lord Lu had a good relationship with the late emperor, which made me quite envious. I tried to send him a visit request, but I wasn't sure if he would see me. To my surprise, he did. Later, when I asked him why, he simply said it was because of Yanhua." The new emperor nodded in understanding. It was typical of Lu Disheng's style. He and Yanhua were not on good terms, so it was normal for him to sympathize with Zhang Xian, who had suffered because of Yanhua. Zhang Xian thought to himself that Lord Lu had helped him a lot, and since he clearly didn't want to get involved, he would do his best to keep him out of it. Besides, he hadn't said anything wrong. Truth and lies are often mixed, but could anyone claim he was lying?
No.
Meanwhile, in front of the main hall, the ministers watched as Zhang Xian was led away by the chief, feeling a mix of emotions. Zhang Xian clearly seemed poised to become a favored person by the new emperor. They dared not offend him and decided to wait and see if he could rise or if he would meet the same fate as previous ministers. However, considering Lu Disheng's long-standing influence during Emperor Kang's reign, it seemed unlikely that Zhang Xian would fall easily. Then, they glared at Lu Disheng, thinking, how could you say you don't take disciples or guide others? Can you really claim Zhang Xian isn't your student? Have you no shame? The officials aligned with Zhua Anmin were frustrated, lamenting, Lord Zhua, why are you out of the city today? Don't you know that while you're away, your home is being robbed? That Lu Disheng is infuriating. Seeing Zhang Xian rise smoothly, Lu Disheng felt pleased and wondered if his letter to his beloved daughter had reached her. Prince Gong, always the nice guy, greeted Lu Disheng. Lord Lu, are you going home? Not going home. Oh, is the turtle finally sticking its neck out? Lu Disheng hardly attended court anymore, preferring to stay at home, making it difficult for others to invite him out. Not going home? Then where is Lord Lu planning to go? To the Mingyue restaurant. Mingyue restaurant, formerly known as Hongsheng Restaurant, gained fame from a debate competition. After the downfall of the Xie and Zhao families, the restaurant changed ownership and the new owner, disliking the old name, renamed it Mingyue. Lu Disheng liked visiting this restaurant, mainly because his wife loved several of their signature dishes. Among the colleagues, one official named Su Yu, seeing him so relaxed, couldn't help but say, if it weren't for your good daughter, you would have been serving the late emperor long ago. Lu Disheng glanced at him. You're absolutely right. I have no talent. The only thing I can offer is having a good daughter. Su Yu was taken aback by his words. The other officials looked at Su Yu, wondering if he was insulting him or praising him. Life has two great joys, achieving success and having worthy descendants. They thought about their own ungrateful children and couldn't help but glare at him. After being glared at by the officials, Su Yu retorted, no matter how great your daughter is, she was still exiled. Women are delicate. I hope she doesn't perish on the way. This angered Lu Disheng. He was in a good mood today and didn't want to deal with foolishness. However, he couldn't let someone curse his daughter go unchallenged. Lu Disheng shot Su Yu a look, recognizing him. Previously, the trusted official Shenwan had brought him to be taught, but Lu had refused. Now this person seemed bitter. Was he holding a grudge? Are you Su Yu? They say you resemble me? Want me to teach you something? Su Yu's face turned red.
Huh.
Look at your thin cheeks and sharp features. How do you resemble me? Don't even think about being compared to me. Otherwise, I'll insult you every time I see you. Lu Disheng said disdainfully. The other officials thought, here it comes, the long-awaited sharp tongue is back. Su Yu's face turned purple with anger. He looked at Lu Disheng, wanting to criticize his appearance, but realized that this old man actually looked better than him, so he decided to attack his character instead. Lu Disheng, what makes you so special? After the late emperor passed away, you hid like a turtle. What are you proud of? This old man still looked down on him? Lu Disheng gave him a what do you know? Look. So, what if he was cautious? Just because you couldn't become my student and resorted to slander, even if you learned something, you'd still be ungrateful and betray your teacher. Luckily, I saw through you and refused you. What a waste. Su Yu's face turned from green to white. His words were quite damning, questioning his character. He looked around at his colleagues, who all avoided his gaze. Lu Disheng finished speaking and glanced around. His colleagues quickly looked away, and he even noticed someone sneaking a smile. Lu Disheng thought to himself, just because he hadn't been out lately doesn't mean he didn't know what they were thinking. They probably thought he was a coward. So, what if he listened to his daughter, or followed his wife's advice? They were right, so he listened. In Lu Disheng's eyes, they were the truly pitiful ones, worrying about everything and trying to do it all themselves. At their age, they still had to worry about their ungrateful descendants. With that thought, he snorted, shook his sleeves, and walked away confidently. Jiangzhou, the Xie and Zhao families had walked for nearly 2 months and finally entered Jiangzhou. Beyond Jiangzhou was Lingnan. One day, Xie Zhan gathered the core members of both families for a meeting. From the Xie family, there were clan elders like Xie Qian and Xie Yuan, along with younger members like Xie Nan and Xie Bai. The Zhao family was mainly represented by Zhao Wenkai and the 3 Zhao brothers. At that moment, Mo Gang, the officer, approached Xie Zhan with a serious expression. "We can't afford to lose any more lives." So far, before even reaching Lingnan, they had already lost 8 officers and workers, which was too much. If more people died for no reason, he wouldn't be able to explain it when he returned. Xie Zhan nodded. "I understand." "Thank you." Brother Mo Gang glanced at everyone present before leaving, looking back several times. Once he returned to the group of officers, he occasionally glanced towards Xie Zhan and the others. Another officer named Xiao noticed this and scoffed before going to rest. With Mo Gang's help, Xie Zhan found an opportunity to have a serious talk with the surviving members of the Xie family. Looking at the numb faces of his family members, Xie Zhan's deep voice broke the silence. "Although I don't want to admit it, as the head of the family, I must say that from the 18th day of the 12th month of the year of Qingxi, for the next few years, it will be the darkest time for our Xie family. Since the disaster began, we have lost too many family members. Watching lives fade away fills me with pain and regret. I feel sorrow for the elderly and children, and regret for the young adults of our family. At the same time, I also hate my own helplessness." Xie Nan said, "Head of the family, you can't blame yourself. This isn't your fault." Xie Qian added, "Yes, it's all Lu Songli's fault. She was too ruthless." Xie Zhan shook his head. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't jumped in to save the wrong person, our family wouldn't have faced this disaster." "How can you blame yourself for that?" Xie Zhan's words stirred the emotions of the clan members. Yes, what wrong had their family done? What fault did the Xie family have to suffer this? Lu Songli was too cruel. "Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's discuss the future," Xie Zhan said sincerely. "I believe that for our Xie clan, this dark time will pass. I believe our family will not perish. One day, we will defeat our opponents, and the Xie clan will regain its former glory." Xie Zhan understood that the clan members had just fallen from a great height. Talking about wealth, future, and status wouldn't attract them or motivate them. He was right. Many of them still felt that everything they experienced was like a nightmare. They just wanted everything to return to normal, for the family to regain its former status, and for them to have their previous lives back. What Xie Zhan, the family leader, had just said deeply resonated with them. For this goal, they were willing to work hard alongside their leader. "Yes, we can do it. But this cannot be achieved by me alone. We all need to work together. Are you willing to join me in this effort?"
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Great.
From now on, let's work together. We may need to strive for a year, 2 years, or even 3, 5, or 7 years. But I, Xie Zhan, will not give up. Never give up. Never give up. I can't promise there won't be sacrifices along the way. For the revival of our family, including myself, I am willing to make sacrifices if necessary. But I can promise that every sacrifice made by our clan members will be remembered. When our family becomes strong again, there will definitely be a reward." After saying this, Xie Zhan deeply bowed to the clan members. The Xie clan members were quiet, their eyes slightly red as they watched their young and capable leader bow to them. Each one covered their mouth, afraid to cry out loud. As for the sacrifices mentioned by their leader, many clan members had already lost their lives along the way. Wasn't that a sacrifice too? And it seemed meaningless. They deeply realized that without the protection of their family, they were truly like ants. Meanwhile, on Lu Songli's side, when the convoy split into 3, the Qin family returned to the treatment of exiles. The adults walked the entire way, but they were a bit more lenient with the children. On the first day, they walked for 2 hours, 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. On the second day, they walked for 2.5 hours. The children's walking time is gradually increasing. However, their food standards have dropped. After just a few days, they all looked a bit pale, but the children didn't complain or show signs of fatigue. They kept walking with their little legs, except for Qinyu, who would sometimes act a bit spoiled. When he got tired, he would charm the older male relatives in the Qin family, while the other kids looked on eagerly. The 3 Qin brothers couldn't bear to see him struggle, so they would bring a basket to carry him for a while. The little ones weren't really having a hard time. Even though their food was less, they had some money and could buy candies and snacks from the local vendors. Lu Songli smiled at them and didn't stop them. Last time when they saved gold to earn interest, Lu Songli set some rules for them. She said, "You are still children. As parents and elders, we have the duty to take care of you, providing for your food and clothing, just like before with your monthly allowance. But now the situation is special since we are exiled. We adults can guarantee you 3 meals a day, but there won't be any snacks. Your monthly allowance is temporarily gone. Can you accept that?" It was important to consider some objective facts. However, we know you kids love snacks, so after discussing it, we adults allow you to use your own savings to buy treats. The children found this reasonable and agreed. With this understanding, recently when the kids wanted snacks, they used the little money they had saved. One day, after arriving at their campsite and finishing their meal, Qin wanted some candy. Unfortunately, he hadn't saved any for himself and had been relying on his siblings for treats lately. Now, he had to follow his previous plan and ask his parents for money. "Mom and Dad, can I have some pocket money?" Qingzhou and Reuniting exchanged glances. "Son, we don't have any money." "That's not true. You both received a lot of gold before, and Dad got more later. Don't you want to give me any?" The little guy felt he had a good memory, and by the end, his eyes were teary. Reuniting cleared her throat. "We also saved some with your Aunt Lu." Aunt Lu had previously discussed her plans with the elders, and she was doing this for the children's sake. So, how could they not cooperate? Qingzhou teased his son. "Well, you didn't save it when you had the chance." Qinyu opened his mouth in surprise. Who was he supposed to ask for money? Would he not get his candy anymore? Qingjia, who was nearby, asked Uncle, "Aunt, did you put your money with Aunt Lu? How much does she give you?"
10.
Qingjia frowned. "Why does Aunt Lu give you so much? Is she looking down on the kids?" Aunt Lu said our money is a large sum. It's a big deposit. The kids pouted, feeling like their gold was being underestimated. Qinyu asked his parents, grandmother, and uncle, but he couldn't get any money. Finally, he looked at his 6th uncle. "Uncle, can you lend me some money?" "Uncle has no money either," Qingxi said, shrugging. Qinyu looked at him suspiciously. "Why not ask Aunt Lu? She wouldn't refuse you, would she?" It was normal for his parents and grandmother not to lend him money, but his uncle and aunt were a couple. He had seen it before. Whenever his father asked his mother for money, she always gave it. Qingxi thought, how was he supposed to respond to that? When he didn't say anything, Qinyu assumed he wouldn't get money from Aunt Lu either. Poor uncle. Qinyu looked at him with sympathy. Qingxi thought, what kind of look is that? Before Aunt Lu married him, she earned over 10,000 taels and even gave him 2,000 as pocket money. How could she not care for him? Qingxi shook his head proudly. Since he couldn't borrow money from the elders, Qinyu decided to ask his older cousin. Qin Han frowned. "Little you, I don't have any money either."
"What?
You don't have any money?" "It's all spent. They had used up all their money recently." Qinyu covered his mouth in shock. Had his older siblings really spent all their money? Was he that greedy? So, little Qinyu had to go find his beloved Aunt Lu. Maybe she would give him next month's interest early? Lu Songli was not surprised by Qinyu's situation at all. She smiled, but her words were cold. "I've already paid your interest monthly." Originally, it was supposed to be annual, meaning it would be settled once a year. Now that I'm paying you monthly, I think I'm being quite generous. You've spent it all, and want to advance next month's interest? No way. Qinyu was stunned. What should he do now? "Aunt Lu, don't you care about me?" He ran over and tried to hug her. Lu Songli stopped him. "Business is business. No special treatment here." "Stop being cute," she said. "I don't fall for that." but you can take out a loan, which means your dear aunt can lend you money. She smiled. Then let's take a loan, Qinyu said confidently, before her older siblings could respond. If you take a loan, I will charge you interest.
Huh.
There's interest too? Of course. If someone deposits money with me, I have to pay them interest, which is an expense. If I lend you money, shouldn't you pay me some interest? Otherwise, I won't earn anything, and that would be a loss. Aunt doesn't make bad deals. The kids thought, borrowing money and paying interest seems fair. So, Aunt, how much interest do you want? Qingjia asked cautiously. Not much if you borrow 10 taels. You only need to pay 5 in interest per day. Lu Songli held up her hand. Recently, she had been teaching them math, which was just addition and subtraction. 5 a day doesn't seem like much. Qinyu wanted to agree, but Qingjia stopped him. After hearing her words, the kids started calculating. Qingjia was the fastest. Once she figured it out, her eyes widened. Aunt, you're charging us 18% interest? Aunt, why is the interest so high? The other kids were surprised. Of course, Lu Songli said coolly, because this place is for saving and lending money, and I need to make a profit. It's a free market, and I'm not forcing you to borrow. The kids thought, well, Aunt isn't really forcing them to borrow money. Do you still want to take the loan?
Lu Songli asked Qinyu.
Sure, the little one counted on his fingers. He hadn't had candy for 2 days and wanted some. Plus, he had savings. The interest from the gold he deposited with Aunt should allow him to buy a few candies, right? After Qinyu took the money, Qingjia seriously told him, you should borrow less from Aunt, or by the end of the year, you might not only miss out on the interest from the gold we saved, but might also owe her money. Qinyu, could that really happen? That's okay. After all, the gold was free. The little guy waved his hand nonchalantly. Nearby, Qingjia felt a pang in his heart, thinking, what a spendthrift. At this moment, you could see a bit of the children's personalities. Qingjia was smart and cautious, while her twin brother Qinhan was a bit timid and followed his sister. Qinyu was clever, thick-skinned, loved to be pampered, and was a generous kid. Qingjin is a clever and well-mannered child. When Qinyu bought candy with the money he borrowed from Aunt Lu and shared 2 pieces with each of his siblings and Chen's brother, he finally got to eat his first piece. Holding a piece of candy, Qinyu looked hopeful and asked her, Aunt Lu, do you want some candy? No, thank you, Lu Songli replied, knowing exactly what he was trying to do, which shattered his little plan. Qinyu sighed in disappointment. Qingjia said, Aunt Lu, you are really good at business. Aunt Lu, no wonder they say you are a cunning merchant. You are really clever, Qinyu said while stuffing candy into his mouth.
Who said that?
Lu Songli raised an eyebrow. My dad, Qingjia thought. This troublesome son, he really can't be trusted. He had once whispered to his wife that letting their son and daughter learn from this cunning merchant would be good for them, or else they would be foolish in the future. He never expected his son to overhear and boldly say it in front of Aunt Lu. In recent days, they walked and taught the children, which worked well together. Everyone knew that once they reached the exiled area of Pingzhou, they would have less time to spend with the children, so they made the most of the time they had now. Upon entering the Yubiping County, Lu Songli and the others encountered several searches by the soldiers of Yuzhou. Each time, Suzheng stepped forward to identify himself, and after a quick glance at their group, the soldiers waved them through. One day, they arrived at the administrative center of Yubiping County, Pinggang. Pinggang was a necessary stop for transporting exiles through the official road into Liaoxi County. Lu Songli helped Qinxi put on makeup and a dress to go to the Pinggang post to collect a letter for her. Before this, she had communicated with him for about half an hour, and finally, Qinxi licked his split lip, put on the dress, and went to get the letter. Before setting off, Lu Songli had arranged with her father to leave a letter at the Pinggang post, informing her of the changes in Chang'an and important events that had occurred during this time. Officially, private use of post stations was not allowed, but in reality, many people did use them privately. Therefore, the letter could not openly show their real names. Lu Songli instructed Qinxi to use a code to collect the letter from the post station. After retrieving the letter, She first checked the seal and confirmed that the agreed-upon mark was still there before opening it. After reading the letter, Lu Songli handed it to Qinsheng, asking him to read it and then share the information with his two brothers. Qinsheng glanced over the letter, pausing at one sentence before summarizing a few points mentioned in it. Qin Heng and Qin Zhao listened carefully. After more than a month of exile, they had no news and were unaware of the situation in Chang'an. Lu Dixing mentioned in the letter that even under severe torture in prison, Xie Zhan did not reveal the hidden wealth of the Xie family. After hearing this, Qin Heng and Qin Zhao felt that Xie Zhan was very strong-willed. He was tough on his family and also on himself. Qin Sheng frowned deeply, recalling the hatred the Xie family had for her at the gates of Dali prison. Lu Songli had anticipated this outcome. If Xie Zhan gave in, he would only be suspected of hiding more wealth, leading to even harsher interrogations, resulting in a loss of both life and wealth. By holding firm, he at least managed to protect some of the wealth. Moreover, he understood the new emperor's mindset well. The new emperor owed his position to Xie Zhan's contributions. No matter what, the new emperor would not want to kill him, as it would discourage other officials. She understood this, but she wondered if Xie Zhan's family would grasp this when they remembered their deceased relatives. Lu Songli thought mischievously. Her father also mentioned in the letter the current court situation, stating that Xie Zhan had pushed Zhao Onmin forward to assist the new emperor in dealing with the four regents. The four regents had already formed two alliances. Qin Zhao sighed in admiration. Xie Zhan truly is the most outstanding member of the Xie family. Even in prison, how could he be so sure that the new emperor would use the person he recommended? Qin Heng nodded, realizing how well one must understand the new emperor to achieve such a feat. However, both of them felt a sense of reassurance thinking about their sixth sibling, who was even more remarkable than Xie Zhan. Regarding Xie Zhan's recommendation, Lu Songli had her own guesses. She explained the confusion of her two older brothers. She understood the new emperor's character, and so did Xie Zhan. For the new emperor, after finally obtaining the throne and about to enjoy the fruits of victory, he was constrained by the four regents appointed by the late emperor. He must feel quite uncomfortable and wish to overturn them immediately. When the new emperor learned from Lin Ran about the third will and realized the late emperor had arranged for four regents, he probably regretted dealing with Xie Zhan too early. However, once an emperor speaks, it is like a decree, and with Song Mo just confirming his succession. If he releases the Xie family out of regret and continues to support Xie Zhan, it would be a contradictory act that not only undermines his authority as the new emperor, but also makes him appear less mature. She was able to bring down the Xie and Zhao families by cleverly timing her actions. Xie Zhan could see this too, which is why he successfully pushed Zhao Onmin to the new emperor and gained favor. This was also why she recommended Zhang Xian to her father. Since Xie Zhan had already placed people around the new emperor, they couldn't fall behind. Zhang Xian, being from the censorate, was articulate and had over a decade of experience outside the court, giving him an advantage over many officials who had only served in the court without external experience. Lu Songli was unaware that Xie Zhan often sighed privately, realizing that the timing was not in favor of the Xie family. If Lu Dixing had delayed presenting the will by a day or two, or if Lin Ran had revealed it earlier, he would have been able to change the outcome for the Xie family's exile. Qin Zhao exclaimed how close it was. Qin Heng and Qin Sheng, upon hearing their explanation, felt that the political game was indeed thrilling and risky. Qin Zhao, Qin Heng, and Xie Zhan attributed her success in overcoming the Xie and Zhao families to timing and luck. They had no idea that Lu Songli's move was based on her understanding of Emperor Kongcheng and her accurate prediction of Lin Ran's actions. Lu Songli didn't elaborate. Winning was what mattered. Lu Dixing mentioned in his letter the exile of the Xie and Zhao families to Lingnan. Regarding the exile of the Xie and Zhao families, Lu Songli felt both surprised and unsurprised. Xie Zhan was a person who understood the situation and was cautious, yet he was also ambitious and hardworking. It was a contradictory personality, but that was the reality. After a significant setback, Xie Zhan's cautious nature would lead him to give up the northern territories and the area where their Qin family had been exiled. With the northern locations removed, only the southwest and Lingnan remained for exile. Lingnan was wealthier and offered more opportunities, and Xie Zhan's ambition would likely push him to take a risk. Even a damaged ship still has some iron left. Xie Zhan was not incompetent and could manage to set the exile locations for the Xie and Zhao families in the southeastern Lingnan. Qingzhou joked, "I thought they would follow us to be exiled to Pingzhou together. The Xie and Zhao families hate the sixth sister-in-law so much. Logically, they should chase after her to find a chance to eliminate her." Qingzhou's voice was filled with regret. It would have been more entertaining if the Xie and Zhao families had pursued her. Qinheng shook his head. "It's better if they don't. Thank you to the families of Xie and Zhao for coming. It's certain that they are uncomfortable, but the Qin family will also feel uneasy. Su Yasi and Yang Wei's agency can no longer openly support them. Family is more important than watching the Xie and Zhao family suffer." Why do you think Xie Zhan chose to be exiled to Lingnan? The north or southwest would have been options too, someone asked. LV's Songli was speechless. He's not foolish. The Qin family has managed the north for so many years. Being exiled there would be like seeking death. Upon hearing this, Qin Heng and Qin Zhao burst into laughter. Even Qin Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Zhao said, "Well, he can only choose the southwest or Lingnan then. If she were Xie Zhan, she would choose the southwest, as it would be easier to win people's hearts and develop the area for better results. However, Xie Zhan is used to fighting and seeking immediate, visible wealth, which is his strength. So, it's understandable that he chose Lingnan as the exile location for the Xie and Zhao families." After saying this, her father subtly mentioned in a letter that he had bribed an officer to look for opportunities to eliminate Xie Zhan on the way. Seeing this, LV's Songli smiled. Her father was indeed on the same wavelength as her. Later, he expressed his regret about the situation. LV's Songli was not surprised. Xie Zhan, being the main character of the original story, likely had some luck on his side and wouldn't be easily eliminated. Her father said that the officer returned the money, stating he could not fulfill the previous agreement. However, there was still some gain. The officer decided to provide them with some information as compensation for his breach of trust. He first informed them that many members of the Xie and Zhao families had died during their imprisonment and exile, including elderly people over 45 and children under 5, leaving very few survivors. LV's Songli clicked her tongue. The Xie and Zhao families were facing a significant decline. This decline might not be evident now, but Xie Zhan would realize its impact later. Additionally, the officer reported that Xie Zhan was terrifying. Throughout their journey, about 20 official members were divided into small groups by him. Those who harbored ill intentions towards the Xie and Zhao families and were disobedient had been eliminated. By the time he wrote this letter, 2 officers and 4 or 5 assistants had died under mysterious circumstances, unexpectedly and suddenly. This journey was the most dangerous one in his career as an officer. Out of more than 20 people escorting the prisoners, a third had died. The death toll could still rise. It was too dangerous. After returning safely this time, he will look for a new position and never be a guard again. Qin Heng and Qin Zhao were shocked to hear about such heavy casualties. Before they could speak, Qin Sheng revealed the last thing written by his father-in-law in a letter. In the end, the father-in-law mentioned that the guards told them that the Xie and Zhao families hated the Lu family deeply and warned them to be careful. After saying this, Qin Sheng pulled Lu Songli away. Qin Heng and Qin Zhao exchanged glances, feeling uneasy about the huge losses suffered by the Xie and Zhao families. Without the initial warning from the sixth sister-in-law and her careful planning afterward, the tragic situation of the Xie and Zhao families would have been their own fate. Look at Xie Zhan, such a capable person. Even during exile, so many elderly over 40 and children under 5 died. When they first left Chang'an, the weather was terrible. Even the strong men in worn but thick clothes struggled. Plus, they were heading north. Qin Zhao said to himself, "My wife had just given birth. she probably couldn't endure it in Dali prison. Prisons are usually cold, damp, dirty, and chaotic. They had help from the Liu family, so they didn't suffer that much. And my third child was just born. They all knew how weak mothers are after giving birth and how easily newborns can perish. Qingzhou had a feeling that without the sixth sister-in-law's warning and her preparations, his wife and third child might not have survived. Qinheng rubbed his forehead, and our mother, given their mother's health, she wouldn't be able to endure the hardships of a long journey. So, could the remaining children, Qinjia, Qinhan, Qinyu, and Qinzhen, really survive to reach the place of exile? No, big brother. You forgot, in the prison when Wu Chunyu was about to torture us if it weren't for the sixth sister-in-law presenting the pardon. If the other side used the children and women to force them, they would have surrendered. At that time, all three brothers would be tortured and unable to care for their families and might even need their families to take care of them. Thinking along this line, both felt a chill. Their family situation was already tragic enough. The two brothers exchanged glances, realizing how much they owed to the sixth sister-in-law. Qinheng said, "Sheng marrying the sixth sister-in-law is truly a blessing." Qinzhao added, "Little six, you must treat the sixth sister-in-law well. Throughout your life, it's best not to have any dishonest intentions. If he dares to wrong the sixth sister-in-law in the future, the brothers won't hold back their feelings of brotherhood anymore." Qinheng nodded. No matter what, the old Qin family cannot let the sixth sister-in-law be wronged. However, he saw that the young couple seemed to have a good relationship. "Third brother, what do you think about what Sheng said at the end?"
Qinheng asked.
"The Xie and Zhao families must see the sixth sister-in-law as their number one enemy," he replied. Qinheng nodded. With such deep hatred, it seemed both sides would not rest until one was defeated. Xie Zhan was indeed ruthless, having killed nearly half of the 20-person team. The sixth sister-in-law acted because of the Qin family, and if given the chance, they must eliminate this person, preferably uprooting both the Xie and Zhao families. But now, with one side in the south and the other in the north, even if they wanted to act, they were too far away. They would have to wait. Qin Sheng held Lu Songli's hand and walked to the riverbank. Their current camp was either by a village or near a river or lake for easy access to water. Qin Sheng frowned tightly, a look of disgust crossing his face. Lu Songli could tell he was upset. "What's wrong?" Qin Sheng managed to say, "Xie Zhan is shameless. In this whole situation, she was the most innocent one. How could Xie Zhan have the nerve to blame everything on her?" Qin Sheng found it unbelievable that a grown man couldn't take responsibility for his actions. Lu Songli raised an eyebrow and smiled at his protective stance. She knew he was referring to the hatred the Xie and Zhao families had for her and the Lu family. Was Xie Zhan shameless? Indeed, when the survival of the family was at stake, the head of the family's reputation was not as important.
He might not actually think that way.
Qin Sheng widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at her as if to say, "I stand up for you, and you defend him?" Lu Songli chuckled. "Xie Zhan's actions make the whole clan hate me and the Lu family, aiming to unite the family against external threats and avoid internal conflicts. To a wise person, every move of an opponent is clear, stripped of distractions, revealing their true intentions." Did the Xie and Zhao families hate her?
Certainly.
Xie Zhan's actions intensified their hatred. In fact, Lu Songli could understand Xie Zhan's intent. As stated in the Book of Lord Shang, a strong nation that does not fight will suffer from internal strife, while a nation that fights against its enemies will remain strong. The general idea is that internal conflicts within a country are not scary. We can just shift those conflicts elsewhere. By directing negativity towards the enemy, the nation will grow stronger. Similarly, family conflicts are not frightening. We should redirect those issues. We must avoid internal strife and unite against external challenges, conquering and defeating enemies to gain their resources, which will help resolve or ease any internal problems. Xie Zhan is suggesting that the Xie and Zhao families treat the Lu family as a hypothetical enemy or target. However, this also reveals significant internal conflicts and issues within the Xie family. He has such intentions? How cunning, Qingxi thought seriously about her analysis, trying to apply it to military strategies. Lu Songli laughed. It's fine. Let's not worry about him for now. When I have time later, I'll reconsider. When the right opportunity arises, she plans to increase the challenge for them, as they have treated her as a boss in their goals. In the southern region, there are many clans with complex relationships, and they are very exclusive. She suspects that Xie Zhan will eventually arrange marriages between suitable members of the Xie and Zhao families and local powers to speed up their integration. Lu Songli believes that without personally getting involved, Xie Zhan might struggle to gain full support from local forces, as others are not naive. They might wait for the right moment to act. She'll see how he proceeds, and if necessary, she wouldn't mind lending him a hand, as she deeply embodies the spirit of helping others. Li, what are you thinking about? Qingxi asked. Lu Songli snapped back to reality. Nothing. Could she tell him she was thinking about how to help her ex-fiancé integrate smoothly into the local community? Image is still very important. Isn't Xie Zhan impressive? Qingxi imagined himself in Xie Zhan's position and realized he couldn't match him. He is indeed quite impressive. The higher the skill, the tougher the challenge. Your wife is even better. Qingxi looked at her gloomily. Am I a bit useless? Lu Songli was surprised. Why would you think that? You and Xie Zhan are on another level. I can't keep up with your thinking. Lu Songli chuckled. He was her husband, yet he envied her rival? When they sparred, it felt like they were in a world of their own, and he couldn't join in. It seemed like Xie Zhan understood her thoughts better and was more suited for her. Qingxi looked at her seriously and shared his thoughts. Just the thought of her pairing with Xie Zhan made Lu Songli uneasy. She feared that one day she might not be able to hold back from eliminating him. She and Xie Zhan are definitely not a good match. Smart people may seem indifferent on the surface, but they actually have their own standards. However, everyone has their own interests. When certain things happen, both sides may appear unconcerned, but they keep it in mind and later tally it up. A smart person clearly sees their partner's hidden motives, which is not a good thing. Moreover, they are both too sensitive. Together, it would definitely be a disaster. She once saw something like this. When someone turns on the faucet, the water is either freezing cold or scalding hot. If you feel it's hot, you quickly turn on the cold water, and after half a minute, the water suddenly becomes very cold. Going back and forth like this, the water will only be inconsistent in temperature. The right way is to turn it slowly, allowing the valve and water to rise evenly until it feels just right. Because the faucet pipes are long, the system has a delay and needs time to adjust. The larger the system, the longer the feedback cycle, requiring more time and patience. Without understanding how the faucet works, Qingxi is like the person turning the faucet, and she is like the faucet system. Qingxi would turn it slowly and wait. If Xie Zhan were the one turning the faucet, their result would likely be inconsistent water temperatures. If every reaction from Xie Zhan is immediate, that instant response is already too much. Both sides are too sensitive, which only leads to confusion, resulting in inconsistent outcomes. Eventually, they may give up out of exhaustion, and it could even lead to a bitter rivalry. Come on, let's not compare with him. Your strengths are not in that area. You two are not comparable, Lu Songli said with strong determination. I am the best match for you, not him. Qingxi looked at her, his eyes shining. So where do you think my strengths lie? Lu Songli realized he was seeking compliments, so she decided to give them. Your ability to lead in battle is impressive. Throughout our journey, we have all come through unscathed, thanks to your efforts. It's better to acknowledge his contributions than to face many criticisms later. If it weren't for his brave performance at Qinglong Zhai, they wouldn't have had such a smooth journey afterward. Qingxi leaned a bit closer, and the light in his eyes brightened even more. Seeing it was effective, Lu Songli continued to praise him. Think about our journey. We traveled over 2,000 miles, facing many dangers. It was your careful command and scouting that helped us avoid many risks. Along the way, Qin Heng and Qin Zhao intentionally gave Qingxi opportunities to practice, hoping he would grow quickly. He did not disappoint everyone and performed very well. Qingxi moved a little closer. You can efficiently complete many tasks with a reconnaissance team and make better adjustments based on the actual situation, finishing tasks even more effectively. His abilities are impressive. Setting target tasks is a strategic consideration at the team level. However, during the process of achieving these goals, there will certainly be some tricky challenges that need to be overcome by the leader. His role is not very obvious right now, but in the future. She is very satisfied with him and the current setup. She is smart enough, just like a person who has a clever mind. That person needs a strong and flexible body to implement their plans effectively. Xie Zhan is just as clever as she is, but like her, he is also fragile. If she is paired with someone unreliable, she wouldn't like it. No matter how good the strategy is, if it isn't executed properly, it's all in vain. Lu Songli directly stated the outcome. Look, Xie Zhan is so smart, but the Xie and Zhao families have suffered significant losses. It's clear that having a clever leader alone is not enough. We also need talents like you. She thought to herself that he is a talent now and might evolve into a great leader in the future. At this moment, Qingxi was already sitting close to Lu Songli, and his eyes lit up. Is there nothing else I'm good at? Qingxi insisted. Lu Songli raised an eyebrow. Of course there is. Qingxi leaned in slightly. What is it? Flatter him some more. If Qingxi had a tail, it would definitely be wagging now. Lu Songli turned her face and asked him softly, do you want to know? Qingxi nodded, eager to find out. Come on, let's go over there and talk. Lu Songli took his hand and pretended to get up. Seeing a small grove ahead, Qingxi looked around and noticed no one was paying attention to them. He quickly took the lead and pulled her toward the grove. Lu Songli, being dragged along, couldn't help but tease him. Is your mouth better? Qingxi paused, glanced back at her, knowing she was teasing him because of his injury, but he didn't care. Seeing this, Lu Songli couldn't help but smile and allowed him to pull her along. Meanwhile, they had split into 3 groups before. Hu Guangxong led his team to ensure the safety of the right flank of the entire group. However, while working, they also needed to eat well. At least the food quality shouldn't drop too much. Hu Guangxong was roasting a chicken, which had turned golden brown and was giving off a delicious aroma. Zhu Dazhuang quietly approached him after returning from outside. What are you doing? Hu Guangxong glanced at him with annoyance, then leisurely brushed some sauce on the chicken before giving it a little more time on the grill. Vice Captain, share half of that chicken with me. I need to tell you something, Zhu Dazhuang said, drooling over the chicken. Not a chance. Hu Guangxong refused. He wasn't about to share his chicken. After rejecting him, he took a big bite of a chicken leg. Just one chicken leg. Zhu Dazhuang lowered his offer. Vice Captain, trust me, with my 30 years of experience, this news is worth a chicken leg. While Hu Guangxong was still thinking it over, Zhu Dazhuang quickly grabbed the last chicken leg and tore it off. Once he said that, Hu Guangxong had a bad feeling. He thought the news wasn't worth even a chicken leg. Just as he was about to grab it back, Zhu Dazhuang took a big bite.
Hey!
Hu Guangxong slapped his arm. You ate my chicken leg. Now hurry up and tell me the news. Zhu Dazhuang quickly swallowed the meat and said, Vice Captain, you won't believe what I saw. He lowered his voice and looked around. Seeing Zhu Dazhuang acting so strangely piqued Hu Guangxong's interest. What did you see that's so surprising? I saw General Liu in women's clothing at the post station. Thud. The chicken leg fell from Hu Guangxong's hand. Are you serious? No joke? Hu Guangxong asked for confirmation. I wouldn't lie to you, Zhu Dazhuang said, taking another big bite of chicken. He finally revealed the news, feeling relieved. Hu Guangxong couldn't imagine what General Liu, a tall man, would look like in women's clothing. Zhu Dazhuang continued eating and said, Vice Captain, to be honest, General Liu looked pretty good in a dress. Tall and slender, it was quite striking, even if it was a bit rough around the edges. I was shocked when I saw it. Also, General Liu probably noticed him. Would he be silenced? Lu Songli had styled his eyebrows and used makeup to soften his features, hiding his masculine traits. Dressed in a skirt, he looked like a true beauty. Hu Guangxong stroked his chin, surprised that General Liu had such a skill. Should he take advantage of this for gathering information in the future? When Qin's mother saw her younger son and daughter-in-law holding hands as they came out of the small woods, with the daughter-in-law also carrying a few vibrant wildflowers, she noticed her son looking around curiously. The bond between her son and daughter-in-law was clearly strong. She had even seen Xing secretly giving her bird eggs to eat. Every time she watched these two, she couldn't help but smile. Qingxi felt wronged. His wife said they were nearing Pingzhou and that he shouldn't look too rosy and plump, or else he wouldn't seem like a convict. So, he was only allowed to eat some eggs daily to get the necessary nutrition. Otherwise, why would he feel so deprived searching for just 2 or 3 nests of bird eggs? He could even arrange for wild boar, if he wanted. After a few days, everyone had lost a bit of weight. For Lu Songli, every time she faced her mother-in-law's knowing smile and gaze, she felt a bit guilty. Currently, she and Qingxi were still at the stage of kisses, hugs, and playful lifts, especially since they were both only 16 years old, having just turned a year older. She found it hard to take things further. At most, she would touch his abs or playfully touch other areas, just for fun. One day, Qingxi was practicing martial arts with the children. The kids practiced for about half an hour, and when Qingxi thought it was enough, he let them rest. The little one sat down, exhausted after 2 rounds of practice. Only Qingxi continued. "Uncle Lu, can't we stop now?" Qingyu asked in surprise. Wasn't Uncle Lu going to sit and rest with them? "You all can stop after 2 rounds. Uncle Lu will practice a bit more." He wouldn't tell these little kids that his wife liked his abs. Although he didn't understand why she enjoyed touching those neatly arranged muscles, whenever he annoyed her, he just had to take her hand and place it on his abs, and she would relent. After finishing a round, Qingxi only broke a slight sweat and felt it wasn't enough, so he took out his long spear from the cart and began to practice. As he was practicing, Lu Songli returned from washing her hands by the river, holding a handful of wildflowers. Seeing him practice, she couldn't help but stop and admire him. His movements were truly impressive. "Isn't Xing handsome?" At some point, Nia Yunyang, holding a child, came over and teased her. "He really is handsome." Lu Songli never held back on compliments for her husband when it was due. Besides, she wasn't wrong. Qingxi was the kind of young man with a strong waist, long legs, and a pleasing appearance. The key point is that this young man belongs to her. Just because of his looks, figure, and character, she is happy to pamper him. Qingxi has exceptional senses and heard their conversation, so he danced even harder, his spear moving with great energy, making the little ones clap their hands in excitement. Watching the two, Nia Yunyang couldn't help but smile. No wonder her mother-in-law secretly told her that Xiao Lu's wife is someone who loves beauty. Fortunately, she gave birth to a good-looking Xiao Lu. Otherwise, Xiao Lu would have a tough time. She genuinely wanted to see Xiao Lu and his younger siblings have a good relationship. Earlier, her husband mentioned the situation of the Xie and Zhao families who were sent to Lingnan. She had a feeling that if the Qin family didn't have the younger siblings, she and her newborn daughter wouldn't survive. After giving birth, the decree for their exile was issued. She thought she wouldn't make it through and would die in prison. To her surprise, during her confinement, she only faced some hardships, which was manageable. This was much better than she had expected. She knew that this was the best treatment her family had worked hard to secure for her. Especially the Lu family. Everything they did was to support her because of the younger siblings. Just look at the Hu family, who had previously arranged a marriage with her elder brother, to understand how difficult it is to provide help in tough times. She didn't take any of this for granted and was very grateful to the younger siblings. After more than a month, she felt much better and wanted to spend more time with them. Next, they traveled from Pingbai County along the official road into the territory of Liaoxi County. Before entering Liaoxi, the 3 groups gathered again. That night, after dinner, Lu Songli approached Yang Wei. "Yang, can I ask you for a favor?" Lu Songli asked with a smile. In the flickering firelight, seeing her smile made Yang Wei feel uneasy. "No need to be so polite, Madam Lu. Just tell me what you need. It's like this. We are very close to Pingzhou now. Once you deliver us, your mission will be complete. Yang Wei nodded, but his mood was heavy. This trip had gone more smoothly than he expected, and the rewards were beyond his imagination. The brothers who came along had earned a lot and were all very satisfied, praising him for handling the job well. However, this also brought a serious problem. The brothers had gotten used to rich meals. Would they still be satisfied with simple porridge and vegetables in the future? He thought bitterly. I would like to ask you, Yang, after this trip back, could you make another trip to Pingzhou? What does this mean? Yang Wei did not understand. It's like this, my father and the others will be moving to Pingzhou. I have been very satisfied with your Yang Wei agency and would like to hire you again to my father and his group to Pingzhou. He was still thinking when he heard a series of hissing sounds. He looked up and saw a group of kids nearby making faces at him and mouthing words. It was clear they were saying, "Head, agree to it." Yang Wei. He hadn't even spoken yet, and this group of kids seemed eager to make decisions for him. He couldn't refuse this request, so he nodded, "All right, no problem." As soon as he agreed, he saw the group of kids jump up and cheer. Seeing this, Yang Wei smiled. Well, some things are just meant to be. A couple of nights ago, Xie Zhan had come to him with a wine jug to drink. After they had a few drinks, he asked Yang Wei what his plans were. He remembered feeling confused at the time. He had previously mentioned his intention to retire, but he had taken Xie Zhang's words to heart and planned to recruit more people after returning to Chang'an to strengthen the Yang Wei agency. Xie Zhan didn't say much more. Before leaving, he patted Yang Wei on the shoulder and urged him to think carefully about whether to follow the Qin family and the sixth young lady. He added, "The opportunity is right now. It may not be the same in the future. You should know that even if they're still considered exiles now, they won't always be in that position." The last sentence was particularly meaningful. When he heard this, Yang Wei was stunned. Then he felt a bit uneasy. Did they want to recruit him and make him a key advisor? He believed the last statement. He had seen the abilities of the Qin family during their interactions. For them, shedding the identity of exiles was indeed just a matter of time. He really wanted to ask the sixth young lady what she thought about this, what her plans were, and how she intended to arrange things. As for the Yang Wei agency, Lu Songli did have plans, but that would come after they returned to her father and his group to Pingzhou. By then, they should be able to establish themselves in Pingzhou. At the very least, they needed to make Pingzhou a safe place. Otherwise, wouldn't her parents face danger as soon as they arrived? After regrouping, Lu Songli and her party entered Liaoxi County. The towns here had the unique scenery of a northern border town, but the atmosphere felt noticeably tense. Actually, they had this feeling as soon as they entered Yubei Ping County. When the locals first saw the group of strangers, they were very cautious. But when they noticed their skin color and appearance, they quickly relaxed. Xie Zhan and the others dressed as officials to gather information, and an elderly man tremblingly told them the reason. Last year, the cities near the Xianbei were badly ravaged. Every winter, the Xianbei would invade to steal supplies from the people of Dali, and this has happened almost every year. There are battles here every year, and the Xianbei would only retreat around the time the snow starts to melt. Therefore, after autumn, the locals are used to staying indoors. The reason they saw so many people out and about this time was that the Xianbei had retreated early last year, and with spring plowing approaching, people dared to venture outside. In fact, the early retreat of the Xianbei was somewhat related to the Qin family. Last year in the northern border, General Qin Yu's last battle severely weakened the Chang and Hu tribes, which greatly intimidated the Xianbei. Due to the situation in the northern border, the Xianbei retreated early, allowing the people in Yuzhou, Liaoxi, and Liaodong to have a peaceful year. The Qin family has always guarded the northern border. Upon hearing this news, aside from Qin Mu and Lu Songli, the others didn't feel much. The children, being young and fearless, were curious about life in the northern border, especially knowing that some cousins lived there. Qin Mu had to stay in Chang'an due to health reasons. Lu Songli, having lived in a peaceful era, had never experienced war firsthand. In her time, the murder rate in China was very low, and the safety was better than in America. Therefore, when she heard about these events, her brows furrowed tightly. Living in such an environment felt very unsafe. Change was necessary. Xie Zhan also inquired about the prices of houses and land, which were about half as cheap as in Chang'an. When they arrived at a village in Lucheng, they saw a group of several strong villagers chasing a young man in his 20s, armed with knives, hoes, and clubs. The young man was badly injured, with blood running down from his head and limping due to a leg injury. A young woman was protecting the nearly unconscious man and shouted to the crowd, "Stop. He is my cousin, not a bad person. Grandmother, husband, please say something." Seeing the injured man, Qingxi's expression changed, and he was about to step forward, but Lu Songli quickly pulled him back. "What's wrong?" she whispered. "Save him."
Why?
"Dragon City." Qingxi whispered 2 words. Lu Songli immediately understood. This person was related to the 100 acres of land in Dragon City. She had read the geography records, and Lu City was an important town in the northeast, with Dragon City located just north of Lu City and west of Longshan, not far from here. Lu Songli looked at the pair of men and women being chased by the crowd. The villagers across the way also noticed Lu Songli and her group. A sharp-looking old woman glanced at them. "Don't mind these outsiders. Catch that scoundrel first." But a young woman pleaded with Lu Songli and the others, "Kind strangers, please help my cousin." Qinglong tightly protected her cousin, unable to imagine that her only relative had come to defend her but was now being attacked by her in-laws. If anything happened to her cousin, she would never forgive herself. The harsh old woman's expression changed. "Outsiders, I advise you to stay out of this." A villager tried to intervene. "Old Ma, maybe it's best to let it go. They've already been taught a lesson." The speaker was quickly scolded by Old Ma. "Humph, easy for you to say. Is it easy for our family to marry off a daughter? Anyone who dares to steal from our family must be taught a lesson." The villagers murmured that while it was hard for the Ma family to marry off a daughter, they hadn't treated their wives well either. At that moment, the young woman shouted to her husband, "A honest-looking man, Ma Zhongping, tell me, why do I, Qinglong, want to divorce you? My divorce has nothing to do with my cousin. I'll tell you, I've had enough these years. Lianer is our only daughter. The doctor said her ear condition can be treated. We just need to save enough money for her treatment before she turns 3. Your parents don't support us in treating our daughter, and I've endured that. I've worked tirelessly all year, sacrificing for our daughter, and I willingly did it. Every time I save a little money, your mother comes and takes it away. Now Lianer is 8 years old, and her condition is still not treated. Your mother says that the money we earn together is hers to take, as honoring elders is important. Fine, I accept that. But why does she also take the 30 taels I borrowed from my cousin? If you can't protect your wife or daughter, what's wrong with me wanting a divorce?" After 10 years, Qinglong realized this man was unreliable. As long as she stayed in this family, her daughter would never get better. "Madam Ma, humph, you speak so nicely, but you clearly favor the rich and look down on the poor. You want to leave your husband for your cousin? Not a chance. Young daughter-in-law of the Ma family, sister-in-law, you misunderstood. Mother took a little money from you, but it was for your benefit. She used that money to buy medicine for you, hoping you would get better and have another child. Yes, she bought us medicine, but she took 5 taels of silver and only got cheap medicine worth 5 won." Ma Zhongping said softly, "Qinglong, don't listen to that doctor. Lianer's illness can't be cured." Qinglong replied, "Even if it can't be cured, I would rather spend the money on my daughter than waste it on your whole family." Madame Ma began to wail, "Oh my son, this is terrible. Your wife has lost her mind over a man. She really wants to abandon you and this family. Saying it's for her daughter's illness is just an excuse. My mother is right. You really do favor the rich." Ma Zhongping said with red eyes, realizing that his wife only started thinking about leaving after her cousin became wealthy. Everyone could see the situation clearly now. Lu Songli looked coldly at Ma Zhongping, whose face was flushed and wild. Madame Ma kept provoking him. Earlier, Qinsheng had told Lu Songli that the injured man was Meng Yun, a former soldier he had once led. He had returned home after being injured, and the 100 acres of land were entrusted to him. Meng Yun had no family left, just a cousin. It seemed that they were well aware of Meng Yun's situation and might be desperate. She never hesitated to assume the worst about human nature. Greedy Madame Ma, seeing wealthy Meng Yun come to discuss a divorce with her daughter-in-law, should have immediately demanded money and held on to her granddaughter to slowly extract more later. Even if Zheng Yang insisted on taking her daughter away, she would still ask for a sum of money. That would be her normal reaction, not this current situation where she seemed intent on blaming Meng Yun and provoking her eldest son, as if trying to lead him to harm Meng Yun. "Young madam, do you want to save someone?" Xue Su had somehow squeezed next to Lu Songli.
Yes.
"I'll handle it. This is a small matter. You don't need to get involved." "All right. Thank you, Mr. Xue." In the time it took to say a few words, Ma Zhongping had already been stirred up by his mother. "I tell you, Qi Jingyang, you are my wife, Ma Zhongping, in life and my ghost in death. No man can take you away from me." Ma Zhongping shouted fiercely as he approached them with a club raised, ready to strike Meng Yun on the head. Meng Yun was already half-conscious, and Qi Jingyang was desperately protecting her cousin, but was forcibly pulled away by Old Lady Ma. Old Lady Ma held onto her daughter-in-law's hand tightly, excitedly watching the scene unfold. However, Ma Zhongping's club was stopped by Hu Guangsong.
What?
"Are you trying to kill someone?" The old man Xue stepped out from the crowd. Ma Zhongping was furious and shouted at Hu Guangsong, "What are you doing? Get away!" Hu Guangsong easily held him back, ignoring his shouts. Why would he listen to him? Old Lady Ma snapped back to reality and also became angry. "Yes. We are catching a cheating husband. What does it have to do with you? These people were ruining her plans. Do you know that if you strike him, he could die?" Xue pointed at Ma Zhongping. "If he dies, you will pay with your life. Then he looked around, and you all won't escape punishment either." Xue's appearance was that of a wise official, quite intimidating. Those he looked at from the Ma family quickly scattered. Old Lady Ma, relying on her age, stepped forward to push Xue but was stopped by soldiers from the investigation team. "Don't talk nonsense. Even if he dies, he deserves it for being immoral and trying to steal a woman from our Ma family." "Scoundrel. We didn't. My cousin just came to the Ma family village to seek justice for me." Qi Jingyang kept denying it. "Still denying? You have brought shame to our Ma family." Old Lady Ma lunged at Qi Jingyang. She had spotted a stone on the ground. If she could grab it and hit the half-conscious man on the head, everything would be settled. But she was stopped, unable to get within 3 steps of Qi Jingyang, let alone her cousin. Old Lady Ma turned to her son and scolded him. "Are you dead? Don't you see your mother being bullied?" Ma Zhongping's face had lost its color, and he stammered, "Mother, useless." Old Lady Ma said angrily. Among the onlookers, Qin Zhao quietly said to Qin Heng, "Brother, does that man look like he took Wushi-san?" Qin Heng nodded. "It seems so. The man named Ma Zhongping just now looked like he was under the influence of a strong medicine." The two exchanged glances, and it was clear that the Ma family did not seem wealthy. Ma Zhongping appeared to be the least favored child in his family. According to his wife, they were very poor. So how could they afford such medicine? The Qin brothers noticed something unusual. They saw that Shim wanted to help the man, suggesting he knew him. Now, Xue and Hu Guangsong were also getting involved, clearly indicating that the sixth sister-in-law wanted to handle the situation. Old Lady Ma cried out, "Is there no one in Ma family village? Where is the village chief? My life is so hard. My son is useless, my daughter-in-law has been taken, and we are being bullied by outsiders." Despite Old Lady Ma's cries, the people with Lu Songli remained unmoved. The villagers were intimidated by the stranger's display of power and did not dare to act. For a moment, both sides were at a standstill. At Lu Songli's signal, her people provided some medicine to stop the bleeding for Meng Yun. Old Lady Ma continued to wail. Xue remarked, who would willingly put a burden on themselves. "If you truly dislike Qi Jingyang as a daughter-in-law, just let her separate from your son." Instead, she refuses to let them part ways but keeps shouting for violence, which is very strange and contradictory. Xie didn't know the exact reasons, but taking such risks and making such efforts must be for some benefit, likely related to the injured man. Lu Songli shared some basic information with Xie, saying, "The unconscious man is named Mengyun. He was a soldier of my husband. A long time ago, my husband entrusted him with guarding 100 acres of land in Longcheng." She revealed quite a bit, but felt it was necessary for him to understand the situation. It was certain that there were others behind Old Lady Ma, but whether they were from a clan or the government was unclear. Both forces were known for trying to seize others' property. Lu Songli leaned towards the idea that the people behind the Ma family were from the government. Longcheng is not far from Lucheng, but it would take some effort to uncover the details about that 100 acres of land. The clan power did not have that much influence. Moreover, government power was harder to ignore. Xie calculated that the 100 acres in Longcheng could be worth around 20 to 30,000 taels. This meant that the land had already been arranged before the troubles in the Qin family. Furthermore, it suggested that his family's sixth young lady had anticipated the Qin family's crisis long ago. Looking back, the Qin family was affected by the death of the crown prince.
Could it be that she is?
As Xue's thoughts raced, he found himself drifting far away. The more he thought about it, the more mysterious she seemed. He liked this kind of long-term vision in a leader. Xue calmed his excited emotions and focused back on the matter at hand. He nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Lu Songli only said this one sentence, and Xue instantly grasped the source of the trouble. He also understood what Old Lady Ma was planning, and why she wanted to eliminate both of them. By controlling her granddaughter, who had a hearing issue, she could leverage her daughter's relationship with Mengyun to gain access to the 100 acres of land under Mengyun's name. This relationship was somewhat forced, so Old Lady Ma must have someone backing her. He and Lu Songli shared the same suspicion about this person. Old Lady Ma's boldness indicated that a powerful force was behind her. However, this situation could be resolved with 3 strategies. The lowest strategy is to help them get a divorce, cutting off Xie Zhan's ties with her husband's family. Alternatively, if Mengyun were to marry, the Ma family would lose their influence. But they would need to ensure that the person he marries isn't someone set up by others. The middle strategy would be to transfer Mengyun's land to someone else. The best solution would be to deal with the person behind the scenes, which is the top strategy. If the root cause isn't addressed, troubles will keep arising. Xue quietly laid out his plans, concluding, the key is to resolve the issue with the person behind the scenes. Lu Songli understood that the person behind the scenes, besides those in the Lu city government, was none other than Xie Zhan. When the engagement was called off, the Lu family's demand for the 100 acres in Longcheng as compensation was indeed abrupt. The Qin family had lost a significant portion of their wealth, and Xie Zhan likely guessed that the 100 acres had shifted from clear to hidden ownership. Both sides were aware of the wealth each held, and his actions were merely an attempt to hinder them. Later, the information Lu Songli gathered confirmed her suspicions. The reason the 100 acres in Longcheng were coveted was that there were rumors of a potential gold mine there. Lu Songli thought, great, he learned her trick of creating something from nothing. Xie Zhan's ability to learn was impressive. However, that was a concern for later. Regardless of which strategy they chose, the first step was to rescue Mengyun. Mengyun may lack ability, but his loyalty was unquestionable. Lu Songli understood the situation. After all, coming from a rural background, the education level here was lower. The soldiers were not very clever, and when someone took advantage of them, it led to this unfortunate situation, which was unavoidable. Just as Lu Songli and Xue had set their plan, they heard cheers from the people of Magiakan. The village chief is here. The village chief of Magiakan finally arrived at the scene. Upon arrival, he glanced at the old lady Ma and thought to himself, what a fool. She can't even handle a small matter. There's a saying, catch someone in the act, but this man clearly wasn't guilty, yet she insisted on accusing him. He was frustrated, thinking that the noble had told him to cooperate only when necessary, so why was he now the main player in this mess? He didn't want to get involved in this trouble. Old Lady Ma felt wronged. After Meng Yun returned home, she tried to put the drug in the tea, but he didn't drink it. She tried again with the food, but he didn't eat it either. After failing twice, could she really be blamed? Meng Yun thought, no matter how careful I was, I couldn't prevent you from forcing this. The village chief looked over Lu Songli and her group, wondering what kind of team this was. Those with shackles and in prison uniforms, were they not supposed to criminals? And what about those pretending to be from a security agency? The men on the edge had a strong presence, both righteous and fierce, resembling seasoned soldiers. How did these people come together? He attempted to speak with authority. Everyone, this is an internal matter of Magiakan. It's not right for outsiders to interfere. Xue Su replied calmly, when we see injustice, we must help. I believe they are innocent. Should we just stand by and watch you take lives? Hearing this, the village chief glared at old Lady Ma again, thinking she was handling things too clumsily. Isn't he still alive? He stole a wife from our village. Shouldn't he be held accountable? Otherwise, it makes Magiakan look weak. I am innocent. I would rather die than be accused. Qinglong shouted, silencing everyone. Old Lady Ma was stunned at first, then filled with joy. Then go ahead and die. Don't just talk about it. If Qinglong died, she could make Meng Yun pay for it, and everything would be resolved. If my death can prove my innocence. Qinglong stood up, truly feeling hopeless. If her death could save her cousin, then she would accept it. Xue Su quickly stopped her. Qinglong, don't rush to give up. Even if you die, they won't spare your cousin. The people of Magiakan swallowed hard, confused. Could it be that they misunderstood? Were Qinglong and her cousin truly innocent? Then why did old Lady Ma insist she saw them doing something wrong? Village chief, I think since things have come to this point we've fought, so let's just drop it. At most, let the Qi family compensate a little? Yes, we can't really take someone's life, can we? Old Lady Ma has gone too far with her threats. Old Lady Ma angrily replied, no way. These wrongdoers must face consequences. Or, how will our Ma family's reputation hold up? Zhu Dazhuang, who was called over by Hu Guangxong to restrain Ma Zhongping, couldn't hold back. He slapped her on the back. Enough with the death threats. Honestly, I've put up with you for too long. They are innocent. Why should they face such punishment? Just because you say so, you think you can take their lives? Who do you think you are? Ah, that hurts. Old Lady Ma stumbled forward from the slap, letting out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Thankfully, her daughter-in-law caught her, preventing a fall, but that slap was enough for her. What a relief. Lu Songli's group struggled to hold back their laughter. Old Lady Ma, who rarely worked in the fields, was clearly shaken by Zhu Dazhuang's slap, crying out, I've been attacked by an outsider. Village chief, you must seek justice for me. Before the village chief could respond, Zhu Dazhuang shouted, enough.
Even pigs sound better than you.
At this, old Lady Ma's cries stopped abruptly, like a chicken with its neck grabbed. She was clearly someone who bullied the weak, but feared the strong. The brothers looked at him with admiration. Zhu Dazhuang, with 30 years of pig slaughtering experience, was impressive. Xue Su said to Qinglong, did you hear that? Your mother-in-law wants your life, and even if you die, she won't spare your cousin. You wanted a divorce, right? We can help you without needing to die. We will also rescue your cousin. Qinglong asked excitedly, really? Can you really save my cousin and help me get a divorce? The village chief quickly intervened. Brother, as the saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to ruin a marriage. The village chief realized that these people were not to be trifled with and were very thorough in their meddling. At this moment, he had no idea that they were not meddling in others' affairs, but rather dealing with their own issues caused by the disturbance they had made. Old Lady Ma saw this scene and regretted it immensely. She shouldn't have withheld half of the 5 stones of powder given by the noble. She should have given it all to her eldest son. If she had, things would have been resolved long ago. Village Chief Ma, have you thought this through? With Qinglong and Ma Zhongping in this situation, why not let them get a divorce? Their daughter married into your Ma family village, not to be sold to it. Or is it that your Ma family village only knows of widows, not divorces? That's nonsense. That last statement was too harsh. If this got out, who would dare to marry into their Ma family village? Xie Zhan said, "Village Chief Ma, here's the plan. Report to the authorities and have a female coroner examine Xie Zhan. If it proves she and her cousin are innocent, then you shouldn't stop her from getting a divorce. If they really have been involved, then let the law decide. How about that?" Village Chief Ma felt cornered. "I won't agree to a divorce, even if it costs me my life." Ma Zhongping, now awake, panicked. He didn't understand how things had escalated to this point. They had only been arguing. If he just pleaded with his wife like before, she would soften. How did it come to needing to see the officials? And no matter the outcome, it wouldn't be good. "Fine, report it. We must report it." The speaker was Old Lady Ma. She realized she had missed the best opportunity. This group was clearly not easy to deal with, and according to their original plan, they couldn't handle them. Reporting to the authorities would bring in the noble to deal with them. Village Chief Ma glanced at her and sighed. "Then let's report it." After all, he was done with it. As for the Ma family village, if they were to be embarrassed, so be it. It was bound to happen anyway. After they reported it, a constable arrived with his men. Xie Zhan transformed into a lawyer, commonly known as a scribe. Lu Songli asked Lu Mingji to assist him and put his name second on the legal document. The group confidently made their way to the Luqing County office. Meng Yun, the person involved, was carried there. When the officials arrived, they brought a physician who checked his pulse and confirmed he was weak from blood loss, causing his fainting. A dose of medicine would wake him up. The Qin family, being exiles and having many children, found it difficult to squeeze into the office, so they chose a secluded alley not far from it to wait. Qingxi looked eagerly at Lu Songli. This was the second major task she had entrusted to him. He thought as long as he chose someone loyal who wouldn't embezzle, it would be fine. Little did he know, it would lead to such a big mess. By the way, Meng Yun went to visit his cousin, but didn't bring anyone along. Lu Songli told him, "Don't worry, it's not a big deal." She truly believed that it wasn't Qingxi's oversight. Everyone has different styles and considerations when doing things. Actually, if it weren't for Xie Zhan interfering, Meng Yun would have been enough to manage that 100 acres of land. When faced with problems, just solve them. When we do something ourselves, can we really avoid unexpected situations? So, while we allow ourselves to be ourselves, we should also allow others to be themselves. When the Qin family learned that Meng Ren was connected to Qingxi and that the 100 acres of land belonged to Lu Songli, their reactions varied. Qin Heng sighed with a smile, impressive. Qin Zhao. To be honest, he was numb. How many backup plans does his sixth sibling really have? Also, sixth sibling. How afraid are you? You've created so many layers of protection, but they also benefit from it. After Qin mother and Ye Yunyan learned about this, they felt well protected and secure, even thinking that their daughter-in-law was more reliable than their son or husband. The kids saw that sixth aunt had shown her skills again and looked at her with starry eyes, thinking she was amazing. Qingxi. Again competing for a wife with him, he thought, this little brat is not good at all. Feeling that she had calmed her partner down, Lu Songli felt a bit uncomfortable in her stomach and wanted to take care of her needs. Before she went, she asked Nye Yunyan if she wanted to join. Having company, Nye Yunyan naturally agreed. Since she was nursing, she drank a lot of water and needed to go to the restroom more often than others. As Lu Songli moved, Qingxi wanted to follow and protect her. But then his third brother held him back, and Qingxi signaled to the perimeter, and 2 scouts immediately followed to protect them. "Your wife is really good to you," Qin Zhao said, honestly feeling a bit envious. Qin Heng agreed. Sixth sister-in-law really has a great mindset. They both heard the conversation earlier. Sixth sister-in-law instructed Xiao Lu on a task, and Xiao Lu almost messed it up. If they hadn't run into them, that 100 acres would probably have been lost. Wait, how big is that land? It seems to be 100 acres? Oh my, 100 acres. That's 10,000 mu. Qin Zhao, whose entire family had less than 8,000 taels, suddenly felt very poor and then found himself looking at his younger brother with discontent. Little Six almost lost 10,000 acres of land. In the past, when the Qin family was not confiscated, this loss was painful but manageable. Now for them, it is a huge loss. Usually, when women face such tricky problems, they tend to complain a bit, at least showing some frustration. But Little Six's wife is not angry at all. Instead, she comforts him, saying, "It's not a big deal, don't worry." What a wonderful wife she is. Is Little Six's wife treating you like a son? Qingzhou sighed. Even if our father were still here, he wouldn't be so forgiving towards Little Six's mistakes. Qingzhou didn't want to feel bitter, but he couldn't help but look up at the sky again. What kind of luck does this guy have? If only he knew which direction to bow his head when he went out, he could marry someone like her. He missed his chance, but his son still has won. He should tell him to do the same. Qingxi widened his eyes, saying, "That's nonsense. I refuse to believe that my wife treats me like a younger brother. My third brother must be jealous." Qinheng laughed and said, "You can't say that. Little Six's wife's approach is very right. Last year, Sheng was only 15. He hasn't experienced what you and I have, so it's normal for him to not think things through. When they first started working, didn't they also face similar challenges? I think Sheng is doing well. Besides, his strength lies in leading troops in battle, not in handling these trivial matters." Qingzhou didn't want to speak anymore. They could just spoil him. Lu Songli and Nie Yunyang returned shortly after, and Nie Yunyang hurried to feed the baby. "Little Six's wife, is it enough to leave this matter to Mr. Xue? Is there anything we can help with?" This situation was clearly complicated, and there were still big issues to address. Qinheng was trying to recall the Qin family's connections in Liaoxi County. Lu Songli said, "I've already sent Mingzhi to help him." Qinheng and Qingzhou were confused about what Mingzhi could do. However, Qinsheng, who had seen his father-in-law's letter, seemed to understand. Lu Songli smiled and said, "Eldest brother, third brother, don't worry, it's not a big problem. We just heard you mention Xie Zhan. Is this related to him?" Qingzhou asked. "Yes, it has something to do with him. This 100 acres of land originally came from him. Before the Qin family was confiscated, they lost 20% of their wealth due to her marriage with Qinsheng. During the confiscation, Wu Chunyu discovered discrepancies in the amount of property seized. He probably has heard about this too. Xie Zhan could guess that the Qin family had hidden some of their wealth and that they hadn't taken the land from her dowry. Since they were exiled to Pingzhou and Longcheng is not far from there, it was reasonable for him to think that the 100 acres of land were still in her hands. Did Xie Zhan really set this up? Qingzhou felt a chill. Wasn't this a bit too much? The Xie and Zhao families were still on their way to exile and hadn't reached Lingnan yet. Plus, they were struggling against the guards and officials along the way. How could they have the energy to create trouble for them? Lu Songli shook her head with a smile. It can't really be called a setup. She believed this was just a casual move by Xie Zhan, a simple tactic. His intentions seemed to be to take action regardless of whether it was effective or not. Lu Songli was correct. It was indeed a casual move by Xie Zhan, and he didn't care about the outcome. Of course, he was pleased with any unexpected positive result, but if nothing came of it, that was fine too. After all, with thousands of miles between them, he couldn't control how things developed. When the news of the Qin family's exile to Pingzhou spread, he was busy helping the fourth prince ascend to the throne and hadn't thought about the 100 acres in Longcheng. It was only when the Xie and Zhao families were imprisoned that he recalled the entire situation while reviewing events in prison. Having faced off multiple times, Xie Zhan believed he understood Lu Songli to some extent. She was someone who acted with purpose and only rose early for her own gain. Every move she made, even if it seemed insignificant at the moment, would eventually lead to a revelation when the time was right, just like the 100 acres in Longcheng. After the empress granted a marriage, the Lu family approached the Xie family to break the engagement and retrieve their betrothal gifts. They requested the 100 acres in Longcheng as compensation, which puzzled him at the time. He couldn't understand why the Lu family wanted such a distant piece of land. But after everything that happened, he realized this was Lu Songli's backup plan for the exile to Pingzhou. His grandfather once said he was meticulous, able to see the bigger picture and plan carefully, often thinking 3 steps ahead. He was considered the pride of the Xie family, but Lu Songli was even more impressive. Xie Zhan was sure that the 100 acres were still in Lu Songli's hands. He didn't know what was there or what she was planning, but he was certain that the land was very important to her. If he wanted to create trouble for Lu Songli and her group, it wouldn't be difficult. That 100 acres was already a hot potato. The owner had given it to the Xie family because he needed their help to establish connections and wanted to get rid of the burden. Once the land was successfully transferred to the Xie family, those who coveted it were deterred by the Xie family's power, and I didn't dare to act recklessly. What he needed to do was simple, just spread the word and stir things up a bit. It wouldn't cost him anything. Once the people who were eyeing that land learned that the one holding 100 acres had no strong connections, and then found out that the land might have a gold mine, they would surely find a way to take it. Xie Zhan had now also learned to use others' tactics against them. Next to the county office in Lucheng, a man was enjoying a performance while being served by beautiful maids who were massaging his legs and shoulders. This man was none other than Qingxi, the only son of the county magistrate, Qiao Shi. Just as he was in high spirits, a young servant hurriedly pushed the door open and said, "Sir, someone from the Ma family has arrived. Is everything taken care of?" Qingxi didn't even look up.
No.
What happened? Upon hearing this, Qingxi sat up straight and waved his hand to dismiss the maids. The trusted servant explained the situation, concluding with, "The person is already on the way to the county office. The Ma family wants you to take action." Qingxi slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Fool. Don't you understand what it means to leave no evidence? If the Ma family had decisively dealt with the person, there wouldn't be any trouble now. Instead, they've made a mess for me to clean up." The servant remained silent. It was indeed the case. After a long pause, Qingxi asked, "Are the meddling people from out of town?" "Yes, it seems they are from the legal profession, and the paperwork is already prepared." Qingxi scoffed. "Those busybodies will learn what it means to deal with a dragon when I'm done with them." His words weren't overly bold. Although he was just a young man without much ability and his father was only the second in command in Lucheng, he had a powerful uncle who was a military officer in Liaoxi, and his uncle favored him. Originally, about half a month ago, the former county magistrate was reassigned, and his father was likely to take over as the new magistrate. However, for some unknown reason, the governor brought in someone from Songli to take the position, ruining their family's plans. Fortunately, the new appointee, Hiziki, was sensible and avoided meddling in matters that didn't concern him. If he continued to behave this way, the Qiao family could tolerate him. "Let's go find my father." The issue with the Ma family needed his father's intervention to resolve. The thought of that 100 acres of land, which might contain a gold mine, soon belonging to him filled Qingxi with excitement. While sitting in the county office, Qiao Shi felt uneasy upon hearing that his son had made a big decision without consulting him. It was too bold and reckless. But what could he do? His son was dear to him, and his brother-in-law cared for him. So he had to step in to resolve the matter. "Father, the people from Ajiakan are arriving soon." "But I've already spoken with Granny Yang," said Yang, a female coroner at the office. "I'll handle this. You behave and don't cause any more trouble." With that, Qiao Shi stood up to inform the county magistrate to feign illness and let him take charge of the case. However, Qiao felt it was still risky, so he sent someone to invite the most famous lawyer in Lucheng. In the front hall of the office, Xue handed in the legal documents and slowly adjusted his sleeves, while his mind raced with thoughts. He knew a tough battle was ahead, and the officials who might judge the case were biased. But since he dared to take it on, he was confident he could handle it well. He was aware that his previous attempts to sneak away had drawn criticism, and many didn't understand why the 6th young lady kept him around under such circumstances. He didn't mind what others said, but he couldn't let it affect her. In the back courtyard of the county office, Hiziki, resting on a lounge chair, opened his eyes and asked, "What's all the noise outside?" His attendant replied, "Sir, it's like this." The attendant briefly explained the situation outside. After listening, Hiziki chuckled, sensing there was something fishy about the case. "Is Lord he in?" came Qiao Shi's voice from outside. Hiziki signaled for his attendant to open the door. Once Qiao Shi entered, he asked, "Is there something you need, Lord Qiao?" "Yes, there's a rural dispute outside, and it's quite noisy. However, Lord he has been unwell lately, and I believe it's due to the local environment. This illness shouldn't be rushed. You need to rest and not overexert yourself." Hiziki thought to himself, how could a journey of just over 300 miles from Songli to Luqing cause such discomfort? He understood Qiao Shi's intention. He wanted him to avoid the case. "So, sir, please take care of yourself. Let me handle that small case outside for you." Hiziki didn't want to confront him directly and was inclined to agree. Just then the clerk arrived with a legal document. Lord Qiao, someone just submitted a document." Qiao Shi gestured for Hiziki to take a look first. No matter how one thinks of undermining the county magistrate's authority, there still need to be rules in place. After saying this, he glanced at the chief clerk. Was he really foolish or just pretending? He took the document and casually skimmed through it. At first glance, he felt a sense of amusement. Qiao Shi had run into a tough opponent this time. The language in the document was concise and sharp, hitting the main points directly. Just from this document, it was clear that this clerk was not an ordinary person. He only glanced through it quickly, but habitually looked at the signature in the lower left corner. When he saw the first name, Shuiguangxian, he felt indifferent, but when he saw the second name, Lumingji, his gaze froze. He held the document tightly. Regardless of whether this person was the one he was waiting for, he could not ignore this document. What if it was? About a month ago, he received a letter from his mentor, Zhang Xian, who mentioned Lu Mingji and others. His mentor specifically highlighted Lu Mingji and asked him to look out for them if possible. Zhang Xian had discovered and nurtured him, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards his mentor. This was the first time his mentor had directly asked him for help. At that time, the magistrate of Luqing had been in trouble, leading to a significant mistake at work, and was sent back to Chang'an. He received an order to take charge of Luqing. This meant he was getting further away from Pingzhou. He felt regret and guilt for not fulfilling Zhang Doran's expectations. A few days ago, he received another letter from his mentor sent from Chang'an. This letter was delivered to him by his family while he was still in Chongli. His mentor talked about his current situation in the capital and mentioned the Lu family support. At the end of the letter, he reminded him again that if the Lu siblings or the Qin family faced trouble, he should lend a helping hand. Now, it was clear that Lu Mingji and the others were in trouble, and he certainly would not stand by. Moreover, a new official always has their first task to tackle, and he hadn't started his yet. So, let this be his first task. Let it begin. Qiao Shi noticed something unusual about Hiziki and felt a tightening in his chest. "Sir he," before Qiao Shi could finish his sentence, Hiziki smiled at him and said, "I'll handle this case. I've been in Luqing for almost half a month now, and no one should be taking such a long break due to the local conditions. Besides, as the magistrate of Luqing, it is my responsibility. I can't keep avoiding work and leave everything to you." With that, he stood up and stretched. His words effectively silenced Qiao Shi. A bad feeling came true, and Qiao Shi felt heavy-hearted, but there was nothing he could do. He would have to adapt to whatever happened next. On Lu Songli's side, they were settling in when someone reported that the county magistrate had called a meeting. Lu Songli smiled at that moment. Her bet had paid off. Qin Heng and Qin Zhao were a bit surprised. Didn't the townspeople say that the new county magistrate had been sick and not showing up recently? Qin Sheng looked at her. "Li, what are you smiling about? The matter between Meng Yun and his cousin Qi Jingyang should be resolved smoothly." Qin Sheng asked, "Really? How do you know? Wasn't he just starting the meeting? How did his wife already know the outcome?" Lu Songli tossed him a notebook. Qinsheng, skilled with his hands, caught it easily and opened it to find that every page was filled with names. A list of names? When did his wife put this together? After entering Yuzhou, Lu Songli paid attention to local officials and even had people gather information about them. She assigned this task to the reconnaissance team. Actually, Lu Songli had been collecting this information for a while, but while in Yanzhou and Jizhou, they had to deal with various unexpected events and dangers, as well as procure herbs, so the reconnaissance team was quite busy, and the information gathered was rather scattered. This roster was organized by her after judging and filtering the initial content. She planned to gradually collect more officials and add more information later. As Qingxi looked more closely, he noticed that each page included the current position of the person, a brief biography, and related personality analysis. One page had the name Hiziki circled. "Did you figure something out?" Lu Songli asked. Qingxi thought for a moment and said, "This Hiziki is on our side?" Lu Songli gave him a thumbs up. Smart. She wasn't surprised that Qingxi could guess it. He had read the letter her father sent her. In the letter, her father advised her that even a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. He said if she was bullied and had no one to back her up, she should endure it for a while and write down the names of those who bullied her. When he arrived, they would settle the score with those people. If she couldn't wait, she could ask Qinxi to help her handle it quietly. For those she couldn't deal with, she could bring them to Songli, saying that her uncle Zhang had written a letter to arrange things there, and she had connections there too. After reading the letter, it was a coincidence that the county magistrate of Lucheng, Hiziki, had been transferred from Songli and had been claiming to be sick since taking office. Lu Songli had some guesses about this, so he asked his younger brother, Lu Mingji, to help Xue Su and give it a try. "Lili, do you think I can create a similar roster for the current military generals?"
Qingxi asked. Of course you can. He was really smart and good at learning. Didn't I say before that as long as someone is a person, there will be problems? Once there are problems, we can solve them. By collecting their information and analyzing it, we can surely find out what the issues are. Looking at the booklet and listening to her words, the vague thoughts and intuitive decisions from before became clear and understandable at this moment. "Lili, can you teach me those incomplete characters?" She used simplified characters in this booklet, and Qingxi seemed to be guessing at them. To Qingxi, these characters looked like they were missing parts, but he thought they were great for recording such information. If lost, it would mean all the hard work would be taken by someone else. Moreover, Qingxi noticed that the missing parts of these characters didn't seem random. Lu Songli. What a strange description. If simplified characters could talk, they would definitely be crying. "Lili?
Okay, I'll teach you." Lu Songli secretly ground her teeth. From then on, Qingxi began collecting information on military generals. Later, during battles between two armies, the customized battle plans he created for the opposing generals often had great results, especially the tailored strategies to lure the enemy, which rarely failed. When Qiao Shi heard that Hiziki was going to preside over the case personally, he felt something was off and wanted to leave to make arrangements. However, Hiziki said to him, "Lord Qiao, let's review this case together." Qiao Shi forced a smile and agreed, "Sure." Now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. He could only instruct a trusted aide to visit his son and have him warn that old lady Ma not to speak carelessly. Unfortunately, this aide couldn't relay the message to Qiaoingzhe. As soon as he stepped out, he was followed by Hiziki's people and eventually fainted in a secluded corner. So, when the court session began, Qiaoingzhe was stunned to see Hiziki sitting in the center while his father took a seat beside him. Qiao Shi subtly shook his head at him, and Qiaoingzhe's heart sank as he stood there with a dark expression. During Hiziki's court session, the county office in Lucheng was crowded with onlookers. This scandal is even more eye-catching and exciting than a murder case. Once both parties were in position, Qiao Shi realized that the lawyer he had invited, Zhou Bo, had not arrived. Well, he could already foresee the outcome of this case. What Qiao Shi didn't know was that Zhou Bo, who was on his way to the county office, had already learned about the case. However, When he found out that the person presiding over the court was the county magistrate, Xie, he made an excuse and slipped away. He knew that this action would likely offend the Qiao family, but he felt he had no choice. If he showed up, it would indicate he had chosen to side with the Qiao family, but in reality, he wasn't very optimistic about them. The previous magistrate had been tricked by the Qiao family and left Lucheng, and Qiao Shui had not succeeded in taking his place. The current magistrate, Xie, had a bit of a reputation outside. It was said that after taking over from Zhang Xianji, he had managed Songli well. He felt he needed to see the magistrate's abilities before deciding where to stand, right? At first, he was willing to come because the messenger said that Lord Qiao would preside over the court, so he decided to show up. But halfway there, he learned that the presiding official was the county magistrate. That changed everything. The magistrate had only been in office for about 10 days, and today was his first time appearing to handle official business. Zhou Bo felt something was off. He feared that the magistrate's first major case might backfire on him, so he left the city. He went to a relative's house in a neighboring county, planning to stay there for a while until the conflict was resolved before returning. This case was actually quite confusing. Old Lady Ma firmly claimed that her daughter-in-law, Qi Zhan, was having an affair with her cousin, Meng Yun. Aside from insisting that she saw it with her own eyes, she had no other witnesses or evidence, yet she insisted on punishing the couple. On the other hand, Qi Zhan insisted that she and her cousin were innocent and was even willing to die to prove her innocence. Ma Zhongping, her husband, was completely unsure whether to believe his mother or his wife. Additionally, Qi Zhan wanted to prove her innocence and then divorce, taking their only daughter with hearing issues. Both Old Lady Ma and Ma Zhongping were unwilling to allow this. The difficulty lay in whether Qi Zhan had an affair with her cousin, as no one could provide evidence. Xue, acting as the defense lawyer, was the first to speak, saying, "Please provide relevant witnesses or evidence to prove that Qi Zhan had an affair with her cousin." "Why should I prove anything? Let the Qi family prove her innocence." Old Lady Ma shouted angrily. Xue remained unfazed. He wasn't easily intimidated. "Where's the evidence?" Old Lady Ma replied, "I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be fake? She is my eldest daughter-in-law. If she didn't do something shameful, why would I expose such a disgrace?" The onlookers thought Ma Laotai had a point. This lady is right. There's a saying that family shame should not be aired. If there wasn't any truth to it, why would she reveal her family's embarrassment? Poor old lady. These two people have no shame, doing that in someone else's home. Hearing the comments from the crowd, Ma Laotai proudly glanced at Xue. Suddenly, Xue said, "Ma Laotai, I know you have an affair with the neighbor's younger uncle." "What nonsense are you talking about? I'll tear your mouth off." Ma Laotai really jumped up this time. "What proof do you have to say that about me? I saw it with my own eyes." "That's ridiculous." "It is true. If you think I'm lying, then you should provide evidence to prove your innocence." Ma Laotai was speechless. "You are slandering me." "Am I? What evidence do you have to prove your innocence?" Ma Laotai was at a loss for words. Xie quietly watched Xue, thinking he might need to give him a push if necessary. Among the onlookers, a middle-aged man with a small mustache muttered, "Usually, isn't it the woman who has to prove her innocence in these situations? Why is this lawyer making it hard for an old lady?" Xue looked at him and suddenly said, "You killed someone last night." The man was stunned. "What nonsense are you saying? Don't make wild accusations." "I'm not lying. I saw it with my own eyes." As Xue finished speaking, the people around the mustached man quickly dispersed, treating him like a criminal. The mustached man stomped his foot. "You're lying. I didn't kill anyone. What evidence do you have to prove you didn't kill anyone?" The mustached man hurriedly said, "I didn't go out last night."
"Who can prove that?"
"My youngest son." The mustached man lost his wife 2 years ago and always slept with his son. "Did he see you at home during that time? Can he confirm you didn't sneak out to commit a crime?" The mustached man was left speechless. At that time, who wasn't sound asleep? Someone else whispered, This can't be right. Xie Zhan glanced at the young man, who leaned slightly forward and asked, "Young man, did you have dumplings with chives and eggs from across the street this morning?" "How do you know?" "I certainly know. I was right behind you. After you left, the vendor noticed you ate 2 bowls, but only paid for 1. "Nonsense. I only ate 1 bowl. How can you prove that?" The young man was frustrated. How could he prove it? "Are you going to harm yourself to prove your innocence?" The young man retorted. "Why would I do that? If you say I ate 2 bowls, then you should provide evidence." Xie Zhan smiled and said, "Exactly. If someone claims you ate 2 bowls, that person must provide proof, not make you prove you didn't eat 2 bowls." Then he turned to the middle-aged man with a small mustache and said, "Do you see this? When I said you committed a crime, you should make me provide evidence of your guilt, not exhaust yourself proving your innocence." Others praised. "That's right. You can't just say someone committed a crime without evidence. Mrs. Ma, do you understand? You accused your daughter-in-law of having an affair with her cousin, so it's your responsibility to provide evidence. You can't make an innocent person prove they did nothing wrong. Otherwise, you would also need to prove your own innocence regarding your neighbor." Mrs. Ma felt cornered, unable to move forward or backward, left speechless. "Isn't that right?" Xie Zhan asked. The middle-aged man and the young man quickly nodded. Yes, yes. They didn't want to prove anything. Those questioned lowered their heads, afraid to disagree. If they did, would they end up like the mustache man and the young man, facing trouble and slander? "I think this gentleman is right. If people can slander others without evidence, then the accused must scramble to prove their innocence. The world would be in chaos." "Exactly, it should be like this. If that mustached uncle and the young man were hot-headed, they might even harm themselves to prove their innocence. Those who accuse others must work hard to provide evidence. Otherwise, anyone could accuse anyone, and the world would be in chaos." Xie Zhan's words made many bystanders realize the truth. Seeing this scene, Qingxi thought to himself, "What a fool. If they had killed the person earlier, the roles of the victim and the accused would have switched, making the Ma family the clear beneficiaries, and it would be hard for the other side to provide evidence." This was Xie Zhan's clever plan. If they had chosen to be the victims from the start and accused old Lady Ma of slander, they would not only need to provide evidence of her slander, but also prove their own innocence, which would have been a lot of work. Old Lady Ma, feeling unwilling, said, "Qi sure is making a fuss about divorce. Does she have a lover? Would she dare?" Xie Zhan replied, still the same question. "Where's the evidence? If you can't provide evidence, it's just slander." Hiziki coughed lightly to hide his amusement. He realized that their teammate was very sharp, just one person had turned the case around. Xiao Shi felt that if he didn't say something to recover the situation, the case would be decided against them. "My lord, even if old Lady Ma has no evidence, there's no smoke without fire. Qi sure might not be completely innocent, right?" Hiziki directly posed the question to Xie Zhan. "Lawyer Xue, what do you think about Lord Qiao's doubts?" To the county magistrate, this case involves suspicion of crime without clear evidence. Whether there are witnesses or not, the matter is entirely uncertain. There may be suspicion of guilt, but there is no supporting evidence. Even if there is supporting evidence, the facts do not suggest guilt. Xie Zhan meant to say that this case was based on suspicion of guilt. He continued, "As the saying goes, suspicion of crime should be treated lightly, while suspicion of merit should be treated seriously. It is better to let one guilty person go free than to wrongfully punish an innocent one." Xie Zhan, well-versed in the laws of the Great Li, quoted ancient texts with ease.
Good.
With Hiziki's words, the gavel was struck. The innocence of Qi Jingyang and her cousin Meng Yun was confirmed by the authorities. As for Qi Jingyang's request for a divorce, after asking for her wishes, Lord He agreed, and even allowed her to take her daughter with her. However, old Lady Ma disagreed with Qi Jingyang taking her granddaughter away, believing that as long as she held her granddaughter, they wouldn't be able to defy her. But during Qi Jingyang's recounting of their years of hardship, everyone heard about the Ma family's harsh treatment and neglect towards the mother and daughter, which made the onlookers feel sympathetic. For a moment, Public opinion surged, with everyone criticizing the old lady Ma and some even asking the county magistrate to let the child stay with his mother. Xie took advantage of the situation and got things done. The matter ended smoothly. This outcome was completely unexpected for Xie. At first, he thought it would require a lot of effort. Before the court session, he made sure that this Lu Mingji was indeed the one mentioned in his mentor's letter. He had been wondering how to appear fair while leaning toward his own side. In the end, he realized he just needed to handle it fairly. Xue Su also found it puzzling. It didn't take much effort at all. He only used half of his strength, and it was resolved. Lu Mingji seemed dazed. Wow, Mr. Xue is truly remarkable. His skill with words rivals that of his father, Lu Dixing. I wonder who would win if his father came to Pingzhou and they had an argument? Also, how did his sister get those striking eyes? This old man was just an ordinary fellow before, thin and frail, only thinking about survival and often wanting to escape, without showing any talent. How could his sister see his extraordinary abilities beneath such ordinary appearance? She wanted to learn. Old Lady Ma was stunned. She never expected the case to end this way, especially since they had powerful connections in the government. Mother, I don't want a divorce, Ma Zhongping said with a sad face. He couldn't understand how things escalated to this point. Deep down, he believed in Xingyang. She wasn't that kind of person. But for some reason, he felt a surge of anger, and things spiraled out of control, now impossible to reverse. Old Lady Ma said, "County Magistrate, you can't rule like this." People around her found it amusing. Did the county magistrate really need to listen to an old woman? Then, because Old Lady Ma couldn't provide evidence to prove that Qi Zhan had an affair with her cousin Meng Yun, Xie ruled her guilty of slander, punishing her with 10 strikes as a warning. This was a minor punishment for a major offense, serving as a consequence for her visit to the county office. If no punishment was given, how would future generations learn? There were still many similar cases, and Xie wanted to minimize the casual slandering of women.
What?
She was going to be punished? Old Lady Ma couldn't believe her ears. This was an unprecedented ruling. In the past, cases like this, involving women like her daughter-in-law, often left them with no way to defend themselves. Fortunately, if one could prove their innocence, that was a relief. They couldn't prove themselves, so they won the case and achieved their goal. In any case, no matter the outcome, people like them, the plaintiffs, are safe. Seeing this result, Qingxi stood up with a dark expression and was about to leave. Seeing this, Old Lady Ma hurriedly rushed over. "Young Master Qiao, please plead for us. We won't press charges anymore. We ask you to convince the county magistrate not to rule this way." With an old lady holding onto his leg, Qingxi scolded with a frown, "Let go." Old Lady Ma tightened her grip. "Young Master Qiao, we only did this because we listened to you. You can't ignore us." She could disregard her eldest son. If they divorced, so be it. But if she received a severe punishment, it might take half her life. How could that be acceptable? Feeling cornered, Qingxi turned hostile. "Nonsense. Who do you think you are? You may not know me, but I know you. Ridiculous. Many people in Luqing know me. I have no grievances with your family, so why are you doing this?" Xie and Xue, among others, watched the drama unfold with interest. Xiao Shi had a dark expression. His biggest worry had come true. But hadn't he instructed his trusted aide to inform his son to silence the people from our village? Why hadn't that been done? What Xiao Shi didn't know was that his aide was currently unconscious in a corner. Qingxi cupped his hands toward Xie, county magistrate. "This old woman is making baseless accusations and deserves a harsh punishment." Xie ignored him and asked Old Lady Ma, "You claim that everything you did was under someone else's instruction. Do you have any evidence?" Old Lady Ma. Evidence? She hated that word. "No," Old Lady Ma said with a sad face, but suddenly her eyes lit up. "Wait, evidence? I have. What evidence?" Xie was surprised. She actually had something. Could this be a pleasant surprise? "They gave me a bag of medicine. I only used half for my eldest son, and saved the other half. Xiao Yingzhe's expression darkened. This old woman was ruining his plans. So that was it. He wondered how things had gone wrong. If she hadn't kept half for herself, would they be in this mess? You say I gave you medicine. Where's the evidence? Xiao Yingzhe asked with a cold smile. Old Lady Ma's eyes widened. He was asking her for evidence too? She suddenly cried out loudly, swearing, the 5-stone powder was given to us by young Master Qiao. How could poor people like us afford it? That's a good point. But where's the evidence? The remaining 5-stone powder is at my house. Before she could finish, her daughter-in-law interrupted. Mother, seeing her daughter-in-law's guilty expression, Grandma Ma felt a bad premonition. What is it? I sold the remaining 5-stone powder, the daughter-in-law said awkwardly. Grandma Ma stumbled back, feeling despair. Everyone present heard their conversation. Xiao Yingzhe scoffed, kicked her, then broke free from his restraints and left the county office. Afterward, Grandma Ma was held down and received 10 lashes. Crying out after the punishment, the case was considered closed. Injured Meng Yun, after using a hemostatic medicine, had Lu Mingji arrange for a doctor, and once the case ended, he was sent to the temporary residence of the Qin family. Qi Jingyang came with her daughter. After the divorce, she had nowhere to go, and she was worried about her injured cousin. Seeing this, Ma Zhongping hurriedly handed over the punished Grandma Ma to his brother and sister-in-law for care and followed along. All the way, he kept pleading with Qi Jingyang. The other villagers from Ma family village followed closely behind. Except for Qi Jingyang and her daughter, everyone was stopped 10 paces away from the Qin family's temporary residence. At that moment, Meng Yun had already regained consciousness. The first thing he said upon seeing Qin Sheng was, "Sixth young master, Meng Yun has let you down." Meng Yun felt guilty. He now understood he had fallen into someone else's trap. He hadn't expected that despite being careful, he almost got caught. If it weren't for 6th young master and the others arriving in time, he would have likely lost that 100 acres of land. The person behind this had truly used a vicious scheme to slander him and his cousin, intending to kill them in the chaos and then use his niece's blood relation to claim the land. With the help of officials from the Ma family, this could be done. Qin Sheng patted his shoulder. It's over. Don't think too much about it. Although Meng Yun had been schemed against, he still had the land and was determined to protect it. He quickly said, 6th young master, since you are here, please arrange for someone, and I will return the land to you. In the future, I will guard it for you. He was genuinely scared after this incident. Qin Sheng looked at Lu Songli, who nodded slightly. Meng Yun's loyalty is unquestionable, but after this incident, it's good that she got the land back. She has other plans. Ma Zhongping, blocked Tenjong away, watched helplessly as his wife and daughter were far from him. His wife didn't even look at him, and he sat on the ground, covering his face and crying softly. The people of Ma village didn't expect such an ending. Seeing Ma Zhongping like this, they felt pity. Zhongping is still a good man. It's just his mother who caused trouble. Now a good family has been torn apart because of her. On the other side, Lu Songli watched as 2 young girls, Qin Jia and Qin Zhen, looked at a grown man crying with snot and tears, finding it quite strange. Aunt Lu, that uncle is crying. Since the Qin family boys never cried, they had never seen their father or uncles shed tears. Even the youngest uncle had never cried in front of him. That's normal. He regrets what he did. Lu Songli called the 2 girls over. Don't just watch. This is definitely not the first time he has cried. The girls widened their eyes, wondering how Aunt Lu could tell this uncle had cried before. In a society that believes men shouldn't easily shed tears, Ma Zhongping's open display of emotion in public surely indicated it wasn't his first time. A man's tears, especially from one who cries often, are often used to achieve his goals, seeking sympathy and pity to get what he wants. But he looks so pitiful. Lu Songli remained unmoved. Ma Zhongping might seem pitiful now, but he and Qi Zhani were like the egg in Haruki Murakami's award speech, the wall and the egg. No matter the circumstances, when the egg breaks, it doesn't matter how justified or innocent the wall appears. She stands with the egg. She patted Qin Jia's head. We can't just see him crying. We need to think about why he is crying and whether he deserves our pity. Ma Zhongping's pity is self-inflicted. Lu Songli's words were actually directed at Xie Zhan. Regret is the cheapest emotion, indicating one has made a mistake. All these years, he failed to protect his wife and daughter, and now that they want to leave him, he only knows regret. Where was that feeling before? The Tenjong distance allowed their words to be heard. The people of Ma village heard it, and Xie Zhan nearby also listened. Just now, she saw Ma Zhongping crying, and she felt very anxious. At that moment, she heard the conversation between Songli and the two young girls, which inexplicably calmed her down. She buried her face in her daughter's arms and let her tears fall. The women of Ma village immediately protested, shouting at Songli, "You woman, why are you so cruel? It's better to destroy 10 temples than to break up one marriage, you know? Qinglong, don't listen to outsiders. You've been married to our Ma village for so many years. You know how we treat you. Trust us, we won't harm you." Seeing Ma Zhongping cry so pitifully, the women of Ma village couldn't help but loudly persuade Qinglong. "Qinglong, this time Zhongping knows he was wrong. Please forgive him. Think of your daughter." Yes, as a woman with a daughter who has hearing issues, how will you survive in this world? If you can forgive Zhongping this time, he will treat you even better in the future. Hearing these words, Ma Zhongping looked hopefully at Qinglong. But no matter how the village women persuaded her, Qinglong remained firm and wouldn't change her mind. Seeing that she wouldn't listen to their advice, the well-meaning women gave up, while others began to mock. Qinglong is too heartless. A night as a couple brings 100 days of kindness, and Zhongping has treated her well. Her cousin has become successful, reportedly a big landlord with a lot of land in Longcheng. She left Zhongping just to marry her cousin, and will live a good life. Maybe Ma Laotai wasn't slandering her. She might really have something going on with her cousin, just without proof. This is very possible. Otherwise, why would she want a divorce after all these years? She must have found someone better. Don't say that. It's normal for a woman to prefer wealth over poverty. Qinglong trembled with anger as she listened to their gossip. Songli gave her a calming look. The people of Ma village were so annoying. They knew they were in the wrong, but still pushed the blame onto the woman. Soon, they would understand what it meant to suffer in silence. Songli snorted. Songli reached out and scratched Qingjia's palm, then winked at her. Qingjia understood this was their little signal, meaning she should cooperate. Aunt Lu, is what they said true? Is Aunt Qi really a bad woman? She was indeed a bit confused. If she is a bad woman, then the Qin family helping her would be confusing right and wrong, wouldn't it? No, she is a good woman. First of all, the government's judgment shows that the county magistrate believes she is innocent. The woman opposite immediately retorted, "What if she is innocent? She only loves wealth." She was a sister-in-law of the Ma family, and now that they were facing such a situation, they desperately hoped Qinglong would return to them. When they found out Qinglong was determined not to come back, they tried hard to tarnish her reputation. Lu Songli glanced at her. How can you say she loves wealth? If she were really like that, she wouldn't have married Ma Zhongping in the first place. Upon hearing this, the Ma family sister-in-law was momentarily speechless, but she stubbornly replied, even if she didn't care about wealth before, she has become that kind of person now. Lu Songli emphasized, I'll say it again, Qinglong does not love wealth. She is just sensible. How is Qinglong sensible? Of course, she is sensible. I have always thought the atmosphere in Lu City is good. Many villagers from the Ma family were watching, and when they heard Lu Songli, an outsider, praise Lu City, they couldn't help but listen closely. How do you see that Lu City has a good atmosphere? One local couldn't help but ask. Lu Songli replied seriously, the atmosphere in Lu City is indeed good. Look, whether men or women, everyone is very sensible. Men are sensible. When they have money, they want to take care of more girls and have more concubines. The girls are also sensible. They know when a man has no money, so they don't get involved with him to avoid causing him hardship. The crowd was stunned, hearing someone describe men's desires and women's attitudes in such a fresh way. Lu Songli didn't forget her point. Xie Zhan is just like that. Now that she knows Ma Zhongbing has no money, she has chosen to part ways with him to avoid causing him hardship. Isn't that being sensible? The crowd burst into laughter, except for the Ma family villagers who looked displeased. The people from Lu City cheered the loudest, "Count, count, count, it must be counted." The caravan members thought, "What a sensible woman." Hearing you say this, it truly feels like the world is full of love and kindness. The Ma family villagers were furious. Where did this woman come from? She twists the truth so easily. Lu Songli patted the heads of Qingjia and Qingzhen, taking the opportunity to teach her daughters, who were under 10, Jia and Jinzhen. Remember, when we get married, we must be discerning. As good girls, we cannot add burdens to others. Especially for those who are struggling in life. If they want to get married, they must be careful. Their lives are already so difficult. It wouldn't be fair for us to join them. Qingjia felt confused by what she heard. She sensed something was off, but it seemed like Aunt Lu made a valid point. The women of Magiakin wanted to argue against Lu Songli's words, but no matter what they said, the crowd would boo them. Feeling so clearly targeted, they eventually left in defeat. When Lu Mingzhi and his group returned from the county office, they witnessed the scene. Earlier, he had just experienced a verbal challenge at the Lu City office, where Mr. Xue skillfully used references and arguments to steer the case in his desired direction. Upon returning, he felt the full impact of his sister's twisted reasoning. Her words could make even the dead seem alive. If he weren't a man and didn't sense the malice in her words, he might have believed she was genuinely considering the plight of poor men who expected women not to seek wealth in marriage. Today, he deeply realized that language is indeed a powerful tool. Lu Mingzhi noticed how impressive his father, Mr. Xue, and his sister were. At that moment, he couldn't help but look up at the sky and think, why are there so many clever and articulate people in this world, and why can't I be one of them? Mrs. Lu's comments were also heard by Xue Su, who thought to himself that Magiakin was in for trouble. The people of Lu City had never heard such playful yet persuasive words, and the common folk would surely add fuel to the fire. There are always those who, by chance, have daughters misled by men and wanting to marry down. Thankfully, their own family didn't have such naive daughters, but surely some relatives did. They would need to be advised, and Mrs. Lu's words were perfect for that. Once her remarks spread, Magiakin would gain notoriety, and it wouldn't be for a good reason. The village chief was busy dealing with the aftermath. Old Lady Ma had received 10 lashes, and her pants were soaked with blood. They couldn't just ignore it. He intended to warn her that if she wanted to keep her life, she should stop speaking carelessly. As he arranged for a few strong men in the village to lift Old Lady Ma onto a cart, he saw Ma Zhongbing return with a sorrowful face, clearly without his wife or daughter, as Qi Jingyang and her daughter were unwilling to come back with him. Looking at the few ladies who accompanied him, the village chief of Ma family village noticed their unusual expressions and quickly asked what was wrong. When he learned what had happened, he felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The case involving the old lady from the Ma family had already caused a lot of trouble, and now with Lu Songli's remarks, what reputation could Ma family village possibly have left? "You're back?" After sending away the person he disliked, Lu Songli greeted Lu Mingzhi and the others with a smile, as if she hadn't just made shocking statements. "Yes, second sister, you won't believe how impressive Mr. Xue is." Lu Mingzhi, who was quite eloquent, recounted the entire case clearly, with some details filled in by the brothers who had accompanied him. The brothers present who hadn't gone to the county office were stunned, glancing at Xue Su, thinking that they hadn't expected this thin old man to be so capable with his words. Common folks fear meeting officials and going to court because justice is not always easy to obtain. Many in the government are known to take sides. Sometimes, even if you are in the right, you may not get justice. Although they hadn't gone, they were still quite concerned about the outcome of the case, but they felt uncertain about what the result would be. Lu Songli listened quietly, realizing that Xue Su was indeed knowledgeable. The ancient wisdom from the Book of Documents, stating that light suspicions should not lead to punishment, while heavy suspicions should be treated with caution, has been passed down through generations and even provides a basis for modern justice. The later principle of presumption of innocence actually evolved from the idea of light suspicions, and its legal spirit has a clear lineage. Mr. Xue is impressive, Lu Songli praised. Xue Su handled the situation very well. What pleased her most was that this court case could enlighten people's awareness. The people are too good-hearted. When criticized or blamed, many tend to reflect on themselves first and desperately seek to prove their innocence. In Lu Songli's view, this was due to the deep influence of Confucian culture, which weakens the spirit of defense. She agreed with the idea that strong cultures create strong individuals, while weak cultures lead to weakness. In the war-torn area of Liaoxi County and Lu City, if the common people are as docile as sheep, aren't they just allowing outsiders to take advantage of them? This was not solely his achievement. Xue Su hesitated and asked, "Does the sixth young lady know Lord Hiziki?" After thinking it over, he realized this was the only possibility. Previously, the sixth young lady had arranged for Lu Mingji to assist him, which he thought was unnecessary. But the sixth young lady always has her own way of doing things. She arranged this for a reason, so he did not refuse. The case went smoothly from start to finish, and the other party clearly helped them along the way. Lu Songli slightly nodded, not denying his statement. Once the case was finished, they should not stay in the city for long, so the group packed up and left the city. Before that, Lu Songli pulled Lu Mingji to write a simple thank you letter to be delivered to the county office. Hiziki arranged for someone to wait at the front door of the county office, and the letter was delivered without any issues. When the messenger returned, Lu Songli realized that Hiziki was a clever person. They had not met but had confirmed each other's identities without needing to say anything. As they left the city, Lu Mingji continued discussing the previous case. Everyone listened with great interest. Outside the city, they found an open area near a water source and began to work together, setting up camp, gathering firewood, hunting, and cooking. Qin Sheng went hunting, and since the day had gone smoothly, Lu Songli suggested making a nice meal to reward everyone. Soon, the food was ready, and Qin Jia came to the riverbank to call Lu Songli and Lu Mingji for dinner. Lu Songli stood up, and the three of them walked to the meal together. Lu Mingji looked around before saying to his sister, "Mr. Xue's behavior of blaming others is just like our father's. These people talk without feeling the pain themselves. They don't know what it's like to be hurt." Luckily, Xue Su had already shown them how to resist. As soon as Lu Songli arrived, Qin Sheng handed her a bowl of food. While accepting it, Lu Songli said, "Mr. Xue's approach is correct. When we encounter unfairness, we shouldn't always reflect on what we did wrong. Sometimes, the problem lies with others, not ourselves." Lu Mingji hesitated, saying, "But the sage says we should reflect on ourselves 3 times a day." His sister's words seemed to contradict what he had learned. "That's a good habit," Lu Songli replied, sitting down with her food and leaving a spot for Qin Sheng beside her. "Do you do that too, sister?" "Yes, I do," Lu Songli said, glancing at the pot of wild chicken and mushrooms. Her bowl was quickly filled with delicious mushrooms and chicken. She tasted it and found it very tasty. She thought about trying to cook a big goose in an iron pot someday, but she didn't dare to say it out loud, fearing that her young lord would bring her a goose the next day. Hearing this, Xue Su looked over at her. This doesn't sound like something she would say. Strong individuals usually have firm beliefs and are not easily swayed. They rarely doubt their decisions. Lu Mingji was even more confused. "Second sister, aren't you?" Lu Songli simply replied, "I reflect on myself 3 times a day, and I am not wrong." Buffed. Qin Zhao, who had been listening to their conversation, burst out laughing. He looked at his younger sister-in-law and wanted to say, "Please don't say shocking things while we're eating." Qin Sheng gave his brother a disdainful glance, personally served enough food to his wife, and led her aside. Lu Mingji. No wonder she is his sister. The others were also taken aback by her words. What's the point of such self-reflection? It seems like whether you reflect or not doesn't matter. The key is that you believe you are not wrong, right? Lu Songli, as I said, if you can make things difficult for others, Don't make it difficult for yourself. If others are blaming themselves, why should you reflect on yourself?
Ugh.
Talking nonsense is useless. Let others reflect on themselves too. Xue Su secretly nodded. This is right. Strong people have clear aggression, but all their attacks are directed outward, never toward themselves. After dinner, the sky darkened and the bonfire on the ground was lit. Everyone took their time resting, gathered around the bonfire to chat. Mr. Xue has lived in the South for many years. Could you tell me about the South?
Lu Songli asked.
Xue Su looked at her, wondering what she meant by that. Qingzhou. Here it comes, it's happening. Qingzhou winked at his older brother. He knew this would happen. After learning that someone was plotting against his younger sister-in-law in Longqing, he guessed this day would come. Now that the matter was resolved, his younger sister-in-law was eager to give Xie Zhan a hard time. Was she afraid that the exile journey of the Xie and Zhao families would be too dull? Qingzhou was right. Lu Songli indeed had plans. Since Xie Zhan had done this to her, she had to return the favor, right? As the saying goes, reciprocity is important. Since she received his greeting, she should send her own return gift to show her concern and care. It's all about mutual exchange to create warmth and harmony. Lu Songli briefly explained the grievances between the four families, Qin, Lu, Xie, and Zhao. Now Xue Su understood what the young lady wanted to do. He liked this approach, actively planning and taking initiative when there are opportunities. He generously shared what he knew, saying in the southern region there are many clans and powerful families dominate. When I left 3 years ago, the main noble families were 6: Gu, Lu, Zhu, Zhang, Lu, and Chen. He estimated that not much would change in 3 years. The most influential and powerful are the Gu and Lu families. These two families have deep roots and many talented members. Even when he helped the Qin family at their peak, the Gu and Lu families were just staying out of the spotlight. The Zhu family of the Qin clan has slowly risen over the past 10 years. The Qin family even reached the top, but the Zhu family managed to hold on to their position, so they remain firmly in third place, while the Qin family fell to the bottom. The Zhang and Lu families are old, established families with rigid ideas. Not much to say about them. Lu Songli listened carefully as he briefly introduced the 6 major families and asked, Mr. Xue, could you tell us more about the Zhu and Qin families? Then, Xue Su focused on explaining the Zhu family. The Zhu family was an ally when he assisted the Qin family. During the Qin family's rise, they benefited greatly, with the Zhu family receiving their share as well. After he had a falling out with Qin Jia and sought revenge, he allied with 3 or 4 families, including the Zhu family, which allowed them to gain a significant advantage. Thus, over the years, the Zhu family has consistently ranked 3rd, surpassing the Zhang, Lu, and Qin families. As for the Qin family, Xue Su pondered, seemingly considering how to express his thoughts. The audience was anxious to know what was happening with the Qin family. Since learning about his identity, they were curious about the fallout between him and the Qin family leader, Qin Jia, but it was a sensitive topic. In the end, Xue Su only offered a conclusion. I can only say that Qin Jia is someone who can share hardships but not wealth. The crowd responded with surprise, realizing the depth of his words based on his experiences. Facing their curious gazes, Xue Su remained calm. He hadn't said anything wrong. Moreover, Qin Jia had not fulfilled his promises, and he had retaliated accordingly. Lu Songli clapped her hands. Great. The crowd wondered what was so great about it. Mr. Xue, could you do me a favor? Lu Songli asked. Xue Su had been in the southern region for many years, and although he had been away for a few years, he still had connections. She thought it was just a small favor. Xue Su slightly bowed his head. Please go ahead, Madam Lu. I would like to ask you to recommend someone to Qin Jia, the clan leader, she said. Qin Zhao felt uneasy. Sister-in-law, you're not thinking of recommending Xie Zhan to Qin Jia, are you? Qin Heng also thought of this, and the two brothers exchanged glances. They were right. Lu Songli indeed wanted to expose Xie Zhan to Qin Jia. Lu Songli put herself in Xie Zhan's shoes to understand his thoughts. When the Xie and Zhao families arrived in the south and wanted to regain their status, they would have to choose a powerful faction to join. Otherwise, as soon as they showed themselves, they would surely face rejection and suppression from all the noble families. This faction would definitely be one of the 6 families. Chen Jie was not the faction he wanted to choose most. He preferred the Zhu family. As former allies of the Qin family, the Zhu family must have recognized Shui Guangxian's abilities and understood the benefits that top talents could bring to a family. Moreover, he had witnessed the process of Chen Jie and Shui Guangxian's relationship changing from unity to separation, and he would certainly learn from that experience. And she would never let him have his way. If Xie Zhan wanted to choose the Zhu family, she would push him toward the Qin family. Lu Songli believed that for Chen Jie, who had once reached the peak of the noble families, he would certainly be eager to recruit talented individuals and understand the advantages of having a top strategist. If he knew of Xie Zhan's abilities, he would definitely want to use him. Currently, Xie Zhan was like a tiger fallen to the plains, unable to resist the clan leader of the Qin family. Some might think that the Zhu and Qin families were similar for Xie Zhan. After all, the Qin family had gone through a lot, and Chen Jie would surely learn from his mistakes and change for the better. But Lu Songli did not believe that. Can a dog truly change its nature? In her view, the Zhu family was far better than the Qin family. Such a good Zhu family could not be given to Xie Zhan. Are you trying to recommend Xie Zhan to Chen Jie? Xue Su confirmed. After Lu Songli nodded, Xue Su readily said, I can help with that. Having spent 10 years with Chen Jie, he understood what kind of person he was and grasped the deeper meaning of Lu Songli's actions. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Xue. This needs to be done quickly. Xie Zhan, this is my gift to you. I hope you like it. That evening, Xue Su wrote a letter, and the next day, it was sent from the post station. Lu Songli and the others only rested for one night on the outskirts of Lu City before setting off the next day. They left, but the impact remained. For the citizens of Lu City, who witnessed the trial of the case involving the village elder and her daughter-in-law, the proceedings had completely changed their understanding. In the past, when criticized or gossiped about, they would wonder if they had done something wrong. Now, they were no longer eager to prove themselves. Instead, they leisurely questioned others. You say I'm gossiping? Do you have any evidence? Do you think I'm bad? Do you have any proof? Oh, you don't have proof? Then what are you talking about? The people of Lucheng have become quite fierce. Xue Su became famous after the battle in Lucheng, and his name spread throughout the city. Additionally, this case is so well known that many people in Lucheng are familiar with old lady Ma and Ma Zhongping, as well as the difficulties they faced and Ma Zhongping's weakness. After Ma Zhongping and Qi Jingyang were divorced by the authorities, he could never find a wife again. In the years that followed, he was drained by his brother's family and ended up with a bad outcome. Officially, it was said that since Ma Zhongping was in such a difficult situation, everyone felt sorry for him and didn't want to marry their daughters to him, as it would add to his burdens. The conversations between the women of Ma Village and Lu Songli were so funny that they became well known among the people of Lucheng. Because of the troubles caused by old lady Ma's family, the men of Ma Village found it very hard to marry. When nearby villages heard that a matchmaker was from Ma Village, they would shake their heads. Eventually, matchmakers started avoiding people from Ma Village. Since then, Ma Village hasn't had a bride in 3 years. It is also extremely difficult for the girls to get married. When people hear that a girl is from Ma Village, they worry that she will bring financial troubles to their family, as Ma Village is notoriously poor. The village chief of Ma Village was nearly driven to despair. Everyone knows that the people from Ma Village are very poor, and they sympathize with the struggles of the men trying to support their families, so they try to avoid marrying from that village to not add to their burdens. The reputation of Ma Village has been completely ruined, and the village chief truly despises old lady Ma. Of course, he also resents Lu Songli and the group of gossiping women from that day. However, Lu Songli's group only showed up once, said their piece, and then left. Even if he was angry, he couldn't find them. Plus, judging by that day's events, they were tough and not easy to deal with. Due to the difficulties in marriage for both men and women in Ma Village, the villagers are filled with complaints. In the end, The village chief had no choice but to direct all his anger toward old lady Ma and Ma Zhongping's family. The women from that day were clever and realized they had caused trouble, so they tried to blame old lady Ma's family. Old lady Ma's family had a very tough year. A year later, old lady Ma herself died after falling into a pit while going to the bathroom at night. After the death of old lady Ma, her youngest son was very frightened. After the funeral, he sold the family land and moved away from Ma family village. Even without the Ma family, the reputation of Ma family village did not improve. Eventually, the men of Ma family village had no choice but to leave and marry into other families. Before departing, Lu Songli found Xue Su. Mr. Xue, you probably know we have a piece of land in Longqing. I would like you to stay there, with a group of people to manage that 100 acres of land. What do you think? They would reach the exile location soon, and with her and the 3 Qin brothers in Pingzhou, it was enough. Bringing him along would be a bit wasteful. Xue Su was silent, considering her proposal. There are about 6 or 7 injured members from the scouting team who can stay in Longqing. They have minor injuries and just need a little rest before they can be useful again. Additionally, I will allocate 1,000 taels of gold to you. Is that acceptable? Lu Songli asked Xue Su. Xue Su was surprised by this. 1,000 taels of gold for Longqing? That was equivalent to 10,000 taels of silver. From their previous sharing, no, it was profit sharing, he and his wife had received around 25,000 taels. She was willing to give him 10,000 taels? Did she trust him that much? Xue Su looked at her. Lu Songli met his gaze, without hesitation. Xue Su slowly bowed and said, "Since Madame Lu trusts me, I will not decline." Lu Songli looked towards Longqing, her gaze distant. That land is very important to me. No matter what happens, I need to ensure that land is protected. Of course, this is on the condition that you are there as well. Qin Heng, Qin Zhao, Su Zheng, Yang Wei, and others were all shocked by Lu Songli's generosity. With that 100 acres of land, she was entrusting him with a large part of her wealth. Did she really trust him that much? Qin Sheng was indifferent. The money and land were her personal assets, and she could arrange them as she wished. In response, Lu Songli simply smiled and said, "If you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them." They worried that Xue Su might run away with the funds, not realizing his ambitions and ideals, or how difficult his goals were. Xue Su was willing to dedicate over 10 years of his youth to pursue his dreams, even risking everything in a gamble with Qin Jia, only to be let down by him. Similarly, Xue Su was willing to go to great lengths for his ideal. As long as he saw hope in her, he would not let her down. Moreover, even if Xue Su did disappoint her, she had ways to regain what was lost. She was that confident. Thanks to Lu Songli's generous actions, the lightly injured members of the scouting team accepted the arrangement to stay in Longqing and await Mr. Xue's orders. At their farewell, Lu Songli reminded Xue Su, "Mr. Xue, I want to say one last thing. All your decisions must prioritize people. Remember, if you lose people for the sake of land, you lose both. But if you keep people and lose land, both can still be preserved. Keep this in mind." As soon as Lu Songli finished speaking, Qin Sheng's eyes lit up with excitement. Qin Heng, Qin Zhao, Xue Su, and others couldn't help but reflect on her words thoughtfully. Yang Wei, Su Zheng, and some of the more perceptive members of the team also fell into contemplation after a brief pause. Finally, Xue Su cupped his hands in salute, turned, and left with 6 members of the scouting team. Lu Songli and her group watched them depart until they were out of sight before slowly setting off themselves. In the southern region, in the main city, West District, there was a spacious estate where an elderly man with a refined appearance was having a meal, attended by 4 servants. Looking at the round table, the meal was not extravagant, just a bowl of rice, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a small specialty dish. After a quarter of an hour, the elderly man set down his chopsticks, patted his belly, and noted that he had finished every grain of rice, though there was still plenty of food left. Rice was truly his favorite. He couldn't go a day without it. Despite his wealth, he ate so simply, showing how frugal he was. The elderly man, Ji Wuyin, sighed to himself. Just after finishing, he sneezed twice and wondered who was thinking of him. Was someone after his money again? When his trusted servant returned with a letter, he took it and was surprised to see it was from Shui Guangxian. Recognizing the handwriting and confirming the code, Ji Wuyin realized it was indeed Shui Guangxian's letter. As he opened the letter, he thought to himself that this old man had disappeared for 3 years, and he had assumed he had died in some corner. After reading the letter, he began to grumble, annoyed that this old fellow had returned after years and presented him with a difficult problem. He really regretted making such a friend. But what could he do? He still had to deal with the matter at hand. Wait, he read the letter again, and then Ji Wuyin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Was that old man Shui Guangxian still trying to stir trouble for the Qin family? Wasn't he done with his revenge yet? Ji Wuyin thought it was unlikely. That old man wouldn't leave the south if he hadn't gotten enough revenge. 3 years ago, he left because he felt he had recovered all his investments, with interest. If that wasn't the case, why would he bother with Qingjia? Why involve the leader of the Xie clan, who had been exiled from Chang'an? As Ji Wuyin pondered over the letter, a possibility suddenly struck him. Could it be that the old man had found someone new to support? No way. Absolutely not. What that guy wanted to achieve was too difficult. Only someone extraordinary could help him fulfill his wishes. Moreover, that guy's personality was hard to deal with, stingy, selfish, and arrogant. He wouldn't look up to ordinary people. Only a leader with great talent and a broad mind could impress him enough to gain his support. But where could such a person be found? In his 40 years, he had traveled many places and met countless people, including many talented individuals. He had even mentioned a few names to that old man, but they were all rejected. Over the years, that old man had only shown interest in one person, Qingjia. Back then, Qingjia was quite an ambitious figure. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have devoted 10 years to supporting him. However, Qingjia deserved it. He used that old man's help for 10 years to elevate the Qin family to the peak of noble families, even surpassing the Gu and Lu families. He had promised Shui Guangxian something but kept delaying. Did he really think it was easy to take advantage of that old man? Now, with Shui Guangxian turning against him and joining forces with other noble families to attack the Qin family, he must have lost a significant portion of the family's power. That must have hurt him deeply. The old man misjudged Qingjia. But back then, he was still young. Now, after all these years, the old man's judgment was sharp. If he truly found someone worthy, Ji Wuyin was quite curious to know who it was. Ji Wuyin picked up the letter again and noticed it originated from Lucheng in Liaoxi County. Was there someone there who could catch the old man's eye? No, the next time he received a letter, he had to ask that old man. If he didn't get an answer, he wouldn't help with his tasks anymore. Humph. With that thought, Ji Wuyin called his trusted aide and gave instructions. Thus, before Xie Zhan even reached Lingnan, tales of him were already spreading in some high-end taverns in the south. Xie Zhan, who was on the minds of Lu Songli and others, looked serious at this moment. Just as they entered the southern region from Jiangzhou, the Xie and Zhao families had just experienced a frightening landslide. The south is rainy, and after the beginning of spring, the weather gets gloomier the further south they go. Xie Zhan did not expect that their group would encounter such a terrifying danger. He gathered everyone to bring back those who had scattered. Fortunately, while a few from the Zhao family had died, only 4 or 5 from the Xie family were injured, and there were no fatalities. It could be considered a close call. Now, they had found a sturdy rock cave nearby to rest temporarily. Xie Zhan took Xie Nan and Xie Bai to help the Zhao family, while the Xie family was calmed by the 2 clan elders, Xie Qian and Xie Yuan. After dealing with the Zhao family's matters, Xie Zhan returned to the gathering place of the Xie family with Xie Bai and Xie Nan, finally taking a sip of hot water. Inside the cave, several fires were lit, and members of the Xie and Zhao families sat together in small groups, with the sound of soft crying filling the cave. Xie Zhan held a bamboo cup, his expression serious. This journey had been full of disasters, and the losses for both families were significant. It was no longer a time when losing a few people was inconsequential. Now, every death caused him great pain. He looked up at his wife, who was curled up by the fire. Besides occasionally having prophetic dreams, could she also bring good fortune and avoid danger? Xie Zhan's gaze at Zhao Yuten was filled with meaning. Zhao Yuten, however, avoided his gaze. Earlier that morning, she had felt very anxious and asked Xie Zhan if they could rest for a day instead of continuing their journey. When Xie Zhan asked her why, she hesitated and couldn't explain. Considering her unusual abilities, Xie Zhan was still pondering, but Mo Gang, their leader, firmly disagreed. They were responsible for transporting prisoners, and there was a time limit. Now they were not far from Lingnan, but the deadline was approaching. Moreover, the continuous rain had made everyone uneasy, and they really did not want to delay their journey. Mo Gang insisted on moving forward. He was the leader of the entire team, and Xie Zhan did not want to openly contradict him. The spring rains in the south had made traveling uncomfortable, and after staying in a poor location the previous night, everyone was eager to find the next resting spot. However, Xie Zhan was also cautious, placing the Zhao family members in the middle while dividing the Xie family into two groups, one in front and one behind, surrounding the Zhao family. This decision allowed the Xie family members at the front and back to escape easily during the landslide, while the Zhao family in the middle suffered. Xie Zhan only had time to drink a couple of sips of water before someone came to find him. In this landslide accident, one person from the team died, and that person was Mo Gang. Mo Gang was the one he had invested the most effort and resources to win over, so it was unfortunate that he was the one who died. Xie Zhan felt a dull pain in his temples and really wanted to know how many people from the Qin family heading north had survived. He thought that at least Qin's mother should be gone, as her health was always poor. Qin San's wife had just given birth, so she probably wasn't alive either. And the newborn baby, everyone knew how fragile infants were. The chances of survival were almost zero. The children of the Qin family, none of whom were over 10 years old, would likely have lost a few as well. Considering all this, the Qin family must have lost more than half. However, he guessed that Lu Songli must have prepared some backup plans, so the losses shouldn't exceed half, but in the harsh snowy conditions, at least 2 or 3 should have died. As for the second branch of the Qin family in the northern region, they were being escorted to Pingzhou for exile. Besides the second son of the Qin family, the rest were elderly, weak, and women, so their situation must be even worse. After all, no matter how capable Lu Songli was, her reach couldn't extend to the northern region for now. Unfortunately, the two groups were separated by thousands of miles, and he had little control over the situation in Pingzhou, so he could only guess about the Qin family's circumstances. When Xie Zhan arrived, Xiao Hua was directing the young men from the Xie and Zhao families to dig a pit. Nearby, Mo Gang was wrapped in a mat, waiting to be buried once the pit was ready. Seeing Xie Zhan approach, Xiao Hua went to greet him. The two stepped aside to talk. Xiao Hua got straight to the point, saying, "We're almost at the exile location in Lingnan. I hope that from now on, everyone can stay safe. We won't trouble you, and you should also behave. What do you think?" Xie Zhan nodded. Seeing him nod, Xiao Hua secretly sighed in relief. His only thought now was to quickly deliver this batch of exiles, complete the handover, and then return to Chang'an. He hoped to get reassigned to a different role, anything but being in again. In Chang'an, Zhang Xian was targeted. Since Zhang Xian took advantage of Zhou Anmin's absence to rise to power and become a favorite of the new emperor, Zhou Anmin returned and initially tried to win him over, hoping Zhang would follow him. After Zhang refused, Zhou began to create trouble for him. Of course, in front of the new emperor, Zhou pretended to be friendly, but behind the scenes, he was making things difficult for Zhang. However, Zhang had a clean record, with only one weakness, his relationship with Lu Disheng, which he had already addressed. Zhou couldn't find anything to hold against him. Zhou thought for a moment and decided that if he couldn't find a flaw, he would send Zhang to a place where bandits were active. Zhang simply feigned illness. That night, he quietly went to Lu's house. Lu Disheng had already learned that his daughter and son had arrived in Lu City and about the events that had occurred there. He looked at Zhang with great approval. Lu calmly reassured him, I expected this would happen. You took advantage of the situation and stole his resources. Of course, he would be angry when he returned. Zhang nodded. But you must understand, enduring hardships is what makes a person great. The effort you put in now will help you rise higher later. Zhang nodded again. The court is not a solid block. There are various factions at play. Zhao Onmin can't do whatever he wants. Don't worry, your time to shine will come. Zhang thought for a moment and nodded once more. So, go back and rest for a couple of days. Soon, you might not have the chance to rest at all. With these words from Lu, Zhang obediently returned. One day, the new emperor was in the imperial garden when he overheard some gossip near a rockery. His trusted was about to scold them, but the emperor stopped him. These days, the palace and the previous dynasty are in chaos. If the crown prince were still here, would it be like this? That's true. The crown prince received proper education from a young age and would likely govern much better than the current one. The emperor's expression darkened. Was he referring to him? The beside him dared not breathe. There had indeed been rumors about the emperor's lack of governance, but he had dealt with them. The emperor remained still, wanting to hear what the two bold young eunuchs would say next. Our current emperor is indeed lacking. In the past, when the late emperor was still here, the court was orderly, even if he didn't attend every meeting. Now, the morning court is a mess. I've heard that those officials behave like vendors in a market, lacking decorum. Yes, the new emperor's control over the court is indeed not as strong as the previous emperor's. The previous emperor had Lu Disheng, who kept everything in order. Hearing this, the new emperor felt upset. The previous emperor had Lu Disheng. Why couldn't he have someone like Zhang Xian? As for the crown prince, he didn't care. He was just a defeated opponent. No matter how much they praised the crown prince, he was already gone. The one who had ascended the throne was him. At this point, he didn't want to listen anymore. He ordered his people to take down the two young eunuchs who were gossiping and to investigate who was behind them. After some investigation, it led to the Grand Commandant Xiao Kun. The new emperor signaled for Zhao Onmin to deal with Xiao Kun, and Zhao Onmin quickly arranged for his capable subordinates to handle it. Xiao Kun was stunned. This was a heavy burden. He thought Zhao Onmin was deliberately targeting him, but he couldn't back down. He decided to confront the situation head-on. Unfortunately, Zhao Onmin's actions did not satisfy the new emperor. The new emperor scolded Zhao Onmin harshly and then went to the Zhang family to have Zhang Xian examined by the imperial physician. As a result, Zhao Onmin's previous suggestion to send officials to the local areas was completely forgotten and not mentioned again. He began to show goodwill towards Zhang Xian, trying to win him over. Zhang Xian repeatedly declined Zhao Onmin's invitations and uncomfortably returned home. Lu Disheng was not surprised by this outcome. For the new emperor, everyone was human, and he was still the emperor. How could he care about such comparisons? One was his own father, and the other was the legitimate crown prince. How could he accept that? Moreover, Zhao Onmin had no one under him who could replace Zhang Xian. It was only natural for Zhang Xian to be valued. With so many factions in the court, there needed to be a sharp blade to manage them. The new emperor couldn't handle it all himself, could he? The matter was resolved, but they lost two young eunuchs in the process. To be precise, they lost one, while the other was already known for being talkative and had indeed been in contact with Xiao Kun's people. The various factions in the palace were all handed over to him by Wei Zili before he went to guard the royal tomb, and he rarely used them. That guy had previously written to him, mentioning that everything was fine there except for the food. Lu Disheng thought he would have the boss buy some local specialties from Chang'an and send them over. When Xue Su and his group left, they took 4 horse-drawn carriages, 2 of which were fully loaded with medicinal herbs. Previously, they had 2 or 3 carts of medicinal herbs, which were rewards from the 4,000 taels used to purchase them after Qin Sheng found the secret stash of the Qinglong Zhai leader. These herbs were the best quality and had not been sold yet. People in later times knew that selling raw materials made the least profit. Semi-processing could earn a bit more, but the most profit came from deep processing, adding value to the products, which increased their market price. Overall, unprocessed herbs could not compare to the profits from traditional Chinese medicine. However, they had been on the road and lacked the conditions to make medicine. Now that Xue Su had gone to Longcheng, Lu Songli had him take 2 fully loaded carts, leaving them with only a quarter. She also gave him 3 recipes for making medicine. Once he arrived in Longcheng, he should hire or buy workers to prioritize the production of medicine. She wrote down the steps for processing the herbs and the challenges they might face during production. After entering Liaoxi County, Lu Songli and her group had consumed more than half of their food supplies. With the additional carts they had acquired, they found themselves with 10 empty carts. It seemed that their previous herb sales had made them some money, and on this journey, the brothers paid special attention to the quality and prices of local herbs. This attention was significant. Liaoxi and Liaodong were treasure troves of high-quality herbs like ginseng, tianma, longdan, angelica, lingzhi, hishouwu, and cordyceps, all favored by the wealthy in Chang'an. They learned that the prices were indeed very low. After finding this out, they were all drooling over these precious herbs. Living in Chang'an, they knew the prices of these herbs, and here they were incredibly cheap. Some almost felt like they were free. Seeing the 10 empty carts again made them anxious. It felt like a waste, a huge waste. Yang Wei was encouraged by his brothers to go find Lu Songli, hoping she would help them gather herbs once more. Lady Lu, the herbs here are just too cheap. It would be a shame not to collect them. His brothers were all listening intently. The soldiers of the scouting team nodded in agreement. Yang, the head of was right. It didn't matter if they made a profit or not. They just couldn't bear to see valuable herbs go to waste. The brothers of Yang Wei's also nodded continuously, agreeing that they did not plan to collect a batch of herbs to sell in Chang'an for a big profit. They simply couldn't stand to see the carts sitting empty. It felt like a waste, a huge waste. Lu Songli smiled and said, "I won't take the lead on this. Let's have Wuren take charge, and you all can assist. I can provide technical support and help ensure everything goes smoothly. Now that we are in the Liaoxi region, it's best to keep a low profile. Besides, her attention will be focused on some other important matters soon. Having Wu Ren lead this project will give him a chance to learn and show what he has achieved after all this time. Plus, it will help them earn a little money." Wu Ren felt a wave of pressure. To be honest, he thought he still had a lot to learn. Yang Wei hesitated. "Do you think Wu Ren can handle it?" Lu Songli replied, "Let's give it a try. It's better than doing it yourselves." Yang Wei thought about it and agreed. If they didn't let Wu Ren take the lead, he felt he might lose his patience. Everyone decided to go ahead and started contributing money. 100 taels, 200 taels, 400 taels, 800 taels. Wu Ren was in charge of recording the amounts. While he wrote, he kept urging everyone to be cautious. "Guys, please invest a little less. Stop talking and just write it down." Hu Guangzhong tossed in 1,000 taels. They were not just contributing their share, they were also helping their friends from the north and Longcheng. Otherwise, when everyone gathered, they would likely face serious trouble. Exactly, just focus on recording. They thought their contributions were small. They initially expected this to be led by the 6th young lady, and they had prepared to go all in. But now that Wu Ren was in charge, they only contributed a quarter of what they had planned. Wu Ren said with a worried expression, "I'm afraid I can't handle this responsibility. If you all lose your money, I would feel terrible." The herbal medicine business is quite complex, and he wasn't as experienced as his master. Don't say such unlucky things. Since the 6th young lady believes in you, you have to make it work. Right? We trust her judgment, not just you. Come on, Wu Ren. The 6th young lady has guided you for so long. You need to show what you can do and not let her down. The nickname Mooncake came from a time when the 6th young lady accidentally called him that, and everyone started using it, even though they didn't know what a mooncake was. "I'll contribute 1,000 too," Lu Songli said, dropping a piece of gold worth 100 taels. "6th young lady, you're joining in too," Wu Ren said helplessly. Lu Songli and he have a mentor-student relationship, but they need to hold a formal ceremony before they can change how they address each other. Lu Songli smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Dear best, I believe in you." After Lu Songli made his investment, Qin Heng, Qin Zhao, Yang Wei, Su Zheng, and others also invested 1,000 each. Over there, the team members were eagerly putting in their money. Meanwhile, the children, Qin Jia, Qin Han, Qin Yu, and Qin Zhen, came to find Lu Songli, saying they also wanted to invest. They wanted to take out half of the gold stored with her and leave the other half. Lu Songli asked Qin Jia, "What if we lose money?" Among the siblings, Qin Jia was clearly the one in charge. Qin Jia replied, "Then we still have the half stored with Aunt Lu, so we can spend that together." Considering Yu's spending habits, she calculated that it wouldn't be long before the gold with Aunt Lu wouldn't cover his debts. She thought it was best to pay off Aunt Lu's loan soon. They also needed money to make more money, and she felt this was a great opportunity. "All right, if you've decided, that's fine. Aunt Lu, please take out my share, and you share. You need to know that if you withdraw early, the interest won't be calculated at 7%. Also, Xiaoyu, since you have no collateral left, I need to enforce the repayment of the loan and related interest." Lu Songli noticed that Qin Jia was bold and generous.
Qin Yu responded, "Okay."
When Lu Songli placed 2 pieces of gold of different sizes in front of them, Qin Yu opened his mouth wide and said, "Aunt Lu, is this all the gold I have left?" Compared to his cousin, he seemed to have lost quite a bit. Lu Songli smiled and asked, "Do you want me to calculate how many times you've borrowed from me and how much interest you've accrued?" Qin Jia looked at Qin Yu helplessly. She had already calculated it, counted his gold, and said, "Aunt Lu, there's no need to calculate. It's correct." Qin Jia took the younger ones to Wu Ren, and along the way, she seemed to say something to Qin Yu. Qin Yu turned back to look at his Aunt Lu, covering his mouth with his little hand, his eyes wide open. Lu Songli smiled as she watched them leave. "Kid, if it weren't for your big sister being clever, you'd soon be in debt to Aunt Lu and would have to work for her." On the next leg of their journey, Lu Songli and the others only needed half a day to travel, while the other half was spent purchasing medicinal herbs. For Su Zheng and the others, as long as they delivered the convicts to the designated location within the set time, their task would be considered complete. They have entered Liaodong County, so they still have plenty of time. Lu Songli chose not to interfere and let them do their own thing. At first, for 2 consecutive days, they successfully bought some schisandra and asarum at reasonable prices, and they even managed to get a few ginseng roots, although only 5 or 6, all around 40 to 50 years old. Even so, this was enough to make them very excited. At first, Wu Ren was quite anxious. After bringing the herbs back, he asked Lu Songli to take a look. After examining them, she agreed that the quality was good. Lu Songli thought Wu Ren had some talent in this area and was willing to work hard and study, but if he wanted to go further, it would be best for him to learn medicine systematically from a doctor. What she taught was really just targeted knowledge, sufficient for the current situation. One day, Lu Songli and her group entered Wulu County in Liaodong. The locals in Wulu County were all in a hurry and avoided them from a distance. After leaving the county town, Lu Songli noticed a tea shop about a mile from the city gate, with a sign fluttering in the wind. Seeing the eager looks in the children's eyes, she realized they were thirsty, so she signaled Su Zheng to stop there for a break. The Qin family had recently regained their status as exiles and should not enter shops, so they waited under a tree outside. Su Zheng and Yang Wei approached to negotiate, and soon Su Zheng came out with a large teapot. Qin Sheng took off the bamboo tube he was carrying and shared it so they could drink water. Qin Heng also took off his bundle and shared some dry food to fill their stomachs. During this time, a friendly young man from the agency chatted with the tea shop owner and others. When they had gathered enough information, they left the tea shop. They went outside the city and found a suitable place near a water source to set up camp, and everyone got busy. Once everything was arranged, Wu Ren came over to greet Lu Songli and the others, preparing to set off to collect herbs. Lu Songli waved her hand. "Go ahead." They were full of energy for a successful start. After receiving the order, Wu Ren and Lu Erxi and Luo Tiniu discussed how many carts to take. Wu Ren was clever. He had already expressed to Yang Wei that he would follow the sixth young mistress from now on. Yang Wei was pleased that he could have a bright future and naturally agreed. Wu Ren is currently getting close to Lu Erxi and Luo Tiniu. Lu Erxi is quite capable, and together they have set up the entire operation. Luo Tiniu was brought over by the sixth young lady from her family, so bringing him along is also a sign of support. Wu Ren and Lu Erxi have made their plans, and are ready to leave. Lu Songli called out to him, "Xiao Wu, if you trust me, don't take so many carts. Bring more skilled hands instead." "What does this mean?" Wu Ren wanted to ask. Lu Songli smiled and waved her hand, heading over to the children. Only Wu Ren and Lu Erxi were left looking at each other. Wu Ren asked, "What should we do now?" Luo Tiniu quickly said, "Let's listen to our second young lady." Wu Ren ignored him. He thought of Luo Tiniu as someone who just praises the second young lady. He admired the sixth young lady, but it seemed he couldn't match Luo Tiniu's enthusiasm. Lu Erxi thought for a moment and said, "The sixth young lady never speaks without reason. There must be something wrong in Wulu County. We will stick to the original plan and take 5 carts, but let's also bring more capable brothers." "I think that's a good idea." At this moment, Qin Heng and Qin Zhao were reading under a big tree. The former was studying military strategy, while the latter was reading a mix of books, both keeping an eye on the children's studies. Qin Sheng was practicing his shooting not far away, moving gracefully. Qin Zhao felt an urge to join in, put his book aside, and called out to Qin Sheng, "Xiao Lu, let me join you for a few rounds." "Sure." His older brother was usually too lazy to move, so he was happy to take this opportunity. The two faced off, exchanging blows, and the most exciting moment was when Qin Sheng threw his gun with a swift motion. After letting his brother warm up, Qin Sheng took him down in just 3 moves. As Qin Sheng held Qin Zhao down with 1 foot, he suddenly sensed something and threw his gun behind him. A sparrow, sensing danger, didn't have time to fly away and was pinned to a tree by the thrown gun. Qin Zhao looked up just in time to see this scene and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. After throwing the gun, Qin Sheng looked down at his brother with indifferent eyes, not even glancing back, exuding an air of confidence as if he didn't care about anything behind him. Lu Songli happened to stroll by and witnessed this moment, causing her to stop in her tracks. Qin Zhao gave Qin Sheng a thumbs up. "Xiao Lu, that was impressive." Noticing that Xiao Lu was now looking at the sixth sister-in-law, he patted his leg, signaling him to move his foot away. He knew he couldn't defeat Xiao Lu, but losing so badly shouldn't be seen by too many people. He had his pride, after all. Qin Sheng walked towards Lu Songli. Once released, Qin Zhao quickly slipped away. Lu Songli handed him a handkerchief, saying, "Wipe the sweat off your face." Qin Sheng glanced at the handkerchief, but didn't take it. He looked down at her and quietly said, "You help me wipe it." Lu Songli looked around and noticed the Qin family members, all of whom were either teasing or curiously looking their way. She felt a bit embarrassed. "Let's go over there," Lu Songli said, pulling him away. The Qin family noticed the two of them moving to a nearby big tree. Everyone was cheerful, and no one disturbed them. Even the curious children were kept from going that way by the adults. By evening, Lu Songli and the others had started cooking, waiting for Wu Ren and his group to return for dinner. At that moment, a special team was approaching from 1 to 2 kilometers away. "Everyone move a bit further. There's a river ahead. That's enough for today. We can set up camp." Zhou De was leading a few brothers ahead to scout the path. He heard some unusual sound ahead and was about to sneak forward to check when someone put a hand on his shoulder. He tensed up, ready to fight back, when he heard a voice call out, "Zhou De." Zhou De quickly turned around and saw General Lu standing behind him. "General Lu." He was overjoyed. "You're here. Where are the others?" "General Lu, the second general, and the others are right behind." "Are you here with the young master?" "Yes, they're just ahead." Zhou De thought, what a coincidence. Qin Sheng said, "Come on, you all go with me to meet Big Brother, then we'll go back to welcome second mother and second brother." Qin Sheng took them back to the camp. Upon seeing Zhou De and learning that Qin Yan and his group were just 1 to 2 kilometers behind, Qin Heng immediately went to greet Qin Yan. Qin Heng and Qin Zhao went, and so did their mother, leaving only Qin Sheng, Lu Songli, and Nie Yunyang at the camp. The commotion from Qin Heng and the others leaving was unmistakable. The guards protecting Qin Yan's safety changed their expressions. Someone's coming. Be on guard. Zhou De moved to a hidden spot and found Ma Jin, saying, Ma Jin, don't act recklessly. It's the young master and his group. Qin Heng shouted, second. Qin Yan, in the group, paused upon hearing the voice, wondering why it sounded like his older brothers. They were currently on a narrow mountain path, surrounded by dense bushes that blocked their view, making it hard to see anyone clearly. Second brother. Qin Yan, is that? Third brother's voice? Qin Yan couldn't help but feel excited. He shouted toward the source of the voice, eldest brother, third brother, is that you? When Qin Heng and the others fully appeared, Qin Yan was overjoyed. It really is you? The other members of the Qin family in Qin Yan's group were also very excited. In this unexpected reunion, the men couldn't help but embrace each other. Shen Ernyang and Qin Mother were also very emotional upon meeting. Qin Mother was gentle, while Shen Ernyang had a bold personality, and the two had always gotten along well. Qin Mother had come specifically to show her respect. However, Wu Yasi and the others were a bit confused. They had encountered another group of the Qin family that had been exiled, but why were they so free? And why were they leading soldiers? At that moment, Su Zheng approached with two other officials, identified himself, and pulled Wu Yasi aside. Wu Yasi reluctantly followed him to the side. Qin Heng quickly scanned the group and was thrilled to see that none of the second brother's party was missing. He had been worried about the second brother's group, as he was a big man leading an elderly person, 2 women, and 5 children all the way from the northern border to Pingzhou without any support. Just thinking about it made him realize how tough it must have been. He was especially concerned about Qin Bin and Qin Dan, the only descendants of the 4th and 5th brothers. If anything happened to them, he wouldn't know how to face his 2 brothers in the afterlife. Now that he saw everyone was safe, he finally felt relieved. But wait, someone was still missing. Thinking of that steady man, Qin Heng fell silent. At that moment, Qin Yan knelt down, bowing to Qin Mother. Mother, eldest brother, I'm sorry. I didn't protect father well. Mentioning Qin Yu made Qin Mother and Shen Ernyang tear up, and Qin Heng and Qin Zhao also had tears in their eyes. It's not your fault. Get up, Qin Heng said as he helped him up. Just then, the children's stomachs growled with hunger. They realized it was already quite late. The adults collected themselves, and everyone started walking forward together. The 3 brothers walked and talked. As they discussed the situation of Qin Yan's group being exiled, Qin Heng and Qin Zhao learned how dangerous it had been. Later, Zhou De and the others had brought life-saving medicine and supplies, which greatly improved the conditions on the exile route. Eldest brother, Zhou De, is really impressive. Qin Yan couldn't help but praise Zhou De, saying he was very capable and good at getting things done. Qin Heng nodded. Zhou De is indeed impressive. Qin Zhao listened with a strange expression. Zhou De had learned from his younger sister-in-law and the people she arranged, just copying what they did. But still, being able to do it so well is a skill. Seeing his brother's admiration for Zhou De, it seemed like he wanted to promote him if given the chance. He thought to himself that while Zhou De was good, their soldiers were growing very quickly. He had noticed a few people under Hu Guangsong who were just as good, and Zhou De had previously been their team leader. After a long separation, everyone seemed to have endless things to talk about. When they arrived at the temporary camp set up by Lu Songli and the others, they still felt they had more to say. At that moment, Lu Songli, Qin Sheng, and Nie Yunyang were waiting for them at the entrance with the children. Qin Yan was excited to see the entire Qin family there, even though he already knew. He realized it was all thanks to his younger sister-in-law, Lu Songli. Ing, this is your little 6th brother's wife, Qin Mother introduced. Ali, this is your second mother. Hello, second mother. Second mother Shen was slender, with kind eyes, and she looked at Lu Songli a few times, nodding. Yes, She's a nice girl. This is your second brother and sister-in-law, and your fourth sister-in-law. Qin mother introduced Qin Yan and the others. This is your sixth sister-in-law. Lu Songli greeted them. Second brother, second sister-in-law, fourth sister-in-law. Qin Yan and the others also called out to her. Sixth sister-in-law. After the greetings, Qin Yan immediately looked at Qin Sheng. Before father passed away, he always thought of you. Knowing that you and the sixth sister-in-law are doing well, he must be comforted in spirit. Hearing that his father had remembered him even at the end, Qin Sheng's eyes turned red. Where is father buried? Qin Yan also had tears in his eyes. I buried him in a wide-open place in the northern border, where you can see the vast grasslands to the north. Okay, Qin Sheng replied softly, thinking that he would bring his father back one day. Mentioning Qin Yu, everyone had tears in their eyes, feeling sad. Green mountains bury loyal bones everywhere. There's no need for a horse's hide to wrap the body, Lu Songli murmured. Qin Yu could have survived, but he willingly sacrificed himself for the sake of the entire Qin family. It was truly a case of the old sheep not surviving, making it hard for the young ones. Everyone in the Qin family heard her words. Qin Heng said, well said, green mountains bury loyal bones everywhere. There's no need for a horse's hide to wrap the body. The Qin family was talking, and everyone was careful not to interrupt. Wu Yasi and a few other guards were given hot meals and warm water, but they didn't dare to touch anything and stood by nervously watching the scene. Wu Yasi felt uneasy. What did the Qin family want? Had they forgotten their status as exiles? At that moment, Su Zheng arrived, followed by 4 other guards. Wu Yasi looked closely at Su Zheng's face, thinking that his own handling of the exiles was already quite lenient, but this Su Zheng was even bolder. He seemed to be overly indulgent towards the Qin family's group of exiles. Su Zheng came over, served them food, and encouraged them to eat and drink. He took a few bites from each dish to show he was checking for safety and to reassure them. While serving, he said, let's just focus on our tasks. Some things are better left alone. Honestly, if we can complete this journey easily, isn't that better? Why make things harder for ourselves? That seems foolish. Finally, Su Zheng added meaningfully, you live in the north, so you should understand the cruelty of outsiders and war. The Qin family has guarded the border for generations. We can't let heroes suffer. Wu Yasi thought about it and decided to let it go. They were close to Xiangping, and once they handed over their duties, the task would be done. There was no need to complicate things further. Besides, this Su Zheng was pushing boundaries even more than he was. If anything went wrong, it would be Su Zheng who would face the consequences. The Qin family was having a joyful reunion, and everyone was careful not to disturb them. Zhou De and Ma Jin sat down next to Hu Guangcong. Wow, roasted chicken. You guys have great food, Zhou De said with a hint of envy. They had traveled from the north and, while they had enough to eat, the food was quite plain. At first, they had some supplies from the 6th young lady, but once those were gone, the meals became worse. With the early spring season, they couldn't hunt, and they had forgotten the last time they had meat. Their taste buds were craving something flavorful. Just average, Hu Guangcong replied with a grin. Seeing Zhou De and Ma Jin, Hu Guangcong roasted 2 more wild chickens. Zhou De and Ma Jin were pleased with his thoughtfulness. The brothers behind Zhou De followed suit, finding less crowded spots to sit down without hesitation. Because Zhou De's team had met the other group before, and now the 2 teams were clearly coming together, everyone was in a good mood and easy to get along with. So, whether it was the members of the scouting team or the brothers from Yang Wei's agency, they welcomed their arrival and even made some room for them. As a soldier sat down, he cheerfully said, "It's nice to be with a big group." Zhou De and Ma Jin were over there, preparing the roast chicken. Ma Jin volunteered to take on the cooking task, while Zhou De wanted to chat with Hu Guangcong about what had happened since they parted ways. However, Zhou De felt something was off. He straightened up and said, "Wait, old Hu, get up. What's wrong?" Hu Guangcong stood up, confused. Zhou De also stood up and compared their heights. After doing so, he exclaimed, "Wow, you've grown taller."
Zhou sounded quite jealous. He remembered they were the same height before he left. I can't help it. The food is too good, Hu Guangxong bragged, as their team always had great meals. To be fair, they had not been shortchanged on food during the journey. Now that they were close to Pingzhou, with the order from the sixth young lady, their meals would be a bit less luxurious, or else it wouldn't feel right. However, the decrease in food quality only affected the Qin family. The scouting team and Yang Wei's agency were not under that restriction. This was the best part, and earned them respect from everyone. The two friends sat down again and started chatting. Zhou was the first to speak. I thought you guys would have arrived in Xiangping by now. They had never expected to catch up with the young master and his group. Hu Guangxong waved his hand. Don't say that. The reason we're not there yet is that we've been busy making money. Making money? What kind of money? Zhou quickly asked, noticing his mischievous grin, which suggested something was up. Hu Guangxong first glanced over at Wu Yaxi's side, then winked at Zhou, asking, Brother, are those guys over there on our side?
Zhou nodded.
After nearly 2 months, if he hadn't managed to win them over, it would mean he wasn't capable. With the answer confirmed, Hu Guangxong excitedly began to share how they had made their way here. First, they had worked with the government in Yanzhou to deal with bandits, then used the loot from Qinglong Zhai as capital to buy medicinal herbs along the way starting from Jizhou, and there were even a couple of stories about black market dealings. Everyone else was listening intently, forgetting to turn the roast chicken in their hands. Zhou and his group. Wow, is the young master living such an exciting life over there? They have been focused on the journey the whole time. Zhou felt the sound of gold and silver clinking in his pocket. Old Hu, how much money do you have now? Not much, just around 1,500 taels, hee. Zhou, who couldn't even take out 1 tael of silver from his pocket. After a while, Zhou calmed down and looked around, noticing some people were missing. Where's Sun Hang and the others? That kid is skilled, and was chosen by Wu Run to go buy medicinal herbs. Buying medicinal herbs? Are you going to make money again? Zhou's eyes widened, and his voice unintentionally rose.
Yes.
Zhou and Ma Jin exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. This guy is so lucky. Hu Guangxong said, Zhou team, Ma team, don't worry, you'll get your share this time. We get a share? How so? The young master, the third young master, the sixth young master, and the sixth young master's wife each invested 1,000 taels. They said that when the money is earned back, the 4,000 taels of capital plus dividends will be rewarded to your team going to the northern border to protect General Heir Shao. Zhou and Ma Jin looked at each other and confirmed with Hu Guangxong. All of it is for us? The newly merged soldiers also looked at Hu Guangxong. To be honest, hearing Hu's words was exciting but also disappointing. Now, hearing this good news, their eyes lit up. Yes, it's definitely for you. Hu Guangxong nodded confidently.
Wow. So happy.
Zhou, Ma Jin, and the soldiers they brought were so thrilled they could almost jump up. As the saying goes, it's not about having little, but about fairness. It makes no sense for everyone to work hard and receive vastly different rewards. Lu Songli made this consideration and encouraged the 3 Qin brothers to invest in Wu Ren. Zhou, Ma Jin, Hu Guangxong, and others are essentially the personal guards of the Qin family. Their team has made a lot of money, and as the main family, they should provide some benefits for the team going to the northern border. In fact, if Lu Songli hadn't made this suggestion, Qin Heng planned to reward Zhou and Ma Jin from his own pocket. After Zhou and the others calmed down a bit, Hu Guangxong continued, also, Old Zhou, I invested 800 taels, 300 of which I invested for you. Do you want it? Zhou laughed happily, yes. Of course. Haha. You truly are a good brother of Zhou. Hugo Guangxong saw others looking at him eagerly and said with a smile, I know many brothers have helped you with your votes. You can ask your good friends about it. Ma Jin and the others, upon hearing this, secretly calculated that asking was a must. If that guy only voted for himself and didn't help them, they would cut ties. Humph. However, if trading herbs is so profitable, why don't the young masters invest more? They have the funds. Zhou wondered. Not only Zhou was puzzled. Qin Yan, after hearing about their older brother's adventures,
was amazed but also curious. Since trading herbs is so profitable, why didn't they go all out this time? Qingzhou understood this matter. He knew his sister-in-law a bit. She wouldn't miss any opportunity to profit. Even a fly passing by would have to perform a little before it could leave in tears. This time, his sister-in-law was being cautious, which must mean the conditions weren't right. Qinsheng, my wife is always right. Whatever she says goes. Qin Heng had figured out part of the reason, which should be related to the governor of Liaodong County. Qin Yan. Thinking about his sister-in-law's actions along the way, she made the journey entertaining. With such trust and reactions from his brothers, he wasn't surprised. Her strength was truly impressive. Qin Zhao and the others were right. Lu Songli was worried they might overreach and fail. First, once they collected the herbs, they couldn't sell them easily like before. This time, they had to transport them back to Chang'an to cash in. In fact, a 3 to 4 month investment period is quite short. However, in the early stages of wealth accumulation, Lu Songli still felt it was slow. Secondly, there were environmental factors to consider. Dali divided into 4 counties: Liaoxi, Liaodong, Xuantu, and Lelong, with its capital in Xiangping. This area is near a vast border with foreign tribes, unlike Yanzhou or Jizhou. Even Yuzhou, which is backed by Jizhou and Pingzhou, is slightly better. In ancient times, when transportation and communication were inconvenient, to manage a remote area well, the emperor usually appointed a loyal but less capable leader. Before her exile, Lu Songli had researched the governors of several remote counties and found this to be true. The governor of Liaodong, Zheng Sun, was just like that. After thinking for a moment, Lu Songli understood the emperor's reasoning for using such people. Loyalty meant having the right mindset. A correct mindset could ensure they wouldn't easily rebel or cause chaos. If someone lacks ability, it ensures that even if they rebel or cause chaos, they won't pose a threat to the emperor's power. The emperor can trust such people to govern local areas. There is a saying that if a person's virtue does not match their position, disaster will follow. If someone is not capable, they will face trouble. Because of this, Zheng Sun has strong control over his region. Any significant movement of power will alert them, prompting immediate action. Lu Songli's considerations are complicated to explain, so she did not mention them. Lu Songli is unaware of their confusion. She is currently discussing dinner plans with Qin's mother. They had already started cooking, but with the arrival of Qin Yan and his group, they need to change tonight's menu. Now that the 2 groups have come together, the children are also gathered. Although Qin Jia and the others are thin, they are fit and have bright eyes and good spirits. In contrast, Qin Yun, Qin Che, Qin Shao, Qin Bin, and Qin Dan look a bit worse, with pale faces and thin bodies. Especially Qin Shao, who has received less care on the journey and has lost a lot of weight. When he touches his chest, he can feel his ribs sticking out. Qin's mother feels heartbroken looking at the other 5 thin children. Despite the hardships they have faced, each of them is still very well behaved. Seeing the pile of wild food, Qin's mother thinks about what to cook. She remembers her daughter-in-law mentioning that fish is very nutritious and good for the children's health and brain development, so she consults her daughter-in-law for ideas. For their first meal together, she decides to make fish porridge for the children. She had it made for her when she was sick and thought it was quite good. Lu Songli agrees that it is a good idea, noting that the children's stomachs are weak and that suddenly giving them rich food would not be good for them. Her daughter-in-law also supports the idea, so Qin's mother calls for her youngest son. A moment later, Qinsheng arrives with people to catch fish by the river. Nie Yunyang is used to her mother-in-law discussing matters with her sister-in-law. Shan Ernyang and the 2 daughters-in-law are seeing this for the first time, but they have heard about Lu Songli's intelligence from Zhoda, and witnessing this situation confirms what they were told. For Qin Erseo Kai and Qin Su, seeing their own children weaker than their other nieces and nephews is also upsetting. Especially Su, who has lost her father-in-law and husband, and is now raising her 2 sons. Although she has support from her brother-in-law, she still feels anxious. Now everything is fine. She is caught up with the main group and can finally relax, knowing that her mother and the young master will take care of them. By the river, Qinglong and the others had only been in the water for a short time when they caught over 100 pounds of fish. Ma Jinju and Zhou, who had never seen anything like this, were amazed. They couldn't believe that such a shallow-looking river could have so many fish. And were the fish really that easy to catch? Hu Guangzong and the others, who followed the main group, watched them eagerly and held back their laughter, encouraging them to give it a try. "Let's give it a try," Ma Jinju and Zhou said as they rolled up their sleeves and jumped into the river with a group of brothers. Zhou, Ma Jinju, and about 10 others went into the river to catch fish, while the remaining group, except for those on patrol, voluntarily helped out. They first cleaned the fish, then cut out the belly part to marinate with rice wine and salt to make fish porridge. Since the belly was prepared without bones, it was safe for the children to eat without worrying about fish bones getting stuck in their throats. Next, they separated the fish heads from the bodies. The heads were used to make soup, and they added some chicken bones and a bit of ginseng for flavor. The meat from the fish backs was scraped off the bones, minced, and then shaped into fish. Everything was running smoothly. Several large pots were boiling at the same time, making soup, cooking fish, preparing rice porridge, and steaming buns. The aroma of food filled the campsite, and the children sat nearby, watching eagerly. The atmosphere was lively, just like a festival. Qinyan was surprised. "Big brother, so this is how you've been living on the road?" No wonder his big brother's and third brother's children looked so healthy. In comparison, he felt a bit inadequate. His second mother, wife, fourth sister-in-law, and the children were with him, and they really had to endure hardships. Qinheng comforted him, "We don't always eat like this." Before Qinyan could feel reassured, his third brother quietly added, "Before we entered Liaoxi County, we mostly ate like this, just occasionally changing the menu. Sometimes we had goose soup, sometimes deer meat, and sometimes roe deer." Qinyan thought, "Is the food really that good?" Qinheng looked at Qin Zhao helplessly. Couldn't he give the second brother a little face? Qin Zhao turned away. Xiao Lu had just embarrassed him, and after a serious moment, he quickly turned the tables. Did he not care about his face? Now the second brother was sharing the embarrassment with him. At least he had company. "Second brother, you'll understand in the future." After they processed over 100 pounds of fish, Zhou and Ma Jinju hadn't caught many more fish. The two of them were puzzled. Qinyan came to see them and was puzzled. The same net, the same technique, but different results. What was going on? Everyone involved looked sad. They were all fishing and hunting, so why was their team struggling while whose team succeeded? Zhou, who was good at shifting blame, said, "It must be that they were too aggressive earlier and caught all the fish in this stretch of the river." Hearing this, Qinyan felt a spark of realization. He was the second child of the Qin family and had some memory of Xiao Lu's good luck since childhood. Just then, the sound of a cart running down the road grew closer. Qinyan turned to see where the noise was coming from. "Someone is coming toward us. It sounds like there are quite a few people." "Second young master, don't worry. It's our people returning." Indeed, it was Wu Run and his team. They were happy to see the Northern Second Young Master's team join them, but when asked about their harvest that day, they shook their heads. "We didn't gather much today." They felt embarrassed. 5 carts had gone out, but they only bought a little. Wu Run was feeling down. The previous days had gone smoothly collecting herbs, and he thought it would be easy. Lu Songli strolled over. "Sixth young mistress," Wu Run called out sadly. She had predicted this. She had advised them to take fewer carts and bring more people. Qin Sheng glanced at him, subtly stepping between the two. He felt there were too many enemies. They needed to be cautious, both for the children and the adults. Lu Songli patted his arm, signaling him to be quiet. She had something to say. Qin Sheng obediently moved to stand beside her. "Is this really a setback?" Lu Songli looked at the downcast faces. "If making money were so easy, it wouldn't be up to you to earn it." Wu Run, Lu Erxi, and the others thought about it and realized it was true. They had been too confident because things had gone smoothly. They had forgotten how difficult it was to achieve something and earn some silver. The path of hardship and struggle was what they needed to take. People like General Liu and the sixth young mistress, who always succeeded with one strike, were truly rare. If Lu Songli knew their thoughts, she would tell them that her success came from having considered countless possibilities in her mind, eliminating the unworkable ones, and leaving only the most feasible plan. Wu Ren remembered that when they set out to collect herbs today, Madame Lu asked them to bring fewer carts and more people. She clearly sensed that there was a problem in Wulu County and predicted their outcome. He wanted to learn such foresight. So, he humbly asked, Madame Lu, how did you know we would come back empty-handed from Wulu County? Lu Songli laughed, but you did have some gains, didn't you? That doesn't mean you came back empty-handed. Wu Ren and Lu Erxi looked at her with disappointment. Madame Lu, please, let's not talk about it. We sent out 5 carts, and not one was full. It's so embarrassing. Lu Songli was almost amused by them.
Since you want to know, I'll share my thoughts.
Seeing that Madame Lu was standing uncomfortably, Wu Ren looked around. At that moment, Qingxi had brought over a long bench. Lu Songli smiled at him, sat down, and adjusted her skirt. She had quite a bit to say, and the bench was just right for her. Qingxi stood behind her, puffing out his chest and glancing at Wu Ren, thinking, I know you're trying to impress her, but you won't take my place. Wu Ren didn't notice Qingxi's feelings at all. He pulled Lu Erxi and Luo Tiniu to sit in front. The others followed suit, eager to find out what the problem was. The brothers from Yangwei also gathered around, wanting to learn how to make money. Zhou De brought his horse and sat behind them. In just a short time, he realized that Hu Guangsong knew a lot of things. Suddenly, Zhou De felt a sense of urgency. He had to learn. As long as he didn't give up, he would learn as much as he could. Later, he planned to squeeze Hu Guangsong for all the knowledge he had picked up along the way. Seeing this, the Qin family members also became interested and moved closer, standing at the edge of the group. Others noticed and naturally made space for them. Lu Songli called out to Lu Wei from Yangwei, you tell everyone what you found out today at the tea shop outside Wulu County. Lu Wei looked very down-to-earth and friendly, making it easy for people to let their guard down. He was perfect for gathering information. Today, they passed through Wulu County and stopped at a tea shop not far from the city gate to take a break. Lu Wei took the opportunity to ask the shopkeepers about the local old brands. He was asking about things with ready reasons, preparing to return to Chang'an City, wanting to buy some local specialties as gifts for his family. The other person hesitated for a long time before recommending a couple of old shops. However, when asked how many years these shops had been open, it turned out they had only been around for 4 or 5 years, which was not many in Wulu County. Later, when Lu Wei chatted with them, they talked about the Lu City case. Both the shopkeeper and the waiters, as well as the customers in the tea house at that time, were all surprised by the discussion. After listening to Lu Wei, everyone was still a bit confused. Wu Ren asked, sixth young lady, is there something more to this? While listening, he had a sudden insight, feeling he had grasped something, but upon thinking more, he found nothing. Many others present felt the same way. LV Songli replied, when we go to a new place, we can't just dive in and start doing business, right? Wu Ren and Lu Erxi exchanged glances, surprised.
Can't we?
That's exactly what we did. They recalled how the sixth young lady had led them to do just that before. LV Songli continued, jumping into a pond without knowing what's inside could lead to serious trouble. There might be more than just fish. There could be sharks. We must be cautious, or we could end up losing everything. Wu Ren, Lu Erxi, and the brothers who went out to collect herbs today looked uneasy, feeling that the sixth young lady was speaking directly to them. Wu Ren asked, so how do we judge if a place is good for business? That's a good question. To determine if a place is suitable for business, we need to see if it has rules and fairness. This can be assessed in 3 ways, LV Songli explained. Places with rules and fairness can support big businesses. Otherwise, it's better to hold back. LV Songli broke it down for them. The first aspect is to look at the local entertainment venues and festivals. Are they plentiful and lively? If they are, it indicates that the local officials are open-minded and allow people to earn and enjoy their wealth. If these are lacking, or if the officials are known for being strict against commerce, It shows they're conservative and won't let people earn money on their turf, or if they do, they might not be able to keep it. Qin Yan noticed that the sixth young lady spoke about these matters without changing her expression. He looked at his older brother, then at the third and sixth brothers, and noticed they all had calm expressions, clearly used to such situations. The listeners seemed to be deep in thought. Only the three Qin brothers, along with Wu Ren and Lu Erxi, found it quite reasonable, but they felt it was different from the situation in Wulu County. This point may not apply much to our area, but it is relevant to the Central Plains and the prosperous regions of Jiangnan, explained Lu Songli. The three Qin brothers, along with Wu Ren and Lu Erxi, nodded quietly, thinking they were right. The others didn't fully understand, but made sure to remember it. Lu Songli continued, next consider how many local lawyers there are. Lawyers make money by helping people file lawsuits.
Who seeks out lawyers?
Merchants or common folks when they face issues. If there are many lawyers and they're doing well, it suggests that they can earn money, which means lawsuits are effective. This implies that there are laws to follow here and the local government is reasonable, not just a dictatorship. It's also best to ask locals about any cases in the last 3 to 5 years where citizens sued the government, especially if it involved their property. Have wealthy merchants faced ruin because of conflicts with officials? That makes sense. Lu Songli explained this clearly, and everyone understood. Qin Yan was increasingly surprised. Did his sixth sister-in-law teach them this? No wonder they all seemed different. Finally, check if there are any well-established businesses that have been around for over 10 years. If not, it shows that the locals are struggling, and outsiders will have an even harder time. In the Dali dynasty, each local official served for about 3 years, so over 10 years, there could be 3 or 4 different officials. The existence of established businesses indicates that there are rules in place, or someone is quietly maintaining order, not just relying on individuals. These were experiences taught to her by her predecessors in her past life. Hearing this, Qin Yan was stunned. Did his sixth sister-in-law just share all this valuable knowledge? Not only Qin Yan, but if Ji Wuyin were present, he would be shocked and speechless. He had learned these lessons through years of business and many losses, and he was planning to pass this knowledge down. Yet, Lu Songli shared it openly. After Lu Songli finished speaking, the room fell silent as everyone absorbed the information. At that moment, Qin Sheng handed her a glass of water. Lu Songli gave him an appreciative look. After saying so much, she was indeed a bit thirsty. She quietly drank some water without speaking. In this era, the spread of knowledge was limited, and the aristocratic class monopolized books and information, making it very difficult for ordinary people to gain valuable knowledge. Often, their access to knowledge relied on the experiences of their predecessors, meaning the teachings of their masters. However, this was also challenging, as becoming a disciple required a commitment of 3 years as an apprentice and 2 years of service, along with other conditions. People like Lu Songli, who were generous with their teachings, were very rare. Lu Songli was eager to quickly train the first batch of talents. She planned that once the Qin family established a foothold in Pingzhou and secured or controlled a territory, the next step would be to develop trade caravans and expand their business network. All of this required talented individuals to build and manage. Her teachings were effective, and many people present were inspired, especially Wu Ren, who was most influenced. Later, the group formed by Wu Ren and Lu Erxi emerged as a strong trading force, opening shops in various counties and competing with well-known merchant groups like the Jin, Yu, and Jian merchants, earning Lu Songli a significant amount of silver. Can you understand? Qin Yan asked his nephews Qin Jia and Qin Han, feeling his voice was a bit dry. Qin Jia nodded slightly. I can roughly understand. Qin Han said, I can understand about 80%. Qin Yu raised a finger. I only understand a little. Qin Jin added, I understand just a tiny bit. Seeing his 3 children and the children of his 4th and 5th brothers looking confused, he couldn't help but rub his face, feeling the gap in understanding. The children needed to focus on their studies. They couldn't fall too far behind their siblings. At that moment, someone in the crowd sighed, I didn't expect that running a business would involve so many complexities. Lu Songli finished her last sip of water and said, What I mentioned is actually advice for those who want to open shops locally. What does this mean? The sharpest individuals caught the hint in her words. You should connect with the trading houses in Wulu County. You might have unexpected gains, Lu Songli said with a mysterious smile. Remember, keep a few people in mind. When Wu Ren, Lu Erxi, and the others skeptically followed her advice, they ended up bringing back 5 large carts of medicinal materials, all feeling a bit dazed. What was the reasoning behind this? At first, after hearing Lady Lu's analysis, they thought there was no hope. Unexpectedly, after following her advice to contact the dental shop, things took a turn for the better. Oh dear, this business is really hard to manage. Back to earlier, after Lu Songli finished explaining, Wu Ren pulled Lu Erxi and the others aside to discuss things. The others began to clean up the campsite, set up camp, and patrol for security, each busy with their own tasks. Many were pondering her last words, wondering if taking a different approach to purchasing medicinal herbs would lead to a breakthrough. Qinzhou, confused about the reasoning, noticed Lu Songli deep in thought. Not wanting to interrupt, he kept signaling to Qin Sheng behind her, urging him to ask. Qin Sheng didn't want to engage, but he saw that his older brothers were also deep in thought. He tried to think hard himself, but unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out either. He didn't want to admit that he was not good at understanding people's intentions. While Lu Songli was lost in thought, she accidentally tilted her cup, causing the water to spill. Just then, a hand reached out from behind her and took the cup away. This action broke her concentration, and when she looked up, she saw Qin Sheng standing in front of her. Noticing her movement, he squatted down in front of her, held her hand, and mustered the courage to ask, Li, did you mean that if Wu Ren and the others secretly contact the dental shop to buy medicinal herbs, there will be unexpected gains?
Yes.
Li, can you explain why? The Qin family members, asking for a special meal, clearly requesting a special meal. Qin's mother began to clear the area, signaling for others to step away, worried about her daughter-in-law feeling awkward. Qin Heng and the others took their children and left, but Qin Zhao lingered, wanting to know the answer. Lu Songli looked down at him. He was squatting on one knee, steady as a rock, while his upper body moved with his hands. A diligent young husband. Very good. She held back a laugh and agreed. Sure. The reasoning is quite simple. Wulu County produces a lot of medicinal herbs, but the shops here are all backed by powerful people, monopolizing the herbs and creating a buyer's market with no competition. But the common people need to make a living, right? When in poverty, they seek change. In Wulu County, because the shops can't survive openly, the underground trade is even more rampant. It's windy here. Shall we talk over there? Qin Sheng whispered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Zhao widened his eyes in surprise. Wow, even little Six has become cunning. I'm a bit slow, so you might need to teach me for a while. The wind was strong tonight. Lu Songli glanced at the dark little forest and shook her head. Lu Songli didn't understand. Why was his craving so strong when they couldn't really do anything? Seeing her refusal, Qin Sheng couldn't hide his disappointment. Shall we sleep in the carriage tonight? Qin Sheng's eyes suddenly brightened. Then I'll go get things ready. He stood up eagerly and said, I'll boil some hot water, and you can clean up a bit later. I'll keep watch.
Okay.
Lu Songli nodded, smiling at his thoughtfulness. Let's talk as we walk. Qin Zhao said, Hey, little sister-in-law, we're family. Is there anything we can't all listen to together? Lu Songli offered her hand to him. Qin Sheng was momentarily surprised but quickly took her hand. Lu Songli stood up with his help. For Qin Sheng, he looked forward to her touching him every night, but she had been so tired these past few days that she just fell asleep next to him. Even his reliable abs didn't work anymore, and he couldn't believe it when he realized that. At the same time, Qin Sheng felt wronged. Later, he thought about it and figured it out. If she was tired, she wouldn't pay attention to him, and if he kissed her, she'd get annoyed. From then on, he understood he couldn't let her get too tired. Because his wife's energy was limited, if she spent too much on other things, there would be less left for him. After about 15 minutes, Qin Sheng went to pour a bucket of water. As he passed Qingzhou, he was teased. "Oh, getting water?"
So eager?
Qingxi ignored him. He could tell them that if his wife was tired, she wouldn't even pay attention to him. Even his little brother would be affected. Some things needed to be fought for, and some tasks required enthusiasm. Qingzhou asked him, "Ah Sheng, did little sister-in-law help you understand?" Qingxi replied, "Of course. As long as he is willing to learn, she shares everything with him. His wife never holds back." Qingzhou clicked his tongue, thinking his proud demeanor was quite amusing. After getting the answer from Qingxi, Qingzhou nodded, agreeing with what the elder brother had said. In the southern region, the Qin family's gathering place. In these 3 years, as the head of the Qin clan, Qingjia had grown a lot of white hair, mainly due to overwork, both mentally and physically, and the results were not satisfactory. There's also the matter of Shui Guangxian, which has been weighing heavily on his mind, especially since the Qin family fell from being the top noble family to 6th place. He has worked hard with his clan for 3 years, but has not been able to advance their family further, which makes him feel even more frustrated. Actually, he expected this situation. With Shui Guangxian's support, the Qin family had once surged ahead, overpowering the 5 major noble families and reaching the top. This experience made the other families wary of the Qin family. At this moment, Qingjia realized more deeply that their family lacked capable individuals. He himself was not exceptionally talented. They had some smart people, but they did not have a top strategist like Shui Guangxian. While Qingjia was discussing matters with his advisor Ningjiren, he saw his younger son Qinjin stumbling through the main courtyard, reeking of alcohol.
"Stop!"
Qingjia shouted. Qinjin obediently halted, feeling unlucky that his father was home at this time. Qingjia approached him. "Look at you, drinking so much during the day. What are you thinking?" Qinjin thought to himself that while he did smell of alcohol, he wasn't actually drunk. "I told you to read more and drink less, but you just ignore me. Have you forgotten the trouble you caused 3 years ago because of drinking?" What books should he read? There were plenty of scholars in the Qin family, and they were all serving the family. How could his father bring up 3 years ago? Back then, he had gotten drunk and said some foolish things. They all claimed that Shui Guangxian left because of him. But later, he realized that his drunkenness that night was just a test of his father's attitude toward Shui Guangxian. At that time, the Qin family was regaining its noble status, and it was time for his father to fulfill his promises. However, Shui Guangxian's demands were difficult to meet. He wanted a large area of land for the clan, free education, farming opportunities, job placements, and help integrating into the local community. How much money would that require? Moreover, money was just one issue. There were many other complications that would be very difficult to handle. His father didn't want to fulfill the promises and used him as a test, not expecting Shui Guangxian to be so ruthless, quickly teaming up with other families against the Qin family. After learning the truth, Qinjin realized he had been unfairly blamed for so many years, but he didn't dare to confront his father for fear of being punished. Now that his father was still placing the blame on him, he was unhappy about it. As the saying goes, alcohol gives courage to the timid. "Dad, can we not blame my brother for what happened with Shui Guangxian?" Qingjia looked at him sharply. What did this kid mean? Did he know something? Thinking of Shui Guangxian made him feel pain. Sigh. He had wanted to keep his promise, but only wanted to negotiate a bit. Who could have predicted that Shui Guangxian would rather be shattered than remain whole? Seeing his father's change in expression at the mention of Shui Guangxian, Qinjin felt sorry. "Dad, please stop thinking about Shui Guangxian." They all knew Shui Guangxian would never return to serve the Qin family, or he wouldn't have cut ties so completely. That brat, was he really thinking about it? Never mind. Qinjin thought for a moment and said, "Dad, I heard some news. A remarkable person has come to the south. Someone as talented as Shui Guangxian." Qingjia didn't believe it. "Where did you hear such nonsense?" There were only a few people with talent comparable to Shui Guangxian, and he had been keeping an eye on them. None had plans to come to the south. At that moment, the advisor Ningjiren, who had been trying to stay out of the spotlight, spoke up. "Master, there are indeed rumors about this. The person in question is none other than Xie Zhan, the young leader of the Xie family from Chang'an. Chunjia thought for a moment and realized there might be some truth to it. The Xie family, weren't they exiled to Lingnan? Yes, that's the one. Their exile location is in Panyu County, Nanhai District. If we calculate the time, they should be arriving soon. Let's try to make contact. He had heard of Xie Zhan even from afar in the south. Chun Jin felt his father was being too polite. Dad, you're being too cautious. Why not just tell him directly that our Qin family is interested in him and wants to recruit him as an advisor? Isn't that enough? Chun Jia didn't agree with treating talent that way. Dad, you don't understand. When you see something good, you have to act quickly. The old Zhu family was drooling over Shui Guangxian. If you hesitate, you'll regret it. That can't happen. If the old Zhu family got him, wouldn't that strengthen the enemy? But Chun Jia was still pondering. Was it really good to be forceful with top talent? Dad, even if Xie Zhan is impressive, he's currently down on his luck. We should be a bit tougher. What's there to fear? They could take advantage of the situation. Ning Jiren wisely added, Leader, the young master has a point. Hearing that his proposal was approved by the advisors, Chun Jin felt proud and said, What talent? Dad, you're going to succeed and revive the Qin family soon. If he turns out to be just a pretender, we can let him go later. Chun Jia widened his eyes and asked, Let go of what? We shouldn't treat talent this way. Whether Xie Zhan is truly capable or not, the Qin family can support him. It won't cost us much anyway. Chun Jin suddenly remembered something and quickly added, Right. We can't let him go. What if he has hidden intentions and looks down on our Qin family? That would be bad. Letting him go would only play into his hands. So, we can't let him go, and we won't. Whether he really has talent or not, he will stay with the Qin family. If we win, everyone will be happy. If we lose, the Qin family will take care of you for life, never abandoning or giving up on you. Xie Zhan, you should be grateful for such loyalty. After hearing this, Chun Jia looked at his younger son more favorably and waved for him to leave. Once the younger son left, Chun Jia said to the advisor Ning Jiren, This kid is surprisingly smart this time. Has he really improved lately? Chun Jin, who overheard this, paused, feeling a bit guilty. What improvement? All of this was taught to him by a good friend he just met. He was just copying what he learned. But it didn't matter. His good friend wouldn't tell his father about it, so he could pretend he had truly improved. He was 17. A little growth is normal, right? Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Run and Lu Erxi and others felt like they had found a treasure map. They used what they learned and purposefully sought out places like Wulu County, quietly collecting a lot of medicinal herbs, paying only a little more than the local market price. In fact, that price was just a normal rate. The prices in those counties were unusually low. So, with the help of the dental shop, they quickly received the herbs. There were so many that Wu Run and the others eventually couldn't take any more. They couldn't handle it, no matter how good it was. Looking at their harvest, while chatting together, they couldn't help but exclaim, the method was wrong. All that effort was wasted. But with the right method, wealth doubles. They chose only the best herbs. These herbs were divided into two parts. The more valuable ones were sent back to Chang'an, while some affordable, local herbs were sent to Longcheng, where the sixth young lady bought them at a 20% markup. In this way, they only needed to bring 2 or 3 carts of valuable herbs, allowing them to travel light. If they successfully returned to Chang'an, they would surely make a good profit. Originally, everyone didn't want to earn money from the sixth young lady, just aiming to cover their costs and put in some effort. After all, without her guidance, they wouldn't earn a single coin. However, the sixth young lady insisted on paying them and mentioned that clear accounts should be kept among brothers, which made everyone uncomfortable. Seeing their reaction, she relented and said that a pharmacy would be established in Long City. If they truly didn't want the 20% profit, she would convert it into silver and invest it in the pharmacy, providing them with regular dividends in the future. If they wanted to invest more, they could buy shares, and she explained a new term called original shares. In the end, She said that whether to invest or not was a personal choice, and there was no pressure or coercion. They wouldn't disclose anyone's information. As they approached Xiangping, this investment in the pharmacy could be seen as a selection process, even a way to form alliances. Those willing to follow would invest, while those who didn't would understand silently and part ways amicably. In this instance, Wu Ren did not persuade anyone. Whether to invest or not was entirely up to them, and they had to make their own decisions. Anyone who hesitated would likely cause trouble in the future. They set up a tent with coarse black cloth, and Wu Ren registered each person as they entered. They would go in from the front and exit from the back. As long as he didn't say anything, no one would know if they had invested. The registration took only 2 hours, one of which was reserved for their consideration. When Lu Songli saw the results, she was quite surprised that 95% of the people were willing to follow them. Qin Sheng leaned closer, his shoulder touching hers, and nodded at the list, saying, "These people have good judgment." Lu Songli glanced at him and slightly moved away. But as soon as she did, Qin Sheng closed the gap between them again. Lu Songli looked at him helplessly. He was too clingy. She didn't want to push him away, so she returned her focus to the list. On Wu Ren's record, all members of the reconnaissance team and the guard team led by Zhou De and Ma Jin participated. At Yang Wei's agency, only 2 people opted out. As for the guards, Su Zheng invested and put in a significant amount, using most of his earnings from the journey. Among the 4 officials, Ding Guishan and Lu Peng both voted. Looking at those who were unwilling to vote, most were from families with heavy burdens, making it hard for them to leave their hometowns. Lu Songli understood this and did not blame them. After reading the list, Lu Songli passed it to Qin Heng, who was beside him, to distribute further. Qin Heng and Qin Zhao were not surprised by the outcome when they saw it. However, Qin Yan was a bit surprised that so many people from Yang Wei's agency were willing to follow them, especially seeing Su Zheng and the 2 officials willing to join. Despite the surprise, the result was still pleasing, indicating that their family had gained the people's support. While the Qin family members looked at the list, other teams were also sharing information. Members of the reconnaissance and guard teams were together, chatting and laughing. In less than 15 minutes, Zhou De, Ma Jin, and Hu Guangxong met up. Hu Guangxong spoke first. "All my people voted. They don't want to leave the young master and the 6th young lady." Zhou De and Ma Jin exchanged glances, thinking that the real issue was their reluctance to leave the 6th young lady, while the young master was secondary. Over the past few days, they had picked up on some clues. Zhou De immediately replied, "My people did too." Ma Jin was not to be outdone. "So did we?" Zhou De reminded, "What about the brothers going to Longqing? These men were still under his command." Hu Guangxong chuckled, "Don't worry, I voted for them too." Zhou De and Ma Jin gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging his cleverness. "Great, everyone is on board." It was understandable that the reconnaissance and guard teams led by Zhou De and Ma Jin were once private soldiers of the Qin family, and they were very loyal. Moreover, the reconnaissance team led by Hu Guangxong had experienced many things while following Lu Songli and others. The 6th young lady and several young generals from the Qin family acted fairly and were willing to share the rewards with their subordinates. This showed that they could endure hardships together and enjoy prosperity, which greatly enhanced everyone's sense of belonging and identity. Most importantly, they all knew the dangers of having an incompetent leader. Now, under the 6th young lady's planning, whether working under the young master or the 6th young general, everything was going smoothly. They loved this straightforward approach. Although the team led by Zhou De and Ma Jin joined later, they had a strong sense of loyalty to the Qin family. The earlier investment from the 6th young lady and the young master, which promised them a share of the profits, made them even more devoted. The 6th young lady was firm and fair, giving them real money as promised. Although she could only advance a portion of the payment due to unsold herbs, each received 200 taels, equivalent to 20 taels of gold. The feeling of having that money was different. At Yang Wei's agency, friends gathered in small groups to share their decisions. Those who came out were brave and willing to take risks. The Qin family and the sixth young lady worked systematically, rewarding and punishing fairly, without favoritism, which earned them respect and loyalty. Not everyone is good at sweet-talking or building connections. Looking at the official team, Xie Zhan was determined to follow Lu Songli and even planned to move his family, not wanting to miss this investment opportunity. Ding Guishan and Lu Peng felt it was worth it to give up their minor official roles. This was the easiest time they had since entering the government. There were no power struggles among teammates, no monopolizing benefits, and the burdens were passed down to their subordinates. Everyone just needed to do their job well. The two officials who didn't invest felt envious, but they had families in Chang'an and could not leave. When the list came out, with just one day left to reach Xiangping, Lu Songli called another meeting that night. Attendees included Lu Songli, the four Qin brothers, Yang Wei, Xu Zheng, and added Zhou Da, Ma Jin, and Hu Guangsong. They sat down together to discuss their next steps. Once they reached Xiangping, Xu Zheng would hand them over to the local officials, completing their task. How to arrange for the Qin family was up to the Xiangping authorities. Xu Zheng and the four officials needed to return, and Yang Wei's agency wouldn't stay in Xiangping for long. Currently, the reconnaissance and teams totaled 54 people. Half would return to Chang'an with Xu Zheng and Yang Wei, while the other half would remain in Xiangping on standby. That night, Lu Songli privately gave Xu Zheng a letter to deliver to her father upon his return to Chang'an. Lu Songli had a feeling that her father wanted to leave Chang'an, and it wouldn't be easy. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, they prepared to head to Xiangping. Lu Songli looked at their group and felt something was off. Even though they hadn't washed up that morning, they had smeared some dirt on their faces and hands. Xu Zheng, the officer, quickly noticed the issue. It's the clothes, right? They are too clean. Yes, their outfits were too nice. Although the clothes were old, they were tidy. Lu Songli said, Officer Su, can you whip us a few times? Just to tear the clothes, not the skin. Xu Zheng took a step back and said to Ding Guishan, shouting, you do it. Ding Guishan hurriedly stepped aside, Lu Peng, you do it. Lu Peng was about to pass the hot potato to the other two, but saw them quickly move away. Lu Peng, this task is yours. Lu Peng shook his head vigorously, scared to do it. How could he manage such a request? His head shook like a rattle, making everyone laugh. Lu Songli found it amusing and decided not to push them further. She looked at Qin Sheng beside her. I remember you handle a whip well.
How about you?
Qin Sheng quietly went to the cart to get a whip, and in just a short while, the Qin family members were dressed in tattered clothes, with a few red marks from the whip that didn't break the skin. In just 2 hours, they arrived outside Xiangping City. Looking up, they saw the city gate with the word Xiangping carved on it. Beside the gate stood a large stone tablet, with the same words inscribed in bold cursive, giving off a grand feeling. It was noon, and outside the city gate, many common people were lined up, waiting to enter. Xu Zheng and the 4 officers directed the Qin family to stand at the back of a line. After Lu Songli and the others entered the city, to avoid drawing attention, they split into 3 groups. The people from Yang Wei and the reconnaissance team first found an inn to stay in. Then, Yang Wei sent 2 people, Wu Run and Lu Wei, who were good at dealing with others. They were tasked with finding a moneylender, either to rent or buy a place, and to settle the property quickly. Throughout this journey, their ability to get things done had greatly improved. In the past, when faced with renting or buying property, they would take their time to save money instead of seeking help from a moneylender. But now they feel that Lady Lu is right. Time is money, and professional matters should be handled by professionals. The money that others should earn should still be given to them. Meanwhile, from the Qin family, Xu Zheng and 4 guards escorted them to the Xiangping government office for the handover. The official in charge of the handover in Xiangping, surnamed Tang and named Yueguang, was surprised to see the Qin family all together. He couldn't believe it and checked the list in his hand, counting the people again. Generally, it's considered good if half of the exiles survive. The Qin family was impressive, not a single person was missing, and they all looked healthy. Moreover, besides a few men with minor whip marks and a small number showing signs of malnutrition, the others, though in ragged clothes, were not sick and seemed quite spirited. It was rare to see exiles in such good condition. Tang Yueguang looked at Xie Zhan and the others, puzzled about when the guards had become so easy to talk to. But he quickly noticed something was off. Wait, why were the guards looking so well fed? He had seen many guards escorting exiles, and they were usually thin and dark. Something was wrong. It seemed that this family had someone helping them, and the guards must have received a good amount of money from them. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his suspicions were correct. Nanhai County, Panyu. Xie Zhan looked at the words Panyu on the county monument, lost in thought. Could this be a new beginning for the Xie family? Xiao Hua, the guard, let out a sigh of relief, thinking they had finally arrived. Once the handover was complete, the hot potato between the Xie and Zhao families could be passed on. He was happy to be going home alive. The members of the Xie and Zhao families looked at the towering city gate, feeling a spark of new hope. Although they didn't know what would happen next, at least they wouldn't have to watch their family members die on the road. The core members of the Xie family felt more assured. The head of the family had previously analyzed that they needed to choose one of the 6 prominent families in the south to rely on. After comparing, the head favored the Zhu family in Panyu the most. This was also the reason the head had arranged for their exile to Lingnan, Panyu. Hearing that the head had a plan gave them confidence. Quickly, let's enter the city. As soon as the city gate opened, Xiao Hua urged them on. The Xie and Zhao families slowly entered the city with the crowd. Once inside, Xiao Hua led them to the Panyu government office for the handover. The official in charge of the handover in Panyu checked the number of people and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "No elderly, no children, very good." Xie Zhan glanced at the man with a blank expression. Xiao Hua felt a shiver inside. "Brother, can't you just keep that thought to yourself instead of saying it out loud?" The people from the Xie and Zhao families were also very angry. The words from the official in charge of the handover were infuriating, especially the members of the Xie family, who felt they couldn't express their anger. So many from their family had died, and he dared to say it was good? After stamping a document, the official handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "All right, the handover is complete. You may leave." Xiao Hua tucked the document into his coat, smiled, and bid farewell to the Panyu official before quickly disappearing with the remaining workers. The official was puzzled about why they were in such a hurry, but that thought quickly faded as he considered how to arrange for the exiles. Just then, his superior, Clerk Chui, arrived at the office. As soon as Clerk Chui appeared, he scanned the Xie and Zhao families, asking, "Which one is Xie Zhan?" "I am Xie Zhan. A noble wants to see you."
Please come with me.
"We're going too." Xie Nan and Xie Bai stepped forward. They didn't know the noble's intentions, and their family head was their main support, so they couldn't let anything happen to him. Clerk Chui glanced at them but didn't stop them, as the noble hadn't said he wanted to meet Xie Zhan alone. 15 minutes later, the door to the county office's reception room opened, and Xie Zhan stepped out. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the voice of the Qin family's eldest son behind him, insisting, "Please consider what I said, young Master Xie. Once you've made up your mind, just let Clerk Chui know, and our Qin family will be sure to welcome you." Xie Zhan turned around and asked, "I have a question. How does the noble know about me?" He found it hard to believe that the Qin family had such quick information. The Qin eldest son laughed heartily. The name of young Master Xie has long been known in the southern region. Xie Zhan then realized that even before he arrived in Lingnan, he had already gained a reputation among the upper-class families there. Upon hearing this, Xie Zhan felt a heaviness in his heart. He sensed he had fallen into a conspiracy. Once out of the sight of the Qin eldest son and Clerk Chui, Xie Nan called out worriedly, "Family head." Xie Nan knew that the family head's initial choice was not the Qin family, but the Zhu family. Xie Nan only knew part of the story. If there was one family among the 6 major families that Xie Zhan least wanted to cooperate with, it was undoubtedly the Qin family. "Nothing's wrong," Xie Zhan said, trying to calm his emotions. "Plans can't keep up with changes. Now that the situation has changed, he can only adapt to it. He is guessing who is behind this move. In fact, he already has a vague answer in his mind. It can't be their family's political enemies in Chang'an. If it were them, the opponents could have easily caused trouble during the exile, which would have been the least costly and most effective approach. Moreover, with the change of power and chaos in the court, the enemies are also trying to protect themselves. Additionally, many people are being exiled, and only a few can return to power. They wouldn't think the Xie family could manage it. Having ruled out the political enemies of the Xie family in Chang'an, the only remaining opponents are the Qin and Lu families. This answer also indirectly confirms his speculation. When the Xie family was exiled, the Qin family and Lu Songli were also on their way into exile and couldn't intervene. By now, they should have reached Xiangping and could take action. Lu Songli likely guessed that he had been involved with the 100 acres of land in Longcheng. Tying him to the Qin family is her way of fighting back. As the saying goes, often your opponent knows you best. The reason he focuses so precisely on Lu Songli is not only because he understands her, but she understands him too, allowing them to accurately identify each other's weaknesses. On the other hand, the Qin family may be good at fighting, but when it comes to schemes and understanding people's hearts, they can't compare to him. The county officers led Xie Zhan and his companions back. At this moment, Xie Zhan walked along the road, deep in thought. Because of their understanding, it felt like he and Lu Songli were playing a game of chess. He wasn't surprised that Lu Songli could predict his next move. However, there is a difference between wanting to do something and actually doing it, which is where limitations come into play. What shocked him was that Lu Songli, far away in the northeast, could reach into Lingnan and influence his choices. How did she manage that? How long had they been in Xiangping? Has her progress been so fast? Xie Zhan suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Lu Songli was moving too quickly, and he was falling behind her. He didn't realize he was mistaken. Lu Songli and her group had just arrived in Xiangping, not as he thought, having been there for a while. However, he was unaware of all the things Lu Songli had accomplished along the way. But one thing he was right about. Once the opponent made a move, they could accurately lock onto each other, proving that they understood each other even better than they imagined. When the Xie clan members saw Xie Zhan, Xie Nan, and Xie Bai return, the clan leader's face showed no signs of worry, but the expressions of Xie Nan and Xie Bai were far from good. Was there more bad news? The clan members felt anxious and afraid. Elder Xie Yuan and Xie Qian exchanged questioning glances, and Xie Nan and Xie Bai shook their heads slightly. At that moment, Xie Zhan had regained his composure. He smiled at his clan members and said, "Everyone, don't worry. The important person who summoned us was the eldest son of the Qin family, one of the 6 great families of the southern region. I can't share the details right now, but it's a good thing." Xie Zhan understood how his clan members felt. With so many enemies and disasters, those in a difficult situation could feel suffocated and hopeless. He also knew that he was the pillar of support for his clan. So, he chose to downplay his own troubles and maintain an optimistic attitude. Hearing his words, the Xie clan members indeed relaxed. The officials nearby were also pleased with his response. Only the core members of the Xie family looked at him, hesitating to speak. When Xie Zhan glanced at them, he shook his head slightly, signaling them to remain silent. Xie Zhan thought about his original plan to establish connections and find an opportunity to meet the Zhu clan leader, aiming for either allegiance or alliance to start cooperation. Now that the situation had changed, he needed to adjust his plans. He silently made a decision. The Qin family was forcing their way in. Previously, Xie Zhan's goal was to earn merit and lead his clan back to Chang'an, which he believed was also the intention of the Qin family. However, his ambitions had shifted. With the support of his wife, Zhao Yutin's prophetic dreams, he gained new insights. From his wife's dreams, he learned that the Qin family might rebel. Observing every step taken by Lu Songli made her intentions clear. She was prepared for both offense and defense. He believed Lu Songli had 2 plans. First, to earn merit and have the Qin family reinstated by the emperor, and second, to rebel. But soon, Xie Zhan dismissed his own guess. No. The matter of their broken engagement showed that Lu Songli was someone who could not tolerate injustice and was very resolute. The former Empress Dowager had once used royal privilege to pressure her. Only one possibility remained. Lu Songli would definitely rebel. Xie Zhan believed his guess was correct. Lu Songli was not someone who would sit back and wait. She would not give the power to decide her fate to others. If Lu Songli knew what he was thinking, she would definitely scoff at him. She was just trying to take control of her own destiny. As the saying goes, prepare for the worst while striving for the best. It can be said that Lu Songli's proactive approach ignited Xie Zhan's ambition. He thought if the Qin family could do it, why couldn't he? The vitality radiating from Xie Zhan inspired the members of the Xie clan. After calming his clan members, Xie Zhan approached the Zhao family. Once he settled the Zhao family, he looked towards the direction of Chang'an. Although he was temporarily behind Lu Songli, he still had his advantages. No matter what, he had gathered his clan around him, while Lu Songli had her close relatives still outside. Next, he needed to work hard to develop his own power. His first small goal was to turn the southern region into the territory of the Xie clan, using that as a foundation to create chaos in Dali and compete for the central plains. Before that, he wanted to stir things up in Chang'an to distract Lu Songli and slow her down, giving him time to catch up. Xie Zhan's concerns were naturally also on Lu Songli's mind. Their next competition would surely be in Chang'an. Lu Songli was very aware that her current weakness was her family far away in Chang'an. She and Xie Zhan were like chess players. In the current situation, they each held positions in the north and south, equivalent to starting a new game, with neither side having crossed the river yet. They could only make a couple of moves from the previous game and continue their contest. Let's go. I'll take you to where you'll be staying. Tang Yueguang was about to arrange housing for the Qin family and assign them tasks, which would be handled by someone else. Looking at the Qin family, Tang Yueguang found himself in a difficult position. The youngest among the exiled was over 8 years old, and those under 8 were very few. Unlike the Qin family, who had 10 children, all under 10, and even a newborn less than 3 months old. How could he assign tasks with a baby in the mix? Thank you, Lord Tang, Lu Songli said, glancing at Qin Sheng. From then on, whether it was about housing or tasks, it would likely be directly or indirectly related to Tang Yueguang, so it was wise to build a good relationship with him. Qin Sheng moved slightly. Tang Yueguang felt something round and heavy, about the size of a finger, being pressed into his hand. He felt a stir in his heart and, with a slight touch, vaguely guessed that it was a small golden bead. This family indeed had strength, just as he suspected. After all, it was rare for a group of exiles to be so well organized. What are your requirements for housing? Feel free to share, Tang Yueguang asked with a smile. LV Songli replied obediently, we want to live together as a family, so we can take care of each other. Besides that, we have no other requests. LV Songli mentioned the most important requirement, knowing that the golden bead was not enough to make many demands. If they asked for too much, the other party would surely negotiate. She thought that it was rare for a group of exiles like them to be so large. She believed figuring out how to accommodate their whole family would be a challenge. Tang Yueguang's smile grew wider. After thinking for a moment, he led them through several turns to a rundown mud house nearby. The Qin family stood outside, looking in. The mud house was made of rammed earth, with a straw roof and cracked walls. The only advantage was that it was spacious enough, with 5 main rooms side by side and 2 small side rooms on each side that could serve as a kitchen or other functional spaces. With 20 members in the Qin family, they could squeeze in, but otherwise, they would have to separate. As soon as the accommodation was arranged, Tang Yueguang took the Qin family to find a friend responsible for assigning work to the exiles. He could have skipped this, as there would be someone in charge to distribute tasks after the morning gathering, but he wanted to make a good impression and learn more about these people. On the way, Tang Yueguang briefly explained what life was like for the exiles in Xiangping. LV Songli understood that for the county of Xiangping, exiles were like free labor, moved wherever needed. She already knew that life for exiles was generally tough. The description of the officials being thin and emaciated was not just talk. When criminals arrived at their place of exile, they worked hard as laborers or servants, with no free time throughout the year, either farming, gathering, making lime, or cutting wood for construction. Of course, some had better lives, like our esteemed Master Xie Zhan, who, despite being escorted to Urumqi, managed to ride in a carriage at each post station by helping government officials write documents and personal letters along the way. He also enjoyed warmth from firewood and good food like fruits and wild game. When they arrived at the place of exile, he was even given an important position by the local leader, serving as a secretary responsible for drafting official documents and handling general affairs. This shows that whether one can live well in exile depends entirely on their abilities. The Qin family needs to work hard to match Lord Ji. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, they reached their destination. Tang Yueguang successfully found the person he was looking for. Old Mo, this group of exiles is in your hands now. Please arrange some work for them tomorrow, Tang Yueguang said, giving him a discreet nod. Mo Lianfeng was one of the managers of the military settlement. Without needing a reminder from Tang Yueguang, he already sensed that this group was not ordinary. After traveling through winter and spring, covering 3,000 to 4,000 miles from Chang'an to Pingzhou, he had never seen anyone bring a group of children here intact. Lu Songli stepped forward with a smile. Lord Mo, thank you for your help. Before Mo Lianfeng could respond, a gold bead the size of a finger was placed in his hand. He glanced deeply at Qingxi, who was standing next to Lu Songli. Mo Lianfeng had some martial skills himself, but the speed of this young man was astonishing. Starting tomorrow, you will need to plow the land. Each adult male will plow 3 acres and each woman 2 acres. As for children aged 5 to 10, Mo Lianfeng paused for a moment. They can pull weeds. Even if they didn't give him the gold bead, he would still make the same arrangements. For the exiles under his care, their quality of life depended on their abilities. If they showed respect, he would accept it. If not, he wouldn't hesitate to impose his authority. Especially with the exiles from Chang'an, he would not intentionally oppress or insult them, as they were like firecrackers that could unexpectedly explode. Who knew which one would go off? Lu Songli asked, "Excuse me, Lord Mo, will we use hoes to plow the land?" "Yes," Mo Lianfeng replied, looking at her strangely. Did she think they would use their hands instead? Lu Songli thought about it. There were 10 adults in her family, 4 men and 6 women. Would they really be able to cultivate 24 acres in a day using just hoes? That would be exhausting. She herself couldn't do such work, and Qin's mother was older and not in good health, so she probably couldn't manage it either. Her sister-in-law, Nie Yunyang, had just given birth 2 months ago and shouldn't be forced to do hard labor. The other sisters-in-law looked stronger, but they weren't exactly suited for heavy work either. Therefore, the task of plowing would ultimately fall to the 4 Qin brothers. She felt that her husband could handle the arrangements for the plow. "Sir Mo, how long do we need to work on this land?" Mo Lianfeng thought this question was answerable. "We are preparing for spring plowing now, and the convicts are all doing this work. It will probably take about 10 to 15 days. Sir Mo, could you set a limit of 10 days and allocate about 240 acres of land for us? Don't worry, we will definitely finish plowing the land in this time. If you are concerned, you can check on our progress every few days. If you are sure about this, it is possible, but there will be consequences if you do not complete it." Lu Songli nodded. "We are sure. By the way, Sir Mo, could you help us? We want to go to the blacksmith to make a tool that will help us with the plowing. Of course, if you are busy, we can find the blacksmith ourselves." Mo Lianfeng looked at her in surprise, then turned to Tang Yueguang. Tang Yueguang had a friendly appearance and was responsible for the handover. It seemed the convicts were a bit timid in Pingzhou, likely due to their past experiences. Usually, when people were handed over to him, they would habitually seek his help, which became quite tiresome. Lu Songli would not make the mistake of bypassing the direct supervisor. Even if Mo Lianfeng seemed difficult, he was still the one in charge of them. No matter how accommodating Tang Yueguang was, he had already handed them over to Mo Lianfeng. Going over the direct supervisor to seek help from another leader would undermine the direct supervisor's authority and would not be wise. Mo Lianfeng readily agreed to her request. "You can go to the blacksmith, but only one person can go out. I will have someone bring you a template, but it can only be used once. He seemed to understand why this family had arrived safely in Xiangping. They were observant, resourceful, and knew how to navigate situations. Who could resist that? And Mo Lianfeng was quite busy, so he waved them off when they had no further questions. Tang Yueguang headed back to the office and offered to take the Qin family back to their residence on the way. I will send you some rations later. These should last you about half a month. As for future arrangements, we will see. Thank you, Sir Tang. After that, the Qin family began to repair and clean the house. With many hands, they made quick work of it, and in about an hour, they had tidied up the place. Qin Zhao and Qin Sheng were in charge of fixing the roof. Qin Sheng was skilled, so he went up, while Qin Zhao passed the materials. By the time they finished the roof, he was extremely tired. Finally settled in the new home. It would be great to have a welcoming feast, Qin Zhao said, patting his slightly empty stomach from too much exercise, while glancing at Qin Sheng, hinting eagerly. Qin Sheng ignored him. Lu Songli lightly coughed. We can arrange that. Qin Sheng immediately caught her voice and turned to her. Do you really want to eat? He reached out to touch her soft belly. Lu Songli quickly dodged. In less than 15 minutes, a plump rabbit came racing down the mountain on its hind legs. It ran so fast that it seemed to leave after images, making passers-by doubt their eyes. What is that? Looks like a rabbit? Winter had just ended. How could that rabbit be so fat? Strange. What was that sound? The noise caught the attention of the Qin family in the yard. When they opened the door, they found a fat rabbit had crashed into their door.